January 1st, 2022. No. One high school. Boys' dormitory. Bai Yi-chin was awakened by a series of screams. Opening his eyes, the dormitory was still dim. He glanced at his phone. It was already past 9 in the morning. Because the curtains were drawn, the outside light couldn't get in, making the entire dormitory seem shrouded in haze. The screams were coming from outside. Bai Yi-chin turned over unhappily and muttered, "Just because of a New Year holiday they're so excited. Can't they let people sleep?" Since it was the New Year holiday weekend, the school had given 3 days off. Except for Bai Yi-chin and Zhou Feng, everyone else in the dorm had gone home. So last night Bai Yi-chin and Zhou Feng had let loose, queuing together until past 3, planning to sleep until they woke naturally. But the screams outside didn't stop and were getting louder. Bai Yi-chin was about to pull open the curtains and unleash a string of profanities when Zhou Feng suddenly crept over from the opposite bed, looking serious and nervous. "Chin, are you okay?" Zhou Feng's voice was extremely low. If not for Bai Yi-chin's extraordinary hearing, he wouldn't have made out what he was saying. What could be wrong? "I just want to go back to sleep." "By the way, aren't you sleepy? What's with all the wailing outside?" Bai Yi-chin yawned longly and flopped back onto the bed. "Are you sure you're okay?" Zhou Feng waved his hand in front of Bai Yi-chin's face. "Chin, do you feel any stiffness in your body? Or do you have the urge to bite me?" "Stiff? Not my whole body, but there is one place that's not stiff. A little hee-hee. What are you trying to say sneakily so early in the morning?" Bai Yi-chin was completely confused by Zhou Feng's behavior, feeling something was very off. "Keep your voice down, Chin." Zhou Feng's voice dropped a few more decibels, almost a whisper beside Bai Yi-chin's ear. "Something's not right outside. I think there might be zombies. If there's a zombie, well, fight it. I'm going back to sleep." Bai Yi-chin pulled the blanket over his head, but the screams continued intermittently from outside. Zhou Feng still stayed by his bedside without leaving. "Chin, as long as you're not afraid, I'm not afraid. I'll always be your loyal sidekick. You must protect me." Zhou Feng, like a timid little wife, tried to squeeze onto Bai Yi-chin's bed as he spoke. The single bed immediately creaked and swayed, making ambiguous sounds. Bai Yi-chin usually liked to work out, which was rare among high school seniors. Thus his excellent physical condition was admired by the dorm mates. Although he was tall and lean, he could easily take on 2 or 3 ordinary people in a fight. Almost every student in the school knew Bai Yi-chin was tough, so they didn't dare provoke him. Especially Zhou Feng, who treated Bai Yi-chin as his protector, calling him Chun all day, even though he was a few months older than Bai Yi-chin. "Are you asking for a beating today?" Bai Yi-chin yelled. Zhou Feng still clung to him without budging. Just as Bai Yi-chin was about to push him away, the dormitory door suddenly received a violent impact. Boom. The sound was so loud that Bai Yi-chin felt the whole dormitory shake. Boom. Another impact followed, accompanied by a strange, clucking sound like a cold laugh, as if responding to Bai Yi-chin's shout. "Chin, they're here. Zombies are here." Zhou Feng pressed harder against Bai Yi-chin, his lowered voice tinged with tears. "Chin, we won't die like this, will we? I haven't spent all my monthly allowance yet." Bai Yi-chin sensed something was wrong. Zhou Feng was usually a bit cowardly, but not to this extent. Something definitely wasn't right. Seeing Zhou Feng's unusual behavior, Bai Yi-chin didn't dare open the door to check, since Zhou Feng's fear didn't seem fake. He wasn't that good an actor. Luckily, whatever was banging on the door only hit it twice, and then left. The screams downstairs were getting quieter, but still audible. Bai Yi-chin decided to ignore the hallway for now, and instead pulled open the curtains, stepping onto the balcony to look outside. As he looked, his heart nearly stopped. In the dormitory courtyard below, the ground was covered with shocking splashes of bright red. A strong smell of blood assaulted his nose. Under a threadoforma turtle osmanthus tree, a male student was half leaning against the flower bed, letting out intermittent cries that grew fainter and fainter. Beside him, 2 other boys of the same age were biting into his chest, each bite causing blood to gush out. In no time, the bitten boy fell silent. A few minutes later, the boy stood up. Though there was a huge hole in his chest revealing his internal organs, he seemed to feel no pain, making that same chilling, clucking sound as he slowly began wandering around together with the 2 who had bitten him, as if searching for something. Seeing this, cold sweat immediately dripped down Bai Yi-chin's face. So the thing that had banged on their door must have been one of these creatures. So zombies really existed in this world. So Zhou Feng hadn't been talking nonsense. Damn it, he hadn't made the situation clear. With this realization, Bai Yi-chin immediately turned around and went back inside. Zhou Feng was still sitting on his bunk bed, his face pale as death. Bai Yi-chin pushed him and whispered, "Get up, help me move the desk. We need to block the door. I don't trust this door." From the force that had just hit the door, a few more such impacts would probably send it flying. Although Zhou Feng was a bit terrified, he still obeyed Bai Yi-chin's words and immediately stood up to help him move the desks. The 2 of them huffed and puffed as they moved the 2 desks from the room to the door, tightly blocking it, then let out a breath. What exactly is going on? Bai Yi-chin finally had time to ask Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng shook his head. "I don't know. I didn't wake up much earlier than you. I was woken up by the screams too, and when I looked out I saw zombies biting people. I have no idea what's happening. Luckily, Chin, you're still the same. You didn't turn into a zombie. What should we do now?" Bai Yi-chin's mind was completely chaotic. He had no idea about the whole story, so what could he do? Bai Yichen reached out and pinched Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng winced in pain and almost cried out, but considering the situation outside, he only murmured softly, "That hurts. Shouldn't let go. It hurts so it's real." "I'm not dreaming," Bai Yichen said almost to himself. Zhou Feng immediately felt aggrieved. "Hey, why didn't you pinch yourself?" "Why would I pinch myself? I'm not stupid," Bai Yichen said as he reached for his phone. "Zhou Feng, it's no use, Chun. I've already checked. No signal, no network, nothing at all. Now the whole Earth is probably overrun. We're doomed." Bai Yichen knew that Zhou Feng's reasoning was sound, but he still clung to a glimmer of hope. What if the situation was confined to the campus? What if no one had entered or exited the school gates today, and no one had contacted the outside world, so those outside remained unaware of what was happening inside? He picked up his phone. Indeed, there was no signal and no internet. Calls couldn't be made, nor could any messages be sent. He had no idea when they had lost contact with the outside world. The phone showed no new messages, the last one being a text he had sent to his mother in Shansheng last night telling her he would only return home for the winter break. "No, I need to figure out what's really happening," Bai Yichen said as he plugged in an Ethernet cable and turned on the computer on his desk. He had to understand the situation outside. The power light flickered and the screen lit up. As expected, not only was the wireless connection dead, but the wired device also detected no signal at all. Could it really be, as Zhou Feng said, that everything was doomed? The dormitory lights were still on, and the faucet in the bathroom still ran water. This proved that electricity and water supply were normal, so the situation couldn't be that dire, could it? But thinking of electricity and water, Bai Yichen immediately instructed Zhou Feng, "Quick charge all the power banks, and any devices that can store power, then fill buckets and basins with water." "Bro, shouldn't we be figuring out how to call for help? What's the use of charging and storing water?" Zhou Feng didn't understand Bai Yichen's approach. "Right now we have no way to send a distress signal. We can't just shout outside, or we'll be devoured by those things before any rescue arrives. It's better to focus on survival first." "Then how do we survive, bro?" "Charge and store water," Bai Yichen emphasized again. Although the power and water haven't been cut off yet, the complete loss of network signal suggests the situation is grim. These utilities might be controlled by smart systems that could fail at any moment. If we don't prepare in advance, we'll be walking into our own doom. With that, Bai Yichen immediately went to fetch a basin to fill with water, even filling all the empty mineral water bottles. Zhou Feng, realizing the gravity of the situation, quickly plugged in a power bank to charge. After everything was prepared, the two sat on the edge of their beds at a loss, listening to the occasional heavy footsteps in the corridor, accompanied by a chilling, mocking cackle. For a few minutes, Bai Yichen even heard the sound of teeth chewing, as if muscle and bone were being torn apart. He didn't know which classmate was being devoured by what was once a fellow human. His heart raced, and he tried to convince himself that what he heard was just another trapped student eating snacks. But the chewing was clearly accompanied by faint moans, as if someone was enduring immense pain. He must not let Zhou Feng know, or with his temperament, he would surely scream. Bai Yichen pretended to be calm, sitting silently on the bed. After a while, Zhou Feng whispered, "Bro, how do you think these zombies appeared? Are there any survivors in this building?" "I don't know. Maybe it's an airborne virus that infected everyone, or maybe someone was bitten and brought the virus into the school," Bai Yichen sighed. "I have no idea what's happening outside. Many students went home for the break. If the outside is safe, we should be rescued soon. If it's the same as inside, then the school might actually be safer since there are fewer people here. So what's your plan, bro?" "Let's stay put and hold out in the dorm for 3 days. If the situation outside is normal, someone will come back after the break ends," Bai Yichen said, flopping onto his bed, ready to catch some more sleep. He hadn't slept well last night, and after all the activity and shock, he had nothing else to do but sleep to pass the time. Zhou Feng was also drowsy. Without a word, he crawled into his bed. They both lay down in silence. But Bai Yichen didn't fall asleep quickly. He kept thinking about their situation. The biggest threat wasn't the zombies outside, but the lack of food in the dorm. If they had enough supplies, they could hole up indefinitely. But with limited food, they would eventually have to risk going out to find more. The more he thought, the more anxious he became. Bai Yichen couldn't lie still anymore and sat up abruptly. He found Zhou Feng also awake, immediately sitting up as well. "Bro, what's your order?" "Gather all the food in the dorm and see how much we have. Let's ration it out," Bai Yichen said. Bai Yichen first brought out his own food: 4 packets of instant noodles, half a jar of chili sauce, a bag of pickled mustard greens, and half a carton of milk. Zhou Feng's supplies were only 2 yogurt cups and a few chocolate bars. He had planned to go to the supermarket that afternoon, but that seemed impossible now. "This won't even last us 2 days, Zhou Feng said dejectedly, especially realizing that his yogurt and chocolate would only last 1 meal. "Bro, you'll share your food with me, right?" "Of course. From now on, we're an inseparable unit. I want favor one over the other. I hope that when it comes to a fight, we can trust each other with our backs." Bai Yichen knew that if they weren't rescued soon, he and Zhou Feng would need to trust each other completely, even with their lives. He had seen enough in movies to understand the horror of human nature. He hoped that by giving first, he could keep Zhou Feng's heart untainted. Zhou Feng thought Bai Yichen was just talking, but when he actually handed him 2 packs of noodles and 6 bottles of milk, he was stunned. Although Zhou Feng usually acted cowardly and foolish, he was sharp inside. In this situation, Bai Yichen's willingness to share half his food was like giving him half his life. Zhou Feng was moved to tears. Bro, from today on my life is yours. He'll do whatever you say. Absolutely unnecessary. Bai Yichen waved his hand directly. I still have plenty of food here. Come on, take some. Zhou Feng turned around and saw Bai Yichen pulling items out of their roommate Lu Ba's cabinet. Jelly milk tea, lollipops, cookies, chocolate milk chips, spicy sticks. Zhou Feng felt as if Lu Ba's cabinet must have hidden a small convenience store. How does this guy have so much food? Zhou Feng's eyes lit up as he helped Bai Yichen grab the items, popping a lollipop into his mouth. I never expected Lu Bo to be hiding all this from us, secretly stashing snacks without telling a soul. No wonder he's been acting strange lately, not hanging out with us. Turns out he didn't want to share his food. He's been chasing after a girl lately. These snacks are for her, Bai Yichen said. Lu Bo had never been particularly close to Bai Yichen and the others. His only interest was romance. Little did he know that the snacks he had prepared for his crush would one day save their lives. I wonder if Wu Hao is seeing anyone. Let's check his cabinet. Zhou Feng placed the pile of snacks on the desk and immediately opened Wu Hao's cabinet. Inside, aside from a stack of books, there was only a single pack of pickled mustard worth 50 cents. Wu Hao was the poorest of the 4 in the dorm. Among the 4 roommates, Zhou Feng came from the wealthiest family. His parents ran a company abroad and had wanted to take him overseas, but he refused, insisting on staying in the country. That was why he didn't go home for New Year's. Though his family owned a large villa, returning home alone held little appeal. He preferred staying behind to play video games with Bai Yichen. Bai Yichen's family was relatively average. He was from another city, sent by his parents to study here because of the school's quality education. As for Lu Ba's family background, no one knew much since he rarely interacted with the others. Wu Hao, though on good terms with Bai Yichen, came from a poor family and was a financially struggling student. As a result, he spent most of his time studying hard, knowing that education was the only shortcut out of poverty. Bai Yichen spread out all of Lu Ba's snacks on the table and began to count. However, their food would last at most 3 days. Though Lu Ba's cabinet seemed packed with snacks, they wouldn't fill 2 grown men's stomachs easily. 3 days it is. Well, hold out, and maybe someone will come to rescue us by then. Chengge, do you think the girls' dorm has more food? Zhou Feng suddenly asked. Definitely. Girls are like hamsters. They love hoarding supplies. As Bai Yichen spoke, he couldn't help looking across toward the balcony opposite. About 200 meters away stood the girls' dormitory, diagonally facing the boys' dorm. But it was eerily quiet over there, whether because everyone had gone home or had turned into zombies. If they could sneak into the girls' dorm, they wouldn't have to worry about food for the coming days. Bai Yichen made a mental note: if they weren't rescued in 3 days, he would have to find a way to get into the girls' dorm. Just then a phone on the bed suddenly rang. Both of them nearly jumped with excitement. Could it be a signal? A signal meant they could communicate with the outside world, learn what was happening, and even call for help. Bai Yichen quickly grabbed his phone, but the signal bar still showed no service. Yet he had received an airdrop from someone nearby. Good heavens, there were still survivors nearby, and not too far away. The airdrop feature only worked within a range of about 10 meters, meaning the sender was likely in the adjacent dorm, at most 1 room away. Bai Yichen immediately accepted the airdrop from someone named Xiao He. The file was a short video, but it sent a chill down his spine. Judging by the filming angle, the sender was indeed in the dormitory to their left, probably room 216. That room was right at the corner of the corridor, offering a view of the main entrance to the boys' dormitory and the janitor's office. The video was aimed directly at that office. In the footage, the zombies that had been wandering downstairs earlier were now drifting toward the dormitory gate. Just as they approached the gate, 2 male students suddenly rushed in from the road outside. One of them was covered in blood, possibly injured. The zombies, spotting easy prey, began screeching excitedly, quickening their pace as they charged toward the 2. Unfortunately, the 2 were so desperate to get inside that they didn't notice the 3 frenzied zombies heading their way. They probably mistook them for fellow students, thinking they were about to be rescued. By the time they realized the approaching figures weren't human, but infected zombies, it was too late. They were already within arm's reach. Quick, get into the janitor's office. A faint voice could be heard from the blood-soaked person who reached out to pull his companion. The 2 lunged toward the small office, but couldn't get the door open. As the zombies closed in, they fell to their knees before the hut, kowtowing and shouting something. It was then that Bai Yichen noticed someone inside the small room. That person was the janitor of the boys' dormitory. The man in his 30s pressed his face against the glass window, staring coldly at the 2 students kneeling outside, utterly unmoved. Soon the zombies surged forward, and no matter how the 2 fought back, it was futile. The janitor watched callously as the students were torn apart by the zombies until they breathed their last. Eventually, the 2 also joined the ranks of the undead, wandering aimlessly in the yard. The video ended there. Noticing Bai Yichen's pale face, Zhou Feng leaned in to see what had shaken him so. Just then Xiao He sent 2 more images via airdrop. The first image was a photo of a handwritten note. The words on it chilled Bai Yichen to the bone. Attention classmates who received my video, the janitor has just entered the dormitory from the downstairs entrance. Do not confront him, and do not be foolish enough to open the door for him. The second image was a photo of the janitor. He was wearing a thick coat and a scarf, his entire body wrapped up, and he carried a long machete in his hand heading toward the dormitory area. Behind him lay the corpses of 2 decapitated zombies, a testament to his ruthless efficiency. Bai Chen estimated that the guardhouse at the entrance probably had no supplies left to sustain life, otherwise it seemed relatively safe for now. Moreover, the dorm supervisor hadn't gone outside, which suggested that the situation outside might be even worse, or that the supervisor wasn't certain about the situation outside, but was more familiar with the dormitory. Bai Chen observed carefully and noticed that the dorm supervisor had used tape to tightly seal the sleeves of his clothes, and similarly the pant legs, as if he were experienced in doing so. Bai Chen had seen such an outfit in movies and silently made a mental note to do the same if they ever needed to escape outside. But the immediate concern was what the dorm supervisor would do once he entered the dormitory building. Zhou Feng still didn't know what had happened. Bai Chen showed him the video he had received earlier. Zhou Feng immediately started cursing. This bastard, the school pays him wages, and this is how he treats the students. Where is his humanity? At this moment many people are no longer human, Bai Chen said helplessly. If the situation doesn't improve, I suspect this will happen more and more. We must find a way to protect ourselves. Zhou Feng looked at his own slender arms and legs, then thought of Bai Chen's incredible combat prowess and couldn't help but ask, Chinga, you won't abandon me, will you? No, we're brothers. Bai Chen gave Zhou Feng a reassurance, because in a future where they might have to live in a world overrun by zombies, what was needed was not just combat ability, but teammate who would never betray was also a key to survival. After more than 2 years of high school together, Bai Chen felt that in the dormitory Zhou Feng and Wu Hao were the kind of people worth being brothers for life, and at this moment, he could only fight against all this together with Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng was so moved, he almost bowed down in worship, but Bai Chen stopped him and made a shushing gesture. They both fell silent, hearing a sound of someone kicking a door downstairs growing more intense. In this situation, everyone wished they could make no sound at all. The only one who would kick a door so frantically was the dorm supervisor. Bai Chen immediately understood. There were probably people hiding in a room on the first floor, and they still had supplies to sustain life. The dorm supervisor wanted to get those supplies from them, so he was doing this. The zombies in the corridor were all attracted by the kicking sounds, and the chaotic footsteps and clucking sounds were gradually approaching the stairwell. Bai Chen didn't understand the supervisor had the keys, so why did he have to do this? Attracting all the zombies to the first floor couldn't be to help the students trapped in the dormitory building, could it? He had just coldly watched 2 boys get bitten to death outside the guardhouse, so he wouldn't suddenly show mercy and risk his life to help others. Just as Bai Chen was still thinking, the kicking downstairs suddenly stopped, and then it sounded like someone was coming upstairs. A young man was speaking in a low voice, probably a student living in the dormitory. Uncle, do you think we can really find food? Should we check the school convenience store or the supermarket outside? The convenience store is locked, not easy to break into. As for the outside supermarket, don't even think about it. It was the supervisor's voice, sounding as if he knew something about the situation. All right, he'll do whatever you say. The young voice spoke with an admiring tone. Uncle, thanks to the good idea you came up with to attract all the zombies to the first floor, we could get up here so easily. But do you really think we can find food? I saw that guy on the first floor got a package the day before yesterday. Seems like a lot of food. Why do we have to come up to the second floor? The second floor is safer. You've been observing for a while now, haven't you noticed that those things don't seem to go upstairs? The ones that went down just now were all tumbling and crawling. And I know that guy you're talking about. None of his roommates went back for New Year's, so they've all turned into those monsters now. Why bother provoking them? Several rooms on the second floor received a lot of packages in the past 2 days, all food I reckon. Except for the one in room 214, which is hard to deal with. The rest are no problem. Bai Chen broke out in a cold sweat. Room 214 was precisely his dormitory. When the supervisor said hard to deal with, he naturally meant Bai Chen. Bai Chen hadn't expected to leave such a strong impression on the supervisor, nor did he expect that the supervisor would know exactly who had received what packages in the entire building. Bai Chen gestured to Zhou Feng, who cooperated silently, and moved close to him. They both pressed firmly against the table, blocking the door. At that moment, the supervisor's footsteps were close, and they heard the jingling of a keychain. It was opening the door of the adjacent room. Bai Chen prayed that the residents of the adjacent room had gone home for the holiday, or otherwise facing this menacing supervisor with an accomplice, they would likely face a grim fate. Click. The sound of the door opening followed by a young man's scream, and the door slamming shut. This is so disgusting. The young man's startled voice rang out. There are 2 of those things inside. One has its intestines hanging out. The pile of packages on the floor is all contaminated. What a rotten luck. The supervisor replied. Let's go. Check out room 214. Hope that troublemaker isn't infected, otherwise it won't be easy. Their roommate Lu Bo took a big box of packages that day, all food. The troublemaker the supervisor referred to was naturally Bai Chen. Bai Yi-chin never actively stirred up trouble, but he never feared it when it came, and his formidable fighting ability made him easily perceived as a troublemaker. However, Bai Yi-chin hadn't expected that he would also be intimidating to an adult. Hearing that the supervisor was coming to their room, Zhou Feng's muscles tensed up and his forehead broke out in a cold sweat. Bai Yi-chin gestured for him to relax, just to press firmly against the table without making a sound. The next moment the sound of a key being inserted into the lock came. The lock turned before their eyes. Fortunately, they had already locked the door from the inside, or it would have been open by now. But the person outside didn't give up after failing to open the door. Instead, he kicked it hard and started shouting at the room. I know there are only 2 of you in that room. Don't pretend no one's there. If you don't open the door, I'll break in. Then it won't be so simple. This knife in my hand has no eyes. The dorm supervisor's voice rang out coldly, and a sharp watermelon knife suddenly slid through the crack in the door, jittering up and down incessantly. This gesture was merely meant to intimidate, yet it couldn't harm Bai Yi-chin or the other person in the slightest, for a desk still separated them from the blade, its tip unable to reach them. They'll count to 3. The dorm supervisor's voice echoed again, 1, 2. Bai Yi-chin suddenly lowered his voice, forcing a spine-chilling cluck cluck from his throat, nearly scaring Zhou Feng beside him into wetting his pants. Had Zhou Feng not glimpsed the mischievous grin on Bai Yi-chin's face, he would have screamed aloud. Fortunately, Zhou Feng wasn't dull-witted. He instantly grasped that Bai Yi-chin was feigning a zombie transformation to drive the 2 outside away. After all, they'd heard the supervisor mention that dealing with an infected troublemaker from room 214 wouldn't be easy. Chen Gu intended to make them back off. Zhou Feng immediately pinched his throat and mimicked a couple of cries, and sure enough, he heard the dorm supervisor curse under his breath. What damn rotten luck, another infection. Let's go check room 216. That fool over there was filming on the balcony. He's got food too. The footsteps of the 2 outside faded away, and only then did Bai Yi-chin and Zhou Feng slowly relax, though they still dared not breathe loudly, fearing the pair might circle back. Although a Tuntuo confrontation wouldn't necessarily put Bai Yi-chin at a disadvantage, that supervisor was already a desperate outlaw armed with a weapon, so caution was paramount. At that moment, Bai Yi-chin grew worried about Xiaohe from room 216. He considered using airdrop to send him a message, but feared it might expose the other party and himself instead, which would be a loss outweighing the gain. Involuntarily, Bai Yi-chin grabbed the mop from the dormitory and pricked up his ears, listening for sounds outside. If the situation turned dire, he would probably lend a hand. The supervisor and that young man might no longer be human, but he had to hold fast to his conscience and his humanity. A knock came at the door of room 216. No cursing from the supervisor was heard, but then a bang as if the door had been kicked open. The young man following the supervisor exclaimed in surprise, as if remarking on the abundance of food. Then the door slammed shut again. They stayed inside room 216 and didn't come out. Did they kill that guy from 216? Zhou Feng whispered. Bai Yi-chin shook his head. I didn't hear any sounds of a struggle. They probably didn't harm him. So did Xiaohe from 216 turn into a zombie? Or did they come to an agreement? Bai Yi-chin shook his head again. Not a single sound came from that Xiaohe. I suspect had already left before the supervisor entered. And I didn't hear the supervisor open the door. The door to 216 seemed to be ajar. They went in and found the food right away. I suspect Xiaohe deliberately set it up to divert the supervisor's attention and buy himself time to escape. I don't get it. Zhou Feng shook his head this time. Didn't expect you to, Bai Yi-chin replied, gazing toward the balcony. Suddenly he rose and headed there. Had he just heard some noise from the balcony? Gripping the mop with both hands, Bai Yi-chin slowly drew back the curtain and poked his head out. There on the outer side of the balcony of room 215 next door hung a person clad in a black down jacket, a backpack slung over their shoulders. Their hands, red from the cold, clung tightly to the balcony railing, while their feet balanced on a narrow ledge just a few centimeters wide on the exterior wall, slowly inching toward room 216. Bai Yi-chin broke out in a cold sweat for the person in the black down jacket. Even if falling from the second floor might not cause injury, several zombies were currently roaming the yard below, likely lured down earlier by the supervisor. If this person fell from the balcony, they could be devoured in an instant, leaving not even a trace. Bai Yi-chin found the figure somewhat familiar, as if had seen them a few times in the teaching building, probably a classmate from the same grade. He immediately set down the mop and reached out to pull them over, but the other person suddenly released one hand, put a finger to their lips in a shushing gesture, and pointed toward room 216. Bai Yi-chin understood and mouthed the words Xiaohe. The other nodded, signaling for Bai Yi-chin to move aside. Bai Yi-chin stepped back and Xiaohe shifted slightly before suddenly swinging his legs and vaulting directly into the balcony of room 216, leaving Bai Yi-chin nearly speechless with astonishment. Hearing the noise, Zhou Feng pulled back the curtain and stepped onto the balcony, where he too was stunned. He's Xiqing. Zhou Feng. The two suddenly embraced like long-lost lovers, if not for the fact that both were male. How are you here? Zhou Feng asked, utterly surprised. I was about to ask you the same. Xiaohe replied. Is this really the place for a chat? Bai Yi-chin said, looking at them speechlessly. The two tacitly drew the curtain and entered the dorm. Bai Chen poked his head out to survey the scene. Nearly 10 zombies had gathered downstairs, the dormitory was eerily silent, and room 216 was as quiet as if no one were there. He silently returned to the dorm and began interrogating Zhou Feng and the newcomer Xiao He. It turned out that Zhou Feng and this He Xiqing were actually neighbors. Their families had gone abroad together for business, though Zhou Feng hadn't followed at the time, while He Xiqing had. They hadn't seen each other for over a year. The reason they could meet here today was that a little over a week ago He Xiqing had returned to China and enrolled as a transfer student at No. 1 high school. However, lacking Zhou Feng's contact information, they had never managed to connect. Today's encounter was pure coincidence. He Xiqing was a parkour enthusiast somewhat well known in the circle, so today's feat was a piece of cake for him. That explained why Zhou Feng wasn't particularly surprised to see him. Had long grown accustomed to it. Bai Chen, however, was deeply impressed by witnessing such a performance up close for the first time. Wasn't this practically scaling walls and leaping over rooftops? Having someone like that in the team meant an extra layer of security. Bai Chen asked He Xiqing why he had abandoned his own dorm and taken such a risky move, especially since, judging from the supervisor's reaction, he seemed to have left behind a lot of food. He Xiqing slapped his thigh and said, "What I left them were just puffed snacks that won't fill you up. They only look plentiful. The good stuff is all with me." With that, he opened the backpack had been carrying to show Bai Chen and Zhou Feng. Inside were several cans of luncheon meat and self-heating hot pot. He Xiqing then eagerly asked Zhou Feng if they had any food, suggesting they could all share. Zhou Feng quickly explained their supplies, and He Xiqing proposed pooling everything together for everyone to ration. This way their material reserves swelled considerably, and the variety grew richer. The previously tense atmosphere eased somewhat, at least for the short term. They could safely stay in this dorm away. I wonder how many students stayed on campus for New Year's in this building, and how many of them are still alive waiting for rescue like us. Zhou Feng suddenly sighed. Shouldn't we find a way to warn the others about that dorm supervisor? He Xiqing looked towards the window where the sky was gradually darkening. He lowered his voice. They'll probably stay in 216 tonight, but whether they live to see tomorrow depends on luck. What do you mean? Are we going to rush over and take them out in the middle of the night? Zhou Feng asked. No, we don't need to get our hands dirty. He Xiqing smiled mysteriously. I left my phone over there. Hearing this, Bai Chen already understood most of it, but Zhou Feng pressed on. You gave them your own phone. That's their death warrant for tonight. He Xiqing's expression suddenly changed, a hint of fierceness in his eyes. That dorm supervisor has killed more than just the two students downstairs. God knows what they've been up to on the first floor, and they've attracted zombies from elsewhere too. As far as I know, many students on the first floor stayed behind instead of going home. That young man following him is his nephew, and he's probably no good either. Even our laws demand a life for a life, let alone in this situation. Bai Chen immediately realized that He Xiqing was a man with a strong sense of justice, someone worth trusting. So in an instant he decided that if the future truly belonged to the zombies, the three of them must become an inseparable whole, free from fear of betrayal, to ensure their survival. Zhou Feng, unaware that Bai Chen was already contemplating the future, kept pressing He Xiqing. How is leaving your phone over there a death warrant? Explain it to me and Brother Chun. Bai Chen shot him a glance. Don't drag me into this if you don't get it. He must have set an alarm on the phone. He Xiqing nodded. Brother Chun is indeed extraordinary. And I suppose you also damaged the door lock. Bai Chen added. No, that lock was already broken last night and hadn't been fixed yet, He Xiqing replied. A clever plan, Bai Chen praised. Zhou Feng grew impatient. What are you two going on about? You wouldn't understand anyway. You'll find out tonight. Bai Chen and He Xiqing tacitly dropped the subject, leaving Zhou Feng itching with curiosity, forced to wait until nightfall for the mystery to unravel. Seeing the sky darken, the trio decided to eat dinner before it got completely dark, avoiding the need for lights that might expose them. As they waited for their instant noodles to steep, a few lights flickered on in the female dormitory across the way, signaling survivors there. But they wondered if the female dorm supervisor posed a similar threat to their survival. Bai Chen went to the balcony to observe, noting that aside from room 216, not a single light was on in the male dorm. Yet he knew many survivors remained, likely pretending the rooms were empty after witnessing the supervisor's actions during the day. In truth, the supervisor knew exactly which rooms were occupied by whom, and which had recently received packages containing food. In the eerie silence, the three finished their meal, leaning against the bunk beds, straining to hear any sound in the darkness. Zhou Feng couldn't help whispering, Old He, so you left them all those puffed snacks today to distract them and cover the noise of you sneaking over. What else? I didn't want to leave them a single bite. I just wanted to kill them. He Xiqing spoke through gritted teeth. Zhou Feng sighed in relief. I thought you were just avoiding trouble by not taking them. Actually, those snacks are pretty good. He Xiqing ignored Zhou Feng and turned to Bai Chen. Brother Chen, what time is it? Almost 9, Bai Chen said, checking his phone. The show is about to begin. Shortly after He Xiqing's words, a distant melody grew louder, its rhythmic beat nearly making Zhou Feng break into a dance. Where's that music coming from? It's so upbeat. Zhou Feng asked, fidgeting uneasily. That's their death alarm going off, He Xiqing said. I was afraid the phone alarm wouldn't be loud enough, so I paired a Bluetooth speaker and set it to auto-connect. How else would the zombies hear it? Just then footsteps echoed in the corridor, and a fierce banging came from room 215 next door. What's going on in 215? Bai Chen asked. Oh, I noticed this afternoon that all 4 of them were in the room, but they were all infected. And their door lock was about to break too, He Xiqing said. At that moment the sound of the door lock breaking came from next door, followed by chaotic footsteps moving towards 216. The alarm from 216 continued, now mixed with angry human voices. Uncle, what's going on? Won't this noise attract the zombies? Even if they come, they can't get in. The door is closed. Find where the sound is coming from. Uncle, it seems to be in the cabinet, but it's locked. Oh crap, Uncle, how did the door open? Did you do it? Why would I open it? Do I look crazy? Damn, the zombies are in. Get my knife. No, Uncle, save me. Uncle. Then came a cacophony of sobbing, shouting, and fighting. Without seeing the scene, Bai Chen could imagine the horror in 216. Since the supervisor and his nephew planned to stay overnight in 216, they must have let down their guard, ripping off tape, shedding thick clothes, and setting down their weapons. How could ordinary humans stand against several zombies? Tender skin against sharp teeth. It was obvious who would prevail. Amid the chaos, more zombies seemed to flood onto the second floor, and the young man's cries grew more desperate. Uncle, these zombies seem to have evolved. They can climb stairs. Damn it, why is the lock broken? Block the door with a desk. After a clatter, frantic knocking and pleading followed. Uncle, please open the door. There are so many zombies out here. It hurts so much, Uncle. In the corridor, the young man was surrounded by zombies, bite marks covering his arms and calves. He collapsed, crawling forward with his hands, but the zombies didn't relent, crouching to gnaw at his legs. Blood smeared a long trail across the floor, a gruesome sight under the lights. At the stairwell, more zombies surged into the corridor at his cries. The young man's voice faded, growing delirious as he moaned and rambled. You said it's dangerous outside. We just wanted to find food in the dorms. Wouldn't hurt anyone, Wouldn't hurt anyone. Uncle, you've doomed me. How will you explain to my dad? Uncle, let me in. It hurts so much. My legs. My legs. Bai Chen could no longer pretend not to hear anything. He finally couldn't help but crack open the dormitory door. However, all he saw were layers of zombies surrounding a young man drenched in blood. He immediately understood that there was no saving this person. Without hesitation, he closed the door again. What's the situation? He Xiqing, who had been pretending nothing was wrong, finally couldn't resist coming over to ask. Bai Chen shook his head. No hope. Out in the corridor, the faint cries for help gradually faded and then vanished. Meanwhile, room 216 remained silent, revealing how cold-blooded the dorm supervisor was allowing his own nephew to die without batting an eye. In the darkness, Bai Chen solemnly warned. If he can be ruthless to his own kin, imagine what he'd do to others. We'd best avoid conflict with someone like him. He must not know that room 214 has survivors or food. We have to move more quietly, make less noise. Besides, these zombies seem to have mutated. They can now go up and down stairs. The corridor outside is packed with them, and one wrong move could let those monsters break through this door. Zhou Feng and He Xiqing both murmured in acknowledgement. Bai Chen then suggested, we can't just sleep tonight. From now on, one of us must keep watch each night to handle any emergencies. He Xiqing immediately volunteered, saying he had slept well the previous night and couldn't sleep due to the shock anyway, so he would take the first watch. Bai Chen didn't argue and quickly settled it. After all, he and Zhou Feng hadn't rested well the night before, and there would likely be many more nights of rotating watches ahead. For some reason, Bai Chen had a foreboding that the world outside would be even more chaotic than the school. The era of peace was probably gone forever. That night, everyone slept or kept watch with their own thoughts. How many people across the entire school truly fell asleep? Bai Chen woke twice during the night, both times from nightmares. In the darkness, faint light outlined He Xiqing's figure sitting quietly by the table. Feeling reassured by his reliable companion, Bai Chen turned over and sank back into deep sleep. Around 5 in the morning, with the sky still hazy, Bai Chen was jolted awake again by screams just like the day before. Opening his eyes, the dormitory was dim and silent. It felt as if everything was just a dream. If not for the screams rising and falling outside, Bai Chen might have thought he had merely woken from a long slumber. But the sounds of zombies stirred by the screams and restlessly moving in the corridor constantly reminded him that everything had changed. Bai Chen quietly sat up. He discerned that the screams came from diagonally opposite the male dormitory. A group of girls screaming originating from the female dormitory. Such desperate, prolonged cries evoked an irrepressible fear and chill from the depths of one's heart. The power's out, He Xiqing's voice sounded in the dimness. Bai Chen noticed He Xiqing still sitting in the same spot from last night, unmoved. His teammate's persistence brought him a touch of warmth and security. Go get some sleep. Dawn is breaking. Bai Chen instructed. He Xiqing said nothing, simply lay down on an empty bed and soon fell asleep. Bai Chen fumbled to put on his clothes, opened the door to the balcony, and stepped out. Looking around, the entire school was shrouded in darkness with a faint scent of blood and decay lingering in the air. Bai-chin recalled that before resting last night, although no lights were on in the male dormitory, the street lights below and a few scattered lights in the female dormitory across were still lit. Now all lights were extinguished. In the darkness, only intermittent screams could be heard from the female dormitory. He wondered why they were screaming. Bai-chin preferred to believe it was merely fear of the sudden darkness, not something else. The darkness before dawn was the deepest of the day, but wasn't daylight approaching. Standing on the balcony, Bai-chin watched as the sky gradually brightened and every tree and blade of grass on campus came into focus. The commotion from the female dormitory finally began to subside, and Bai-chin let out a long sigh. But before he could finish, a loud crash came from that direction. Bang! It was the sound of something heavy hitting the ground. Startled, Bai-chin strained his eyes to look. Bang! Another heavy thud. This time Bai-chin saw a figure falling from a balcony in the female dormitory. He dared not think about whether it was a living person or something else. Just as he was about to turn back into the room, he suddenly sensed something rapidly streak past, followed by a violent crash from below. He already understood what had happened, but couldn't help leaning out for a glance. Below, a blurry figure lay sprawled on the ground, surrounded by a mess of red and white. The body was twisted in an unnatural way, clearly lifeless. Now that the sky was fully bright, the sudden sight nearly made Bai-chin vomit. He, Xiqing, and Zhou Feng, awakened by the noise, rushed to the balcony to see. Bai-chin wanted to tell them not to look, but they were too eager and had already stuck their heads out. The moment they saw the bloody scene, they immediately recoiled. Zhou Feng even retched on the spot. Maybe there will be help tomorrow. Why end your life so soon? He, Xiqing, lamented regretfully. Indeed, tomorrow was the last day of the New Year holiday. By noon, faculty and students would return, and everyone would be rescued. It was just a little over a day to wait, yet these people had already been broken by fear. Just then a hushed voice came from upstairs. Whether there's help tomorrow is uncertain. Leaving early might at least grant some dignity. Bai-chin looked up and noticed that heads had emerged on many balconies of the male dormitory, seemingly without him realizing when. Some were alone, some in pairs, and some with four. An entire dormitory standing together. Counting them, there were no fewer than 20 or 30 survivors in the whole male dormitory. They had likely been drawn out by the sound of the jump. For a moment, Bai-chin was filled with mixed emotions. He hadn't expected so many people to be alive in the dormitory. But Bai-chin was not an optimist. It suddenly struck him that the outside world might already be overrun with zombies. Perhaps no one would return to school tomorrow, and the current situation would persist, with each day growing more difficult. Today the power went out, tomorrow the water might be cut off. One day people might fight over a drop of water, no longer standing peacefully on balconies like today. However, no matter how harsh the conditions, Bai-chin would never choose to end his own life. Even in a sea of zombies, he would find a way to carve a path of blood. January 2nd, 2022, dawned under a blood-red sun. The corpse downstairs soon attracted a swarm of zombies to feast upon it, and the nauseating sounds of chewing did not deter the students on the balcony. They all watched the scene below with solemn eyes. Despite the discomfort it brought, their gazes unwavering. Perhaps they were using the death of their classmate as a reminder to themselves that they must persevere. In this world, now even after death, one's fate was not their own. Unbeknownst to them, their nerves seemed to have hardened, and their eyes grew resolute. Only when the corpse below was devoured clean, and even the bloodstains on the ground were licked away, did the people on the balcony withdraw their heads, refraining from making any noise. They were still wary, perhaps not having forgotten the dorm supervisor's earlier actions. Bai-chin glanced toward room 216 and saw a figure on the balcony. As if sensing the observation, the figure turned around. It was the dorm supervisor from yesterday. However, her appearance had completely changed, no longer bearing the fierce expression of the day before, but instead a look of confusion. Her eyes were vacant and murky, her face expressionless, with a clear bite mark on her cheek, a large piece of flesh turned outward like an extra mouth on her face. She had been infected and was likely in the process of transforming into a zombie, thus appearing dazed and non-aggressive. Bai-chin felt a flicker of sympathy, but then recalled the supervisor's actions, and the feeling quickly dissipated, replaced by a vengeful satisfaction. At that moment he realized that in the face of such a life-threatening disaster, the ugliness of human nature was only just beginning to emerge. He turned and went back into the dormitory, telling He Xiqing and Zhou Feng what he had seen. Both applauded in delight. He Xiqing lay down again, looking exhausted, while Zhou Feng said he hadn't slept well and went back for a nap. Bai-chin checked his phone. Still no signal, no network, no new messages. His heart grew heavier, guessing that the situation outside was likely worse. The sudden power outage in the early morning had occurred abruptly, probably because the power station had been attacked. However, Bai-chin dared not share these speculations with the others, clinging to a sliver of hope. What if someone really returned to school tomorrow? The male dormitory fell into an eerie silence once more. If not for the sight of so many people on the balcony this morning, Bai-chin would have thought only the three of them remained alive in the entire building. On the female dormitory side, since the power outage, it had never been completely calm. Occasionally a desperate cry for help or some indistinct commotion could be heard. Bai Yi-chin was genuinely worried about them, especially recalling that Yi Ming, the study monitor of their class, hadn't gone home, either making him even more anxious. Yi Ming was slender and delicate, looking fragile. She was an excellent student, kind-hearted, and always ready to help others, getting along well with everyone. He wondered if she was scared or if she had already fallen victim to this disaster. Bai Yi-chin had no special feelings for Yi Ming, but the thought of such a refined, beautiful, and kind girl facing these ugly zombies and human nature made him feel a sense of disillusionment. At noon, He Xiqing and Zhou Feng woke up. The three found some food to share and then sat in a daze. Some were searching for a signal on their phones, others leaning against the bed in boredom. Bai Yi-chin went to the balcony and saw that under the gentle midday sun the zombies seemed to have lost their vitality, all huddled in the shadows, standing still. Only when the wind rattled a discarded can did a few zombies stagger over, but they quickly retreated into the shadows. Were the zombies afraid of sunlight? Bai Yi-chin looked into the distance. Indeed, all the zombies had stopped moving. However, the zombies in the dormitory corridor occasionally became agitated, letting out a roar or randomly banging on a door. Bai Yi-chin was about to tell Zhou Feng and the others about this discovery when he suddenly heard a faint cry for help from downstairs. Thinking he might have misheard, he leaned over the balcony to confirm. Yes, someone was calling for help, but their voice was already weak and feeble. Who's calling for help? Bai Yi-chin asked in a volume loud enough for the person to hear, but not attract too much attention. A voice answered intermittently from below. I'm a freshman. Yi Xian from room 114. 114 was the room directly below 214, wasn't it? Bai Yi-chin strained to look down, but only saw the balcony edge of the floor below. He immediately asked, Yi Xian, what trouble are you in? My name is Yi Xian. Came a somewhat helpless reply from below. There's a zombie in my dorm. I've been trapped on the balcony for a day and a half. Alright, Yi Xian, I'll find a rope to lower some food to you. Hold on one more day, maybe you'll be saved tomorrow. A sigh came from below. Food. Probably want help. It's the cold. I'm already frozen stiff, and the balcony door won't hold much longer. I just want someone to talk to. The voice gradually faded. Bai Yi-chin called out a few times, but received no response and anxiety gripped him. He Xiqing heard the commotion and came out to ask. Bai Yi-chin explained the situation, saying he planned to go downstairs to check. This student hasn't been infected. We can't let a living person starve or freeze to death right before our eyes. As Bai Yi-chin spoke, he searched for a rope in the dormitory. To reach the room below, it was too risky to take the stairs. The dozens of zombies in the corridor would be a nightmare. The quickest way was to lower himself with a rope. Seeing Bai Yi-chin looking for a rope, He Xiqing took out the black backpack he had brought yesterday and rummaged through it, pulling out a coil of professional climbing rope. We parkour guys always have some rope on us, He Xiqing said, dusting off his hands. Bai Yi-chin nodded and asked He Xiqing to help secure the rope so he could descend to check on the room below. He Xiqing thought for a moment and said, how about I go? I can just slide down the drain pipe outside the wall and be back in 2 minutes. Bai Yi-chin shook his head and gestured for He Xiqing to look below. Several zombies had gathered right under their dormitory, pressing against the outer side of the balcony of room 114, which Bai Yi-chin intended to reach. The male dormitory building had no security bars on the windows, but the first-floor balcony was built higher than usual. However, if someone stood on the first-floor balcony, now they would be face-to-face with the zombies outside. Fortunately, the zombies couldn't perform such complex moves as climbing, or else the entire first floor would have been overrun before Yi Xian even cried for help. The situation down there isn't good. Since I want to save him, I won't let you take the risk, Bai Yi-chin said to He Xiqing. But you're definitely not as agile as I am. I've trained, He Xiqing replied. Bai Yi-chin smiled, though his heart was tense, and he doubted whether he would end up falling into the zombie horde. Still, he said, I've trained too. At that moment, Zhou Feng walked over and patted He Xiqing on the shoulder. Old, he don't underestimate my bro Chun. Ask anyone in No. 1 high school. Who doesn't know the name of Chun from class 4, grade 12? He can pluck the moon from the sky, catch turtles in the 5 seas, and cut a fart with a knife. Today he'll show you a thing or two. Under the cover of He Xiqing and Zhou Feng, Bai Yi-chin grabbed the rope and slowly slid down toward room 1. Although he usually enjoyed keeping fit, he had never attempted such a difficult maneuver. Fine beads of sweat gradually formed on Bai Yi-chin's forehead. Glancing down, he saw several zombies gathered below, motionless like elderly women cracking sunflower seeds at the village entrance. If he were to slip and fall now, it would be like delivering a takeout meal directly to the zombies. Bai Yi-chin shut his eyes and steeled himself, sliding down about a meter. His toes were now nearly touching the head of the tallest zombie below, and the pungent stench of decay hit him with an unparalleled force. Fortunately, Bai Yi-chin's movements were swift and silent. The zombies remained in place, looking dazed, posing no immediate danger. Now Bai Yi-chin could see inside balcony 114. A thin young man lay fully clothed on the cold floor, his face pale and lips purple, seemingly unconscious. Inside the dorm behind him, 2 zombies wandered occasionally, emitting a chilling clatter. Only a glass door separated the young man from the two zombies inside the dorm, and it already had visible cracks. No wonder he had told Bai Chen that the balcony door was about to give way. In this situation, if the zombies noticed the person on the balcony, a single push would shatter the glass door into pieces. Xin, Bai Chen called out in a low voice. Xin did not respond, but the zombies below suddenly lifted their heads, staring at Bai Chen with twisted expressions, their faces full of eager anticipation, as if saying, "You're here, buddy." One zombie even opened its mouth as if expecting Bai Chen to fall directly into it. "What a nuisance," Bai Chen muttered under his breath. With a forceful swing, he launched himself into the balcony, landing steadily beside Xin. The zombies outside the balcony, seeing the heavenly delicacy evade their grasp, surged forward tightly, surrounding the balcony. Several grayish rotting hands reached in from outside, clawing wildly. Ignoring them, Bai Chen crouched down to check on Xin. Seeing that Yi Xin's chest was still faintly rising and falling, his breathing very weak, Bai Chen breathed a sigh of relief. At least he was alive. Xin, can you hear me?" Bai Chen called softly. Yi Xin's fingers twitched, but his eyes remained closed. Determining that Xin wasn't completely unconscious, Bai Chen had an idea. He hoisted Xin onto his back, told him to hold tight, and fearing he might lose his grip in his drowsy state, tied him securely with a rope. Just then, the two zombies wandering inside the dorm finally noticed the living person on the balcony. They lunged forward like hungry tigers, completely ignoring the glass door. Crash! The glass door shattered with shards embedding into the zombies' foreheads and faces. Yet no blood flowed from their hideous visages, and they felt no pain, charging straight at Bai Chen. "Roar! Brother Chen, what's going on?" Zhou Feng called out from the second-floor balcony, forgetting to keep his voice down. Receiving no answer, Zhou Feng and He Xiqing craned their necks to look outside, but saw nothing, breaking out in a cold sweat from anxiety. He Xiqing even leaned half her body out, wishing she could jump down to investigate. Carrying Xin, Bai Chen's movements were noticeably slower. Yet he still easily dodged the two zombies charging at him. But the balcony was too cramped. Dodging one attack didn't guarantee success against the next. Facing zombies wasn't like fighting humans. If his opponents were two normal people, Bai Chen wouldn't be worried. Taking down two high schoolers in a fight was a piece of cake for him. But zombies were different. Any contact with a zombie risked infection. How could a fight avoid physical contact? There was only one solution now. The best strategy was to flee. Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Chen leaped up, grabbed the rope he had descended on, and swung himself out of the balcony with all his might. The hanging rope snapped taut, instantly flinging Bai Chen outward and cutting into his hands. More terrifyingly, the zombies waiting outside the balcony erupted into frantic excitement, roaring continuously. One of Bai Chen's feet was grabbed almost instantly. As the zombie began to bring it toward its mouth, Bai Chen kicked with all his strength, sending the zombie tumbling and losing one of his shoes in the process. Now his bare sockless foot was even more vulnerable. Even if not bitten, a scratch from a zombie's hand could create a wound directly infecting him. Bai Chen regretted not wearing socks earlier. At least they would have provided an extra layer of protection. Seeing the zombies reaching up and clawing at the air, Bai Chen strained to pull his leg back. But blood oozed from the wounds on his hands, making it hard to grip the rope. His body slowly slid downward, on the verge of falling into the zombie horde. Was this the end? No, I won't give up so easily. Bai Chen's eyes reddened. Ignoring the searing pain in his palms, he gripped the rope tightly and climbed upward, shouting, "Pull me up." He Xiqing, who had been watching from above, saw this. She immediately pulled the rope, with Zhou Feng quickly joining in. Feeling the rope rise, Bai Chen slowly exhaled. From the moment the two zombies from dorm 114 burst through the door to Bai Chen being pulled back upstairs, only a dozen or so seconds had passed, yet he had brushed past death several times. Sitting on the ground, Bai Chen felt his muscles ache all over. He couldn't imagine what would have happened if he had slipped and fallen. Without the help of He Xiqing and Zhou Feng, he would never have escaped unscathed, let alone saved someone. A sense of pride swelled in Bai Chen's heart for having rescued someone, but it was followed by a chill down his spine. He had come so close to dying. Xin had been settled into a bed by Zhou Feng, but his body was still frozen stiff and hadn't recovered. Zhou Feng added an extra blanket, but Xin threw it off, mumbling "hot," though his body was ice cold. "This is hypothermia," Bai Chen said. He was on the balcony for too long and lost a lot of body heat. If we don't take emergency measures, soon even the gods might not be able to save him. "What should we do now?" Zhou Feng asked. "Give him warm water," He Xiqing replied. "I think I read about hypothermia somewhere. A group of hikers got it from a sudden drop in temperature, and none of them survived. If they had had just a little more heat, things wouldn't have ended that way." "Right," Bai Chen directed. "I saw a pack of sugar cubes in Lu Ba's cabinet earlier. Zhou Feng, go get some, dissolve them in warm water, and give it to Xin to drink." Zhou Feng scurried off to get the sugar, put it in a cup, filled it with hot water from the thermos, and patiently fed it to Xin. After a few minutes, Xin slowly opened his eyes. "Is this heaven? It doesn't look much different from our dorm," Xin murmured to himself. Compared to your previous situation, this really is heaven, He Xiqing replied. Zhou Feng embellished the scene of Bai Yichen's rescue for Yi Xian, who expressed endless gratitude. He Xiqing also seized the opportunity to ask Bai Yichen how he felt about saving someone. After all, they were all passionate teenagers in their teens, and having done something as unimaginable as saving a life in peril, everyone was still very excited. Bai Yichen did not answer He Xiqing's question. Instead, he pointed to his bare feet and said, I have only one piece of advice for everyone: always wear socks. Yi Xian looked at Bai Yichen's sockless feet and immediately understood how anxious he must have been to save him. Moved nearly to tears, he kept saying that his life was Bai Yichen's to take whenever he wanted, completely embodying the demeanor of a melodramatic youth. He kept calling out, Brother Chen, from now on you're my real brother. It's nothing. I just feel bad about my shoes. I've only worn them a few times. I spent a good few hundred on them, Bai Yichen said with some regret. Your shoe size looks the same as mine. He Xiqing suddenly grabbed his black backpack, rummaged inside quickly with one hand, and held up a new pair of shoes with the tags still on, offering them to Bai Yichen. Bought them new, never worn. They're yours. Bai Yichen was utterly astonished. It wasn't that He Xiqing had casually given him a limited edition pair of sneakers worth several thousand, but rather how his black backpack could hold so many things. And why, while fleeing for his life, did he still carry so much random stuff on him? Are all you rich people's backpacks this spacious? Can you tell me what else you can pull out of there? Nothing else, nothing at all, He Xiqing said, then casually pulled out a pair of good-looking new socks and tossed them to Bai Yichen. While trying on the new shoes, Bai Yichen asked Yi Xian what had happened and why he had been trapped on the balcony frozen like that. Don't even get me started on how unlucky I am, Yi Xian sighed. Yesterday morning my sister called and said she had bought some food to bring over, telling me to get up and meet her at our dormitory gate. But just as I stepped onto the balcony to brush my teeth, for some reason my two roommates suddenly started making strange noises. Then, like madmen, they began biting each other. I wanted to break it up, but seeing their expressions, something seemed off, so I didn't dare go in. Then strange sounds started coming from the courtyard outside. I looked over the balcony and saw several people outside, just like my roommates, constantly biting each other. I was terrified, so I just passed out. Yi Xian was only 15. Although a boy suddenly seeing his classmates going mad and attacking each other was understandably overwhelming, causing him to faint. Even an adult faced with such a frenzied sight might find it hard to bear. When I woke up, it was already noon. Everyone had inexplicably turned into zombies. Luckily, the glass door to the balcony was closed when I passed out, or my two roommates would have torn me to pieces long ago. I've been trapped on the balcony ever since, cold and hungry. Especially last night. I didn't close my eyes once, afraid I'd freeze to death if I fell asleep. Indeed, it was January, the coldest time of the year. One could only wonder what conviction had carried him through that long, endless night. So you haven't eaten anything in over a day? Bai Yichen asked. Yi Xian smiled and scratched his head. To be precise, the last time I ate was last year. On second thought, Yi Xian was absolutely right. The day before yesterday was indeed last year. Bai Yichen quickly got up to find something warm for Yi Xian to eat, which essentially meant instant noodles. But then he discovered the thermos in the dorm wasn't insulated and the water had gone cold. Bai Yichen simply grabbed a self-heating hot pot that He Xiqing had brought. Let's treat today like New Year's. Right. Saving a life is a greater merit than building a 70-year pagoda. Let's celebrate. Zhou Feng immediately gathered around, nearly drooling. Let's all have this tonight. You wish. Yi Xian needs the calories. You can eat dry instant noodles, He Xiqing said, shoving Zhou Feng away. Yi Xian, moved by their warmth, began weeping again, declaring that his life was theirs to take whenever they wished. After nearly 2 days of hunger, he devoured the self-heating hot pot, like Zhu Beiji eating ginseng fruit, draining even the last drops of broth. Once Yi Xian was full and satisfied, Bai Yichen began his questioning. So you're saying the zombies appeared suddenly? That some people just turned into zombies randomly? Yi Xian thought for a moment, then nodded emphatically. Yes, it was random. So normal people just transformed into zombies out of the blue. You said your sister called you, which is why you got up. That means before you passed out your phone had signal and internet. Bai Yichen continued. Did you have internet when you woke up? When I woke up, my phone had no internet. I don't know about before I passed out, but my sister called me yesterday morning, and just a few minutes later the zombies appeared. I figure the phone's signal and internet went out around then too. Bai Yichen calculated the approximate time Yi Xian had been unconscious, which matched what he had seen on his phone when he woke up yesterday morning. So it seemed the zombie outbreak had occurred randomly in an instant, and the phones had lost signal at that same moment. As for anything else, they knew nothing more. Seeing how exhausted Yi Xian was, Bai Yichen didn't press further. He advised him to get a good rest and recover his strength. While Yi Xian slept, everyone remained quiet. Bai Yichen knew they were all secretly hoping for tomorrow, when perhaps they might all be saved. To ensure a good night watch, Bai Yichen also took a nap. When he woke, it was already dusk. Yi Xian was still asleep, and everyone deliberately refrained from waking him. After sharing some food, they silently washed up and lay down. Zhou Feng was reading an ebook he had downloaded earlier on his phone, while He Seeching watched some movies stored on his computer. The zombies began to stir again. Downstairs, the dragging, heavy footsteps of zombies could be heard pacing, and the ones in the hallway started howling, occasionally banging on dormitory doors. Presumably, there were still living people in those rooms. Bai Chen took a careful look at the girls' dormitory. It was completely silent now, with no sound at all. As darkness fell with the power outage, the entire campus was plunged into an impenetrable blackness, so dark one couldn't see their hand in front of their face. That night, there were no stars or moon. Only the mournful howl of the wind and the roars of zombies. In the boundless dark, these sounds seemed to whisper right by one's ear. For Bai Chen, this night stretched on interminably, as if ferocious beasts lurked within the darkness, poised to strike at any moment. Zhou Feng and He Seeching also seemed restless in their slumber. Bai Chen heard them tossing and turning, murmuring in their dreams several times. Only Yi Xian slept deeply, his breathing steady. On the third day since the zombies emerged, the dawn broke amid their anxiety and anticipation. As soon as the sky lightened, Zhou Feng and He Seeching rose in unison, dressed, and stood on the balcony, their gazes fixed on the school gate. Though they remained silent, Bai Chen understood they were hoping for someone to return to campus bearing good news. Even if someone does come back, no one would arrive this early. The earliest would be noon, Bai Chen comforted them. I'm going to rest. Call me if anything happens. Bai Chen lay back on the bed, forcing himself not to dwell on the future. Soon he fell asleep. When he awoke, it was already past 2 in the afternoon, and an eerie silence filled the dormitory. He Seeching and Yi Xian sat on the edges of their beds, brows furrowed, eyes vacant. Zhou Feng remained on the balcony, still peering with longing, frozen in the same posture as when Bai Chen had fallen asleep, as if he hadn't moved at all. A realization dawned on Bai Chen: no one had returned. His mind immediately began planning how to survive. They could no longer rely on external help. Everything depended on themselves. Bai Chen scanned the dormitory, assessing the value and utility of every item and pondering what each of the 4 could contribute to sustain their team. Yes, from this moment on they were no longer individuals, but a team. Seeing their despondent expressions, Bai Chen couldn't bear to tell them that they were now entirely on their own. After all, just 3 days ago they were carefree youths with parents and teachers bearing all burdens. To put it bluntly, they were all hothouse flowers. Now abruptly they had to fend for themselves, with the possibility that their loved ones were gone and their own lives hung in the balance. Every day ahead would be a frantic struggle for a mouthful of food, a sip of water, a good night's sleep, just to survive one more hour. Did they truly have the courage to face such a life? Bai Chen didn't know. But he was determined to do his utmost to ensure they all survived and lived with some peace of mind. Zhou Feng, come inside and rest. It's still early, maybe everyone's returning late today. He couldn't meet their eyes as he spoke. Only Yi Xian took Bai Chen's words at face value. Right? It's New Year's, that's normal for everyone to want to stay home a bit longer. Zhou Feng shuffled back inside, unable to hide his disappointment. He Seeching wore the same expression. Silence like a stagnant lake engulfed the 4 in the dormitory. By 6:30 in the evening, when evening self-study would normally begin, no one had returned. The sun set, and the zombies on campus began to prowl again, chasing after sounds. I wonder how my family is doing, Yi Xian murmured. And my sister. So the whole city has fallen? Zhou Feng asked. Maybe not just the city. Perhaps the entire province, or the whole country, the whole world has fallen, He Seeching replied. Their hearts sank, enveloped by a drifting fear and a sense of utter abandonment. To make matters worse, the water supply suddenly cut off. Though Bai Chen had filled every available container with water each morning, it was an irreplaceable resource. Even without washing faces or brushing teeth, their supply would last at most a week. Food was also running out quickly, especially with Yi Xian, a growing boy among them. The remaining provisions would barely stretch 3 to 5 days. At best 3 days, at worst 5, and they would face starvation. They had clung to the hope that someone would rescue them. Schools were supposed to be priority in major disasters. But 3 days had passed without a single rescuer, or even a living soul from outside. Now self-rescue was their only path to survival, otherwise death awaited. The zombies in the corridor stirred again, crashing against the dormitory door with a bang, turning Yi Xin's face pale. Faintly they could hear desperate cries from upstairs, as if a dormitory had finally been breached. But soon the cries fell silent. Whether the victims were saved by another room or devoured by zombies, they didn't know. Seeing everyone unsettled, Bai Chen knew they needed a pillar, someone to guide them. Though no one had said it outright, Bai Chen could sense that they all trusted him implicitly. Whatever he said, they followed without question. Since things are as they are, we can't give up on ourselves, he said. Clearing his throat, he spoke in a steady voice. You've all seen what's happened these past days. Waiting for rescue is futile. The only way is to save ourselves. But how, Zhou Feng asked. Find a way to survive, and strive to live well. Search for water and food. No matter what, never give up on life. We don't yet know what's become of our families and friends. If we can save ourselves, we might see them again. Maybe even save them. Chinga, tell us what to do, and it'll follow. He Seeching rubbed his hands together, moving closer. I saw how you saved Yi Xian yesterday. You're capable and sharp. I'm all brawn and no brains. I'll entrust my life to you. And old Joe's too. I'm deciding for him. But he's less brawny and even more brainless, so don't be picky. Joe Fong. Joe Fong. Chinga, we've known each other for ages. I've always been your loyal follower. The future's in your hands. Say east and I won't go west. Xin, seeing the others pledge, quickly added, Chinga, I'll listen to you too. Good. Since you're all willing to follow me, let me share my thoughts, Bai Chen said, rising to his feet. A confident, powerful aura emanated from him, filling the other three with genuine reassurance. From my observations over the past 2 days, these zombies are significantly less active during daylight and less strongly stimulated by sound or the smell of blood. So if we run out of food, we could use a diversion on a sunny day, rappel down from the balcony with a rope and scavenge from the convenience store outside. When Bai Chen mentioned going out to find food, everyone's expressions shifted. Although they verbally accepted Bai Chen's notion of self-rescue, this self-rescue did not include leaving the dormitory. They had already seen enough of the outside situation from the balcony. Now this dormitory was their cozy haven. No one had thought of leaving to find food. Even the mere thought of going out made Xin start trembling. Last night, he slept very soundly. After that night on the balcony, he felt an unprecedented sense of security. He even regarded room 214 as his fortress. But when Bai Chen abruptly mentioned going out for food, it was as if his dream had been shattered in an instant. Bai Chen sensed everyone's unease and knew that this matter had to be approached gradually. Therefore he said, this is just a preliminary plan for now. We'll refine it slowly later. We still have enough food for a few days, so don't worry for now. They'll observe for a few more days. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Anyway, when food runs out, a sense of crisis will naturally arise, and they will slowly convince themselves to go out for food. Bai Chen was not worried about that. Everything requires an acceptance process. Not everyone is clear-headed from the start. Everyone shared some food in the dark, and then went to bed hastily. Compared to the tranquility of room 214, other dormitories with survivors were far from calm. Many had held on to the hope that someone would return to campus to rescue them today, but now it was completely dark and the imagined rescuers had not come. Finally, everyone lost their composure and broke down. The outside must be even worse than us. We're doomed. Who has food? I haven't eaten anything for 2 days. I haven't eaten for 3 days. Is there anyone who can save me? There are several zombies at my door, and it's about to give way. Apart from these shouts, some people even opened their doors and rushed into the corridor to fight the zombies, but soon fell silent, presumably becoming part of the zombie horde. These sounds repeatedly jarred the nerves of everyone in room 214. The most terrifying part was that everyone heard from a dormitory right next to room 214, a sudden scream followed by someone jumping from the second floor. However, this person was not as lucky as the previous jumper. He did not die instantly. Everyone could hear his desperate, prolonged moans and curses, and eventually, he even began to beg for help. Bai Chen knew the reason for his pleas. He was surrounded by zombies downstairs, and while he was still alive, they had begun to devour him. He could clearly hear the sound of his bones being bitten and crushed, and the tearing of his muscles. All of this was tormenting him. A person who had been determined to die. What kind of pain and desperation would drive him to beg for help while approaching death? The air in the dormitory clearly grew tense. Bai Chen knew that someone needed to calm everyone's minds at this moment, so he immediately said, "You will never do that, nor will you end up in such a situation. Since I promised to lead you to survive, I will definitely keep that promise. Everyone sleep peacefully. Let's deal with any danger when it comes." As soon as Bai Chen finished speaking, someone let out a long sigh of relief. The next day when they woke up, no one ever mentioned the events of the night. The courtyard downstairs was also spotless. All the flesh and blood corpses had been devoured by the zombies without a trace. However, the stench of decay in the air had grown even stronger. From that day on, Bai Chen meticulously divided the daily food and water into equal portions. In order to delay the need to go out for food, each person's daily ration was just enough to keep them from starving, but not enough to fill them. Even so, after 3 or 4 days, everyone clearly felt that if they didn't go out to find food, they would truly die here. During these days, events in the boys' dormitory were countless and heart-stopping. Almost every day someone would rush out of the dormitory like a madman, letting the zombies tear them apart. Others would curse and cry loudly in their rooms, only to have the zombies break through the door and quickly end their lives. The most astonishing thing was that one afternoon a sudden battle cry rang out from the third-floor corridor, followed by the clashing sounds of a fight. Before long, the shouts came down the stairs, and a dormitory near the stairwell on the second floor opened its door, with someone joining the fray. Soon 6 people rushed out of the dormitory building. They were all dressed thickly with their sleeves and trouser legs taped shut, much like the dormitory caretaker from before. However, the weapons in their hands were mere short fruit knives or thin steel pipes taken from bunk beds. They charged at the zombies, stabbing and thrusting wildly, which looked quite valiant, but in reality the effect on the zombies was almost negligible. "Charge everyone. The convenience store is just outside. Food and drinks are there for the taking," the leader shouted loudly. The 5 followers were inspired, brandishing their unwieldy weapons with vigor. Rarely many people stuck their heads out of the dormitory balconies to watch, their eyes filled with envy. After all, there was a real possibility that these 6 could successfully break out. If they actually reached the convenience store outside, they would have no worries about food and drink, and their chances of survival would be far greater than staying in the dormitory. The members of room 214 were also watching from the balcony. Zhou Feng couldn't help but say, "Brother Chen, why don't we charge out with them? There's strength in numbers, and they seem pretty capable." Bai Yichen flatly vetoed the idea. "Not a good idea. They don't conserve their energy, they'll soon be exhausted. Moreover, they don't use strategy. I don't have high hopes for them." In the end, Bai Yichen sighed, looking quite regretful. Sure enough, not long after Bai Yichen's words, Zhou Feng noticed that the group was gradually losing stamina. Yet they hadn't even made it out of the boys' dormitory courtyard, let alone to the convenience store between the boys' and girls' dormitories. Meanwhile, the zombies in the courtyard and inside the dormitory building, hearing the commotion, all converged to surround them. "Retreat. Quickly go back the way you came." Zhou Feng couldn't help shouting. The people downstairs looked up at Zhou Feng with a grateful glance. "We have no way back," they said, and even smiled. It was then that everyone realized that each of them was almost wounded, their clothes torn to shreds by the zombies. The exposed skin bore either claw marks or teeth marks. Even if they could retreat back into the dormitory at this moment, none of them could escape the fate of being infected. Soon the 6 were overwhelmed by the zombie horde. Bai Yichen couldn't bear to watch any longer and left the balcony. Zhou Feng and the others, dejected, followed him back into the dormitory. "About what just happened, do you have anything to say?" Bai Yichen scanned the room, then finally sat down on a chair. He wanted to mitigate the shadow that the recent event had cast over everyone's hearts, and also to encourage them to live positively. "If you're not talking, then let me share what I observed." Bai Yichen straightened up, exuding a leader's demeanor. "Those 6 just now. If they had been well prepared and coordinated, they could have actually broken out. As you must have noticed, they made a great deal of noise when they rushed out of the building. These zombies are inherently sensitive to sound, and their blatant disregard for that was their first mistake." Bai Yichen analyzed. "Of course it's understandable. After all, at such a time many people are terrified out of their wits. Shouting and screaming can bolster one's courage. Their second mistake was that they never truly considered how to deal with the zombies. The way they fought the zombies downstairs was no different from an ordinary brawl. Little did they know that zombies are no longer of the same species as humans. If you punch a person, they might feel pain or even faint. But a zombie, even if you break your fist on it, it might not feel a thing." Exactly, Zhou Feng interjected. "I saw someone stab a zombie's chest so many times with a fruit knife it looked like a sieve, but the zombie didn't even step back." Bai Yichen nodded and continued, "There is a surefire way to kill a zombie: destroy its brain. You've all seen zombie movies, right? When people kill zombies, they either chop off the head or shoot it in the head. But even if you cut off the head, it can still move and bite. Only by completely destroying the brain can a zombie be truly killed. Brother Chin, we have no way to shoot them in the head. We don't have guns, and zombie skulls are so hard," Hisichin questioned. "The weakest point on the skull is the eye socket. If you pierce through the eye socket with a sharp object, you can directly destroy the zombie's brain. It's convenient, effortless, and doesn't require large weapons. Just a dagger, a piece of rebar, or a sturdy sharp stick will do." Bai Yichen's gaze lingered on Zhou Feng's bunk bed. That nearly broken steel pipe on the bed is perfect. Good length and thickness, and with that sharp broken end, it's a killing tool. Everyone's eyes shifted to Zhou Feng's bunk bed, now tinged with longing. Zhou Feng lunged onto the bed, shouting, "No, you can't take my bed," as he snapped the steel pipe off with one hand. "This one's mine." Zhou Feng hugged the pipe to his chest, and even pretended to kiss it. Their third mistake was the timing of their rush out. Bai Yichen continued his analysis. "We've all noticed these days that zombies are least active during the hottest part of noon. Yesterday, I even tried tossing an empty can into the yard downstairs at noon. At that time, all 5 zombies under the wall detected the noise. 3 only twitched without moving. 2 moved toward the can, but only 1 actually reached it. The other took just a few steps before retreating into the shadows. If they had chosen to break out at noon today, they wouldn't have faced such a horde's assault, and might have had a chance to survive. The afternoon is when zombie activity begins to revive. Haven't they observed this at all over the past few days? If they had avoided these 3 mistakes, I think they might already be sitting in the convenience store eating what they wanted." Bai Yichen finished his analysis in one breath and fell silent. But it was clear that his analysis earned sincere admiration from Zhou Feng and the others, and it suddenly made them feel that going out for food wasn't so terrifying. As long as they used their heads, difficult tasks could become easy. "So, Brother Chun, I think if we plan carefully, we should be able to reach the convenience store safely," Zhou Feng said, brimming with confidence as he clutched the steel pipe. "Right, with brains and teamwork, our success rate is bound to be 100%. Hisichin chimed in. Everyone's spirits were high, no longer trembling at the thought of searching for food. Bai Yichen knew it was time to reveal his plan, so he seized the moment to lay it out. "Our food will last at most 3 more days, so I think it's time to find supplies. My plan is for all 4 of us to relocate. Don't stay in the dormitory waiting. Water is inconvenient here, and we can't fetch water from outside and haul it all the way upstairs. Besides, the dormitory door has been shaky these days and isn't suitable for defense. Take a look at this. Bai Chen pulled out a hand-drawn map of the school he had sketched from memory. After we rappelled down from the dormitory, we'll dash straight out of the yard toward the convenience store. If we encounter danger on the way, we'll take shelter in that abandoned phone booth. Although it's made of glass, it's reinforced explosion-proof glass. Once we shut the door, the zombies won't break in for a while, giving us time to think of a countermeasure. On the route from the male dormitory to the convenience store, there was an old abandoned phone booth from years ago. Nowadays, everyone has a mobile phone, so no one uses card-operated phones. If we have a clear path, 3 scenarios await us at the store. 1, we can't open the store's door. 2, we enter but the store is overrun by zombies. Zhou Feng quickly asked, Brother Chen, what's 3? 3, we get incredibly lucky. The door is open and there are no zombies inside. Then the store becomes our new base. But we must be prepared for scenario 1, as it's the most likely. After all, it was the New Year holiday a few days ago, so the store owner might have locked up and gone home for the holiday, Bai Chen said. Just then Yi Xian, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. Brother Chen, I can solve problem 1. When I was a kid, my favorite thing was picking locks, so I practiced a bit. As long as it's not a super tricky security door, I can open almost any common lock within a minute. Instantly everyone looked at Yi Xian with newfound respect. Good lad, I didn't save your life for nothing that day, He Xiqing said, patting Yi Xian on the shoulder. Bai Chen also showed rare approval. Since Yi Xian can handle the lock, the hardest problem we face is what to do if the store is occupied by zombies. Bai Chen's finger traced the hand-drawn map, slowly moving from the store's location forward. We won't be that unlucky, right? Zhou Feng asked. It's not about luck. It's a matter of probability. There's a chance we'll encounter this, so we must consider a solution. We can't gamble, everyone's lives on probability. Of course, I hope this solution turns out to be unnecessary. But we cannot afford to have no fallback plan. Bai Chen's fingers slowly moved to the 4 characters girls' dormitory. Zhou Feng, do you remember what we talked about on the first day? Let me think. The first day. Chen Gu, you said that girls are essentially hamsters. Zhou Feng nearly jumped with excitement. So we're going to the girls' dormitory. Yes. This time our primary target is the convenience store. If we encounter the second scenario there, none of us need to hesitate. Head straight for the girls' dormitory. There's a high probability that the girls' dormitory has food. What Bai Chen didn't say was that even if the second scenario were ruled out, he still wanted to go to the girls' dormitory. He was constantly worried about the class representative Yi Meng, someone so kind-hearted that Bai Chen felt she couldn't have met with disaster. He wanted to save her. Chen Gu, what if we can't get into the girls' dormitory? Asked He Xiqing. Next to the girls' dormitory is the teaching building, and further ahead is the school cafeteria. If we can't get in there, there are staff dormitories behind the cafeteria. Worst case, we can leave the school. Don't worry, there's always a way forward. They'll do my utmost to ensure everyone's. Bai Chen put away the hand-drawn map and continued, now that we know how to deal with zombies and how to avoid attracting their attention, any enclosed space outside can serve as our stronghold. There's nothing to fear. Yeah, think about it. In a few days the dormitory will be out of water and food. What difference does it make where we are? Taking a gamble might even turn things around. He Xiqing chimed in. Right? If all else fails, we can go straight to my place. My villa is more than enough to accommodate all of us. I remember a couple of years ago my dad got obsessed with some doomsday theories and stored a lot of compressed rations and canned food in the basement. That stuff has a shelf life of several years, I heard. We'll just stay in the villa, eat well, and wait for humanity to finally defeat the zombies and rescue us. As Zhou Feng spoke, he clutched his steel pipe tightly. Yi Xian rolled his eyes at him. Those compressed rations and canned goods you mentioned have a shelf life of at least 10 years. You rich folks are way too extravagant. After spending a few days together, Yi Xian had come to understand just how ridiculously wealthy Zhou Feng and He Xiqing were. He Xiqing casually gifted someone a pair of limited edition sneakers without batting an eye, and Zhou Feng's villa had multiple floors, unoccupied, yet still with a Livian housekeeper to maintain the furniture and appliances. However, Zhou Feng's words sparked a new idea in Bai Chen's mind. At school, neither the convenience store nor the girls' dormitory offered a long-term solution. Zhou Feng's home, on the other hand, truly had the ideal conditions for settling everyone down for an extended period. First, the villa area had very few people, meaning fewer zombies. Second, there were stockpiled supplies at Zhou Feng's place, making things much easier for everyone. Even if they needed to go out for food, there was a large shopping mall and retail center nearby, conveniently located within the villa complex. Furthermore, the villa area was only a few kilometers from the school, not too far, so the journey from school wasn't too difficult. Of course, all these plans required taking the first step. Regardless, the immediate priority was to leave the dormitory building. Chen Gu, I've figured out how we can succeed. We need to be quiet. No matter what happens, we can't scream like that group did today. That's just telling the zombies come and get it, dinner's ready. If we face a zombie, heat and stab it straight in the eye socket. If we can't overpower it, run. Never fight a losing battle. Find a place to hide and adapt on the fly. Zhou Feng summarized. You finally caught on. Bai Yichen wore a paternal expression, which Zhou Feng pretended not to see. So we move at noon tomorrow. I can't stand surviving on just this little food every day. He Xiqing was also eager, his eyes lingering on Zhou Feng's bunk bed. Not necessarily tomorrow noon. Bai Yichen shook his head. Then the day after tomorrow noon. Zhou Feng ventured. Bai Yichen continued shaking his head. Then the day after that. He'll probably starve to death by then. Chenggu, can you bear to watch me die of hunger? He Xiqing directly hugged Bai Yichen's leg. A few days ago these guys were desperately avoiding leaving the dormitory, and now they were crying out to charge out and fight. Probably tomorrow, but the exact time isn't set yet. Just be ready to go at a moment's notice, Bai Yichen replied. I also want to ask if anyone else in the dorm building wants to come with us. Everyone must be running out of food. I just counted the onlookers. There are about a dozen left. I remember there were over 20 that day. Why bother bringing them along? Zhou Feng was displeased. No one can care about anyone else now. I'm not forcing anyone. They'll just shout when we leave, and anyone willing to come can join, Bai Yichen said, then walked to the balcony and called out surviving classmates were planning to leave the dormitory soon. There are 4 of us, and we're fairly capable in a fight. If you want to leave with us, you are welcome to join. He'll announce again when we depart. If you intend to come, be prepared to leave at any time. Bai Yichen's shout drove the zombies below wild. They circled around, unable to locate the source of the sound, howling in frustration. Without waiting for a response, he returned to the dormitory. Chenggu, when exactly are we leaving? Give us a definite time. Zhou Feng was practically bursting with impatience. You'll wait, Bai Yichen said. Wait for what? For a signal. What signal? A signal from the heavens. Zhou Feng was completely baffled and stopped pressing for answers. Nevertheless, everyone packed up overnight, and except for Bai Yichen, each person unscrewed a steel pipe from Zhou Feng's bunk bed, deliberately sharpening one end. Bai Yichen wanted to tell them that the group in the yard below had left behind so many weapons. Why not just pick one rather than make their own? But seeing their enthusiasm comparing whose pipe was better and sharper, and even naming their pipes, Bai Yichen decided not to spoil their fun. As long as they were happy. The next morning, Bai Yichen woke up early and went to the balcony. The sky was gray. It seemed there would be no sun today. After a week of clear skies, the weather was finally changing. Satisfied, Bai Yichen returned to the dormitory and began distributing food. Zhou Feng, imitating Bai Yichen, went to the balcony to check the sky and returned with a gloomy face. It looks like rain, might even last for days. Heaven is trying to kill us. Bai Yichen ignored him and handed each person a portion of food. Everyone immediately noticed something was off. The portion was more than double the usual amount. This. Chenggu, are we not planning to live another day? He Xiqing stared at the canned luncheon meat in his hand, hesitant to eat, even though he had been longing for it for a long time. This is the last of our food. We're heading out soon. How can we have the strength if we don't eat enough? Bai Yichen ate, while watching the sky where clouds had turned black as ink ready to pour down. Heaven is about to send a signal, Bai Yichen murmured to himself. The group was utterly baffled by Bai Yichen's words. Without the sun today, they had lost the chance to leave at noon. So why did Bai Yichen seem so pleased? Could he have contacted some airborne unit to come and pick them up? What else could he be waiting for? Amid their confusion, they ate and drank their fill, then leaned idly against the windows. A light drizzle began to fall outside. Bai Yichen sprang to his feet, urging everyone to gather their belongings, and instructed He Xiqing to secure the rope, preparing to depart. By then the drizzle had intensified. Bai Yichen found the raincoats issued by the school for the New Year's Eve party in the cabinet, exactly 4 of them. After everyone had donned them, he walked to the balcony and called out, "We'll set off in 10 minutes. Any classmates who wish to join us, please get ready." He then glanced down at the courtyard below where several steel pipes and a dagger lay soaked in the rain, looking rather menacing. "They'll provide suitable weapons for everyone," he added. No one replied, though some heads poked out from balconies to watch, their expressions cold and seemingly mocking. 10 minutes passed quickly, and not a single soul from the other dorms chose to leave. Despite some having already run out of water and food, they still clung to the illusion that someone would come to rescue them. "Let's go. We can't worry about them anymore," Bai Yichen urged, then took the lead, grabbing the rope and sliding down toward the building. "Chenggu, why don't we wait until the weather clears up?" Zhou Feng asked, a hint of reluctance to leave the dormitory lingering in his voice. "This weather suits us better. Besides, the food is gone," Bai Yichen replied, sliding straight down into the courtyard. Scanning the area, Bai Yichen picked out a steel pipe of just the right length and sharpness from the pile, claiming it as his own. He then picked up the dagger, wiped it casually on his clothes, and stowed it in his backpack. Only then did he signal to those above that it was safe to come down. The moment He Xiqing saw Bai Yichen's signal, he didn't even bother with the rope. Instead, he shimmied down the building's drain pipe in a few swift, silent movements. Bai Yichen couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Next came Yi Xian, who despite his timid appearance slid down without so much as a frown. Zhou Feng, on the other hand, fumbled for ages before tiptoeing down. The moment he landed, he began looking around nervously, as if had stolen something. "Stop gawking. The rain messes with the zombies' hearing. They won't spot us that easily," Bai Yichen said. It was then that the group finally understood why Bai Yichen had chosen to lead them away in the rain. The downpour provided far better cover than sunlight ever could. Once He Xiqing had retrieved the rope, they formed a line by each end at the front, Zhou Feng, second Yi Xian close behind, and He Xiqing bringing up the rear. Each gripping a steel pipe, they made their way toward the courtyard gate. Chang'e, how about we give our squad a name? I'm thinking the Apocalypse Steel Pipe Escape Team. What do you think? Zhou Feng whispered as he tiptoed forward. You'll be the captain, I'll be the vice-captain, and well boss those two around. Bai Yichen ignored Zhou Feng. As they left the courtyard gate, he couldn't help but look back. On the dormitory building, over a dozen figures stood on the balconies, watching them disappear into the rain without making a sound. He remembered there had been over 20 people initially. He knew all too well why those others had vanished over the past few days. Today he had given them a chance to leave together, but they hadn't seized it. There was no one to blame but themselves. On the second-floor balcony, room 216 held a rigid figure. It was the dormitory supervisor, now turned infected, forever locked on that balcony. Who could have imagined that the place everyone once fought to get into had become their prison? On the glass of the reception room, the bloody handprints of the two boys who had been killed earlier still remained stark and vivid, with no telling when they might fade. As they stepped out of the boys' dormitory courtyard, Bai Yichen's nerves grew taut. The courtyard had been visible from the balcony, but he had no idea what lay beyond. The straight tree-lined path outside the dormitory was bare in winter, allowing a clear view of the distant abandoned phone booth, the corner of the small shop, and over a dozen zombies scattered under the trees. Bai Yichen couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. To reach the small shop, they had to take this path. Could they really get past these dozen or so zombies without alerting them? Behind him, He Xiqing and the others had involuntarily stopped, and Zhou Feng tugged at Bai Yichen's raincoat. Chang'e, our Apocalypse Steel Pipe Escape Squad isn't going to get wiped out after just a few steps, is it? It's fine, Bai Yichen said, forcing down his unease to reassure Zhou Feng. The rain covers our noise. We just need to move quietly. If anything happens, try not to make too much noise so we don't get swarmed by all of them at once. With our current gear, we can handle 3 or 4 attacking simultaneously. Remember, if you strike, aim for the eye sockets. Seeing the three nod in understanding, Bai Yichen moved forward. His hands gripped the steel pipe tightly, his eyes scanning the surroundings, maintaining a posture ready to strike at any moment as he headed swiftly toward the phone booth. After a dozen or so steps, they finally neared the first zombie. It wore the uniform of Anqing one high school, clearly a former schoolmate. This once familiar face now had dull gray eyes and reeked of decay, standing vacantly beneath a tree. Bai Yichen slowed his pace, minimizing any sound to avoid disturbing the zombie's stupor. This was the closest Zhou Feng and the others had ever been to a zombie, and they all gasped. Zhou Feng's grip on the steel pipe even began to tremble. Fortunately, the zombie seemed none too bright, and the group passed safely. But ahead, zombies appeared every few steps, forcing them to stay vigilant. They continued tiptoeing forward, gradually entering a section lined with zombies on both sides. Thankfully, the rain was loud enough that the zombies didn't notice them slowly passing through. Just as they were about to reach the phone booth, past which a right turn would lead to the small shop, Bai Yichen felt a surge of relief. But then out of the corner of his eye, he thought he saw a zombie move. He looked back and was terrified by what he saw. The zombies they had left behind had somehow followed, not in a charging frenzy, but in a slow, steady shuffle. Particularly alarming was that the two zombies behind He Xiqing, who brought up the rear, were nearly upon him, and he was completely unaware. Bai Yichen inwardly cried out, damn it, realizing that while the rain masked sounds, they were so close to the zombies, almost within arm's reach, that the scent of the living on their bodies couldn't be concealed. He guessed that the zombies hadn't immediately gone berserk and attacked because they hadn't bathed in ages, their stench masking the human odor further diluted by the rain. Thus the zombies, still sluggish in reaction, merely trailed behind them. But with the zombie behind about to press against He Xiqing's back, it was only a matter of time before it detected him as a living person, no matter how manly his scent. At such close range, body heat and a beating heart were impossible to hide. Bai Yichen signaled to Zhou Feng to keep moving forward while he gripped his steel pipe and went to warn He Xiqing from behind. Zhou Feng naturally looked back and was instantly terrified, his face turning ashen as he muttered a curse laden with profanity, involuntarily quickening his pace. He Xiqing saw Bai Yichen approaching and Zhou Feng acting strangely. Instead of speeding up, he suddenly stopped, opening his mouth to ask what was wrong. The zombie right behind him slammed into his back and opened its jaws to bite. Seeing Bai Yichen's face change color, He Xiqing knew instantly what had hit his back. Apart from their group of 4, the only living things outside were zombies. Quick-witted, he ducked down just as the zombie lunged, causing it to miss. But the zombie now realized it faced a living person, letting out a roar from its foul mouth before attacking He Xiqing again. Though He Xiqing dodged swiftly, it was pure reflex. As the zombie prepared to pounce, once more he forgot to use his steel pipe to defend himself. Fortunately, Bai Yichen arrived in time, thrusting his steel pipe straight into the zombie's eye socket. With a swift strike, the zombie collapsed lifeless. Bai Yichen withdrew the pipe, wiped it with a pre-prepared cloth, and urged He Xiqing to flee. At that moment, the dozen or so scattered zombies nearby were roused by the roar slowly converging on Bai Yi-chen's group, threatening to encircle them. Quick, head to the phone booth. Bai Yi-chen shouted, leading the charge toward the abandoned booth. He Siqing sprinted like the wind, reaching the front of the group. By the time they broke out of the semi-encirclement, he was already at the phone booth. But the sight inside nearly made him wet his pants. Inside the dilapidated booth, a pallid face pressed against the glass, its eyes fixed on He Siqing. Tangled black hair draped down, half covering its body. Holy crap! He Siqing yelled. There's a ghost here. Ghost my foot. Open the door so we can hide. Zhou Feng shouted as he ran toward He Siqing. Hurry up, damn it. These freaks are about to grab my belt. There really is a ghost. He Siqing hopped in panic. Zhou Feng was also startled when he arrived, but quickly recovered, calling out uncertainly, class monitor. Bai Yi-chen caught up, and peering at the pale face hesitated Yi Ming. Then Yi Xian caught up too. Sis. The person inside grew anxious, yanking open the door. Is this the time for talk? We can't stay here. Run. She tried to dash out, but stumbled, falling forward. Bai Yi-chen was quick, catching her just in time. Sorry Bai, I've been hungry for days, legs are weak. We really can't stay, lots of zombies around. Yi Ming said weakly. Got it. Bai Yi-chen hoisted Yi Ming onto his shoulder, and ran, then turned back to urge, what are you waiting for? The group fled with a horde of zombies in pursuit, their numbers swelling as new ones joined along the way. Zhou Feng shrieked in terror, while He Siqing had already vanished ahead. Come on, come on. He Siqing had reached the small shop entrance, gasping and waving frantically. The door's open. Hurry everyone. Push it. He looked like a madman, his voice loud enough to summon every zombie in the school. Without waiting for the others, He Siqing dashed into the shop. But within 5 seconds he came stumbling out, flailing and screaming. Damn it, it's full. Full of them. I've stumbled into a zombie nest. A dark mass of zombies in school uniforms poured out behind, He Siqing, overwhelming as a morning drill assembly. Bai Yi-chen cursed He Siqing's stupidity. Why didn't he check inside first when he saw the open door? Now the two zombie groups merged, rivaling the train chasing scene from Train to Busan. To the girls' dorm. Yi Ming said from Bai Yi-chen's shoulder. My thoughts exactly. Bai Yi-chen yelled Plan B. The group understood and sprinted toward the girls' dorm. Nearing the gate, exhaustion set in, but the zombies showed no fatigue, closing the gap relentlessly. Knowing this couldn't last, the slowest would surely perish. Bai Yi-chen set Yi Ming down and shoved her forward. Yi Xian, take your sister. Zhou Feng, cover them. He Siqing, you and I hold the rear. With orders given, everyone acted. Yi Xian carried Yi Ming, Zhou Feng flanked them, heading for the dorm. He Siqing and Bai Yi-chen stood back, steel pipes raised against the first wave of zombies. Remember, strike through the eye socket. Don't hesitate. Bai Yi-chen drove his pipe into the first zombie's eye. With a hiss it fell. The second came, and he struck again. Another hiss. The second fell. The third and fourth lunged. This time He Siqing didn't falter, thrusting his pipe alongside Bai Yi-chen. In an instant both zombies were down. More zombies surged forward. The two repeated the motion, stabbed the eye, pull the pipe, slowly retreating. Their movements grew increasingly adept, and their coordination gradually became seamless. Whenever one missed a target, the other would immediately compensate. He Siqing, a seasoned parkour enthusiast, possessed impressive agility and flexibility. Bai Yi-chen, a fitness devotee, boasted formidable physical prowess, excelling in both strength and endurance. Their teamwork was nothing short of flawless. Just as they were in the thick of their assault, Zhou Feng arrived at the entrance of the female dormitory complex, signaling for Bai Yi-chen and the others to retreat. Bai Yi-chen and He Siqing each dispatched one more zombie before beginning their withdrawal. The horde of zombies behind them caught up at that very moment. Zhou Feng and his group had barely entered the large iron gate of the courtyard when Bai Yi-chen and He Siqing overtook them, quickly surging ahead. He Siqing once again took the lead, though this time he dared not stray too far from the main group. Enter through the building on the left, go straight up to the 3rd floor, and it's the second dormitory on the right. I have the key here, Yi Ming said, tossing a key to Bai Yi-chen. Bai Yi-chen and He Siqing led the way, effortlessly dispatching every zombie they encountered. Zhou Feng, covering the rear, shouted in alarm. Hurry, hurry up. They're closing in. The group quickly reached the 3rd floor. As they turned right into the corridor, Bai Yi-chen spotted several indistinct figures shifting ahead. He immediately gestured for silence, then stealthily crept to the 2nd dormitory door and unlocked it with the key Yi Ming had given him. No sooner had the door opened than a club came swinging down at Bai Yi-chen's head. He dodged to the side, but the club was raised again for another strike. It's me, Yi Ming suddenly called out. From inside the door a voice murmured, huh. The club was withdrawn. A hand reached out and pulled Bai Yi-chen inside. Another huh sounded as a girl poked her head out, calling Yi Ming's name. The group filed in one after another. No sooner had the door been shut than the sound of zombies thudding against it, and their roars rose in a cacophony. Block the door, Bai Yi-chen commanded. Zhou Feng and He Siqing, well versed in the task, swiftly moved several desks from the dormitory to barricade the entrance. Yi Xian had already embraced Yi Ming, both weeping uncontrollably. Bai Yi-chen instinctively surveyed the room's layout and suddenly flushed with embarrassment. It was only natural for a female dormitory to have some pink personal items, but Bai Yi-chen's eyes unfortunately landed first on a pink undergarment hanging by the bedside adorned with peach prints. Even a seasoned veteran of 1,000 years would find such a sight a bit awkward. Just then the girl who had tried to strike Bai Yi-chen with the club glared at him angrily and blurted out, "Pervert." Bai Yi-chen recognized her as Lu Yuqing, the Chinese class representative. He never imagined that someone usually so gentle could be so fierce today, and she was even wearing heavy makeup. Didn't she always go barefaced? Could makeup boost one's courage? Recalling his earlier indiscretion, he dared not retort or question further, instead bowing apologetically. "Sorry about that, class rep." "Who's your class rep? Don't try to cozy up, you old pervert." Well, another scolding came crashing down. Bai Yi-chen, knowing he was in the wrong, said nothing, silently accepting the blame. Yet he suddenly spotted another face emerging from behind the class representative, identical to the one in front. "Bai Yi-chen," the face said. Class rep." Bai Yi-chen could hardly believe his eyes. "If you're Lu Yuqing, then who is she?" He stared at the newly appeared face, barefaced with an oval visage, willow leaf brows, and waist-length hair, the very image of the usual Chinese class representative. Then who was the one who had just cursed him? Lu Yuqing chuckled. "This is my twin sister, Lu Jiaqian. Couldn't you tell she's wearing makeup and has short hair? Since when did you have a twin sister? I've never seen her before." Yet Bai Yi-chen's confusion was resolved. So that was it. How could the usually gentle and shy class representative ever utter such words? "Jiaqian is in class 3. Anyone who knows me well knows I have a twin sister. She often comes to our dorm to hang out," the class representative explained. "Tsk. Who would have thought that such a gentle class rep could have such a fierce sister? It's such a waste of such a pretty face." The latter half of the sentence, "such a waste of such a pretty face," Bai Yi-chen muttered under his breath. While Bai Yi-chen was bewildered by the twin sisters, the Yi siblings had already fallen into each other's arms weeping. "Yi-xian, sis, I was so worried about you. I was terrified you'd turn into a zombie." "Yi-meng, brother, I was terrified you'd turn into one too." "Yi-xian, sis, you have no idea how miserable I was. I nearly froze to death on the balcony, boo-hoo. Luckily brother Chen risked his life to save me." "Yi-meng, brother, you don't know how awful it was for your big sis. I nearly starved to death in that phone booth, boo-hoo." Fortunately, the sound of rain outside muffled their cries, or they might have attracted a swarm of zombies. The zombies that had been thudding against the door had now quieted down, but if one pressed an ear to the door, the sounds of zombies shuffling in the hallway and their eerie guttural clicks were still audible. Though these were meaningless noises from the zombies to human ears, they were the most terrifying sounds in the world. Fearing the siblings' emotions might spiral out of control and draw more zombies, Bai Yi-chen hurried over to soothe them. He took some food from his backpack and handed it to Yi-meng. "Study committee member, have something to eat first. It's not much, but it'll help replenish your strength." Zhou Feng, however, protested. "Chen, didn't you say the meal we had this morning was the last of our food? If I hadn't said it was the last, would you all have been so eager to follow me? I kept a little in reserve just in case we failed to reach the convenience store and had to find shelter on empty stomachs. But that little bit really was the last. No worries, we have plenty of food here." Class representative Lu Yuqing pointed to the floor nearby, where the boys noticed several large boxes filled with self-heating rice, self-heating hot pot, instant noodles, rice noodles, and all sorts of snacks. "Thighs. This. Zhou Feng stammered. "What's so strange about that? Which girl's dorm doesn't stash away some good food?" Jiaqian shot Zhou Feng a dismissive look. Zhou Feng exchanged a glance with Bai Yi-chen, as if to say, "Chen, you were right. Girls are essentially hamsters. What about water? Do you have any?" Bai Yi-chen immediately hit on the key point. "On the balcony. Go see for yourself," Lu Jiaqian replied in her usual blunt manner. He Xiqing promptly pushed open the balcony door. Lo and behold, several cases of drinks lined the balcony alongside large basins filled with water. Even Bai Yi-chen couldn't help but give them a thumbs up. It was purely for their foodie spirit. It seemed coming to this female dormitory was the right call. It was far more comfortable than the convenience store. Where else could one find such a cozy, girl-centered environment? After all, where in a convenience store would you find girls? Even if one of them was quite formidable. Yi-meng finished the small portion of food Bai Yi-chen had given her, still feeling hungry. She fetched a small bread roll from the box, nibbling on it, as she recounted the harrowing tale of her past few days. According to her, on the morning of January 1st, the box of small bread rolls she had ordered had just arrived. She packed a large bagful, intending to deliver them to Yi-xian. As she opened the door to leave, Lu Jiaqian happened to be passing by from the neighboring dorm to visit her sister Lu Yuqing. They exchanged greetings and parted ways. Just as she stepped out of the girls' dormitory, everything seemed normal. But as she neared the convenience store, she saw a crowd bursting out of it, running and screaming. At first, Yi-meng paid it no mind, assuming it was just some friends fooling around. But the next scene she witnessed shattered her worldview entirely. She saw a classmate emerge from the store, his face hanging loose from his skull, almost peeling off his entire body, dripping with blood. That wasn't the most terrifying part. The horror lay in the fact that his head had been nearly severed from his neck by some force, connected only by a thin layer of skin. In other words, a person whose head was practically falling off could still walk. Yiming broke down crying on the spot. Yet she didn't think to return to her dorm. Her only thought was to find Yi Xin and tell him what was happening. So Yiming started running, mingling with the crowd, fleeing the convenience store, heading toward the boys' dormitory. After a few steps, she sensed something was wrong. The running students seemed to be attacking each other, biting indiscriminately with their teeth, emitting chilling, unnatural cries. Terrified out of her wits, Yiming, just before she herself was attacked, reached an abandoned phone booth. She pulled open the door and hid inside, daring not to look at the hellish scene outside, nor listen to the screams and cries for help. When everything finally fell silent, she realized everyone had turned into mindless walking corpses. And she was trapped in that phone booth. If not for the bag of bread rolls she had brought for Yi Xin, she would have starved. But even those rations lasted less than 6 days. That can't be right. It's the 7th today. How did you manage? Bai Yi-chin sensed something amiss from Yiming's account. Brother Chin, her bread rolls lasted 6 days. A person won't die from 1 day of hunger, just feel a bit weak, Zhou Feng interjected. Besides, that phone booth is sealed on all sides, pretty warm. Not like Yi Xin suffering on the balcony with a 360-degree howling wind. That's not what I mean, Bai Yi-chin waved his hand. I'm asking, how did you survive 7 days without water? Could it be? Could it be? Zhou Feng trailed off, too embarrassed to say it. Under such circumstances, without water, what else could one do? Drink urine, of course, Zhou Feng thought to himself. But Yiming's answer stunned everyone. I went to the convenience store and grabbed a few bottles of water. The group fell silent. Zhou Feng exclaimed, badass. So you went to the convenience store for water, but didn't grab any food. Bai Yi-chin couldn't believe it. Was this still the clever and quick-witted study monitor? Had her brains been eaten by zombies? The situation was too tense. I forgot. Yiming scratched her head sheepishly. Tell us in detail how you got the water. Bai Yi-chin felt that if she could dash from the phone booth to the zombie-infested store for water, she must have used some extraordinary method. Learning it might prove useful for him in the future. Yiming's face instantly flushed with anger. That day at noon, I saw those monsters seemed sluggish and unwilling to move, so I took a gamble and ran straight to the store. The water was all stacked by the entrance, so I just grabbed some. I also saw the shopkeeper sitting dejectedly on a stool. I thought he was in some trouble and wanted to comfort him, but when he looked up he tried to bite me. Scared me so much I didn't pay and just hugged a few bottles of water and ran back to the phone booth. It makes me so mad. The group was speechless. Study monitor, may I ask if you know those things outside are called zombies? Bai Yi-chin was utterly exasperated by her account. Even in such a situation, she still thought about paying for the water. And with so many zombies in the store, she still believed the shopkeeper was alive. The main thing was, under these circumstances, she managed to run over 20 meters to the store and successfully retrieve water. Bai Yi-chin couldn't help but envy her luck. I'm not stupid. Jiaqian often comes to our dorm to play zombie movies for us, you know. Since class 4 of senior 3 was an elite class, each dorm was equipped with a computer for research. Lu Jiaqian frequently used Yiming's dorm computer to watch zombie films. But despite watching so many zombie movies, Yiming remained adorably naive. Later she added that one day a zombie had come to pull at the phone booth door, almost opening it. Bai Yi-chin told her zombies couldn't open doors, but Yiming was adamant. Unable to argue with him, she changed the subject. Study monitor, I think you should stop calling yourself Yiming. Silly Ming suits you better. Bai Yi-chin, when you gave me water earlier, I saw a wound on your palm. Were you scratched by a zombie? If you're infected, you won't bite us, will you? Yiming asked. That was from a rope when I was saving your brother. It was almost healed, but I accidentally reopened it carrying you today, Bai Yi-chin replied, genuinely frightened by her airheadness. If I turn into a zombie, I won't recognize any of you. I'll bite whoever I see. If you ever see a familiar face become a zombie, don't hold on to false hope. Just run. He sighed, wondering how someone so ditzy could achieve such good grades and become the study monitor. Seeing that his wound wasn't from a zombie, Yiming quickly fetched alcohol to disinfect it and carefully bandaged him. Afterward, Yiming went to fret over her little brother again. Listening to Yi Xin recount how the despicable dorm supervisor had used a key to open nearly every door on the first floor, causing many classmates to fall victim to the zombies, Yiming clenched her fists, her eyes brimming with tears. Bai Yi-chin and the others only then learned what the supervisor had done on the first floor. Yi Siqing regretted letting them die too quickly. They should have been tortured first. But when Yuqing recounted what the girls' dormitory matron had done, everyone fell silent. Yuqing said that after the zombie outbreak, the matron, disregarding her own safety, went from floor to floor telling every occupied dormitory not to open the door no matter what, to keep their phones charged, and to store water. When she reached our door, I opened it for her to come in, but she said she had to warn other dorms and left. Later I saw her figure among the zombies downstairs. In this world, some commit heinous acts while others are benevolent. Some betray others for personal gain, and some sacrifice themselves to save a life. This has never been a world of simple black and white, but it has always been a world brimming with kindness and light. The rain ceased. The world fell back into silence. The occupants of dormitory 302 dared not speak as freely as before. The sounds of zombies in the corridor once again dominated their entire world. In silence, they shared some food as darkness descended, and it was time to decide how to sleep for the night. The boys unanimously decided that the three girls and Yi Xin would sleep on the beds, leaving Bai Yichen Zhou Feng and He Xiqing to sleep on the floor. He Xiqing inquired about the situation in the adjacent dormitory and learned that everyone had left for the holiday, leaving it empty. They immediately decided to go over the balcony to fetch some bedding for the floor. Bai Yichen initially suggested that all the boys cross the balcony to sleep in the next room, but Zhou Feng was too scared to make the crossing. The girls also expressed fear of being alone at night, saying the boys' presence made them feel more at ease. The girls watched in awe as He Xiqing displayed his prowess, leaping nimbly along the outer edge of the balcony, as if on level ground. Had there been no zombies outside, they would surely have cheered and applauded. With the girls' admiration fueling him, He Xiqing grew even more spirited. Bai Yichen offered to help from the balcony, suggesting he could retrieve the items in one trip. But He Xiqing insisted that Bai Yichen rest, claiming he could handle it alone. He made several trips back and forth, moving all the bedding from the adjacent dormitory. He also found a portable gas stove there, useful for boiling water or cooking. The girls did not disappoint, He Xiqing showering him with praise. That night, Bai Yichen Zhou Feng and He Xiqing laid out the bedding on the floor to sleep. The girls' bedding was soft and fragrant, making it very comfortable. Zhou Feng and He Xiqing quickly fell asleep, snoring loudly. But Bai Yichen could not sleep a wink. He was still pondering the day's events. Ever since he had carried Yi Meng from the phone booth, he had sensed something amiss. Although he exercised regularly, carrying a person over such a distance without falling behind Zhou Feng and Yi Xin, who were unencumbered, seemed unreasonable. After running so far with a living person while others were gasping for breath, he felt no strain and even joined He Xiqing in killing a wave of zombies. Finally, after entering dormitory 302, everyone was exhausted and felt weak, taking a long time to recover. But Bai Yichen merely felt tired, as if he could go another round. Was something wrong with his body? Why had such a drastic change occurred in such a short time? Bai Yichen recalled going for a run before New Year's Day, after which he was so exhausted he needed over 10 minutes to recover. Today he had been carrying someone while running. Thinking back to a few days ago when he rescued Yi Xin, he had managed to climb a rope with Yi Xin on his back, an incredible feat beyond the capability of an ordinary fitness enthusiast. A suspicion gradually formed in Bai Yichen's mind. Perhaps the changes in this world were not limited to the emergence of zombies, as something else might be silently unfolding. With this thought, Bai Yichen's doubts were resolved, and drowsiness finally set in. Soon he fell asleep. January 7th, 2022. The 7th day since the zombies appeared. Bai Yichen finally left the male dormitory. But he found himself trapped in the female dormitory. The morning of January 8th, 2022, a light drizzle began to fall from the sky. The girls rose early and prepared food for everyone. After breakfast, using the rain's patter as cover, they started chatting again. When the conversation turned to what the outside world might be like, Jia Qian bluntly said, "It's all gone global. What else could it be?" Zhou Feng immediately countered, "How do you know it's all gone? Maybe it's just in city like this. Maybe rescue is already on the way. Don't you watch the news?" Jia Qian pouted. "Aren't you guys supposed to care about national affairs?" The news said several monkeys escaped from a virus lab in the beautiful country carrying pathogens. After someone there came into contact with the monkeys, they fell ill and started biting people. "I think I saw that news too," He Xiqing chimed in. "The beautiful country loves doing these messy experiments and virus research." Zhou Feng's face turned grim. "If it's global, then my parents." At the mention of family, everyone's spirits sank. Fearing they might lose hope of survival, Bai Yichen quickly changed the subject. Teenage boys and girls together naturally have many topics to discuss. Bai Yichen deliberately teased Zhou Feng, asking what kind of girl he liked. Zhou Feng, unabashed, said he liked gentle ones. Everyone started to chime in. Initially, the girls were somewhat resistant to having boys in their dormitory, but they soon found that the boys' presence brought them a great sense of security, making the dorm feel warmer. Even the usually boisterous Jia Qian became a bit shy and gentle. The zombies in the corridor occasionally banged against the dormitory door, but the girls were no longer as frightened as before. After some casual chat, Bai Yichen suggested that from now on everyone should exercise daily to ensure they had the stamina to escape if needed. He did not hide his thoughts, telling everyone that staying here was not a long-term solution. Food and water would eventually run out, and when they had to go out, they would face a life of constant struggle. Without a strong body, survival would be impossible. While we have enough food and energy to train, I'll teach you some low-impact exercises that work the whole body. Everyone followed Bai Yichen seriously, with Zhou Feng even vowing to challenge him once he mastered them. Although Yuqing and Jia Qian claimed they would never leave the dormitory, even if it meant starving or jumping off the balcony, they trained diligently. These days were fulfilling and happy, but such good times did not last long before a sudden crisis shattered them. That morning before dawn, cries for help came from downstairs. At the same time, Bai Yichen felt the floor beneath him unusually hot and immediately sprang up. Everyone was awakened by the shouts. When Bai Chen mentioned the hot floor, they all tested it, and found it indeed scorching. Bai Chen opened the balcony door and was met with billowing smoke. He grabbed a wet towel hanging on the balcony to cover his nose and mouth, then leaned out to look. A fire had broken out in some room downstairs, and the flames were now threatening to reach the third floor. Amid the smoke, someone was still calling for help, but the exact location was unclear. Bai Chen quickly turned back inside, firmly closed the balcony door, and shouted, "Fire! Travel light, evacuate immediately." After several days of getting along, even the girls had developed an extraordinary trust in Bai Chen, especially after he saved Yi Xian and then Yi Ming. As a result, everyone followed his words without question. Bai Chen had previously warned them that they might need to evacuate at any moment, so each person had prepared an emergency escape backpack. In times of danger, they could simply grab the pack and leave. He had also dismantled a bunk bed to fashion similar weapons for the girls. Upon hearing Bai Chen's call to evacuate immediately, everyone acted according to the plan. Grabbing their crude weapons and escape packs, they rushed out of the dormitory in the formation Bai Chen had designed. Bai Chen swiftly took down 2 zombies, while Zhou Feng raised his steel pipe and dispatched another before urging the others to follow. With Bai Chen and Zhou Feng leading the way, Yi Xian and He Xiqing bringing up the rear, and the girls sandwiched between the boys, the group moved toward the stairwell. As soon as they reached the stairs, a wave of scorching heat and thick smoke surged up to meet them. The stairs were no longer passable. Forcing a retreat through them would mean suffocation from the toxic smoke before the flames could even reach them. In a fire, the most dangerous element is actually the poisonous smoke, yet many people overlook it, believing that covering their mouth and nose with a damp cloth is enough. He Xiqing, unaware of the stairwell's condition from the rear, shouted, "Hurry up! The zombies from the end of the corridor are coming, a whole group. Move." In the critical moment, Bai Chen did not hesitate. He turned and kicked open the door to a dormitory opposite the stairs. Bang! The door swung open. Bai Chen gripped his steel pipe and charged into the room, scanning his surroundings. The dormitory was safe except for a zombie on the balcony, which was frantically pounding at the balcony door, agitated by the noise. Bai Chen strode over, pulled open the balcony door, and cleanly pierced the zombie's eye socket with his steel pipe. Leaning out from the balcony, he saw that while smoke was seeping from a few dormitory balconies below, it was not heavy and no heat radiated from them. Bai Chen knew his guess was correct. The fire had started in the dormitory across the hallway and had not yet spread to this side. They still had a chance to escape. Quick, everyone inside. At his call, Zhou Feng led the group swiftly into the room. Zhou Feng blocked the door with, "Everyone, the lock is broken. He Xiqing, come here and prepare the rope." He Xiqing rushed forward, rope already in hand. "The girls are probably scared. Tie a safety harness to put them at ease. They'll go down first to clear the area. You lower them down from above and you'll cover the rear. Any problems?" "No problem, Brother Chen, absolutely." Though He Xiqing was always quick to flee when escaping, he would never abandon his teammates and run first. After giving his instructions, Bai Chen immediately returned to help Zhou Feng and the others move things to block the door. Smoke was already seeping through the cracks, and the zombies at the end of the corridor, drawn by the commotion, had begun battering against the door. "The lock is completely broken, the table won't hold. We need to move a bed over," Zhou Feng complained. "Brother Chun, if you hadn't been so impulsive and let Yi Xian pick the lock, we wouldn't be in such a mess now. If we had waited for Yi Xian to pick the lock, the one covering the rear would probably be a zombie by now coming back to thank you," Bai Chen retorted as he stuffed a quilt into the door crack to prevent more smoke from seeping in. Meanwhile, He Xiqing had finished preparing the ropes. Bai Chen instructed that after he went down to clear the area, Yi Xian should follow with Zhou Feng and He Xiqing covering the rear. His main concern was that if Zhou Feng went down with him to clear the area, He Xiqing would need to manage the rope from above, and Yi Xin's combat ability was far too weak. As for the order in which the girls would descend, that was left for them to decide. Having arranged everything, Bai Chen led the way, sliding down the rope into the courtyard of the girls' dormitory. Fortunately, the yard was small, allowing him to survey the number of zombies at a glance. The noise from the fire had drawn many zombies toward the front yard of the dormitory, reducing his workload and buying him precious time. Gripping his steel pipe, Bai Chen quickly eliminated all the threats in the yard and signaled to those above. Yi Xian was soon secured with a safety harness and began to slide down. However, not everyone was as bold and agile as Bai Chen. By the time Yi Xian reached the second floor, a zombie on the balcony grabbed his backpack. Struggling to move while hanging from the rope, Yi Xian couldn't draw his steel pipe to deal with the zombie. He could only thrash his body, hoping to shake off its grip. But the rope swayed violently, and his hand slipped. Yi Xian plummeted downward, dragging the zombie off the balcony with him. With just his own weight, Yi Xian could still grip the rope. But with the added weight of a zombie, even a slender, long-haired one, he could no longer hold on. His hands inevitably lost their grip on the rope. Yi Xian and the zombie fell together from the second floor. Bai Chen cursed under his breath as he saw Yi Xian caught by another rope, spinning several times in the air and knocking against the wall. Thanks to Bai Chen's earlier instruction to use an extra safety rope, Yi Xin's life was spared. The zombie, however, crashed to the ground with a thud, its skull half crushed, yet it still stood and staggered toward Bai Chen. Bai Chen dispatched it with a single blow. He Xiqing yelled from above, "Hey kid, were you testing my rope?" Yi Xian groaned, "My head's spinning. Save me." After Yi Xian landed safely, Bai Chen checked him over. He was unharmed, not even a scratch. The next to descend was Yi Ming, who, worried about her brother, immediately hugged Yi Xian and inspected him from head to toe. "Boo-hoo, little brother, you must be scared. Did you get hurt?" Bai Chen couldn't be bothered to watch the siblings' emotional reunion. He instructed Yi Xian to keep an eye on their surroundings while he slipped out through the back gate of the yard to scout the area. Beyond the back gate of the girls' dormitory courtyard lay a path lined with trees, serene and quiet. This path led to the school's Qinxua Lake. Though called a lake, it was merely a large pond dotted with lotus flowers stocked with fish and featuring a small wooden boat drifting on its surface. As Bai Chen stepped onto the path, he immediately scanned the surroundings. Fortunately, there were very few zombies here. Only a scattered few lingering in the nearby woods, likely having wandered in and gotten lost. With winter stripping the leaves from the trees, he could see through the gaps that Qinxua Lake ahead was also safe. In the distance, the cafeteria revealed a patch of red and yellow like a plate of fresh, tempting delicacies, luring Bai Chen to come and savor it. Having familiarized himself with the roads and the like, Bai Chen immediately turned back. His heart remained troubled over Yi Xian, fearing that another zombie might wander over and startle the girls. Moreover, seeing the smoke billowing thicker from the girls' dormitory, he quickened his pace. As expected, the moment he entered through the back door, Bai Chen spotted a zombie staggering toward Yi Xian. By now, Yuqing and Jiaqian had already descended. Zhou Feng was halfway down the rope, and only He Xiqing remained above. Seeing the zombie approach, Yi Zin's face drained of color and terror. He kept urging Zhou Feng, still on the rope, "Brother Feng, hurry up. That zombie is almost here." Though Yi Xian was utterly petrified, he gripped his steel pipe, tightly shielding the three girls behind him while trying to reassure them. "It's okay, Brother Feng will be down soon." As the zombie drew near Yi Xian, he clutched the steel pipe firmly, but dared not strike it. He retreated while calling for Zhou Feng to hurry. Bai Chen, who had initially intended to let Yi Xian gain some experience, could no longer afford to watch and gripped his own pipe, ready to charge forward. Just then, Yi Ming, who had been hiding behind Yi Xian, suddenly leaped out and thrust her steel pipe at the zombie's head. Perhaps due to her lack of strength, the zombie remained lively despite the blow. Unfazed, Yi Ming swiftly pulled out the pipe and stabbed again. This time she pierced straight through the zombie's head, causing it to wobble and collapse. She dropped the pipe and suddenly burst into loud sobs, jumping onto Yi Xian and clinging to him. "Yi Ming, little bro, that was so scary it freaked me out." "Whoa, Yi Xian." Zhou Feng just off the rope. Bai Chen rushing over with his pipe. "Sis, I'm the one who's terrified here. Get off me." Yi Ming reluctantly climbed down, expressionlessly picked up her pipe, wiped it with a towel, and tucked the towel into her backpack side pocket. He Xiqing descended from the rope, glanced at the fallen zombie, then touched her own head, as if calculating whether her skull could withstand a strike from Yi Ming's pipe. "Brother Chen, this isn't the gentle, kind, and studious class monitor you described. She's a female bandit." He Xiqing whispered. "I think she's quite kind and studies well too. Let's go. This place isn't safe. The fire might draw many zombies." As Bai Chen spoke, something in the fire exploded with a thunderous blast that pierced the sky, startling everyone. Zhou Feng couldn't help but give a thumbs up. "You girls sure know how to party in the dorm. How many pounds of TNT did you stash in there?" "Moved," Bai Chen urged. "Now's not the time for jokes. The explosion could attract more zombies." Everyone quickly gathered their belongings and followed Bai Chen in the planned formation. None knew what lay ahead, but they trusted him to find them a safe haven. Exiting through the back gate, Bai Chen spotted several zombies shuffling toward them, likely drawn by the explosion. He didn't even furrow his brow. These few were hardly a challenge for him. As long as he kept these zombies away from the girls, they posed no real threat. Though the girls had only faced zombies up close since moments ago, shielded by the boys, they felt only a flutter of anxiety. No screaming or fainting ensued. As the group neared the zombies, Bai Chen and Zhou Feng readied their pipes and swiftly took them down with a few thuds. The girls saw nothing but the corpses lying on the ground as they passed. But upon seeing the bodies, the usually boisterous Jiaqian let out a soft sob. Though faint, Bai Chen caught it. Perhaps it was fear or something else. Since she said nothing, he pretended not to notice. She likely needed to convince herself. Zhou Feng, who had been walking smoothly, suddenly turned back. "Did you see Brother Chen and me in action? From now on, we've got your backs. Welcome to the Apocalypse Steel Pipe Escape Team. I'm your vice captain." "Hey Jiaqian, why are you crying?" No one responded to Zhou Feng. "Jiaqian, aren't you usually a tomboy? Why are you crying like a delicate flower?" he pressed on, oblivious. For once, Jiaqian didn't argue. After a long while, she stopped crying and explained that one of the zombies had been her classmate, and she couldn't handle it. Thinking of how not long ago they had studied together as living beings, now reduced to a rotting, stinking zombie, no one could accept it instantly. As the path neared its end, another zombie staggered out from the opposite side, heading straight for Bai Chen. Without a second thought, Bai Chen raised his pipe to strike, but someone tugged at his clothes. Don't. Yuqing grabbed his sleeve. Please let her go. Bai Chen quickly turned his pipe sideways, shifting from attack to defense, pushing the zombie back a few steps to keep everyone safe. Class rep, even if she was someone you knew, she's not anymore. Once they become this, they lose all humanity. If we show even a shred of mercy, it will exploit the gap and give us no chance. We have to survive. Bai Chen knew that mercy could be fatal at times like this. This was no moment for soft-heartedness. Zombies had no humanity, no memory of the past. They only knew that flesh was their delicious dinner. If you can't bear it, turn away. They'll finish it quickly. Keeping it alive won't affect us, but it might harm others. Bai Chen gripped his pipe, ready to step forward. No. Yuqing held firmly to his sleeve, tears streaming like broken pearls. She was our dorm matron, a good person. Let me do it. Without waiting for a reply, she suddenly gripped her pipe and charged forward. Bai Chen immediately followed, afraid she might fail to kill the zombie and get hurt instead. Fortunately, though, heartbroken Yuqing kept a clear head. She followed the method Bai Chen had taught them in the dorm and swiftly dispatched the zombie. Yet afterward, she wept for a long time before stopping. The already quiet girl grew even more silent. After this turmoil, the group safely crossed the path and reached Qinxue Lake. Gazing out, the lake shimmered with ripples dotted with last year's withered lotus leaves. Reflected in the water, the scene held a touch of desolation. The fish no longer swam in schools as they did in warmer weather. A small wooden boat was tied to the shore, gently bobbing with the lake's ebb and flow. At this moment, an inexplicable chilling aura pervaded Qinxue Lake. Let's take a detour over there and see what's happening at the cafeteria. Well, first secure a foothold in the cafeteria, then carefully discuss our next move. As Bai Chen was explaining the plan to the group, a rustling sound emerged from all around, as if many footsteps were converging in their direction. A sense of foreboding crept into Bai Chen's heart. Do you hear something? He asked, seeking confirmation. It sounds like footsteps. No. Qing, are you just too tired hallucinating? Zhou Feng deliberately stepped forward a few paces, listening intently. Not a sound. The others also shook their heads, indicating they heard nothing unusual. No, there really are footsteps, and they're dense. Bai Chen glanced around, finding nothing amiss except for the crackling fire from the female dormitory behind the woods, punctuated by occasional loud crashes. This isn't right. I sense something off. Everyone, don't go forward. Climb the trees. Bai Chen surveyed the area and selected a tree of moderate size that was easy to climb, instructing the girls to hide up there. He then chose another suitable tree and swiftly ascended it, leaving the three young men standing bewildered below. Qinga, what about us? Zhou Feng asked. Aren't you going to pick a tree for us? Pick whichever one you like, Bai Chen replied, pointing into the distance. If you don't hurry, it'll be too late. By the Qinxue Lake, several zombies had already emerged. Behind them, a faint multitude of gray figures could be seen slowly shuffling forward, likely drawn by the noise of the fire from the female dormitory. We're done for. Barbecue. Zhou Feng scrambled up a tree in a panic, clinging to a branch and barely daring to breathe. Yi Xian, unable to climb, was drenched in sweat with anxiety. As the zombie horde approached, He Xiqing quickly helped Yi Xian onto a relatively low tree, cautioning him to stay silent and still. At the last moment, He Xiqing leaped gracefully onto a tree, standing steadily with the bearing of a martial arts master. Bai Chen mused that parkour wasn't as reckless a sport as people claimed. It could save your life in a crisis. The zombie horde slowly drew near, bringing with it a stench so foul it was nearly suffocating. The girls clung to the trees, eyes tightly shut, unable to bear the sight. Fortunately, the horde didn't linger long, but moved directly toward the burning dormitory, failing to notice the people in the trees. But Yi Xin's tree was so low that a tall zombie nearly met his gaze. Luckily, the loud fire noise distracted the creature. I didn't know our school had such tall students. Must be over 2 meters, right? Zhou Feng whispered. Why don't you go down and ask him what he eats to grow so tall? He Xiqing replied. You think I wouldn't dare? Zhou Feng made a move to jump down, but quickly retreated. I really don't dare, he. Everyone shut up. Don't attract the zombies' attention. Bai Chen warned. Zhou Feng shrank his neck. Qinga, are we spending the night in the trees? These zombies don't seem to be leaving anytime soon. Almost done. I can hear the footsteps thinning out. Bai Chen pointed toward the lake. Hold on a bit longer. Hearing this, Zhou Feng refrained from complaining and quietly lay on the branch, counting the zombies passing below in a voice only she could hear. 1, 2, 3, 4. This one's shabby. Bad haircut, dude, and your stench is overwhelming. Bro, you've lost a leg, no need to join the crowd. Don't just rush along, you take in the scenery. After muttering for a while, the zombies continued to shuffle leisurely beneath the trees, occasionally bumping into trunks and causing violent shakes. Not cool. Zhou Feng kept talking to himself. Not only did he talk to himself, but he also started to squirm. I need to stretch my limbs in case of an emergency. I can't react stiffly, Zhou Feng explained as he wriggled like a maggot on the branch, claiming he was loosening up. The fragile branch could no longer bear Zhou Feng's massive frame and snapped with a crack, sending him plummeting. The nearby girls screamed in fright. Several zombies were right below. In the moment of descent, Zhou Feng's flailing hands caught another branch, preventing a direct fall. The broken branch struck a zombie's head, and it looked up to meet Zhou Feng's dangling feet. With a roar, the zombie opened its mouth to bite. Zhou Feng quickly retracted his legs, but as he did, the bent branch slowly swung him into the zombie's embrace. The zombie delighted lunged to bite, prompting another round of screams from the girls. Bai Yichen immediately jumped down, swiftly dispatching the zombie with a steel pipe. The girls' cries alerted other zombies, which began to converge on their location. Without hesitation, Bai Yichen climbed back up a tree. Zhou Feng, however, couldn't find a suitable tree anymore. The nearby ones were either too small or hard to climb. The only good one had its branch broken. Old, he'll join you. Zhou Feng ran to He Siking's tree and grabbed a branch to climb, only to receive a kick to the forehead. Don't drag me down. This sapling can't handle two big guys. Check out Yi Zin's tree. It's pretty thick. It's thick but too short, and there's no room for two. Zhou Feng tried to climb again, earning another kick from He Siqing. Why not join Chinga? Your tree can hold two. But if you come up, it'll break. Find another way. The main horde is coming. He Siqing casually pointed aside. Zhou Feng turned and nearly jumped out of his skin. 3 zombies stood before him, with many more approaching. Zombies share a common trait: they love a commotion. Where there's one zombie, a second, third, and a whole horde will follow. He Siqing, you bastard. Zhou Feng cursed as he began running around the tree. The mindless zombies followed suit, soon forming a chain behind him, all howling and flailing their arms. Help! Help! He Siqing, will haunt you even in death. Funga, the boat. The boat. Yi Xian, who had been silent, suddenly pointed excitedly at the Qinxua lake. Funga, look over there. Zhou Feng followed the direction Yi Xian pointed and saw a small wooden boat moored by the lake, gently swaying with the waves, looking serene and safe. Without a second thought, Zhou Feng dashed over and leaped from the shore into the boat, causing it to shudder violently and stir a pool of ripples. The pursuing zombies plopped into the lake, one after another, sinking beneath the surface. The remaining zombies stood on the shore, helplessly staring at the boat, now a few meters away. You little bastards, why aren't you chasing your Uncle Feng anymore? Come on. Zhou Feng sprawled out in the boat, like a star, wiggling his fingers provocatively. Come on, all of you, are you safe now? But what about your teammates? He Siqing grumbled. You're fine down there, but you've led this horde of zombies to us. What are we supposed to do? Why didn't you save me just now? Qinggu, all of you come down. I think this boat is safer and more comfortable than the tree. Let that old dog He Siqing stay on the tree. Zhou Feng shouted to Bai Yichen. Bai Yichen looked troubled, hesitated for a moment, then replied, all right. He'll go down first to clear the zombies below. Everyone find your own chance to get on the boat. With that, he jumped down from the tree alone, using the trunk as cover, and swiftly cleared the zombies in front of him with his steel pipe. However, if he tried to clear the zombies near Yi Meng and the others, his back would be exposed, making it easy for the zombies to exploit the gap. At that moment, He Siqing also came down from the tree, swiftly taking down a few zombies, and moving to stand back-to-back with Bai Yichen. Qinggu, I've got your back. Good. The two advanced and retreated in tandem, quickly clearing most of the surrounding zombies, including those guarding the small boat by the shore. Zhou Feng rowed the boat closer to the shore. One by one, the girls jumped down from the tree and quickly transferred to the boat, followed by Yi Xian, who made it safely aboard. Not far away, a horde of zombies that had been passing by suddenly noticed the bare tree bearing several ripe fruits that had fallen. Attracted by the commotion, they began to converge. He Siqing, get on the boat first. Bai Yichen ordered. He Siqing knew when to prioritize and could tell from Bai Yichen's tone that there was no room for negotiation. Without a word, he executed a parkour move and leaped onto the boat. In an instant, the zombie horde was upon them. Bai Yichen kicked the boat away, sending it gliding several meters across the water before the mooring rope brought it to a sudden halt. What does Qinggu mean by that? He could have just jumped on board. Why stay behind to fight those zombies? Does he think he's in a movie? Zhou Feng watched anxiously as Bai Yichen, alone on the shore, resumed his battle with the zombies. Qinggu, he has his own reasons. Don't try to guess his thoughts with your mind, He Siqing said enigmatically. Look at his handsome and vigorous figure, as if he never tires. If it were me, I'd have collapsed long ago. I think Qinggu has great potential for parkour. His strength and endurance are impressive. Are you two still in the mood to joke? Hurry up and row the boat back to pick up Qinggu, Jia Qian urged anxiously. He's about to be surrounded. Even if he were a robot, he couldn't withstand this endless assault. Indeed, Bai Yichen was gradually being pushed to the water's edge. No matter how many he took down, one zombie would fall, and another would take its place, and the numbers kept growing. He was running out of ground to stand on. Qinggu were rowing the boat close. Jump over quickly, Zhou Feng shouted as he rowed with all his might. Once again, Bai Yichen looked troubled and fell silent, but his hands kept wielding the steel pipe, stabbing at the zombies. What's going on? Qinggu doesn't seem willing to come aboard. Old He, what do you think he's planning? He Siqing was about to fabricate another excuse to cover up, but seeing Bai Yichen's current predicament, far from a calculated plan, it seemed more like a dead end. Especially by Yi-Chen's expression, he was usually calm and composed, rarely showing such a look. In the blink of an eye the boat had reached the shore, and Zhou Feng urged Bai Yi-Chen to jump again. Bai Yi-Chen's expression worsened, and after a moment of hesitation, he finally leaped. The moment he landed on the boat, before he could steady himself, Bai Yi-Chen collapsed, his body slamming onto the bottom of the boat. Chenggu. 6 pairs of eyes simultaneously turned to Bai Yi-Chen, surrounding him with concern. Chenggu, did you get bitten? Are you going to turn? Zhou Feng nervously scanned Bai Yi-Chen's exposed skin, looking for possible wounds. Can't you think something positive? Bai Yi-Chen slowly opened his eyes. Everyone, don't panic. I'm fine. You say you're fine, but you're lying down. Chenggu, what's wrong with you? Don't force yourself. He Siqing pushed Zhou Feng aside and leaned in. Yeah, Chenggu, what's the matter? Want me to help you sit up? Yi Ming also squeezed in. Everyone stared at him eagerly, and Bai Yi-Chen's face gradually turned red. I'm really fine. I just get seasick, damn it. I've had it since I was a kid. I can't even stand on a boat. Bai Yi-Chen finished, then rolled over and buried his face on the boat. This. He Siqing felt a bit awkward, but still tried to smooth things over. Great people always have their little quirks. Don't be embarrassed, Chenggu. Do you even know what quirk means? Asked Yi Ming. But He Siqing pretended not to hear. Since the boat was tied to a rope, it couldn't go far. They could only keep it away from the shore and let it drift. However, the zombies on the shore were growing in number, and some were even pushed into the lake with a splash. The sounds attracted even more zombies, creating a vicious cycle. What do we do now? I'm so hungry. Zhou Feng rubbed his stomach and leaned lazily against the gunwale. The sky was dim, and fine ash from the nearby fires kept falling. The lake is almost surrounded by zombies from every direction. It's best to wait on the boat for a while, He Siqing said. Yi Xian glanced at Bai Yi-Chen, then looked around, murmuring, we need to make a plan. It'll get dark soon, and we can't stay here overnight. We'll freeze to death. Brat, do you think we don't know that? We're thinking about it right now. Zhou Feng glared at Yi Xian. Can't you see Chenggu isn't feeling well? Why are you so aggressive? Is he wrong? Without Chenggu you can't even come up with a single idea. You plan nothing. Jia Qian's fiery temper flared up again. Zhou Feng quickly apologized, grinning ingratiatingly. Yes, you're right. Jia Qian gave him a cold look and continued to scold him, but he accepted it all without complaint. Bai Yi-Chen turned over under the boat, finally facing upward. Everyone stop arguing. I have a dagger in my bag. Zhou Feng, go take it out and cut the rope tying the boat. Zhou Feng quickly fumbled the dagger out of Bai Yi-Chen's bag. It was an exquisitely crafted dagger. The sheath, made of leather, bore a hint of age. The blade emanated a cold white radiance, so dazzling upon being drawn that it stung the eyes. A blood groove ran along its length. A true implement designed to let blood. Even He Siqing, standing nearby, was taken aback. Chenggu, where did you get such a fine piece? Found it. Dropped by the first wave of people fleeing the male dorm that day. You can find something like this. Your luck is incredible. He Siqing exclaimed in admiration. This is a restricted weapon. It's rare enough to get one at all. And this one looks like a masterpiece, though it seems handmade, not from an arsenal or assembly line. There's no marking on it at all. It probably belonged to someone with a background, otherwise they couldn't have made such a thing. Never mind that. As long as it works. Bai Yi-Chen didn't care much. He had picked it up that day simply because having a knife on him seemed convenient. Zhou Feng took the dagger to cut the rope. With a swift motion the rope snapped in an instant. Holy crap. This dagger is amazing. I didn't even use any force and the rope was cut. Zhou Feng's eyes sparkled as he fondled the dagger, unable to let it go. Chenggu, can you give this dagger to me? This is a true divine weapon that can cut through iron like mud. Before Bai Yi-Chen could speak, He Siqing snatched the dagger away. Putting this in your hands would be a sheer waste. Hey, there are 2 characters engraved on the leather sheath. Lung Yu must be the name of this blade. That's a fitting name. This blade truly resembles the cold moonlight. A cultured person named it. Very nice. Let me see it again. Zhou Feng tried to grab it back, but He Siqing quickly tucked the dagger into Bai Yi-Chen's bag. Zhou Feng dared not reach for it again. Such a fine blade is like Chen Gu's wife. Don't go touching another man's wife. Zhou Feng edged forward. Chenggu, the rope is cut. What are your orders? Just say the word. Without moving his body, Bai Yi-Chen raised a hand and pointed ahead. Everyone put more effort into rowing the boat over there. We'll go ashore from that side. Chenggu, you're a genius. How did you know there were fewer zombies in that direction? Zhou Feng had become Bai Yi-Chen's sycophant. Nonsense. I observed it from the shore earlier. But Chenggu, you said earlier we were going to the cafeteria? There's nothing over there. If we go that way and then turn toward the cafeteria, it's a longer route, and there are zombies on the road. Yi Xian murmured, but was cut off by Yi Ming. Bro, stop being so indecisive. If there are zombies, let Chenggu and He Siqing handle them. We just follow them. Yi Ming said. Don't worry. There's a cafeteria there too. Bai Yi-Chen had already mapped out the entire no. 1 middle school in his mind, every corner clear. We'll cross the football field from there, and that's where the first cafeteria is. We'll go there. Watching no. 1 middle school originally had 2 cafeterias. Bai Yi-Chen and the others had originally planned to go to the second cafeteria, where students usually ate. This second cafeteria had 2 floors, making it suitable for hiding from zombies. The first cafeteria, however, was for faculty and staff or for students from wealthier families who would order stir-fries and dishes there. Thus, when mentioning the cafeteria, everyone thought of the second cafeteria, rarely the first. After all, not many families could afford stir-fries every day. The first cafeteria had only 1 floor with large glass walls and windows, making it less secure than the second cafeteria, though it looked more beautiful. But beauty was useless in the apocalypse. Safety was paramount. However, Bai Chen and his group had no other choice. Having a place to hide was already good enough. That's right, the first cafeteria? Why didn't I think of that? Zhou Feng sighed. Chen Ge, you're truly prescient. Did you have every step of our retreat planned out long ago? No one responded to Zhou Feng. Everyone rowed with all their might. The small boat quickly approached the shore. As soon as it touched the bank before it, even stopped, Bai Chen leaped up with a carp-like motion and jumped directly onto the land. Without a word, he pulled out a steel pipe and swiftly took down several zombies. Everyone was stunned, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. Was this the same sickly Bai Chen from earlier? The one who couldn't even sit up moments ago was now full of vigor. By the time the boat stopped, and He Xiqing and Zhou Feng jumped ashore, Bai Chen had already cleared the entire area. Let's go. Straight to the first cafeteria, Bai Chen said casually, and everyone immediately understood. They fell back into formation and quietly followed Bai Chen toward the first cafeteria. Passing through a weed-filled flower bed, the empty ball field, and the outline of the first cafeteria at its end came into view. At a glance, only a few zombies were aimlessly wandering on the field. Without a closer look, one might mistake them for couples strolling. But their twisted, grotesque body shapes and strange gaits betrayed them. Looks like we're lucky. Most of the zombies were lured to the lake and the fire scene. Everyone turned to look as Bai Chen spoke. They saw thick smoke still billowing from the direction of the female dorm. Endless ash drifted down from the sky, settling on their clothes, evoking a sense that the world had been utterly destroyed. In the female dorm, there was likely no one left alive. Everyone crossed the football field in silence and arrived in front of the first cafeteria. The front of the cafeteria featured floor-to-ceiling glass windows through which the neatly arranged tables and chairs inside could be seen. But today, half of the glass windows had been shattered, stained with blood. The once orderly tables and chairs inside were scattered in chaos. Everything around conveyed that a tragedy, a massacre had occurred here. Perhaps some had lost their lives here, or perhaps some had been assimilated into the walking dead. The girls were terrified by the bloody scene before them. Their fear of the zombies was less direct than their horror at the stark, glistening blood. The entire cafeteria was eerily silent, devoid of any sound. Bai Chen made a stop gesture, then slipped alone through the broken glass window into the dining hall. Once inside, the smell of blood was noticeably stronger. The massacre had clearly occurred in the past few days. Bai Chen refrained from venturing further into the dimly lit dining hall, his vision momentarily obscured as he struggled to discern the situation within. An idea struck him: he could imitate what he had seen on television and produce some noise to test if any zombies lurked there. Recalling the zombie films he had watched, Bai Chen promptly retrieved the steel pipe from his embrace and struck it against the ground several times. The clanging echoes reverberated through the empty dining hall, lending an eerie atmosphere. After a silent pause, there was no response. It seemed the dining hall harbored no living creatures. The sky outside had darkened, and the temperature plummeted rapidly, hovering around just 2 or 3 degrees. Bai Chen immediately urged everyone to enter for warmth. The group filed in through the entrance he had used while he activated his phone's flashlight and ventured deeper into the hall. Spending the night in the dining hall was clearly impractical. Not only was it drafty, but the lack of shelter made them vulnerable to attacks. If only a single pane of glass were broken, it might have been manageable, creating a strategic choke point. However, several panes were shattered, and if zombies crept in through the gaps while they slept, they would all be doomed. Holding up his phone, Bai Chen advanced until he reached the serving windows. Though it was a staff cafeteria, the windows were no different from any other, half enclosed with glass above and a concrete counter below, leaving a gap in the middle for passing food out. Bai Chen believed that even if zombies came, they would find it difficult to enter such a place. Only living humans possessed the intelligence to climb over the counter. He took a few more steps and noticed the wooden door leading to the serving area was ajar, instantly heightening his vigilance. When cafeteria staff left for the day, they always exited through the back kitchen staff passage, never using this door. If it was open, it meant someone had entered from the dining hall outside. Yet he couldn't be certain whether the intruder was human or something else. Bai Chen's breath grew tense. The darkness was impenetrable, and his phone's flashlight could only illuminate so far, leaving the area behind the serving windows shrouded in obscurity. He relied on memory to visualize the layout: the stove at the far end, a large sink beside it, and several stainless steel tables in the middle for food preparation. As he thought, the outlines of these objects seemed to emerge from the darkness, but that only made things more terrifying. If the darkness were absolute, it might have been easier, as nothing was discernible. But with vague shapes looming, one couldn't help but wonder, what is that shape? Why does it seem different? Could something be hiding there? Clearing his throat, Bai Chen softly called for He Xiqing. Among the group, she was the only one who could coordinate with him seamlessly and possessed considerable combat prowess. He Xiqing crept over cautiously and peered into the serving area, unable to suppress her fear. Chen-gu, could there be something hidden in there? I'm scared. Bai Yi-chen said nothing, instead repeating his earlier tactic by striking the concrete counter with his steel pipe. After a few crisp clangs, silence enveloped the area. Those who had been whispering fell silent, holding their breath to catch any sound in the air. Nothing. Not a single sound. There shouldn't be any living thing in here, right? He Xiqing remarked. Bai Yi-chen nodded, though a lingering unease gnawed at him which he kept to himself. Perhaps he was overthinking. Concerned for everyone's safety, he couldn't help but overanalyze. You and I will go in and check. We must be cautious, he said to He Xiqing. Clutching their steel pipes, the two entered through the open door beside the counter. Guided by the faint light from Bai Yi-chen's phone, they thoroughly inspected the kitchen, within finding nothing unusual. The door to the staff passage was firmly shut, posing no threat. Bai Yi-chen promptly called everyone inside, then secured both the passage door and the entrance they had used, blocking them tightly as a precaution. Upon entering, Yi Meng began fumbling around until she produced a large oil drum, pouring half a bowl of oil. She then procured a rope from somewhere and dipped it into the oil. Does anyone have a lighter? Let me borrow it. He Xiqing pulled a windproof lighter from his backpack and handed it over. Yi Meng lit the rope in the oil bowl, crafting a simple oil lamp. By the lamp's glow, she made 3 more, stopping only when Bai Yi-chen told her to. This poses a safety hazard, so we need to be careful, he cautioned. We'll only keep one lit while sleeping, and someone must watch it. With the light, everyone's fears dissipated, and they relaxed. Let's eat something, then rest early tonight. Tomorrow morning, well, explore the cafeteria for anything useful, Bai Yi-chen said, distributing food from his backpack. When packing emergency bags earlier, Bai Yi-chen had instructed everyone to bring some food and water, ensuring they wouldn't go hungry in such dire circumstances. I'm starving to death. Ooh, I haven't eaten all day. Chen-gu, why didn't you bring out the food sooner? Zhou Feng wolfed down small bread rolls, complaining about Bai Yi-chen's heartlessness. He Xiqing immediately retorted, didn't you stuff plenty of food into your own bag? I saw you sneaking snacks on the boat today, and you say you've been hungry all day. You bastard. You stood by and did nothing today, nearly getting me killed. Zhou Feng hurled the bread bag at He Xiqing's face. The two scuffled on the kitchen floor, though it was merely playful, a common occurrence between them. Bai Yi-chen grew exasperated and scolded them, telling them to use their energy to tidy up the area and prepare a sleeping space for everyone. Both obeyed Bai Yi-chen without hesitation, eagerly setting to work. Soon they had cleared a clean spot. The girls pulled out lightweight thermal blankets from their backpacks and spread them out, allowing everyone to huddle together for the night. It was fortunate that Bai Yi-chen had mentioned earlier when packing to bring 1 or 2 lightweight warm blankets, as they would inevitably spend nights in unexpected places, possibly even outdoors. Without those blankets, they would have had to sleep in their clothes on the cold floor. It was early January, the coldest time of the year. As usual, someone needs to keep watch. He'll take the second half of the night. You decide who takes the first half, Bai Yi-chen said before leaning back to sleep. The latter part of the night was when drowsiness peaked, and Bai Yi-chen's willingness to take on the harder shift moved everyone deeply. They quickly arranged the watch order and lay down exhausted from the day's journey. Though the distance from the girls' dormitory to the first cafeteria was normally just a few minutes, this time it had taken them an entire day. A day filled with cold, hunger, tension, and fear that only began to dissipate as they fell asleep. But what dreams awaited them remained unknown. Would they dream of family of companions by their side, or of the blood-soaked reality? Before dawn on the second day, someone volunteered to relieve Bai Yi-chen. Having endured the longest stretch of the night watch, he did not decline, and promptly went to catch up on sleep. When daylight arrived, everyone awoke with bleary eyes, only to discover an abundance of food in the kitchen. Although some vegetables in the freezer had begun to rot, many bagged and canned goods remained unexpired. Ham, luncheon meat, canned fruit, bagged bamboo shoots, cured sausages, dried tofu, and more. We've struck gold. We can stay here long term. Scoring all this food for free, awesome. Zhou Feng's eyes gleamed. Let me see what's in this big freezer. Don't. Bai Yi-chen had only uttered the first word of don't open it, when Zhou Feng, unable to contain his eagerness, flung open the freezer lid. A pungent stench of decay instantly flooded the space, and it was evident that everyone's expressions shifted. Ugh. Zhou Feng was the first to vomit, followed by several girls who rushed to the sink to retch. Bai Yi-chen, fighting back his own nausea, hurried over to shut the freezer door and open the window. Outside the window stood a single zombie, turning back with a bewildered look. Bai Yi-chen paid it no mind. The indoor stench was far more unbearable than 100 zombies combined. Eventually, everyone was forced to retreat from the kitchen to the dining area, which was littered with shattered glass. Holy crap, what kind of corpse was in that freezer? It stinks so bad. Zhou Feng spat on the ground as he described what he had seen. The freezer was full of yellow murky liquid with patches of greenish mold. Ugh. Can you just stop talking? Yi Meng's face flushed with anger. She had already retched until her stomach ached, and Zhou Feng's description triggered another bout of dry heaves. Alright, enough. That wasn't any corpse, Bai Yi-chen quickly interjected to clarify. It was just some frozen meat stored by the cafeteria. The power's been out for days, so it naturally rotted, and the smell was trapped inside the freezer. Before Bai Yichen could finish, Yi Ming vomited again on the spot. Meanwhile, He Xiqing wandered through the kitchen as if nothing was amiss. She turned on the faucet to wash away the mess everyone had left in the sink. To her astonishment, after a couple of sputtering sounds, water began to flow steadily. He Xiqing was stunned. Chinga, come quick. Bai Yichen glanced over at her, pinching his nose. Don't you find it stinks? What stinks? He Xiqing took a deep sniff. I don't smell anything. So He Xiqing had a problem with her sense of smell? Well then just stay there. No Chinga, there's running water here. Hearing this, Bai Yichen didn't rush over immediately. He waited until the stench had mostly dissipated before returning to the kitchen. I recall the school kitchen didn't use tap water. It was well water, Zhou Feng said. Bai Yichen had a vague memory of this too. The school had apparently hired someone to drill a well and build a water tower to ensure the cafeteria had water even during a shutdown so students wouldn't go hungry. Oh, I think I remember someone installing solar water heaters here last year. Could there be hot water? Yi Ming suggested, turning on the hot water tap. After a stream of cold water, hot water indeed began to flow. Everyone couldn't help but cheer. Bai Yichen went to close the window he had opened earlier to prevent the cold air from lowering the indoor temperature. To his surprise, 3 zombies were now gathered outside the window. He paused, a thought crossing his mind, but he decided not to share it with the group just yet. With hot water available, everyone longed for a comfortable bath. As long as the sun shone and the water tank had reserves, they wouldn't run out of hot water. Let's explore the rest of this cafeteria together. But don't split up, keep your weapons ready, and call me immediately if anything seems off. At Bai Yichen's command, everyone rolled up their sleeves, eager to proceed. Yi Xian used a wire to pick the lock on the staff passage door, and He Xiqing, wielding a steel pipe, strode in first. Behind the door lay a long corridor. Despite it being daytime, the hallway was so dim that one could barely see their hand in front of their face. For safety, Bai Yichen stuck to his usual method, making some noise to check for zombies lurking within. When only silence answered, the group gathered their courage and advanced. Those with phone batteries left pulled out their devices for light. In the faint glow, they saw identical doors lining both sides of the corridor, each bearing a sign indicating the room beyond. Storage room, changing room, shower room, restroom, disinfection room, and finally the guard room. At the end of the corridor was a security door, the cafeteria's back entrance. Through the peephole, they could see an open space outside with some distant buildings that looked like staff dormitories. Upon spotting the shower room, the girls rushed in eagerly. Worried about potential danger, Bai Yichen followed suit. Fortunately, the room contained only 2 small shower stalls, allowing a clear view of everything. There was no threat. A small window faced the shower room door, casting a sliver of light into the cramped space. Seeing Bai Yichen enter, the 3 girls blushed in unison. Feeling a bit awkward himself, Bai Yichen checked the shower for hot water and then left. Since that's settled, you 3 take your showers first. The guys and I will check out the other rooms. When you're done, we'll go. While the girls bathed, the 4 boys headed to explore the storage room, which intrigued them the most. Unfortunately, the storage room was nearly empty, containing only a few scattered cardboard boxes and condiments like oil, salt, and vinegar. The remaining rooms held little interest for the group, and all were locked. Undeterred, Yi Xian used his wire to pick the lock on the disinfection room. Shining his phone inside, he spotted a large gas canister and immediately notified Bai Yichen. Earlier they had found a small gas stove in the kitchen, but no gas to use. Now it was like a pillow arriving just as they felt drowsy. A gas canister delivered when they needed it most. The guys struggled to haul the heavy canister into the kitchen, connected it to the stove, and were thrilled to find it lit. What a stroke of luck. Hot water for showers, and now we can cook a warm meal. Zhou Feng was practically dancing with joy. Let's check out the changing room next. If there are quilts or something in there, well, sleep comfortably tonight. Everyone nodded in agreement. The changing room was also locked, but its lock differed from the others. Presumably the cafeteria staff kept personal belongings there and had installed a sturdier lock to prevent theft, making the door itself more robust than the rest. Forget it, this one won't open. Let's check the others first, Bai Yichen said. Yi Xian, unwilling to admit defeat, had boasted earlier that he could open almost any lock on the market. Determined not to lose his touch, he continued trying to pry the door open with a wire. The others shook their heads and walked away, planning to explore the duty room at the end of the corridor, leaving Yi Xian behind. As he worked, a chilling realization struck him: the door seemed to be locked from the inside. A wave of cold dread surged from his feet, and his back was drenched in sweat. If it was indeed locked from within, didn't that mean someone was inside, or perhaps? Yi Xin's hands trembled uncontrollably, his fingers slick with fine beads of sweat, as if washed in water. He reluctantly stopped, pressing his ear against the door to listen for any sound within. What he heard nearly scared the soul out of him. There was a heavy, raspy breathing sound right against the door, as if someone inside was crouched there listening to his movements. Clatter! The wire slipped from Yi Xin's hand and clattered to the floor. Chen, there's something moving in here. Yi Xian stammered in panic. Bai Yichen tensed up at his words. What kind of movement? It sounds like Someone's inside. Yi Xian edged away from the door as he spoke. Are you sure it's a person and not something else? It should be a person, I heard breathing. A person was manageable. Bai Yichen felt a slight relief. If it were a zombie, dealing with it would always involve some danger. But if it was someone encountered within the school, Bai Yichen was confident he could handle them. Of course, people met outside the school were a different matter. Anqing was a place where hidden talents lurked. Steadying himself, Bai Yichen told Yi Xian to knock first and assure whoever was inside that they meant no harm, suggesting they could share the cafeteria's supplies, food, water, and such, equally. Yi Xian reluctantly returned. Just as he raised his hand to knock, the words still forming in his mouth, the door suddenly swung open. In the dim light, everyone saw a blurry figure sprinting down the corridor, emitting strange guttural cries. The figure reached the end of the hallway, saw Bai Yichen and the others blocking the way, and with another eerie shriek yanked open a random door and darted inside. Unfortunately, the shadowy figure had chosen the shower room. Bai Yichen cursed under his breath, grabbed his steel pipe, and charged forward. From inside the shower room came the piercing screams of girls. Bai Yichen burst in to see a disheveled, filthy man violently forcing open one of the cubicle doors, attempting to drag out two naked girls to hide in their place. Forgetting all propriety, Bai Yichen lunged forward, seized the man by the collar, and slammed him to the ground. He then pinned the man's back with his foot and twisted both arms behind him. Only then did he hear footsteps at the shower room entrance. He, Xiqing, and the others had caught up. Bai Yichen glanced back. The cubicle door was still open, the two girls huddled together in terror. Through the billowing steam, he caught a fleeting glimpse of their snow-white, flawless figures. You're safe now, he said, pulling the cubicle door shut. Sorry, I didn't see anything. If you didn't see anything, why apologize? Hey. Jia Qian's voice came from inside the cubicle. He, Xiqing, stepped into the shower room just then. Chen, what's going on? What apology? You misheard, Jia Qian replied from within. Bai Yichen quickly asked He, Xiqing, to fetch some rope. Together they bound the disheveled man tightly and carried him out to the corridor for interrogation. Soon the girls emerged from their bath dressed in clean clothes with freshly washed hair, exuding a fragrant aura. Even the bound man couldn't help but lift his head for a glance, only to receive a sharp slap from Zhou Feng. This isn't for a bastard like you to see. Bai Yichen quickly intervened. We're in a civilized society, no rough stuff. Let's interrogate him and find out what's going on. He must have arrived at the cafeteria before us, but he doesn't look like a staff member. Seems about our age, He, Xiqing observed, studying the captive. Look at him, unwashed and unkempt. He's probably been holed up in the cafeteria for days. Is he terrified? Bai Yichen leaned in for a closer look. The man seemed vaguely familiar, likely a fellow student from the same grade. I'm Bai Yichen from Class 4, Senior 3. Which class are you from? Coming. They're coming. The man replied. What's coming? Bai Yichen asked, puzzled. Zhou Feng raised his hand for another slap, but recalling Bai Yichen's warning, lowered it. Chen asked you a question. Which class are you from? What's your name? Got cotton stuffed in your ears, or what? Coming. No one will escape. Run. Chen, this guy's a lunatic, Zhou Feng said, shaking his head. Looks like fear drove him mad. Bai Yichen sighed. The moment he saw the man's disheveled state, the suspicion had already crossed his mind. With hot water and food available in the cafeteria, only someone unhinged would end up in such a wretched condition. Yi Xian and He, Xiqing returned from checking the locker room, reporting it was a mess, strewn with excrement and empty cans of preserved food. The man must have been there for a long time. There was a thick quilt in there, but it's soaked in urine. He, Xiqing exclaimed indignantly. That filthy swine. Enough. Since he's lost his mind, don't torment him. Give him some food and water, keep an eye on him, and don't let him wander off. If he runs out like this, he won't last a minute. Bai Yichen then turned his gaze to the duty room ahead. That duty room looks clean. Let's move our stuff there. Well, rest there at night, and continue training during the day, just like we did in the girls' dormitory. Remember, this isn't a permanent shelter. Don't get too settled. Leave one person to watch the lunatic, and the rest of you come with me to move the supplies. Chenil, stay. Yuqing, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. Notably, she had barely uttered a word since yesterday, when she personally put down the zombie that was the dormitory matron. Bai Yichen refused her request. I can't leave you alone with this madman. Maybe I can get something out of him, Yuqing said. Zhou Feng immediately volunteered. Chenil, stay and protect her. The lunatic's tied up anyway. Nothing will go wrong. Bai Yichen finally nodded, leaving Lu Yuqing and Zhou Feng to watch the madman, uncertain whether they could truly extract any information. Everyone enthusiastically moved their belongings into the duty room and tidied it up thoroughly. They found some cardboard boxes and spread them on the floor, creating 2 makeshift paper beds. Though crude, these were infinitely more comfortable than sleeping on the bare ground. There were many rooms here, and since each had been inspected, there was no need to worry about any danger. According to Bai Yichen's suggestion, the boys and girls should sleep separately, so the girls would feel more at ease and sleep more soundly at night. However, the girls unanimously opposed this, arguing that they felt safer sleeping with the boys. If any emergency arose, they wouldn't be caught off guard. Furthermore, the girls declared that from now on they would always share the same room with the boys. This was something they had never dared to imagine before, yet now it had come to pass so easily. If not for the dire circumstances and the unknown fate of their parents and loved ones, Bai Yiqian might have even thanked the zombie outbreak. While moving things, Jiaqian discovered an extra gas canister in the kitchen and cheerfully announced she would cook lunch. As she was chopping vegetables and preparing to stir-fry, Zhou Feng and Yuqing returned. One wore a grim expression while the other looked elated. Bai Yiqian asked them how it went. Yuqing shook her head with a dark face and didn't answer. Zhou Feng, beaming, said it was a success. Yuqing had indeed gotten the madman to speak, though his words were somewhat incoherent. They could piece together a general idea. Seeing Yuqing's displeasure, Zhou Feng took on the role of narrator. It turned out that this maddened classmate had been following a group of over 10 students from other schools to a teacher's home in the faculty apartment for tutoring. On the morning of January 1st at 8 o'clock, while they were in class and the teacher was lecturing, the teacher inexplicably turned into a zombie and began attacking everyone. Everyone was initially shocked, but having watched zombie movies, they quickly accepted the situation. Moreover, since there were many male students among those being tutored, the situation was soon brought under control. Only 2 students were bitten by the teacher, and they were dealt with by the group. However, their group of over 10 people was thus trapped in the teacher's home, unable to go anywhere or contact the outside world. At first, they had food to eat, as most households would have some supplies. Later, when the food ran out and everyone was starving, they decided to take a risk and head to the cafeteria for food. They could see the first cafeteria from the faculty apartment every day. The faculty apartment wasn't far from the first cafeteria, and from the cafeteria windows, they could also see the apartment building. After a simple preparation, they armed themselves with knives, sticks, and other weapons and charged toward the cafeteria. Along the way, almost all the girls were lost, and some even said it was good that the girls were gone, as they only screamed and couldn't kill zombies. Some also laughed, saying it was fine as long as the pretty girl wasn't gone. By the time they stormed the cafeteria, only 12 boys and 1 girl remained. Faced with their classmates' tragedy, some were panicked, while others were smug. When they saw the massive stockpile of food in the cafeteria, they forgot all about courtesy and mutual aid, remembering only that they had been starving for days. Everyone scrambled for the food. After all, having watched zombie movies, they knew what food meant in this world. Later, the scramble turned into factionalism. The group of over 10 people split into 3 factions and began attacking each other. The noise attracted a horde of zombies which smashed through the cafeteria's glass windows and launched an attack on the people inside. Tragedy ensued. Whether those people ultimately escaped or perished there, no one knew. The madman had taken advantage of the chaos to secretly grab a pack of food and hide in the changing room, which gave him a chance to survive. But after so many days of isolation and terror, his mind had snapped. This information was pieced together by Zhou Feng and Yuqing. The man could no longer form a complete coherent sentence, only repeating certain words. No wonder Yuqing looked so grim. After hearing the account, Bai Yiqian furrowed his brow and said, "Are you out of your mind? How can you be happy about this and even say it's a success? But isn't it a success? We got the madman to talk, didn't we?" Zhou Feng was still smug, but Bai Yiqian's expression grew darker. "You blockhead. Even Yuqing figured it out, why can't you?" Bai Yiqian, frustrated with Zhou Feng's lack of insight, smacked him on the head. "What do you mean I lack insight? Don't you realize what all that just meant?" Bai Yiqian was about to explain things to Zhou Feng when Jiaqian, wearing a small apron, came hopping over looking delighted. Time to eat, time to eat. Let me show you my cooking today." Seeing Jiaqian so cheerful and that everyone else seemed in high spirits except for Yuqing and himself, Bai Yiqian decided to share his thoughts with the group after the meal. Jiaqian's culinary skills were indeed impressive. Using the ingredients from the cafeteria, she prepared several dishes for everyone. There was meat, vegetables, and hot soup, stir-fried bamboo shoots with ham, steamed cured pork and sausages, canned green peas boiled into a soup, and a large pot of fragrant rice. Having not eaten a proper hot meal in over half a month, everyone's eyes widened, and they couldn't stop swallowing. As soon as Jiaqian announced it was time to eat, they each grabbed bowls and chopsticks, pouncing on the food like starving wolves. "Jiaqian, I never thought you could be so hot-tempered, yet so thoughtful." Zhou Feng's words were cut short by a glare from Jiaqian. "Jiaqian, your cooking is way better than the school chefs." Yet Jiaqian, even that restaurant near the school gate, can't compare. Hearing everyone's praise, Jiaqian was overjoyed. She quickly mentioned that while cooking she had found a stash of dried vegetables, dried wood, ear mushrooms, dried kelp, and the like, a huge pile. And in a cabinet, she had discovered a basket of potatoes, most of which were still fresh. She promised to prepare a feast for everyone in the evening. Everyone laughed, their faces beaming with happiness. In a chaotic world, happiness was so simple, just a hot meal. Perhaps Jiaqian's cooking wasn't exceptionally delicious, but the steaming food reminded them of home, of a safe harbor, of a peaceful and tranquil life. These associations moved them. Only Bai Yiqian and Yuqing held their bowls with grim expressions, eating tastelessly and finding the meal hard to swallow. After the meal, Zhou Feng complained about his own stench and wanted to take a hot shower. Xiqing also wanted to join. Bai Yiqian brought some food to the madman and then dragged him to shower as well. He didn't know what Yuqing had said to him earlier, but the man seemed much less agitated, even somewhat calm. Bai Chen instructed him that as long as he didn't run around or open doors recklessly, he would be untied, fed, and protected. The man nodded vigorously like a pile driver, so Bai Chen untied him. The boys had all bathed, emerging spotless and refreshed, which brought a sparkle to the girls' eyes. Bai Chen gathered everyone together, including the madman, ready to share his analysis. By now you all must know what truly happened in this cafeteria. Bai Chen's gaze swept across the room, lingering on the madman, who nodded incessantly in agreement. I said from the moment we arrived that this place isn't one we can stay in forever. This morning, I went to the cafeteria entrance and looked toward the girls' dormitory. The fire is still raging, and judging by the direction of the smoke, it seems to have spread to the surrounding buildings. I expect the flames will keep expanding. So this city is truly lost. Yimeng suddenly interrupted Bai Chen. This fire has been burning for a whole day and night, and the fire department hasn't shown up. Looks like everything's gone. Back in the day, even if someone burned a piece of paper at school, the firefighters would be here in an instant. Everyone. So you've only just realized the outside world is lost too. Bai Chen continued, the spreading fire is bad for us. Though it won't reach us anytime soon, we must consider that the larger the blaze, the more commotion it creates, drawing more zombies to our school. That's why I said we can't linger here. If a zombie horde comes, this single-story building would be our doom. With 2 floors and ample food and water, would have a chance to survive. So we should quietly move to the second cafeteria? Zhou Feng leaped up, thinking head, devised a brilliant plan, nearly boasting about his genius. The second cafeteria is almost engulfed in flames. What do you want to be, grilled meat? He Xiqing mocked. If that thing on your neck is useless, just donate it. Hilago, just you wait. Zhou Feng caught Bai Chen's impatient expression, his bravado fading as he slowly sat down. Actually, even without this fire, we can't stay long. There are too many of us, and the space here isn't that large. The heat radiating from our bodies will gradually draw zombies here. You've all seen zombie movies, so I won't elaborate. Why do zombies always find humans? Even if you stay silent, they'll slowly approach you. It's because of the heat radiation from our bodies. Over time, the cafeteria will be surrounded. Bai Chen walked over and opened a window for everyone to see outside. Yesterday, there was only 1 zombie outside this window. This morning, 3. Now there are 4. It's been less than 24 hours. If those 4 were smart enough to come in through the broken glass door at the front and reach the serving counter, who can guarantee they won't have a chance to enter the kitchen? Bai Chen's words sent chills down everyone's spines. What if in the dead of night, while everyone slept soundly, a zombie crept in and took a bite out of someone? That would spell chaos. The girls' faces turned deathly pale, and the boys were equally terrified, their earlier cheerfulness from the meal completely gone. Even the madman's face darkened, though it was unclear if he truly grasped Bai Chen's meaning. But none of these are our greatest threat, Bai Chen's sighed. Zombies' movements follow patterns. If we're careful, we can entirely avoid the danger they bring. But what about the threat posed by humans? A threat from humans? How could that be? Isn't it safer with more people in a situation like this? Staying together increases our chances of rescue, Yimeng said. Sis, don't forget what happened with our dormitory supervisor. Some humans can indeed pose a threat. Even the usually naive Xin had grown more mature. Chenggu, do you mean there are humans nearby? Zhou Feng seemed to snap back to reality. Bai Chen nodded heavily. From what the madman said, it's easy to infer that those people under the threat of death have lost their humanity. They'd turn on their own, let alone strangers like us. But didn't they die? What about the broken glass and bloodstains in the front dining area? Yimeng asked. They came to the cafeteria for food. On our way here, including the front dining area, we didn't see any scattered food. If they really died, where did the food go? In the panic, someone must have escaped with it. And since they were surrounded by zombies at the time, they probably didn't flee far. Maybe back to the teacher's apartments, the teaching building, or some other hiding spot. Chenggu, you mean there are survivors nearby? That's not so terrifying. Not all of humanity could be wiped out. There must be many survivors, Zhou Feng said, once again revealing his naivety. Survivors aren't the threat. But those survivors who escaped with food are definitely a threat. Bai Chen's eyes sharpened as he instinctively tightened his grip on a spatula beside him. Their food will run out. They know there's still food in the cafeteria. And they know zombies won't stay in the cafeteria forever. Hearing this, everyone suddenly understood. So one day they'll come back to the cafeteria, He Xiqing said. Bai Chen nodded solemnly. If they return while we're still here, what then? Would they negotiate to share the food, or just take it by force? Definitely by force. They wouldn't even share with their own people, which is why they fought here, and let the zombies in. Zhou Feng finally showed some intelligence. Exactly. The odds are high they'll resort to force. And now the remaining ones are probably all male, but we have girls with us, putting us at a disadvantage. I disagree, the genius spoke again. Chenggu, with your abilities, you could take down several by yourself. Hilag is not bad, either. Let's say he can handle 2. Xin and I can each take 1 down. Plus we have the terrain advantage. Inside the cafeteria we can hold the pass and easily drive them away. You're overthinking it. What if they can't get in and decide to destroy everything together? What if they set fire to the first cafeteria too? What would we do? Bai Yi-Chen asked Zhou Feng. You know I can fight several people, but you also know I won't kill. These people might no longer be human now, they could be demons. They'd kill their own for food, so why not us? If a fight breaks out I definitely won't kill, but they will. The desperate fear nothing you know. No matter how skilled you still fear a kitchen knife. Besides we have several girls to protect. I might aim to subdue them, but they'll be aiming for our lives. Bai Yi-Chen was nothing more than an ordinary high school student. To remain composed and lead his classmates to safety amidst such a sudden transformation of his surroundings was already an extraordinary feat. After all, how many high schoolers could achieve such a thing? In such dire circumstances, everyone sought only to preserve their own lives indifferent to the fate of others. Yet Bai Yi-Chen was determined to save them all. Without him this group would be utterly paralyzed, quickly dissolving into a chaotic mess. A calm and wise leader is the very core of any group's existence. However, Bai Yi-Chen could not bring himself to kill a human being. From childhood, he had been taught that this was a civilized society governed by its own rules and regulations. Moreover, he simply could not bring himself to end a living, breathing life. Killing zombies was acceptable, but killing humans? Absolutely not. This was not a novel or a movie where the protagonist could slay at will. His earlier analysis had already sent chills down everyone's spines, as if their future fate was already laid upon the executioner's block. Let's prepare some food and water over the next couple of days. We might need to find a way to leave the school and head for a relatively safer place. Bai Yi-Chen fetched a piece of paper and a pen, handing them to Zhou Feng. Sketch a map from the school to your home, marking the main routes and buildings, especially places like shopping malls where we can find supplies of water and food. Also be sure to note down densely populated residential areas. No need for all that trouble, Chingo. I have an offline map on my phone. He Xiqing said, pulling up the offline map on her phone for everyone to see. Alright, let's familiarize ourselves with this map and quickly draft a relocation plan. Our ultimate goal is to find a way to reach Zhou Feng's home. After speaking, Bai Yi-Chen stood up and walked out of the cafeteria. Gazing into the distance toward the girls' dormitory, thick smoke was still spreading, and he wondered if the fire had already reached the woods by Qingxue Lake. A vague unease stirred within Bai Yi-Chen's heart. Recalling the zombies by the lake, their numbers nearly matched the entire senior class. It was impossible that they were all students who had stayed on campus. Some must have come from outside. More than 30 hours had passed, and the fire still raged unabated, likely drawing even more zombies from beyond. If a zombie tide formed then, Bai Yi-Chen dared not think further. Before him loomed not only the tide of the undead, but also the threat of humanity itself. Just as Bai Yi-Chen was lost in thought, he suddenly heard sounds of scuffling and pursuit coming from the kitchen. Someone was shouting his name, and even the zombies outside the cafeteria heard it, turning and shambling directly toward the building. Bai Yi-Chen cursed inwardly, not good, and dashed toward the kitchen. There he saw the group in chaos, all retreating from the staff passageway into the corridor. Spotting him, they cried out, "Chun-gu, that lunatic has escaped." What happened? Bai Yi-Chen demanded sharply. I tried to get more information out of him. I couldn't believe those classmates would be so wicked. But then, as if something snapped, he suddenly stood up, shoved me down, and bolted. Yuqing's face was a mixture of apology and fear. He Xiqing has already gone after him, Zhou Feng said. He went after him, empty-handed. Bai Yi-Chen looked at the open door at the end of the corridor, which he Xiqing had thoughtfully left just a crack. Turning back toward the dining area, he saw two zombies already staggering through the shattered glass door. Grab your weapons. Bai Yi-Chen shouted, already picking up a steel pipe and heading toward the corridor, grabbing a spatula on the way. Ever since the zombies had left the boys' dormitory, he had rarely been without a weapon ready for any sudden emergencies, even sleeping with a steel pipe within arm's reach. Only after he yelled to arm themselves did everyone start scrambling to find their prepared steel pipes. Zhou Feng lead everyone in closing the kitchen door and fall back to the duty room first. Never let go of your weapons and adapt to the situation. By the time Bai Yi-Chen finished shouting, he had already charged to the end of the corridor. Pushing open the door, he spotted He Xiqing not far ahead, surrounded by several zombies, helpless and dodging with his flashy parkour moves. Old He catch. Bai Yi-Chen hurled the steel pipe directly toward He Xiqing. He Xiqing leaped up, caught it, and promptly drove it into a zombie's eye socket. Bai Yi-Chen had also arrived, and the two stood back to back, one wielding a steel pipe, the other a spatula. Chun-Gu, why did you bring that thing out? It was urgent. If I'd taken the time to find another steel pipe by the time I got here, you'd probably be infected, and then I'd have to use that pipe on your eye. Bai Yi-Chen said, flipping the spatula around and ramming its handle into a zombie's eye socket. The spatula handle was made of wood, and driving it straight into a zombie's brain would require tremendous force. But Bai Yi-Chen's hand didn't pause. With seemingly little effort, the zombie collapsed. He Xiqing was utterly impressed, thinking that if he were given a spatula, he'd probably only be able to use it to scoop sand and blind the zombies. Yet he wondered if zombies could even see. Even as he mused, He Xiqing's hands kept moving, and the two quickly took down the nearby zombies. But looking into the distance, more zombies were surging and endlessly, likely drawn to the campus by the fire. That wall over there has collapsed, and a lot of zombies from the streets are pouring in. He Siqing pointed it out to Bai Chen. Indeed, a large gap had appeared in the wall through which zombies were entering the campus. And that lunatic? Bai Chen asked. He ran ahead toward the faculty apartments. But I doubt he'll make it that far. Indeed, the faculty apartment area was also littered with many zombies. Oh, unarmed, the lunatic's fate was predictable. Bai Chen glanced toward the faculty apartments, shoved the spatula into He Siqing's hands, and took back the steel pipe. You go back first. He'll retrieve the lunatic. No need, Chen go. He's already gone that way. It's too dangerous for you to go alone. Don't worry about me. Go back now. If he makes it over there, we could all be in danger. Bai Chen gave He Siqing a push toward the cafeteria, and though reluctant, He Siqing left. Bai Chen took a deep breath and sprinted toward the faculty apartments. Although the faculty apartments were not far from the first cafeteria, they were separated by a landscaped flower bed with rockeries over a person's height, so Bai Chen couldn't see clearly what was happening there. He could only follow the direction He Siqing had indicated. Weaving through a few holly bushes still lush green in winter, Bai Chen came face to face with a tattered zombie. Further ahead behind the rockeries, several pairs of cyan legs were visible. There all were zombies. Bai Chen stealthily crept forward, swiftly dispatching the zombie beside the holly tree without a sound, then crouched down to gently lay the corpse on the ground. The few zombies behind the rockery had already begun to wander out, numbering around 6 or 7. Uncertain whether these zombies relied solely on scent and sound, or could also see, Bai Chen remained crouched in position, his hands already poised for an attack at any moment. The 6 or 7 zombies gradually drew closer to Bai Chen, while several more emerged from behind the rockery, bringing the total to about a dozen. Judging by their attire, they must have come from the faculty apartments, though whether any of them were Bai Chen's teachers remained unknown. Seeing the sudden increase in zombies, Bai Chen estimated he would need to retreat, uncertain how many more might emerge from behind the rockery. Glancing back, he noticed zombies converging on the path from which he came, all heading toward this garden. Now trapped in a semi-encirclement with zombies on both sides of his only escape route, Bai Chen decided to observe. A dense clump of holly bushes stood nearby. Though holly trees are typically tall, the shrubs in the greenbelt were dwarf varieties resembling low bushes, ideal for concealment. Without a second thought, Bai Chen slowly moved toward the holly bushes. He had no intention of engaging these zombies in a direct fight. Of course, if forced, fighting his way back along the path would be easy. Only a few zombies stood there, and his speed and strength made it a simple task. Bai Chen had already sensed while using the spatula earlier that his strength had grown again. It seemed to change every day upon waking. However, forcing his way back would alert the surrounding zombies, and if they followed him to the cafeteria, they would attract even more. Zombies were peculiar. If only 2 or 3 were present, their numbers would typically remain stable. But once the count exceeded 10, they would multiply until a horde formed. This was why on that day by Qinshua Lake the zombies had gathered into a procession. If he led the zombies back to the cafeteria, wouldn't Zhou Feng and the others be doomed? Bai Chen crouched low, inching into the holly bushes, one hand reaching into the foliage to clear a hiding spot. Suddenly Bai Chen's hand touched something odd, soft, cold, yet faintly warm, like a person frozen stiff. Startled, he found himself staring into a pair of pitch-black eyes. Don't come near me. A figure suddenly stood up from the holly bushes, waving its arms and shouting loudly. It was the madman who had run off earlier. The zombies, drawn by his cry, all converged on this spot. Stay away. Get back. Get back. Monsters. The madman shouted, hopping around in place. Shoo. Bai Chen leaped over, clamping one hand over the madman's mouth, while dragging him deeper into the bushes with the other. MMPH. MMPH. The madman struggled frantically, emitting muffled sounds. Bai Chen was furious. Don't speak. I'm human, not a monster. I'm here to save you. He whispered soothingly, though inwardly he cursed. What a calamity on top of misfortune, as if fate had conspired against him. The madman gradually calmed, and Bai Chen slowly released his grip. But no sooner had he let go than the madman bolted out, leaping straight into the zombie horde, screaming at the top of his lungs. Damn it, Bai Chen muttered under his breath. He had never seen anyone throw their life away so willingly, had the enemy paid them. Watching the madman surrounded by zombies, Bai Chen considered turning and fleeing. Yet the purpose of his mission, the fact that the madman was still a living soul, and his own words to Zhou Feng. Others may abandon humanity, but I will not, stayed his feet. These thoughts flashed through his mind in a second, and Bai Chen leaped out of the bushes, letting out a deliberate roar to draw the zombies' attention. 2 zombies immediately abandoned the madman and turned toward him. Without hesitation, Bai Chen took down the 2 zombies and charged toward the madman. Had anyone been present, they would have been astonished by the sight: 2 men surrounded by zombies, seemingly competing to see who could attract more, both shouting at the top of their lungs. The difference was that one wielded a weapon while the other did not. One was swiftly clearing the zombies around him, while the other hopped about aimlessly like a shaman. As he cleared a patch of zombies, more would fill the gap. Bai Chen's eyes grew red. If this continued, he might not survive. Given that they were closer to the cafeteria than to the faculty apartments, and the situation there was unknown, Bai Yi-chin decided to head back. Stop yelling, damn it. Follow me. He grabbed the madman by the collar with astonishing strength, making it impossible for him to break free. Unable to escape, the madman continued to shout. Bai Yi-chin fought his way through, dragging the madman toward the cafeteria. A swarm of zombies clung to their heels, and the madman's cries kept drawing more from elsewhere. Before long, over 30 zombies had gathered behind them, a dark, imposing mass. Shout again, and he'll run you through. Bai Yi-chin threatened harshly. The madman burst into tears. You'll stab me. I'm scared. He'll be quiet. Believing Bai Yi-chin might actually kill him, the madman ceased struggling and shouting. Damn it. All this to save you. Bai Yi-chin glanced back at the pursuing zombies, then sprinted, dragging the madman along. Fortunately, zombies were slower than humans, and the horde gradually fell behind. Without the madman's cries, no more zombies converged. The occasional lone zombie on the path was easily dispatched by Bai Yi-chin. As they neared the back door of the cafeteria, a petite figure rushed toward Bai Yi-chin. Class representative, why are you here? It's dangerous outside. Go back. Bai Yi-chin felt a surge of emotion at the sight of the approaching person. Looking closer, he saw that the back door was wide open, and everyone was gripping steel pipes walking toward him, having cleared the zombies along the way. I'm fine. Let's all go back. Bai Yi-chin was deeply moved. He had always protected them without expecting anything in return. Perhaps everyone had thought they would lose him, so they risked their lives to come to him. Oh no, the madman is bitten. Sharpied, Zhou Feng suddenly cried out. Chingu, are you okay? You weren't bitten, were you? Bai Yi-chin then noticed that the man he had been dragging to safety bore a clear bite mark on his arm, the blood already soaking through his sleeve. He must have been injured when Bai Yi-chin rescued him. Let's go. We'll talk inside. Worried about the zombies chasing them, Bai Yi-chin grabbed the madman and entered the building. The group returned to the cafeteria in a crowd surrounding Bai Yi-chin and the madman. Bai Yi-chin released the madman, and He-chin immediately rushed forward, kicking him down, afraid he might cause more trouble. Brother Chin, are you alright? Everyone was concerned about Bai Yi-chin. Bai Yi-chin shook his head. I'm fine. Only he got bitten. Damn it. Zhou Feng suddenly charged forward and kicked the madman again. It's all your fault. Stop hitting him. What's the point of arguing with a madman? Bai Yi-chin stopped Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng spat at the madman in anger. Brother Chun, he's already bitten. Why did you bring him back? Let's throw him out and let him fend for himself. He-chin said. No. Bai Yi-chin's gaze swept sharply around. He rarely treated everyone so seriously. He's still a living person now? Throwing him out would be equivalent to murder. I've said it before. Others may choose not to be human, but we cannot. But he's already infected. If he turns into a zombie, we'll still have to kill him. Zhou Feng said. We might as well finish him off now. Then we'll wait until he becomes a zombie. Killing a madman would make us worse than those who aren't human. Bai Yi-chin gripped the steel pipe in his hand. When the time comes, I'll end him myself. It's my fault. Yu-ching suddenly said, tears in her eyes. If it weren't for me, he wouldn't have run out, wouldn't have gotten bitten, and you wouldn't have had to take the risk. Don't blame yourself. He's just a madman. What does it have to do with you? Besides, we're all fine, Bai Yi-chin comforted Yu-ching. Ever since Yu-ching had killed the zombie that was once the dormitory ant with a steel pipe, she had become very silent and hadn't smiled since. She was naturally shy, and now she barely spoke. And the most important reason I went after him was that I was worried he'd find his former companions. We don't know if he's truly mad or faking it. He already knows everything about us. If he runs back and finds his old friends, it would be too dangerous for us. Before Bai Yi-chin could finish, everyone understood. Even if the madman was bitten, he might still hold on long enough to return to his former companions. And if he was faking madness, revealing the situation in the cafeteria to those outlaws could lead to an attack on all of them. Perhaps he's been planning an escape all along. Or maybe he just wanted to frame Yu-ching and make us fall apart from within, Bai Yi-chin said, his eyes turning to Yu-ching. So, class representative, don't blame yourself. We'll keep an eye on him now. The moment he turns, we'll finish him immediately. Perhaps the madman understood Bai Yi-chin's words. He suddenly writhed, his face twisted in agony, making strange, meaningless sounds. What's this, a shaman dance? Zhou Feng poked the madman only to have his hand grabbed. Help! Me! Burning! The madman lifted his face, his eyes fixed firmly on Zhou Feng. Burning! Bai Yi-chin reached out and touched the madman's forehead. It was scorching hot, a stark contrast to his earlier manic energy. Help! Help! The madman groaned, writhing on the ground. Everyone stepped back several paces, afraid he might suddenly transform and attack. But he didn't get up. He only kept moaning, his body contorted in pain. Bai Yi-chin remembered seeing on TV that the transformation process after infection was extremely painful. It involved high fever, body aches, and a feeling of melting. He shared this with the others, and they all felt a pang of pity. Yiming simply looked away and walked off. The others slowly drifted away, unable to bear the madman's heartrending moans. Only Yu-ching remained, her tearful eyes fixed on Bai Yi-chin, as if she wanted to say something. Class representative, speak your mind. Yu-ching sobbed before speaking slowly. Is there any way to help him? He looks like he's in so much pain. Bai Chen shook his head. There's no way. We just have to wait. Would painkillers help? Probably not. But Yuqing's words reminded Bai Chen that their group still needed some medical supplies. If anyone got a headache or a fever, they couldn't just tough it out. Right now only Yi Ming had a small medical kit with some gauze alcohol and band-aids. The only medicine was painkillers, which Bai Chen knew were for when the girls had their period. Unfortunately, the school clinic was too far away, or they could have scavenged there. In a post-apocalyptic zombie world, food, medicine, tobacco, and alcohol were all crucial resources. Even if they didn't need them, it wouldn't hurt to stockpile some. They were all hard currency and could be used as money if necessary. It seemed they'd have to wait until they escaped the school and found a pharmacy or clinic along the way to scavenge. As Bai Chen was lost in thought, Yuqing suddenly said, "Since that's the case, why not end him now?" "What?" Bai Chen didn't react at first. "Kill him." Yuqing, usually gentle and demure, now showed a decisive and resolute expression, as if she had become a different person. "We can't kill him. He's a living person," Bai Chen said. "But he's in so much pain now, and when he turns into a zombie, you'll kill him anyway." Yuqing said, rarely speaking so much in one go. "Kill him now? Let him suffer less. When he turns, he'll be killing a zombie, not a person," Bai Chen said, holding to his principles. "People get euthanasia when they're sick. He's suffering too much." Yuqing couldn't hold back her tears. "It's all my fault. If I hadn't provoked him, he wouldn't have run out, gotten infected, and endured this pain. If you put it that way, it's my fault. If I hadn't brought everyone to this cafeteria, he might be thriving here on his own with food and water. Don't overthink it. Go be with the others. Leave this to me." Bai Chen urged Yuqing to leave, but she was unusually stubborn, refusing to go, and kept asking him to help the madman. "Help him, please. He's in so much pain." At that moment, the madman began to convulse, twitching uncontrollably on the ground, yellow foam spilling from his mouth. "Kill him, please. Kill him." Bai Chen kept shaking his head. He couldn't break his vow. He had sworn he would only kill zombies, not people. Seeing Bai Chen's firm stance, Yuqing stopped pleading and turned to leave. But she returned shortly, holding a boning knife she had taken from the kitchen. The madman was still convulsing on the ground, groaning in agony. Yuqing walked straight toward him. Bai Chen reached out and stopped her. "You can't do this. I have to. Otherwise, for the rest of my living days, the moment I close my eyes, I will see him in this torment. The sounds of his suffering will echo in my ears day and night." Though Yuqing spoke these words, her hands were trembling. She dared not strike. "Kill me. Kill." The madman suddenly murmured, "Kill me, I beg you." "You hear that?" Tears streamed down Yuqing's face again. "Shouldn't we help him? I beg you, kill me." The madman lifted his head, his eyes gleaming with desperate longing. In that instant, Bai Chen suddenly understood. He had never been mad at all. Or perhaps in his final moments he had regained clarity. "Be careful of the teacher's apartment building." Before the madman could finish his sentence, his body jerked as if struck by an electric current, then collapsed to the ground, his eyes closing. Yuqing couldn't help but sob. "Is he dead?" But the madman's eyes slowly opened again. They were now a pair of murky gray-white orbs, utterly different from the shining eyes of moments before. "Watch out." Bai Chen shoved Yuqing aside just as the madman sprang from the ground, lunging directly at the spot where she had stood. A guttural roar escaped the madman's throat as he prepared to pounce again. Bai Chen quickly raised his steel pipe, ending the creature's brief existence as a zombie. Yuqing whispered a faint, "Thank you," dropped the boning knife in her hand, and ran off crying. Zhou Feng and the others arrived, drawn by the commotion. Seeing the madman lying on the ground, they understood what had happened. Without a word, they worked together to drag the zombie's body outside the cafeteria. When they turned to check on Yuqing, she was merely weeping, refusing to speak to anyone. A heavy gloom settled over everyone. Bai Chen pondered the madman's final words. "Be careful of the teacher's apartment building." What did that mean? Could it be that the group from before was still hiding there? Why is everyone so somber? My sister has always been soft-hearted. Even when our pet goldfish died at home, she would cry. "She'll be fine in a little while. Don't worry." Jiaqian, in contrast, seemed unusually lighthearted. "They'll make dinner for everyone. Wait here, and he'll call you when the food's ready." As she spoke, Jiaqian walked out of the duty room. She could be quite endearing at times despite her usual boastful demeanor. Her footsteps echoed down the hallway toward the kitchen, while outside the window the setting sun gradually descended. Damn it! Bai Chen suddenly remembered that when the madman had fled earlier, several zombies had slipped into the cafeteria. That was why he had ordered everyone to retreat to the duty room. And he had completely forgotten. He Xiqing grabbed a weapon and followed Jiaqian. Bai Chen shouted. In this room, only He Xiqing could reach the scene fastest. Seeing Bai Chen's urgency, He Xiqing instantly understood. He seized a steel pipe and dashed out with Bai Chen close behind. Sure enough, as soon as they entered the hallway, they heard Jiaqian scream. Bai Chen quickened his pace, arriving at the kitchen simultaneously with He Xiqing. Inside, only a single zombie was present, but it had already cornered Jiaqian and was about to attack. Jiaqian gripped a kitchen knife she had grabbed randomly from the counter, swinging it wildly. If it had been a human, they would have fled in terror. But her opponent was a zombie, utterly unafraid of the blade. Aim for its head. Bai Chen couldn't help but yell. I'm scared. Jia Qian squeezed her eyes shut entirely. These twin sisters, one brash, yet secretly timid, the other gentle but decisive in action, were a study in contrasts. But this was no time for criticism. Saving lives came first. He Siqing rushed forward, trying to draw the zombie's attention, but feared accidentally harming Jia Qian. For a moment he was at a loss. Suddenly a large wok flew through the air, knocking the zombie flat to the ground. In the same motion, Bai Chen pulled Jia Qian back, while driving his steel pipe straight through the creature's head. Chinga, that was insane. Flinging a wok with one hand. What a move. He Siqing burst into applause. But as he clapped, his expression shifted. Chinga, you, behind you. Bai Chen felt a presence behind him, and spun around sharply, only to see a dense, shadowy mass of figures. Bai Chen's mind went blank, but he still remembered to shine his phone's light on the silhouettes. In the vast dining hall, zombies were packed tightly together, some with scorched patches on their bodies. Clearly they had migrated from the fire. A zombie horde. Those two words flashed through Bai Chen's mind. But he quickly calmed himself. This wasn't yet a full-scale horde, nor did it have the accompanying din, though its formation was likely imminent. Zhou Feng and Yi Xian arrived, steel pipes in hand, and were met with the sight before them. Both instinctively cursed, their shouts startling the zombies. The creatures began to slowly press toward the serving window. Earlier, when Bai Chen had helped Jia Qian, the sounds of the struggle had already drawn several zombies close to the window. Now nearly every zombie in the dining hall was beginning to shuffle in their direction. The collective movement of so many undead was a formidable sound. The rustling of clothes and shuffling of footsteps could travel far, likely attracting even more zombies. For a fleeting moment, Bai Chen felt an odd sense of déjà vu, as if it were the end of a school exercise session. The same sounds of fabric and footsteps filled the air then too, but they belonged to beloved classmates, not reeking foul zombies. Quick, find something to block the serving window. He Siqing directed Zhou Feng. Help me move this table. He intended to use a stainless steel table to seal the gap at the window. With so many zombies appearing at once, it was only a matter of time before some tried to crawl through. Yuqing and Yiming arrived, as well, flustered and unsure of what to do. Bai Chen glanced at the kitchen door, knowing it would hold out even less time than the serving window. He immediately changed the plan. He Siqing, Zhou Feng, you two come with me to clear the zombies at the window. Yiming, Yi Xian, and you two class representatives. The four of you move all the food, drinks, and anything that can serve as a weapon, like kitchen knives, into the hallway. Everyone immediately dispersed to carry out Bai Chen's orders. Bai Chen, He Siqing, and Zhou Feng, the three strongest fighters, positioned themselves around the serving window. They thrust their steel pipes through the opening, striking down zombies one by one with swift, clean efficiency. The three girls and Yi Xian, who were less combat-capable, busied themselves with relocating the kitchen supplies. Each carried armfuls of items, panting heavily. After a while, the piles of zombie corpses outside the food-serving window grew higher and higher, while Zhou Feng and He Siqing's stamina reached its limit, their clearing movements slowing down. A zombie stepped on the previous corpses and leaped directly through the window, causing the three girls to scream in terror. Have we moved all the important things? Bai Chen finished off the zombie that had jumped in with a single strike, then turned to ask Yiming, have the food, drink, and weapons been moved? Yiming nodded. Bai Chen immediately ordered them to retreat, and he slowly moved toward the employee passage, deliberately knocking over a table to block the entrance. As soon as everyone retreated into the corridor, with a loud crash, the door connecting the dining hall to the kitchen collapsed, and zombies surged in. Bai Chen quickly closed the door on the employee passage side, and had people move things to block it. This door could only be opened by pulling it inward from the kitchen. Zombies couldn't open doors, the more they pressed against it, the tighter it closed. Unless the zombies could tear down the wall, the possibility of them entering the corridor was extremely slim. From now on, we must move, speak, and act as quietly as possible so as not to alert them. Bai Chen instructed everyone in a low voice, directing them to slowly move toward the duty room. Now they were separated from the horde of zombies only by that single kitchen door. The thought of living next door to so many zombies sent a chill down everyone's spine. This cafeteria seemed no longer safe to stay. They had to find a way to relocate. As soon as everyone left, the zombies gradually quieted down, standing still like idiots. The entire dining hall and kitchen were densely packed with zombies, and outside more zombies were constantly approaching. Perhaps attracted by sound or by the heat emitted by humans, or for some other reason. The zombies at the main entrance of the cafeteria were increasing. In the duty room, no one dared to turn on a flashlight. In the darkness, they silently shared the canned luncheon meat and some fruit cans they had salvaged. After a long while, Bai Chen whispered, "This place is not suitable for a long stay. A zombie tide is likely to form within a few days. Now the back door here still doesn't have a large number of zombies. We must be prepared to evacuate from the back door, possibly in the next 2 days. Shengu, where will we go after evacuation? Are we really going to phone guest house?" Yi Xian asked. "Let's not think about whether we can reach his place for now. The main thing is that we need to make a detailed evacuation plan. How to get out from here, how to proceed after leaving, where to settle first. All our problems. Bai Yiqian couldn't help but frown, though no one could see him in the dark. Although it's only a few kilometers from here to Zhou Feng's house, normally a 10-minute taxi ride, things are different now. Bai Yiqian didn't finish, but everyone could already imagine what the outside was like. Everywhere were zombies or corpses, the streets were likely filled with wrecked cars, and the air was thick with the stench of decay. Every step required caution. These few kilometers could only be measured on foot. In the past 2 days the temperature had dropped again, and it was already very cold outside. Although everyone had dressed warmly when escaping from the dormitory, what about a few days later? If the temperature continued to drop in the coming days, their clothes might no longer be warm enough, and they still had to travel to Zhou Feng's house. A double ordeal. In the end, after discussion, they decided to pack up supplies tomorrow, prepare water and food, plan the route in detail, and set off early the day after tomorrow. The thrilling fight in the kitchen had exhausted everyone. As usual, some kept watch while others slept. The night passed without incident. But throughout the night, they could hear the moans of zombies from the front of the cafeteria and the howling of the wind. Early the next morning, the sky was still hazy, and only the outlines of the room were faintly visible. Bai Yiqian was awakened by He Xiqing, who had been on night watch. "Chenggu, something seems wrong outside," He Xiqing said, trying to keep his voice low so as not to wake the others who were still sleeping. Bai Yiqian quietly turned over and got up, then followed He Xiqing to the back door of the corridor. Fortunately, everyone had slept in their clothes, so they could move immediately without delay. The two reached the back door, and He Xiqing pressed his eye to the peephole to look, then stepped aside to let Bai Yiqian look. "Chenggu, look at that road on the left." Bai Yiqian leaned in and looked through the peephole. At that moment the outside was still hazy and unclear, but the outlines of objects could still be distinguished. On the left road, several dark figures could be faintly seen approaching the cafeteria, and there were also scattered dark figures nearby, all moving slowly. "Are they zombies?" He Xiqing asked. "You woke me up, so I think you have your own judgment right," Bai Yiqian said. "Zombies wander outside every day, and I've never seen you this nervous. I feel those dark figures are not zombies. They should be humans. Zombies don't walk along a road with such selectivity. Their movements are more agile than zombies, and they occasionally observe their surroundings. Zombies don't observe." He Xiqing looked at Bai Yiqian's face, hoping to find the answer. "Chenggu, is my analysis correct? And I have a feeling that these people might be hostile. They all seem quite calm." Bai Yiqian nodded. "They are not zombies. But whether they come with good or bad intentions remains unknown. They could be passers-by, or they could." Bai Yiqian paused for a moment, then continued. "Before Fengzi died, he said something. He told us to be careful of the teacher's apartment area, but he didn't finish his words. I guess he meant that their previous group was hiding in the teacher's apartment. But I thought since we were leaving in a couple of days, I didn't tell everyone to avoid adding to their psychological burden." "So Chenggu, you mean these people could be Fengzi's companions?" "Yes. If so, we may need to make some preparations. These people might not be easy to deal with." Bai Yiqian's heart sank. He did not want to see conflict between humans, especially at a time when they should be united to survive. Zhou Feng had also woken up by then. Seeing that Bai Yiqian was not at his sleeping spot, he came to the corridor and happened to see the two talking by the peephole. "Chenggu, what are you looking at?" "Let me see too." Zhou Feng leaned in to look through the peephole and saw half a rotting face and a pale eyeball scaring him so much that he stepped back and nearly hit the wall. "Damn, what a bad omen first thing in the morning." Zhou Feng spat on the ground. "He'll go look somewhere else." With that, he walked along the corridor to the disinfection room, pushed open the door, and went inside. The glass window of the disinfection room faced the direction of the female dormitory. Thick smoke billowed from that area, the fire continuing to spread, and it seemed the second cafeteria had already caught fire. Beside the second cafeteria stretched a long viewing corridor where the withered branches of the trees were especially abundant. It was estimated that the flames would soon ignite it as well. Thus it was only a matter of time before the fire reached the first cafeteria. If the wind kept blowing, this great blaze might spread to who knows where, potentially burning down half of its city. In the glow of the firelight, Zhou Feng saw countless zombies like silent phantoms moving toward the first cafeteria. They were silent only because the sounds of their movements were drowned out by the noises from the dining hall and kitchen zombies, along with the distant clamor of the fire. Zhou Feng muttered a curse, "Damn it," and immediately sprinted toward Bai Yiqian. Bai Yiqian was peering through the peephole at the group, watching as they neared the cafeteria. The sky had brightened, revealing that they all carried weapons, though he couldn't make out what they were. Although bearing arms didn't necessarily mean they posed a threat, they might be for killing zombies. Bai Yiqian felt it wise to remain cautious. 9 people. Armed. All men, he reported to He Xiqing. "Wake everyone up. Get your weapons and packs ready." He Xiqing went to the duty room to rouse the others. Zhou Feng rushed to Bai Yiqian's side. "Chenggu, the fires reached the second cafeteria, and a horde of zombies is heading this way." Bai Yiqian nodded grimly. "Grab your weapons. We might be in danger." "Of course it's dangerous. With that many zombies, how long will it take to kill them all?" Zhou Feng muttered as he ran to fetch his weapon. Bai Yi-chin turned and selected the longest boning knife from the pile of cooking knives they had retrieved the night before, also tucking a steel pipe into his belt. After a moment's thought, he set down the boning knife, hefted the steel pipe, and gathered the rest of the knives into a cardboard box, carrying it back to the duty room. Everyone was already up, some packing their bags, others searching for their own steel pipes, a few clutching weapons in a daze, likely still half asleep. When Bai Yi-chin entered, they all paused in their tasks and called out in unison, "Chen-gu," which gave him the odd feeling of being a gang leader. But he had no time for teasing. He simply placed the box of knives in front of Yi-ming. "Pick a few that are easy to use and efficient for killing zombies, pack them up. Hide the rest somewhere no one else will find them. Move quickly." Though Yi-ming could be a bit foolish at times, she was an expert at packing. Her bundles were convenient and well organized. Bai Yi-chin trusted her completely. Yi-ming immediately began packing the knives as instructed without even asking why. The best thing about this team was that they truly regarded Bai Yi-chin as their leader. Whenever he spoke earnestly, no one failed to follow his orders. Moreover, everyone understood priorities, wasting no time and refraining from unnecessary questions. "Women, stay inside for now, but be ready to evacuate. Keep your weapons and packs on you at all times. Men, arm yourselves and follow me." With that, Bai Yi-chin turned and strode out. The three men immediately followed. As they stepped into the corridor, a loud bang echoed from the back door, as if someone had kicked it. "What the hell? Since when do zombies know how to kick doors?" Zhou Feng exclaimed, unaware of the intruders. "Let Grandpa go teach these bastards a lesson." Bai Yi-chin raised a hand, signaling Zhou Feng to stay quiet. A voice from outside called out, "I know you're in there. Open the door, and we'll share the supplies." Before he could finish, another voice cut in, "Share my ass. Everything belongs to Brother Ming. If he's generous enough to give you some, you'll get it. That's right, all Brother Mings. Open up now, or you'll be sorry." Another loud crash shook the door. These were no friends. Bai Yi-chin realized they weren't kicking the door, they were smashing it with a hammer. He had glimpsed what looked like a hammer in someone's hand earlier, and now he was certain. "Open up, or we'll kill you all." Bang! The blow struck the lock, and it seemed the door would soon give way. Zhou Feng stared at the trembling door, incredulous. "Hilago, is that a zombie talking?" "Shoo!" Yi Xian whispered, "Feng Gu, they might be that lunatic's accomplices." Zhou Feng finally caught on. "Should we grab a couple of cleavers? You people in there, scared to open the door, huh? I know you've got women. Leave one or two, and if you beg Brother Ming nicely, we can talk this out." Lewd laughter erupted from outside. Bai Yi-chin gripped his steel pipe, veins bulging on the back of his hand. He really didn't want to start a fight. If it came to killing, he and Yi-chin could probably handle all of them, but that wasn't what he wanted. "Who's begging who, you bastards?" Zhou Feng, emboldened by the door and by Yi-chin's presence, shot back. "With mugs like yours, even dogs would turn away. Which page of the classic of mountains and seas did you crawl out of?" "Brother Ming, what's he saying?" "He says you don't look human." "Damn it. Since you refuse a toast, you'll have to drink the penalty. Tear the door down." A clatter of tools followed, with more hammer blows on the lock. From the end of the corridor, near the kitchen, the groans of zombies grew louder, drawn by the commotion. "If you keep making noise, none of us will make it out of here," Bai Yi-chin finally spoke. "The main entrance of the cafeteria is swarming with zombies. A horde is about to form." "A horde? Ha ha ha." Laughter rang out from outside. "You've watched too many movies." "A horde?" Bai Yi-chin didn't want to argue. "Let me be direct. I believe the best solution is to calmly divide the food here and leave quickly. Maybe we can cooperate in the future. Otherwise, if we fight, we might not lose, but are you prepared for heavy casualties?" "Divide? I told you everything here belongs to Brother Ming. Then let's settle this with our fists. I'm giving you one last chance." Bai Yi-chin could hear the zombies growing louder from the corridor. He knew this needed to be resolved as quickly as possible. He had already planned to take down their leader as soon as the door opened, which would likely shake their confidence. Then he would make it clear he meant no harm, that he truly just wanted to share the food and survive together, because he really didn't want to hurt anyone. Bai Yi-chin abruptly yanked open the back door, and the light from outside streamed in, forcing Yi-chin and Zhou Feng to shield their eyes. 9 male students stood outside, wielding an assortment of weapons: hammers, handsaws, cleavers, baseball bats. At the forefront was a bespectacled, scholarly-looking boy, flanked by a few others on each side, and behind him, all appearing rather frail and unthreatening like typical students. Bai Yi-chin was taken aback by the sight before him. He had anticipated ferocious adversaries planning to knock down a burly thug the moment he opened the door to intimidate them. But now he found it hard to strike, as they looked like a bunch of weaklings. "Isn't it wrong to bully the weak?" Zhou Feng, seeing the almost effeminate lineup, couldn't resist taunting. "Oh, what a fine collection of weapons you have there. Are you putting on a show?" "Nonsense," a lackey in a woolen hat retorted. The bespectacled boy held him back, looking somewhat dazed. "Are you Yi-chin?" Yi-chin was startled to be named. "Who are you? How dare you speak to Brother Ming like that?" The woolen-hatted one exclaimed, only to be restrained again by the bespectacled boy. "Su Ming. You don't remember me. We used to do parkour together. I haven't seen you in years. You took first place in that competition, and I got third, right?" Su Ming, the bespectacled boy said. "Oh right, I remember now. Mengzi, it's you." Haha, we're all brothers. He Xiqing grew excited, hoping this might resolve things easily. Unexpectedly, Su Ming didn't follow the expected script. Enough, He Xiqing, step aside. We're not here for you. You thought you had a strong backup. Too bad. I'm not the same person anymore. You're no threat to me. He Xiqing spat on the ground, but didn't retreat, realizing the other looked down on him. Brother Ming, is this your friend? The woolen-hatted one asked again, stopped by Su Ming. He Xiqing don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. I suppose these are your underlings. Where are the girls? You people have no sense. He's just good at fighting, but he's not smart. Why follow him? Su Ming's words made He Xiqing's face darken. He knew he wasn't clever, which was why he had resolved to follow Bai Yichen. Just as he was about to fight, Su Ming Yiming led the girls out of the guard room, each gripping a steel pipe. They couldn't stay hidden while the boys were in trouble. Having heard everything from inside, they knew they couldn't stand back and let others protect them. You bastards. Your grandma is here. Jiaqian couldn't help shouting. Brother Ming, there really are girls. The woolen-hatted one stepped forward eagerly, his eyes wide. The other lackeys grew excited too. Yi Ming and the Jiaqian sisters were both school beauties, and their simultaneous appearance stunned the group of pale-faced boys. A few zombies wandering nearby were attracted by the commotion and crept closer to Su Ming's group. The woolen-hatted one, with practiced coordination, swiftly dealt with the zombies alongside two other lackeys. Unsatisfied, he smashed a zombie's head repeatedly with his hammer until it burst, spraying foul brain matter everywhere. The girls screamed in horror, which filled the woolen-hatted one with a sense of achievement. But in that instant, Bai Yichen grasped the dynamics of the opposing group. Su Ming was the strongest among them, hence his leadership, but he lacked ruthlessness, as evidenced by their prolonged standoff without action. In essence, Su Ming had neither the mind nor the guts to be a true leader. His underlings, though weaker, seemed like genuine desperados. Su Ming might have been forced into this situation. He had to maintain his position to avoid being usurped by someone who wouldn't tolerate a subordinate stronger than himself. In reality, Su Ming was a puppet leader exploited for his combat prowess. And he had no choice but to comply or risk losing his life. Understanding this, Bai Yichen knew his target shouldn't be Su Ming, but someone else. Brother Ming, look, it's our people. The woolen-hatted one suddenly shouted. I told you, I saw them clearly from the window. They killed our man. The woolen-hatted one noticed a corpse on the ground and prodded it with his hammer. Given the sudden events yesterday, they had hastily dumped the madman's body by the back door, which the woolen-hatted one had spotted. Su Ming glanced at the corpse and resumed negotiations. You killed our man. How do we settle this? He wasn't human. He was a zombie. Yi Xian said. Bullshit. The woolen-hatted one smashed the madman's skull flat with his hammer. He wasn't infected. You killed him. Bai Yichen now understood that the real threat was the woolen-hatted one, not Su Ming. Should he capture him alive or beat him into submission? Lacking experience in such complex situations, Bai Yichen found the dilemma tricky and decided to observe further before acting. Just then the woolen-hatted one said something astonishing. This bastard. I smashed his sister's skull, just like this, ha. He seemed proud. She was really beautiful, though not quite as much as you three. I had my way with her, but she cried and struggled. Afraid of attracting zombies, I gave her this. He struck the madman's head again with his hammer. She collapsed and stopped making noise, so I did it again. Huh. Little did I know, while I was busy with his sister, he was feasting with you all in the cafeteria. Upon hearing the beanie-clad man's words, Yuqing immediately retched, while Jiaqian cursed him with a string of profanities. The beanie-clad man, however, clapped his hands in applause, a perverse smirk plastered across his face. Bai Yichen could no longer endure it. He had tolerated their idle chatter only because he believed they were all students, and that a war of words was forgivable. Matters could be resolved through gradual discussion, and he wished to avoid anyone getting hurt. But the beanie-clad man's words and actions had crossed the line of tolerance. Heaven only knows how many heinous deeds he had committed in secret. Enough with the idle prattle. Let's get straight to it. Bai Yichen roared, lunging forward with explosive force. Su Ming assumed Bai Yichen was charging at him and raised his baseball bat to block, but to his astonishment, Bai Yichen leaped, sprinted 2 steps up the wall, executed a backflip, and landed outside the door. With a swift kick, he sent the beanie-clad man flying 2 meters away. Thud! The sound of flesh hitting the ground echoed with surprising force. Everyone was stunned. He Xiqing and Zhou Feng, who had been about to join the fray, were so taken aback by Bai Yichen's display that they froze. Su Ming had assumed He Xiqing was the most formidable fighter, never expecting that the silent, expressionless Bai Yichen was the true powerhouse. The crowd's astonishment stemmed from witnessing someone walk on walls and land with such grace. They were all teenagers idolizing martial prowess, especially someone like Bai Yichen, a man of few words and ruthless action, fighting like a chivalrous hero. Even the pale-faced rivals on the opposing side were tempted to kneel and call him father. The beanie-clad man lay on the ground, unable to rise, groaning in agony, likely suffering severe internal injuries. Judging by the sound of his fall, his ribs might have been shattered. Without a flicker of emotion, Bai Yichen stepped forward and without a word stomped his foot between the beanie-clad man's legs. A collective chill ran through the male onlookers, as if the blow had landed on themselves. The beanie-clad man let out a pig-like squeal, sweat beads as large as beans rolling down his face, tears welling in his eyes. Who the hell said all the food belongs to Brother Ming? Who the hell demanded our women? Who the hell wanted us to beg for mercy? Who the hell treats human lives as a joke? Anyone else who disagrees? Come at me. I'm tired of dealing with you one by one. With each sentence, Bai Yi-Chen stomped harder between the beanie-clad man's legs. The beanie-clad man's screams faded after 3 stomps. He passed out, his crotch a pool of blood. A few wandering zombies shambled toward Bai Yi-Chen. Without pausing his assault, he thrust his steel pipe repeatedly, each strike felling a zombie, until all the approaching undead lay dead. Brother Ming, I presume. Care to show me your skills? Bai Yi-Chen called out Su Ming's name directly. Su Ming trembled and waved his hands frantically. No, let's share the food. Take it all if you must. The crisis was resolved before anyone could react, all thanks to Bai Yi-Chen. Su Ming's lackeys, thoroughly impressed, immediately pledged allegiance to Bai Yi-Chen, who spat in disdain. Such men were nothing but deadweight and turncoats. No sooner was this threat neutralized than a strange noise erupted from the corridor's end. The door had been breached, and a tide of zombies surged from the kitchen. At the sight of the horde, everyone's faces turned ashen. Su Ming and his crew finally realized Bai Yi-Chen's warnings were true. Instinctively, they sought shelter. We can't stay here. Bai Yi-Chen shouted, dashing back to the locker room for his backpack. Su Ming and his lackeys followed suit. What are you doing in here? The zombie horde is coming. Run. Bai Yi-Chen urged them to flee, unwilling to see them perish, but they refused. Well, stay here. This door is safe. Yeah, it's safe, and there's food. Their eyes lit up at the sight of canned goods left on the table. Packed by Yi Ming, but too much to carry. They ignored Bai Yi-Chen's pleas. Good luck to you then. A wooden door can't withstand a zombie horde. With that, Bai Yi-Chen grabbed his backpack and bolted out. Behind him, the undead surged like waves. Follow me, he yelled, and Zhou Feng and the others' backpacks on ran after him. Yi Xiqing quickly outpaced Bai Yi-Chen. In anything else he might lag, but when it came to escape, he was unmatched. Zhou Feng, passing the fallen beanie-clad man, shouted, Shun, this scumbag's still alive. Want me to finish him off? No need. He won't escape anyway. Let him taste the same agony that lunatic endured. Bai Yi-Chen replied, sprinting toward the wall. A small side gate used by faculty residents to buy groceries led directly to the main street. The beanie-clad man regained consciousness only to see a dark wave of zombies descending upon him. Before he could scream, he was engulfed, disemboweled, and devoured. It was a merciful end compared to the prolonged suffering of the lunatic. Yet to be gnawed alive, hearing the crunch of one's own bones, helpless and despairing, must have been a terrifying fate. The wind began to blow. A black cat, light of foot, traversed the rooftops of a row of low shops, its round eyes curiously fixed on the bizarre figures moving through the streets below. For many days it had watched these people wander the streets, never returning home at night, emitting terrifying sounds at strange noises. The black cat could not comprehend what had happened to them. Once they would pet it joyfully, now they only sought to hunt it, to devour its flesh and drink its blood. Suddenly a commotion arose from the street corner. The black cat's eyes reflected the figure of a youth in a black coat and backpack running. Unlike the others, the cat had seen this one was breathing. "Hey, you old dog, why are you running so fast?" someone shouted. The black cat saw several more people, men and women, following the youth. They fled swiftly, as if escaping something dreadful. Startled, the black cat slipped through a gap in the shop's roof and vanished into a room. Yi Xiqing's most boast-worthy skill was his ability to escape. He dared to claim that among the 7 of them no one could outrun him. Although Bai Yi-Chen possessed extraordinary combat prowess and stamina, almost inhumanly powerful, he still couldn't catch up to Yi Xiqing, at least for now. Take this moment for instance. They had dashed out of the school cafeteria, slipped through the side gate to the street outside, and covered a considerable distance. Yi Xiqing was still in the lead, and Bai Yi-Chen had yet to overtake him. Yi Xiqing even considered stopping to taunt and tease Bai Yi-Chen and the others. But remembering the horde of zombies chasing behind them, Yi Xiqing abandoned that thought. Still, he turned his head to mock Zhou Feng, who was already panting heavily and seemed about to collapse. "Hey, you bastard. Zhou, you can't even get a hot meal of crap. You can get it hot, so why don't you take a bite, you old doggy?" Zhou Feng retorted. "I thought it was something big, but you're just letting off a tiny fart." Yi Xiqing, having failed to provoke a witty comeback, couldn't think of a retort and fell silent. Ahead lay an intersection. Bai Yi-Chen quickly recalled the offline map he had studied earlier and directed Yi Xiqing to turn left. Lost in thought, trying to concoct a clever insult, Yi Xiqing didn't hear clearly and ran to the right instead. Bai Yi-Chen called out several times, but couldn't stop him, so he had to speed up to catch up. But by the time Bai Yi-Chen reached the intersection, Yi Xiqing had already run back, leading dozens of zombies behind him, screeching in panic. This scene was nothing major comparable to the last chase at the convenience store. Why am I so unlucky? Every time I run ahead, I get chased by zombies. Quick, everyone run left. Bai Yi-Chen came to a halt. Behind Zhou Feng and the others, a massive wave of zombies from the school was closing in, and ahead, Yi Xiqing had brought another wave. Bai Yi-chin had to stop to clear the zombies he Siqing had led over while cursing he Saiking's ancestors on behalf of Zhou Feng and the others. If the zombies he Siqing brought reached the intersection, Zhou Feng's group would be trapped from both front and back. Unaware of the trouble he Siqing had brought, Zhou Feng shouted, "Old dog, you can't tell left from right, north from south, you're nothing." When he saw the zombies behind, he Siqing his curses grew fiercer, and he ran even faster. He Siqing, too embarrassed to simply flee, stopped to help Bai Yi-chin clear the zombies, allowing the girls to pass. The girls had reached their physical limits, their pace noticeably slower. The best course now was to find a place to hide, rest, and discuss the next move. Earlier in the cafeteria, everything had happened so suddenly that no one was prepared. They had just woken up, hadn't even had breakfast, and were already running. He Siqing had it worse. He had stayed up all night on watch and still hadn't slept, and now he had taken a wrong turn. It was a good thing he was physically tough. If it had been Zhou Feng, he would probably have been caught by the zombies already. Everyone looked for a place to rest, Bai Yi-chin ordered while stabbing at the zombies. If we don't find somewhere to recover our strength, the road ahead will be impossible. Finally, after the girls had passed, Bai Yi-chin was about to sigh in relief when he saw Zhou Feng, who had run left earlier, come back, and the girls who had just passed retreat as well. Chun, go over there are also a lot of zombies. Zhou Feng gasped. They were now trapped in a siege with zombies closing in from all directions. Of the 7, only 3 had combat capability. Yi Xian and the girls, aside from their fear, were of little help. The encirclement tightened, and Bai Yi-chin, unable to think of a solution, began to sweat. Though the situation was dangerous, he could easily break out alone if he abandoned the group. But he couldn't bring himself to leave them behind. Over these days he had come to see them as family. The world had gone completely mad, and he had no idea if he would ever find his own family again. But these days, eating, sleeping, striving to survive, and caring for one another had shown him that warmth and kindness still existed in this world. So he could never convince himself to abandon them. Bai Yi-chin scanned the surroundings. The shops nearby were either wide open or tightly shut, none suitable for hiding. But they couldn't die here today. Everyone get your weapons out. Keep your eyes sharp. Boys, protect the girls. Yi Xian, it's time you acted like a man and protected your sister. Bai Yi-chin roared, his eyes reddening. The 4 boys each faced a direction, gripping steel pipes, shielding the girls tightly in the center. As the zombies gradually closed in at Bai Yi-chin's command of go, the boys swung their weapons, stabbing repeatedly at the encroaching horde. Kill one, and another took its place. One after another, an endless tide. Their minds went blank, mechanically thrusting their steel pipes at the black, rotting eye sockets of the zombies. 111. The girls in the center moved from initial terror to emotion, then anger, and finally, they took up their own pipes, finishing off the zombies the boys missed in their exhaustion. Their once clean faces were now so dirty they were unrecognizable. They had become as resolute as the boys. Old Zhou, you usually talk a lot of nonsense. Aren't you going to say something tragic now? He Siqing asked. Zhou Feng chuckled. Old dog, if I turn into a zombie, it'll be a stronger zombie than you. Don't forget, I'm the vice captain of our Doomsday steel pipe escape team. Hey, what's that? Zhou Feng's eyes suddenly caught sight of a shop's rolling door on the street. It was half closed. It seemed the door was broken, stuck just before closing, leaving a gap about a few dozen centimeters wide, just enough for a person to squeeze through. Wasn't this a case of finding a way out when all hope seemed lost? Zhou Feng immediately reported his discovery to Bai Yi-chin, who for once praised him with, "Even a blind cat finds a dead mouse." Well, at least it was better than being scolded. Zhou Feng was quite pleased with Bai Yi-chin's compliment. The 7 of them maintained their formation, clearing zombies as they gradually edged toward the rolling door. It took nearly 20 minutes to cover the short distance of less than 10 meters. Clearing out a limited number of zombies in an enclosed space is far better than dealing with an endless horde outside. Yi Xian, go in first, and check the area. Everyone else will enter in order of proximity, Bai Yi-chin said calmly. After the baptism of battle, Yi Xian was no longer the one who needed protection. He had become capable of standing on his own. Bai Yi-chin had him enter first to scout for any zombies inside before letting the girls in. Meanwhile, He Siqing and Zhou Feng would hold the line outside, covering the others until they could all get in. Yi Xian put away his steel pipe, crouched low, and slipped through the narrow gap into the rolled-up door. Once inside, he was immediately struck by a pitch-black, oppressive darkness. He quickly pulled out his phone, which still had a small amount of battery, turned on the flashlight, and shone it around. It turned out to be a small pharmacy crammed with shelves full of medicines with various pills scattered across the floor, a vivid testament to the chaos when the zombies first appeared. Seeing that the room was merely messy and not dangerous, Yi Xian extended his hand through the gap and made a gesture indicating it was clear. One by one, everyone entered, with Bai Yi-chin being the last. Before squeezing in, he glanced back. The skyline was hazy, as if some colossal monster pressed down upon the clouds, surveying the earth from above. Bai Yi-chin didn't dwell on it, and slipped into the pharmacy. Once inside, he immediately turned on his flashlight, scanning the surroundings to confirm it was just an ordinary pharmacy with no zombies, and only then did he relax. The zombies outside knew Bai Yi-chin and his group had entered the pharmacy, but because they lacked intelligence and couldn't crawl and they merely banged against the rolled-up door pacing and howling restlessly. Through the gaps in the door, they could see the dense swarm of zombies gradually dispersing, leaving only a few lingering at the entrance. Bai Chen said in a low voice, "Let's rest here for a while and figure out our next move. We were in too much of a hurry earlier, and we didn't have a proper look at the offline map. By the way, is everyone unharmed?" After receiving affirmative answers, he said no more holding up his phone for light, glancing around, and occasionally picking up medicines from the shelves or floor to put into his backpack. He had been thinking about needing some medicine, and by sheer coincidence, they had stumbled into a pharmacy. Naturally, Bai Chen took as much as he could, stuffing a pile of medicines into his bag. He deliberately removed the bulky outer packaging, keeping only the thin instruction leaflets and inner packaging, saving a lot of space. Most medicines were lightweight, but Bai Chen quickly gathered a large amount, taking up considerable space. He had to ask everyone else to carry a few items as well before he stopped. "We're not sick. Why grab so many meds? Wouldn't it be better to pack more food?" Zhou Feng complained. "When you get sick one day you'll understand. Right now finding food isn't hard. There are convenience stores and small supermarkets everywhere along the way, and if all else fails we can fish in the Fuqing River. But pharmacies aren't everywhere, and you can't always get medicine when you need it. Outside school is different from inside school," Bai Chen said. After leaving the school his mindset had undergone a noticeable shift. He couldn't quite articulate it, but he felt that living in this outside world was easier than being at school. Perhaps he had finally shed the identity of a student and entered a more treacherous society, where he could face the world as his true self rather than as the teacher told him to be. In contrast, the others seemed more fearful after leaving school, and even He Siqing showed a dread of the future. "By the way, did anyone notice something strange above the city to the west?" Bai Chen asked. "What is it?" The others wondered. Aside from zombies, what could be stranger? Something huge and pitch black. Bai Chen couldn't describe it clearly, but that was what he had glimpsed earlier. "Brother Chen, are you talking about the dark clouds in the sky?" Zhou Feng asked. Bai Chen shook his head. "Never mind, I might have just seen things." Everyone found a spot to sit, taking out food from their backpacks to eat. Fortunately, Bai Chen had instructed them to check their food and water every day and replenish when needed. Yi Ming reminded them punctually every day and replaced items with fresh ones. Otherwise, in today's rush to escape, they wouldn't have had time to pack food and drinks. From the moment they woke up until now, it had been non-stop killing zombies or running for their lives. Everyone was ravenous, wolfing down their food in silence. As they ate heartily, Bai Chen suddenly stood up and said in a low voice, "Something's up." The group was startled, quickly gathered around, each clutching a steel pipe, forming a circle. After the battle outside, they had developed an unexpected camaraderie and unshakable trust. Even Bai Chen was surprised that his daily training had never achieved such a remarkable effect. It seemed that only through personal experience could one truly understand. Bai Chen said, "Don't panic, it's not zombies. He Siqing, come with me. The rest of you keep eating." He Siqing had no idea what Bai Chen was up to. He took a bite of his food, gulped down some water, then grabbed his steel pipe and followed. Bai Chen walked to the far end of the pharmacy, shining his flashlight on a wall draped with a white coat while running his hand along the surface. "Brother Chen, what are you doing?" He Siqing stepped forward, also touching the wall, but finding no clue. "I heard a sound from inside here. No way, it's just an ordinary wall. Could there be a secret room?" He Siqing said, then tapped the wall with his finger, producing two hollow dong sounds. At that, He Siqing's expression changed. The sound from tapping the wall resembled tapping a watermelon, indicating that the wall was not only thin, but also hollow inside. Bai Chen smiled and said, "You've done me a great favor. I never thought of that method." With that, Bai Chen also began tapping on the wall. Following the sound, he roughly determined the extent of the space behind it. "Help me find where the entrance is. There must be a way into this space." Bai Chen had barely finished speaking when a strange noise came from behind the wall, something like an object hitting the ground. Though faint, both Bai Chen and He Siqing caught it. "Brother Chen, it really seems like there's something in there. It sounds like someone's inside." Bai Chen finally confirmed that the sound he had heard earlier was indeed coming from this place, and there was indeed someone inside. When he calmed down, he could even hear the heavy breathing coming from within. Bai Chen deliberately raised his voice a bit and said to He Siqing, "I wonder if the person in there is good." He Siqing immediately caught on to Bai Chen's meaning and chimed in, "Good or evil, it doesn't matter. If they're good, Brother Chen, you'll treat them well. If they're evil, well, just execute them on the spot. After all, Brother Chen, we're many, and every one of us is a master. Even if a reinforced company came out, we could handle them with ease." "That makes sense." Bai Chen nodded, a smile spreading across his face. Hearing Bai Chen and the others enter, the people still hiding inside, whether good or bad, could be certain of one thing: these people were not only cowardly, but also lacked skill. Otherwise, they wouldn't have stayed hidden without making a sound. "Brother Chen, these people have been hiding inside for ages. They might really be bad guys. Why don't we just drag them out and finish them off? In this world now, there's no such thing as a good person." No sooner had He Siqing finished speaking than a man's voice came from inside. "We're all good people. Don't do anything rash. We're coming out now." Bai Chen and He Siqing almost burst out laughing. This guy was really foolish. Bai Chen and the others hadn't even found the door, let alone drag them out and kill them. With just one scare from He Xiqing, they couldn't contain themselves, revealing their cowardice and lack of intelligence. With a creak, the wall in front of them suddenly moved and a door swung open. It turned out that this wall was a hidden door. Since the door and the wall were the same color, and the gap in the door was very small, they hadn't noticed it earlier. In fact, if the light had been sufficient, it would have been easy to discern the outline of the door. It was only because the room was so dark and the flashlight on their phones was too dim that they had struggled for so long, without realizing the door was right in front of them. As the door opened, a wave of hot, foul air rushed out, making both of them cough uncontrollably. Zhou Feng, who was devouring a can of food nearby, suddenly said, "What's that stench? He old dog, did you fart?" "Fart your ass," He Xiqing replied without turning his head. Inside the open door there was a faint light, suggesting there was a space of a few square meters. He Xiqing shone his phone inside. This so-called secret room was actually just a small storeroom stacked with several boxes of medicine. 2 men and 2 women were sitting on the boxes, staring blankly at Bai Chen and He Xiqing. Further inside the storeroom, there was another door which was brighter with a small window letting in the daylight. It was clear that the innermost area was a very small restroom, and it was likely that all the unpleasant odors came from there. For people sharing a bathroom without running water, one could easily imagine how unsanitary it must be inside. Yet they still managed to squeeze into that tiny space and survive, showing how dire circumstances can drive people. A man with a small mustache, upon seeing Bai Chen and He Xiqing, immediately said, "I'm a good person, please don't kill me." As he spoke, he even raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. Another man, seeing that Bai Chen and He Xiqing looked only about 17 or 18, snorted, "Just a few teenagers fooling around, nothing to be afraid of." He slapped down the mustached man's raised hands and shot a disdainful glance at He Xiqing and the others. The two didn't mind. Now that they knew who was in there, they felt relieved. Since they didn't plan to stay long, there was no need to interact with them. Bai Chen and He Xiqing merely glanced at the 4 of them, and then went back to the shelves to continue eating. Soon the 4 emerged, timidly looking around. The mustached man, seeing Bai Chen and the others eating, immediately approached with a fawning smile, looking at Bai Chen obsequiously. "Little brother, you have food, huh?" Bai Chen didn't say much, just nodded. "Do you have extra? I haven't eaten in 2 days." The mustached man swallowed as he spoke. Zhou Feng sneered and said sarcastically, "Hey, you sure can talk. Do you think there's any extra of this stuff? We don't even have enough for ourselves. When we came in, we saw a convenience store nearby that wasn't closed. Go grab some food yourself. It's very close, just a few steps away." "Little brother, look at what you're saying. With the situation outside now, how dare I go out? Going out means death. If you hadn't come, I wouldn't even dare to stay out here. We've been trapped in that room for 4 or 5 days. The mustache man said, taking a deep breath. The air out here is so fresh. It was suffocating me in there." "So you knew it was stinky in there? I thought you had no sense of smell," He Xiqing taunted. "Stand farther away, your stench is making me lose my appetite." Zhou Feng chuckled foolishly beside him and added, "I thought someone farted and it smelled so bad, but it was you." The mustache man was very embarrassed. "Sorry, I really did just fart." Another man who was with the mustache man walked over and said, "Why are you wasting words with a bunch of kids? Just tell them to hand over the food." As he spoke, he reached out his hand toward Yi Xian. He had probably sized them up, thinking Bai Chen and He Xiqing looked tough to mess with. Zhou Feng seemed simple-minded. The girls were cold and hard to read, and only Yi Xian appeared younger and more vulnerable. But little did he know Yi Xian had just killed many zombies outside and had already undergone a change in mentality. Seeing this man making arrogant remarks and shamelessly begging for food, Yi Xian simply stuffed the empty food wrapper from his meal into the man's hand. "Thank you. You can throw the trash outside. I guess no one's going to care about littering anymore." Yi Xian grinned at the man. The man was about to lose his temper when he suddenly noticed that Yi Xian was holding a steel pipe in his other hand, glinting as if in defiance. The man backed down. He looked around again and finally saw clearly that everyone in this group, which he had called kids, was armed with a steel pipe, including the 3 girls. Even while eating, they kept their pipes closed as if ready to stand up and fight at any moment. The man gave an awkward smile, said nothing, took the wrapper Yi Xian had given him, and retreated. Bai Chen had already guessed these people were cowardly, but he hadn't expected them to be this spineless. For a moment, he actually felt a bit sorry for them, and couldn't help asking Yi Meng, "How long can our food last?" "That depends on how we eat them." Yi Meng had already guessed Bai Chen's intention and replied with displeasure, "If we eat them ourselves, it should last 3 to 5 days without issue. But if we're feeding livestock or something, that's another story." In the cafeteria, Yi Meng had packed plenty of lightweight, space-saving, high-calorie foods like jerky. She was willing to share with her own people and could even spare her own rations, but she would never give them to strangers. Yuqing, who had been in low spirits, suddenly spoke up. "I have a lot of food in my backpack. I don't eat much, so I can share some with them." She then looked at the 4 people and addressed the youngest woman among them. "Here, you can share this with everyone." Yuqing was likely still burdened by guilt over the madman's death, and she hadn't moved past it. She wanted to atone by helping strangers. The young woman timidly approached, took the food, thanked her profusely, then returned to distribute it among the group. The man who had been rebuffed by Xin while eating the food Yuqing had given complained that she had provided food, but not water. No one responded to him, but the young woman who had taken the food came over specifically to apologize on his behalf. Seeing that the young woman was thoughtful and kind, Yiming shared some of her own water with her, specifically instructing her not to give any to that man. She then struck up a conversation with her. It turned out the young woman was an employee of this pharmacy, named Yao Xiaoyu, only 20 years old. On the day the zombies appeared, she was the only one on duty. The store happened to be empty at the time, and as soon as she saw chaos erupting on the streets, she hurriedly closed the door. Unfortunately, the rolling shutter malfunctioned, preventing it from closing completely, but it still kept the zombies out. She lived alone in this pharmacy for several days, staying cautious and silent every day. Fortunately, the pharmacy also stocked some food that could be purchased with points, which kept her from taking the risk of going out due to hunger or thirst. On the 5th day, the mustachioed man, desperate for food, had gone to the convenience store next door. After grabbing some food, he was chased by zombies, and in a panic crawled through the gap under the door into the pharmacy. By then the food in the pharmacy was already gone. The mustachioed man kindly shared his food with Yao Xiaoyu. According to him, he was a potter who spent most of his time at home, making pottery, rarely interacting with the outside world. He had only learned about the zombies several days after they appeared. A few days later, 2 more people crawled into the pharmacy, a married couple. They were the man who always spoke as if everything was owed to him, and his wife. They arrived empty-handed, and even began to freely redistribute the food the mustachioed man had brought. Yao Xiaoyu and the mustachioed man, both gentle and kind-hearted, didn't argue with them. The 4 of them had been living in fear in that small storage room, surviving on meager food and water until today. After hearing Yao Xiaoyu's story, Bai Yichen directly called the mustachioed man over and gave him half a bottle of water. The couple immediately became unhappy, and the man started complaining again. However, wary of the steel pipes Bai Yichen and his group carried, he didn't dare speak loudly, only muttering under his breath. After eating, Bai Yichen and the others began to rest with their eyes closed, and they even had someone keeping watch, looking so professional that it awed the mustachioed man and the others. Probably thinking Bai Yichen and his group had let their guard down. After lying down, the couple suddenly approached Yuqing, demanding she give them more food and water. Since they had just seen Yuqing share her food with everyone, they assumed she would likely give them some too. But they hadn't expected to approach Jiaqian instead of Yuqing. The room was probably too dark for them to realize Yuqing and Jiaqian were twins. Jiaqian slowly opened her eyes. Give you my head. Scram. Don't disturb my rest. That's not right. That's not how it was. Wasn't she gentle just now? The man scratched his head, puzzled. Yeah, I thought she seemed kind and easy to talk to, the woman said. What do you mean? Am I not kind or easy to talk to? Jiaqian glared at the woman and cursed, idiot. The woman's face changed color, but she didn't dare say anything. Since her husband was wary of the group and wouldn't stand up for her, she had nothing to say. Seeing that the couple truly looked pitiful with their lips dry and cracked, Yuqing felt a pang of sympathy and gave them a bottle of water. It was then that the couple realized the 2 were twin sisters, and only one of them was easy to deal with. Seeing that Yuqing was clearly the more accommodating one, the man, after getting water, pushed his luck and asked for food. This time Yuqing directly refused and explained that if they wanted food they would have to wait until evening and it would be given 1 meal at a time. She said she couldn't play favorites. The man immediately became enraged. Are you treating us like beggars? That little bit of food you gave earlier isn't enough for anyone. Can't you see the situation? It's good enough just to fill our stomachs, Jiaqian said, quickly moving to protect Yuqing from being bullied. Shut up, you little brat. None of your business. I wasn't talking to you, and I don't want your food, the man said, ignoring Jiaqian and continuing to address Yuqing. Come on, give me your food. Give you a hammer. Don't be so shameless. Before Jiaqian could finish, the man slapped her hard across the face, making her shriek in fright. Just as his hand was about to land on Jiaqian's cheek, someone suddenly grabbed his wrist. Feeling the pain in his wrist, the man couldn't help but turn his head. He saw the young leader of the group gripping his wrist with just one hand, his eyes staring at him like an abyss. The man couldn't understand how a seemingly teenage boy could have such formidable eyes, as if they could see right through him. Moreover, the young man's hand was incredibly strong. Even someone like him found the youth's strength astonishing. But the man didn't show fear immediately. Instead, he said to Bai Yichen, Kid, you have no idea who you're messing with. Let go. Bai Yichen sneered. Who have I messed with? I'm just teaching a mad dog a lesson. With that, he tightened his grip. The man's wrist turned red under Bai Yichen's hold, but he endured the pain, pretending to be fine as he tried to pull his hand back, only to find it wouldn't budge. Bai Yichen's hand was like a steel vice, firmly locking the man's hand in place. The man could only strain against it in silence. To others, it looked like the man was stubbornly trying to hit Yuqing again and being stopped by Bai Yichen. In reality, the man was desperate to withdraw his hand, but couldn't move it an inch. In the end, it was only when Bai Yichen saw the worry on Yuqing's face that he released his grip, allowing the man to pull his hand back. Bai Yichen felt a flicker of curiosity. His own strength was already several times that of an ordinary person, so why did he sense that this man's power was far from ordinary? At the very least it surpassed the norm. The man appeared frail and timid, yet how could he possess such formidable strength? Could it be? Bai Yichen recalled the changes happening within himself. Since the zombies appeared, his physical abilities had inexplicably grown stronger day by day. Was this man experiencing the same phenomenon? Yet none of his friends had shown such signs. Did this randomness mirror the emergence of the undead? How could a man of such capability be trapped here? With his strength escorting, just his wife should have made escape from this place effortless. Bai Yichen decided it was best to avoid provoking this man, not out of fear, but because their silent contest had revealed he could overpower him. Yet Bai Yichen had too many people with him. His primary concern was that this man might target his companions. Fortunately, after suffering a subtle defeat at Bai Yichen's hands, the man retreated and caused no further trouble. The proximity to the school where a zombie horde was gathering threatened to flatten the surrounding streets. Sensing this place was no haven, Bai Yichen discussed escape plans with the group. He Xiqing pulled out his offline map, and everyone huddled together to analyze it. Yao Xiaoyu and a few others watched from the side, a flicker of envy in their eyes. After all, few dared to roam the streets like Bai Yichen's group in such dire times. Most prefer to stay indoors, even starving, rather than risking a venture outside. Yet Bai Yichen and his team had ample food and drink, and still contemplated leaving. Yao Xiaoyu couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you afraid of those things out there?" "Afraid? Of course. Terrified," He Xiqing replied. "Then why leave? This place is safe for now, and we can keep each other company. You know it's only temporary safety, not forever." He Xiqing rarely spoke such profound words, earning applause from Zhou Feng. Yao Xiaoyu pressed on. "So there's a place that's permanently safe?" "Not anymore." Bai Yichen shook his head. "This world is no longer the one you once knew. To survive you must confront the zombies outside, fight, search, constantly shift positions, and form alliances." The mustached man, overhearing Bai Yichen's wisdom and seeing their survival skills, felt a surge of admiration and edged closer. Only the shameless couple scoffed in unison, their disdain palpable. The wife even mocked her husband for failing to beg for food. In their eyes, Bai Yichen's group were mere greenhorns. Just useless students who would blend into any crowd. To truly live, escape is no longer an option. If you can't adapt to this new social order, it's better to die early than suffer endlessly. To survive, you must accept the new rules. Seek food, wield weapons against zombies. And when facing humans, Bai Yichen paused. Just stay true to your conscience. He spoke for Yao Xiaoyu, for his team, and to reaffirm his own resolve. Yao Xiaoyu felt encouraged by Bai Yichen's words and wanted to join his team, but hesitated. Why would strangers accept her? If she could offer something beneficial, the situation might change. Yao Xiaoyu was not a local. She had grown up in an orphanage and left school early to work. Innocent and kind-hearted, she envied Yi Ming and Lu Yuqing for being part of Bai Yichen's group. How wonderful it would be to belong to such a team. She longed to join a collective that could give her a sense of home. Her envy was written all over her face, visible to everyone. Yet Bai Yichen didn't invite her in, and no one in the team dared to suggest it. After all, everyone lived under Bai Yichen's protection. Though he treated them as friends and equals, they still regarded him as a patriarch and leader. Even the mustached man yearned to join, but dared not speak up. The couple kept making snide remarks, mocking him, and Yao Xiaoyu forgetting that they had survived the past few days thanks to the mustached man's food. Bai Yichen chatted with Yao Xiaoyu and the mustached man for a while before discussing the evacuation route. They finally decided to leave at dawn, following the main street, crossing Fuqing River, heading to the suburbs, and then taking a detour to the villa area. Passing through the city would invite countless dangers. The scene outside the school gate today suggested the rest of the city was even worse. The light filtering through the rolling shutters gaps dimmed, and the zombies outside grew active again, their guttural sounds echoing as they shuffled back and forth. The wind occasionally swept debris through the gaps into the room. As dusk fell, the temperature dropped, forcing everyone to huddle together. Except the couple who stubbornly kept their distance, shivering in the cold. The mustached man suggested moving to the inner storeroom, but everyone unanimously refused due to the overpowering stench. Yao Xiaoyu dismantled several large cardboard boxes and laid them behind the counter, where the group relocated for some shelter from the draft. The men gallantly blocked the gaps with their bodies, shielding the women from the cold. Yi Ming began rationing food, even giving some to the couple. Since they were leaving tomorrow, the couple would only get one more meal from Yi Ming, so there was no need to begrudge them, and it spared the group from their nagging. Unexpectedly, the man paused mid-bite and exclaimed, "Where did you get this food? It looks familiar." "None of your business. Just eat." Zhou Feng sneered, full of contempt. The man remained unruffled and pressed on, "Did you steal this food?" Well, today I've seen a true saint. In times like these, you're worried about whether the food is stolen. Which temple did you descend from, O merciful Bodhisattva? Should I kowtow to you?" Zhou Feng continued his sarcastic tirade. "Enough, stop wasting words on this fool. It's a sheer waste of saliva. Getting things from the cafeteria has nothing to do with him, he's just spouting nonsense because he failed his C language course. When it came to cutting remarks, Jiaqian was unmatched. The man, upon hearing Jiaqian's words, suddenly had a glint of realization in his eyes. It wasn't because Jiaqian's words were ingeniously sharp, but because he caught the term cafeteria. He immediately slapped his thigh and asked, "Don't you recognize me? Why should we recognize you? What have you done something heinous and made the news?" Jiaqian continued her biting sarcasm. "You're from one high school and don't know me. I work in your school cafeteria," the man declared proudly. "My wife and I both work there. I'm in charge of procurement." No wonder all this food looked so familiar. Seeing no one responded, the man pressed on. "Which grade and class are you in? I might know your homeroom teacher. I know every teacher in your school." "Spill it. What grade? You stole from the school cafeteria and still act so righteous. Give me all the food." "Ha ha ha." He Xiqing and Zhou Feng burst into laughter simultaneously, then chimed in. "He says he's in charge of what? Procurement, dog. He sure looks like one." "Huh." The man's face turned green with rage, but recalling Bai Yichen's earlier display of unsettling strength, he held back and continued. "I know Principal Wang too. We're tight. We've shared meals and drinks. You'd better watch yourselves." As if in this world anyone could still be intimidated by a principal. That so-called Principal Wang was likely already a zombie wreaking havoc somewhere. If Principal Wang finds out you've been sneaking food from the cafeteria, he'll expel you all. Even Bai Yichen couldn't help but laugh at that. "Tisk tisk, a name dropper." Bai Yichen mocked. "So you're the legendary name dropper, huh? Today I've finally seen one in person." "What name dropper? I don't get your awards nonsense. I just know you're Principal Wang." "Haha, you don't even know what a name dropper is." Zhou Feng explained to the man. "It's someone like you, always saying I know so-and-so, or I had dinner with so-and-so. You just drop names to sound impressive, but who actually knows you? You've got no real skills, just name dropping." "I am Principal Wang's brother-in-law." The man broke out in a cold sweat. In ordinary times, just mentioning that he was the principal's brother-in-law at school would let him pocket as many kickbacks as he wanted from procurement and strut around campus. But today had lost face in front of a few students and couldn't even get his hands on some food. Fuming yet powerless, he still dared not challenge Bai Yichen's authority. All he could do was glare as the kids mocked him. Even his wife, equally enraged, spent a good while berating him. Bai Yichen had to admire him in a way. The man possessed no small amount of strength, yet he groveled and yielded at every turn. Truly a paragon of flexibility and the epitome of a cowardly dog. "Really, I really am Principal Wang's brother-in-law. You all know Principal Wang, but not his brother-in-law." The man rambled. Suddenly the air inside and outside the pharmacy filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Everyone finished dinner in good spirits, then each found a comfortable spot to rest. They had to rise early the next morning for a full day of travel. Some rested, some kept watch, and others swapped shifts. The entire group exuded a professional and solemn air, leading Bai Yichen to feel optimistic about the future. Everyone was facing life with a positive attitude. Before dawn, around 4 in the morning, the time when people are most drowsy, relaxed, and defenseless, Bai Yichen was suddenly jolted awake by a frantic shake. It was He Xiqing who had been on watch. In a daze, Bai Yichen thought it was his turn for guard duty and sat up instantly, only to hear He Xiqing whisper in his ear, "Zombies are gathering outside." Bai Yichen broke out in a cold sweat. Amid the mournful wind, he strained to discern the rustling footsteps. The footsteps were as dense as spring drizzle just beyond the rolling door. Why were the zombies gathering outside at this hour? Were they drawn by something? Was it because of the body heat from the group in the cold, or had someone accidentally made a sound? Or perhaps, a thought flashed through Bai Yichen's mind, but he desperately tried to deny it. Impossible, it couldn't be. Zombies had no intelligence. Even if they evolved, they couldn't have evolved this fast. Bai Yichen's mind was in turmoil. He recalled the zombies that had lingered outside the pharmacy earlier that day. Were they just wandering, or were they lying in wait to trap them? Were the zombies now gathered at the door attracted here, or were they deliberately launching an assault at dawn when defenses were weakest, catching them off guard? Regardless, he needed to wake everyone and prepare for a last stand. He hadn't slept well in 2 days. Or rather, since the night of the girls' dormitory fire, sleep had eluded him. Bai Yichen felt a sting in his eyes and forced himself to stay alert as he Xiqing quietly roused everyone one by one. Everyone was fast asleep and jolted awake in a daze. But when they heard He Xiqing say that zombies were now swarming outside, they snapped to full alertness, gripping their steel pipes tightly and tensing every nerve. The zombies might attack, or they might just stay outside without moving, or even disperse soon like they had during the day. But no one could predict the outcome. All they could do was hold their breath and prepare. Bai Yichen turned on his phone's flashlight to illuminate the room enough to distinguish humans from zombies, ready for any sudden situation, so no one would be caught off guard. At that moment, even the slightest sound inside would draw the zombies' attention outside. Just as everyone was on edge, the couple inexplicably woke up. Seeing everyone sitting upright with serious expressions and phone lights on, the woman muttered, "Crazy." He Xiqing made a shushing gesture toward her, but the woman ignored it and added, "You're all insane." Though her voice wasn't very loud, it was enough for the zombies outside to detect. A zombie let out a roar and he Xiqing gestured for the woman to look outside. Following his hand toward the gap under the rolling door, she saw a dense mass of grayish-blue legs visible through the cracks some stained with blood. Her face instantly turned pale. "Oh, zombies. There are zombies. Oh." The woman lost control and began to scream hysterically. The man beside her turned over in displeasure. "Can't you just shut up and sleep? You've been nagging all day long. Women are such a hassle." Bang! A zombie slammed hard against the rolling shutter door. The man sensed something was wrong and sat up to look outside. When he saw those ashen gray legs, he too let out an uncontrollable scream, even louder than the woman's. "Damn it!" Bai Chen cursed under his breath. If the couple hadn't screamed, the zombies might not have started battering the door, and perhaps they could have found a way out. But now what else could they do but fight for their lives? "Shut the hell up." Bai Chen stood up, walked over to the man, and pointed a steel pipe at his head. "Or he'll blow your brains out." Bai Chen was only bluffing, but it worked. The couple were both cowards and immediately fell silent. But the zombies outside had been driven into a frenzy by the screams, and the pounding on the door was relentless. The rolling shutter was visibly deforming. It seemed it wouldn't hold for more than 5 minutes before this place turned into a zombie dining hall. "Let's move. Retreat to the storage room inside and figure things out there," Bai Chen said. "Make it quick." No matter how foul it smelled in there, they had to go in now. The couple had already slipped inside before Bai Chen could even speak, and even Yao Xiaoyu and the mustachioed man were preparing to move in. Only Zhou Feng and the others followed Bai Chen's orders at every step. Without his command, they remained in place waiting. Their trust in him had reached a point where they had placed their very lives in his hands. Everyone retreated into the cramped, foul-smelling storage room, their expressions grim. Finally, the rolling shutter door crashed down with a loud clatter. Like a tipped-over tin of sardines, zombies poured in, filling the entire pharmacy to the brim. Shelves toppled over, scattering medicines all over the floor. Bai Chen was glad he had packed the necessary drugs into his backpack beforehand. Otherwise how could he retrieve them now? But then it struck him. If the zombies stayed outside, wouldn't they be trapped in this tiny space forever? And breaking out from here would be even harder than from the front store. The storage room door was nothing but a thin partition disguised as a wall. Bai Chen felt he could kick it down with a single light blow. He could only pray that the zombies might not discover this hidden space, that they might linger outside for half a day or a day before moving on. But then he realized that in half a day or a day the zombie horde on campus would have fully formed. Hiding here would be no different from hiding anywhere else, a dead end. As they waited in the storage room, everyone gradually let their guard down, their yawns growing frequent. Zhou Feng was even drooling while standing asleep. Bai Chen had to slap him several times to wake him up. Finally, a zombie seemed to have a sudden epiphany and rammed the storage room door. The young couple let out another unexpected scream. Bai Chen was so furious he wanted to beat them both senseless. Zombies didn't have eyes to search for doors like humans. Bai Chen had fumbled around for ages earlier, and it was only when he Xiqing knocked on the wall that they discovered the way. But one single bump from a zombie, and these cowards had given everyone away. Yimeng was so angry she slapped the woman standing beside her. The woman shrank back, leaning against her husband. The man just glanced at Yimeng, too afraid to say a word. Yimeng was about to slap the man too when Bai Chen spoke up. "Everyone get up. Grab your weapons and line up in formation," Bai Chen ordered directly. "Men on the outside, women behind to cover our gaps. Follow my commands." Except for the 4 original occupants of the pharmacy, everyone quickly formed up. The young couple's scream had already drawn the zombies' attention to their hiding spot. Bai Chen knew it was only a matter of time before this place was breached. Everyone needed to prepare early. "I don't know if we'll be lucky enough to get out of this unscathed. If any of you get a chance to escape later, take it. Don't worry about anyone else." Bai Chen knew that if he didn't say this, they might stay behind, even if an opportunity to flee arose. He didn't want their trust in him to drag them all into a hopeless situation. The zombies pounded relentlessly against the flimsy door, blow after blow. Everyone instinctively stepped back, gripping their steel pipes tightly as they faced the trembling door. The mustachioed man who had been hiding in the back was moved by the grim determination of Bai Chen's group. He stepped forward and asked Bai Chen if there were any spare weapons. Bai Chen didn't hesitate. He handed the steel pipe to the mustachioed man and explained how to deal with zombies. Then he pulled out a boning knife that Yimeng had prepared for him. After a moment's thought, he also took out a large chopping knife and a long, thin paring knife that Yimeng had packed, giving one to Yao Xiaoyu and one to each of the couple. Every extra hand made a difference. After receiving her weapon, Yao Xiaoyu wordlessly stepped up beside Yuqing, standing in a row with the other women. The young couple initially refused the knives, but after taking them, the man said pointedly, "You forced these on me. I'm not going to stand in the front and kill zombies for you. That kind of self-sacrifice is for you young people, not my business." Zhou Feng couldn't help but retort, "You could just slit your own throat with that knife, and no one would care. Do you think we actually need a coward like you to help? This is for your own protection. If it comes to it, use it on yourself. Enough. Focus. It's time to fight for our lives." Bai Chen cut off Zhou Feng. No sooner had he spoken than the door gave way like paper, and a zombie tumbled in. "Aya!" The young couple began to scream like opera singers, their voices rising higher and higher. Bai Chen showed no mercy. He thrust the boning knife forward, and the zombie instantly crumpled. The mustachioed man and Yao Xiaoyu were stunned by the move. They had imagined Bai Chen's group must have killed zombies to get in from outside, but they never expected such decisive efficiency. Before they could even express their admiration, another zombie fell in, and Bai Chen dispatched it as well. Just as Zhou Feng was about to remark that they were in a perfect choke point, the entire wall in front of them tore open like ripped paper, and a flood of zombies poured in. It turned out that the entire warehouse wall was merely a cheap partition of thick cardboard painted white, all in the name of cost-cutting. Zhou Feng was on the verge of tears. This goddamn shoddy construction is a death trap. He Xiqing found a sliver of dark humor. Looks like we've got work to do. Let's get to work, folks. My big D here is already itching for action. Jiaqian, whoa you old pervert. He Xiqing, I meant my big blade. The young man with the mustache turned pale. I'm a bit scared. The young couple spoke in unison. This has nothing to do with us. They said, backing away as they spoke. Fortunately, aside from the pharmacy's original occupants, everyone else was battle-hardened. Though the sheer number of zombies before them was indeed daunting, they remained remarkably composed, swinging their weapons and steadily clearing the undead. The men and women had already achieved seamless coordination. Any zombie that slipped through was promptly finished off by a steel pipe wielded by one of the women before it could sink its teeth into a teammate. Yuqing in particular, who usually seemed so delicate and easily bullied, showed no mercy when killing zombies, striking with near-perfect accuracy. Inspired by the group, the mustached young man and Yao Xiaoyu began to fight, quickly finding their rhythm. Only the young couple remained passive, silently watching the others struggle from the back. As the pile of zombie corpses grew, the group had to keep retreating while fighting. The storage area was far smaller than the shop front, and soon there was no room left to retreat. Zombies continued to pour in endlessly, yet no opportunity for escape presented itself. Though everyone followed Bai Chen's orders, exhaustion was setting in, and their formation began to falter. No one but Bai Chen noticed a zombie that had somehow broken through the lines and reached the young couple at the back. Unexpectedly, the man raised his large cleaver, and with a single swift swing, severed the zombie's head. The zombie's head rolled on the ground with a thud, still able to snarl. The man had to stomp hard on the skull to crush it. For an ordinary person, severing a zombie's head with a cleaver was possible, just requiring some effort. Yet the man did it with apparent ease, confirming his superior strength. And crushing the skull with a single stomp, that was far beyond mere ordinary strength. The human skull can withstand immense pressure, not something a light step could shatter. An adult skull can endure several hundred kilograms of force. A single stomp wouldn't normally break it. Bai Chen let out a cold laugh, but didn't expose the man. He had his own hands full, not only fending off the zombies before him, but also covering for his teammates, eliminating threats that could endanger them. Except for Bai Chen, everyone in the group was too exhausted to even lift their weapons. Heaven itself wants us dead. Zhou Feng lamented, looking up. The women were the first to collapse from fatigue, several times nearly being bitten before Bai Chen's swift reaction saved them. The roars of zombies mingled with the women's screams, weighing heavily on everyone's hearts. Zhou Feng tried to lighten the mood with dark jokes, but his efforts were in vain. How could anyone laugh when utterly drained? Though Bai Chen precisely eliminated every zombie that slipped through, no matter his stamina, the endless tide was wearing him down. Zhou Feng and the others were running on pure willpower, mechanically swinging their arms. Even in such dire straits, the young couple remained at the back, refusing to fight. They eventually retreated into the restroom. Sensing everyone was on the brink of collapse, Bai Chen ordered the women into the restroom and told the men that if they had no strength left, they could join them. He would protect everyone to the best of his ability and would not blame anyone. The women took shelter in the restroom to avoid distracting Bai Chen. The men gritted their teeth and held the line, sweat and zombie fluids mingling on their faces. The storage area was now littered with corpses, leaving barely any standing room. All of you get inside, Bai Chen said, looking at the men who had fought alongside him. Their jaws were clenched, foreheads beaded with sweat, bodies splattered with the gore of their kills, making them look like they had just crawled out of a dump. Zhou Feng still had the energy to joke. We probably smell worse than the toilet now, huh? No wonder I don't find this place so stinky anymore. Cut the crap and get inside, all of you. Bai Chen roared. Today I will hold this door for you. The restroom had no door. Bai Chen herded everyone inside, then stood guard at the entrance, a steel pipe in one hand and a boning knife in the other. His silhouette loomed tall and resolute in the dim light. Everyone knew he was determined to hold the line, ready to sacrifice himself. It was only because he was so formidable while they were utterly spent that they could no longer fight by his side. Yi Xian was so exhausted that after setting down his weapon, he couldn't muster the strength to pick it up again. Zhou Feng and He Xiqing's hands trembled weakly. Having fought with their last reserves of strength, they now collapsed, completely drained. As dawn broke, light streamed through the small restroom window, revealing Bai Chen's bloodshot eyes. He too had reached his limit. Bai Chen knew he couldn't hold out much longer. He could only buy them a little more time. Once he fell, even the gods would struggle to save them. Can't give up. Just one more second. Just one more. He muttered, mechanically swinging his blade. Jia Qian couldn't hold back her sobs, triggering Yi Ming and Yu Qing to cry loudly. Even Yao Xiaoyu, whom they had just met, had red-rimmed eyes. Give up, Chengge. Just give up. Jia Qian choked out. We won't blame you. Yeah, Chengge, give up. You need to rest. Chengge, without you we wouldn't have made it this far. You don't have to keep pushing. Hearing their pleas, Bai Yiqian did not give up. Instead, he silently urged himself to hold on just a little longer. Every extra second of life was a gain. He couldn't surrender easily. Everyone was weeping uncontrollably. The young couple who had remained calm until now began to panic, realizing that Bai Yiqian was also nearing his breaking point. Just as everyone believed Bai Yiqian was about to fall, and they would all perish at the jaws of the zombies, Yi Ming suddenly cried out, her voice choked with tears. We're saved. We're saved. The bars on this window can be removed. Quick, who has a screwdriver? In the urgency of the moment, no one had thought to look at the small window in the restroom. Now a wave of excitement swept through them. But when they saw the security bars welded firmly onto the window, their elation quickly turned to disappointment. These bars aren't welded shut. Look, they're fastened with screws. Find a screwdriver now. Yi Ming's voice was nearly cracking. Who carries a screwdriver around? Zhou Feng shook his head. We're done for. Let's not distract Chengge with idle chatter. Friends, see you in the next life. Before he could finish, everyone watched in disbelief as Yi Siqing pulled a multi-tool screwdriver from his backpack. What kind do you need? Phillips or flathead? Or maybe a star bit? Yi Siqing handed the screwdriver to Yi Ming. This one has about 20 different bits, so it should be enough. You've got everything in that backpack. Zhou Feng couldn't resist wanting to snatch the backpack to see what else was inside. Earlier he had seen Yi Siqing pull out a pair of shoes and socks for Bai Yiqian along with a considerable length of climbing rope. Zhou Feng half suspected he might even produce a live pig from that bag. Don't touch my bag. Go help Yi Ming with the screws. They'll hold off the zombies a bit longer for Chengge. Move it. Having rested briefly, Yi Siqing had recovered some strength. With the renewed hope of escape, he mustered his courage to fight the undead once more. Thus, everyone busied themselves, some prying at the window, others fighting the zombies. No one complained about the aching muscles or trembling arms. This was a race against death, and none dared to slack off. In less than 10 minutes, the window bars were removed. Yi Ming poked her head out and saw only a few scattered zombies outside. Perfect for a getaway. The alley behind the pharmacy was empty, and most of the undead seemed to have gathered at the front entrance. Chengge, the coast is clear outside, Zhou Feng said after peering out. He'll go first to scout. Everyone get out fast. He leaped out of the window, felling a zombie lurking beneath it with his steel pipe. Then swinging the pipe, he dispatched the remaining few undead. Convention dictated that the girls should exit next, but instead the young couple scrambled out shamelessly, seizing the opportunity to escape. Behind them came Yi Ming and the others, carefully climbing through the window. As soon as Jia Qian landed, she brandished a cleaver at the young couple's heads. Watch your step, both of you. If either of you makes another sound, it'll split your skulls. Jia Qian was known for being fierce, but this level of ferocity was beyond anyone's imagination. The man, uncertain of Jia Qian's true capabilities, was stunned into silence, not daring to breathe. The woman, pale with terror, looked utterly disarmed. Inside the pharmacy, only Mustache, Yi Siqing, and Bai Yiqian remained, still holding back the relentless waves of zombies. Seeing that the others had safely escaped through the window, Bai Yiqian urged Yi Siqing and Mustache to leave. Yet neither moved, as if deaf to his words. Finally Mustache spoke. Brother, I'm over a decade older than you, and I've seen my share of the world. I know what this situation demands. Someone must stay behind to cover the retreat. You two go. Let me stay? You're young, you should see what this world has to offer. Bullshit. What's there to see in this world? It's all like this out there. Yi Siqing cursed. Only an old geezer like you could get used to it. You go first. And you Chengge, you go too. I've lived a good life, I don't want to go out there and scrape by day to day. I'm only just over 30. How am I an old geezer? Ridiculous. You go. All of you. Mustache insisted. Bai Yiqian spoke calmly. Neither of you can hold this place. Without me, you'd both be overwhelmed. If I leave, everyone dies. You go. No one moved. They all knew he spoke the truth. Do I have to throw you out? Don't blame me then. With one hand still stabbing zombies, Bai Yiqian grabbed Mustache by the collar and hurled him onto the windowsill. Study monitor, pull him down. Hearing him, Yi Ming yanked Mustache out through the window. Your turn. You want to try being thrown out too? Bai Yiqian asked. No, I'd rather not. Yi Siqing replied, deeply moved as he looked at Bai Yiqian's face. He knew he couldn't compete with him. Chengge, rest assured, he'll lead the team well. We won't forget you. On Qingming Festival, he'll burn plenty of paper money for you. Get lost. Bai Yiqian's single indifferent word sent Yi Siqing scurrying to the window. He climbed out, then turned back to look inside. Get away. I can't hold on much longer, Bai Yiqian said. Yi Siqing reluctantly left the window. Perhaps the fall of a giant is at its most humiliating moment. Chengge wouldn't want me to witness that. Since that was his last wish, I will honor it and never look back. Yi Siqing thought, a single tear welling in the corner of his eye. Looking at the others who had escaped, everyone wore a smile of surviving a calamity. Chen Gu is sacrificing himself to save us. He Xiqing couldn't help but say. Abruptly realizing the truth, they all rushed to the window to catch one last glimpse of Bai Chen. Before they reached the window, a figure suddenly shot out from it, accompanied by a whistling wind, landing silently and steadily. The agility and control over his body rivaled the shock of watching the legendary graceful steps from television. Graceful steps came from a TV drama. This was real life. In reality, even a flowery display could impress, let alone such genuine skill. Everyone was stunned. Chen Gu. He Xiqing stammered in shock as he recognized the figure. What, didn't expect me to make it out alive? Bai Chen asked. Truth be told, he himself hadn't anticipated escaping unscathed. After he Xiqing left, Bai Chen's first thought was that he could finally relax. There was no need to keep forcing himself. However, his body had developed muscle memory driven, perhaps by a survival instinct. As he retreated toward the window, he still managed to kill the lunging zombies one by one. Though his hands were limp and weak and his entire body seemed drained of all strength, his hands involuntarily gripped the weapon and struck again and again. Perhaps this was a final surge of muscle memory, Bai Chen thought. His movements gradually slowed until finally a zombie seized the opportunity and lunged at his arm, jaws wide open. Yet just as the zombie was about to sink its teeth into his arm, Bai Chen dodged again. He felt a sudden awakening of power within him, like a seed breaking through the soil for the first time. His agility abruptly increased, and his speed in dispatching zombies surpassed, even when he had been full of strength. This sudden transformation bolstered his confidence, and he forced himself to kill several more zombies. But the soreness in his arms remained impossible to shake, and the boning knife in his hand grew heavier and heavier. Then he noticed that thanks to his enhanced agility, the zombies behind hadn't caught up, leaving a large open space before him. It was the perfect moment to escape. The thought flashed through his mind. Bai Chen took a deep breath and leaped out the window. In that split second, a zombie rushing to fill the gap grabbed his backpack strap. Without hesitation, he abandoned the entire backpack. A backpack for a life. It was clearly Bai Chen's gain. Seeing him leap out unscathed, the others' astonishment outweighed their joy. After a few seconds, they came to their senses, their faces breaking into genuine smiles. Yimeng rushed forward and threw her arms around Bai Chen, crying so hard that snot and tears streamed down her face. Being embraced by a playful schoolbeauty-level girl made Bai Chen feel that his efforts hadn't been in vain. But before he could enjoy it for more than a few seconds, Yimeng pushed him away. "You're so disgusting." Bai Chen looked down. His clothes were so filthy that their original color was unrecognizable, and they reeked. Surviving is what matters, who cares about the rest? Let's go get out of here first. With those words, Bai Chen strode forward. Though he desperately needed rest, he showed no signs of fatigue, instead casting a meaningful glance at the young couple. Everyone except them seemed utterly exhausted. But no one complained. They all followed closely behind Bai Chen. Yao Xiaoyu and Little Beard stayed especially close, gazing at him with starry eyes. Little Beard in particular looked as if he was about to kneel and sing praises. Little Beard had witnessed the perilous situation clearly. Growing up without smartphones, he had devoured martial arts films and novels. Jin Yong and Gu Long were his favorites. Now he directly cast Bai Chen as the protagonist of a martial arts story, wishing he could become his disciple. "Brother Chen, that move you pulled was incredible." Although Little Beard was over a decade older than Bai Chen, he now called him Brother Chen, just like he's Xiqing and the others. If Bai Chen would teach him a trick or two, he'd gladly call him Daddy Chen. "Honestly, I was really worried that a promising young talent like you would meet his end. I was blind not to recognize your brilliance. I never imagined you could be this amazing." As he spoke, Little Beard gave Bai Chen a thumbs up. He had become a second Zhou Feng, showering Bai Chen with flattery at every opportunity. "Brother Chen, without you I'd definitely be dead in that pharmacy today. Just thinking about being ripped open and devoured by those things is terrifying. Seriously, thank you." "Umph." The shameless couple let out cold sneers at Little Beard's words. The shameless man said, "Those zombies were attracted by them. If not for them, we'd still be safe in the pharmacy, not fleeing for our lives at dawn. Now we're walking in the cold wind. All thanks to him. A curse. He nearly got us all killed." The brazen woman chimed in, "Exactly. If they hadn't barged into the pharmacy, we'd be getting a good night's sleep." Little Beard's face turned green with rage. "Stop your nonsense, you two. I've had enough of you. Think about who gave you food yesterday. If Brother Chen hadn't fed you, you'd have starved. Forget about sleeping well. Ask yourselves, have you had a single good night's sleep in the past few days, scared out of your wits? That's right. If you're so dissatisfied with Brother Chen, then don't follow us. We'll go our separate ways." Yao Xiaoyu couldn't hold back either. "You eat his food, he risked his life to save you, and this is how you repay him." The shameless man retorted, "Is this road yours? I'll walk wherever I please." The brazen woman added, "I'd say you're the ones following us." With that, the young couple deliberately moved to the center of the group, leaving the others to clear the zombies along the way. They idled, complaining about everything as they walked. "I don't mind you tagging along, but if you keep running your mouths, you won't have it this easy anymore." He Siqing warned them, if Brother Chen gets angry you'll be in for it. In truth, He Siqing knew Bai Yichen wouldn't bother with the likes of that couple. He had figured out Bai Yichen's temperament. If someone didn't commit heinous acts, but merely ran their mouths, Brother Chen would let it slide. But if they crossed the line, well, that would be like what happened to the guy in the beanie. With He Siqing's warning, the group fell into relative silence, broken only by the sounds of rapid footsteps and the occasional zombie being taken down. Bai Yichen led them through less populated, less bustling streets, which proved relatively safe. Before long they passed a street lined with clothing stores. Many shop doors had been smashed, revealing clothes scattered on the floors. Bai Yichen chose a relatively safe store that sold both men's and women's clothing and walked straight in. Following his usual method, he first made some noise to confirm there were no zombies inside, then waved for the others to enter. The group was so filthy that their clothes were a sight to behold, and wearing them was deeply uncomfortable. Now seeing new clothes available for free and with no restrictions, everyone began selecting and changing. In less than 10 minutes, everyone looked completely renewed. The young couple even stuffed a shopping bag each with clothes as if they had just been out on a leisurely shopping trip. Seeing that everyone had changed into clean clothes, Bai Yichen led the group onward. After all, the storefront lacked a door, and lingering there too long would increase the danger. Before noon, the team had already reached the vicinity of the Fuqing River. Once they crossed the bridge and passed a few more streets, they would arrive at the sparsely populated outskirts of the city. According to the plan, reaching the outskirts would allow them to take a detour and swiftly arrive at the villa district, where they could finally breathe a sigh of relief. However, when they stood before the Fuqing River, everyone's hearts sank. The bridge crossing the river had been blown up. On the fractured bridge deck, steel bars jutted out like gnarled tree roots, chaotically exposed. Watching the torrential river flow beneath their feet, they felt utterly helpless. "How about we swim across?" Zhou Feng suggested. "Do you know how deep the Fuqing River is? Do you know how swift the current is? Want me to throw you in first so you can feel it?" Yi Ming retorted irritably. "Then let's row a boat across." Zhou Feng offered another opinion. "Are you going to chop down a tree and build a boat right now?" Jia Qian asked. "Open the two things on your forehead and look. Where's there a boat? This won't work, that won't work. Let's just wait here for the zombies to come." Zhou Feng said. "Look at your suggestions. Are any of them useful?" Jia Qian bickered directly with Zhou Feng. Everyone else chimed in with various opinions, unable to come up with an effective solution. Listening to the complaints, Bai Yichen was not discouraged. Instead, he decisively ordered everyone to head upstream, as there was another bridge not far up that could cross the river. No matter what, staying put without shelter was not an option. That was Bai Yichen's survival creed. As he walked, he silently prayed that the upstream bridge remained intact and undestroyed. "Chenggu, who do you think blew up the bridge?" Zhou Feng caught up to Bai Yichen and asked. "Ordinary people wouldn't have the means to blow up a bridge, right? Could it be government action? Was only this area infected and they had no choice but to destroy the bridge to prevent the infected from crossing to the other side?" "You're overthinking it," Bai Yichen said, glancing at Zhou Feng as if he were an idiot. "Can't you see the situation across the river? Not a single living person, not a sound. Chenggu is right. Besides, who says ordinary people can't blow up a bridge?" The mustached man wore a knowing expression and explained, "There are always a few clueless ones who hide explosives to fish or seek thrills. I know a guy who secretly built an air gun. I heard he knows people who can get explosives. The point isn't who blew up the bridge, but why it was blown up," Bai Yichen said. Glancing sideways, he suddenly exclaimed, "I know why the bridge was destroyed." Following Bai Yichen's gaze, they saw a nearby alley densely packed with zombies, a sight that could be called a nightmare for those with trypophobia. Moreover, all the zombies wore identical school uniforms. It seemed the person who destroyed the bridge was worried about this massive horde crossing to the other side. As far as they knew, the area across the bridge had no densely populated institutions. Presumably, a group of survivors with explosives had fled to the other side. "Is there a large boarding elementary school nearby, the biggest in the city?" He Siqing said. "I think several thousand elementary school students study here." As He Siqing spoke, the school uniform-clad zombies all turned their faces toward the group. "Roar!" A zombie let out a howl, and then all the zombies roared and charged at them. "Damn it, what are you all standing around for? Run!" Zhou Feng urged. Everyone sprinted like mad along the Xuanhe Road beside the Fuqing River. "This is the first time I've been so scared of elementary school students," He Siqing said as he ran. "You're telling me?" Yi Xian replied. But He Siqing quickly surged to the front, and Yi Xian could no longer hear what he said. Having fought a tough battle that morning without any rest, they were now forced to flee again, and everyone was exhausted. After a few steps, they were all panting heavily, on the verge of sitting down to rest. But with thousands of zombies chasing them, they had to muster their strength and keep running. "I rented a place nearby. Let's take shelter at my house," Yao Xiaoyu suddenly said, pulling out a set of keys. Quick, lead the way. They're almost on us." Zhou Feng yelled urgently. Yao Xiaoyu turned into a dilapidated street, and everyone followed. The shameless man ran especially fast, abandoning even his wife. But no matter how fast they ran, no one could outpace He Siqing in a life-or-death escape. He even overtook Yao Xiaoyu and reached the front. As he ran, he kept turning back to ask Yao Xiaoyu which direction to go, and eventually, he simply dragged her along. Fortunately, Yao Xiaoyu's rented house was indeed nearby as she had said, and they arrived quickly. It was an old compound with only 2 dilapidated 5-story buildings, their outer walls peeling. In Zhou Feng's words, this place could be used to shoot a horror film without any special effects. However, the compound was spacious, something impossible to find in new neighborhoods and in city these days. Yao Xiaoyu's residence was on the 2nd floor of the first building. He Xiqing dragged her upstairs, and along the way they didn't encounter a single zombie. Later they learned that the compound was home to retired employees of a former state-owned unit. Many had passed away, and the young had moved out, leaving only a handful of residents. Yao Xiaoyu chose to rent here because the rent was cheap, and despite its age the area had all the necessary amenities. Once inside Yao Xiaoyu's rented house, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and collapsed, grateful to have found a place to rest. Zhou Feng and Yi Xian lay sprawled on the floor like dead dogs, motionless. The girls were invited to rest in Yao Xiaoyu's bedroom, while Bai Yiqian and He Xiqing sat on a small sofa in the living room. The shameless man and thick-skinned woman paced around the house, incessantly complaining about the small rooms, the old floor tiles, and the shabby, dirty sofa. Our new house is much better. The tiles are smooth and shiny, the rooms are spacious, and the lighting is great, the shameless man said. Yeah, our new sofa is big and soft, nothing like this broken one, the thick-skinned woman added. Yao Xiaoyu's face flushed red and pale. Unable to stand it any longer, He Xiqing interjected, I wonder how your house compares to Nanshan Villa. Nanshan Villa was the finest residential area in the entire city of, and where all the houses were villas, and everyone who came and went was either wealthy or noble. The shameless man shook his head. Young man, do you think anyone can afford Nanshan Villa? Even the smallest villa there is something ordinary people like us couldn't buy in several lifetimes. Oh, so you're saying your house isn't even as good as the smallest one my family has in Nanshan Villa? As for the bigger ones, there's no comparison, right? He Xiqing said nonchalantly. Young man, don't brag at your age. The man shot He Xiqing a glare. The thick-skinned woman suddenly tugged at the man. He might be telling the truth. Look at that watch on his wrist. It seems like a famous brand worth over 100,000. Impossible. How could he afford a watch worth over 100,000? It's probably fake. Don't you know how rampant high-quality knockoffs are these days? Youngsters buy fakes to show off and fool people. It's real, I can't be mistaken. Didn't your brother-in-law Principal Wang wear one before? I've seen it, and it's exactly the same as this one, the thick-skinned woman said. This kind of watch can't be fake that perfectly, but it's definitely genuine. Principal Wang's watch was also a gift from me. A transfer gift, just a small matter, He Xiqing said. Just wearing it for fun. The shameless man finally believed He Xiqing's words, and his gaze toward He Xiqing instantly changed. That feeling wasn't like looking at a person, but rather as if seeing a huge pile of money lying there. The couple began to flatter He Xiqing profusely, as if He Xiqing had a bag of money on his back ready to scatter it to them at any moment. They didn't stop to think, in today's society, does money really still hold value? But those without insight wouldn't consider so much. To curry favor with He Xiqing, they resorted to belittling Yao Xiaoyu's rental apartment and praising He Xiqing's grand villa to gain goodwill. He Xiqing didn't give them a good face, and Zhou Feng chimed in, Old He's villa is right next to mine. Why don't you come and flatter me? So lacking in perception. I think you've taken a day trip to Dunhuang. So many murals. The couple completely ignored him, never imagining that Zhou Feng with his down-and-out appearance also lived in Nanshan Villa, nor did they seem to catch the sarcasm in his words. Bai Yiqian, finding the couple's behavior unbearable, called the shameless man into the kitchen. Once we've rested enough, he'll invite Yao Xiaoyu and that ceramic artist to come with us. You two are not included, Bai Yiqian stated directly. The shameless man sneered disdainfully. Do you think I want to follow you? There are none of those monstrous things outside here, and there are beds to sleep on. Do you think I'd still be running around out there with you? Is that so? Do you have any food or drink? Bai Yiqian countered. The shameless man then realized this point. For the past few meals, Bai Yiqian's people had been supplying everyone with food and drink. If they left, wouldn't he and his wife starve and die of thirst? But he immediately thought of how he had just flattered He Xiqing for a while, and quickly said, My following brother Xiao, he has nothing to do with you, right? Bai Yiqian gave a cold laugh and didn't answer, confident that He Xiqing would disdain associating with such people. Although He Xiqing usually seemed a bit careless and muddle-headed, he had his own bottom line and a strong personality. He was the type who clearly distinguished between kindness and enmity flowing with passionate blood. It could be said that Bai Yiqian even admired He Xiqing's passion. Sometimes Bai Yiqian felt he couldn't be like He Xiqing. For instance, He Xiqing's earlier plan to eliminate the dormitory supervisor in the male dorm. Bai Yiqian could never do such a thing. He couldn't treat a human being that way. That was the very first day the zombies appeared. He hadn't even thought about killing zombies, let alone a living human. Later, getting rid of the guy in the beanie was a last resort. And by then some time had passed since the zombies appeared, so his mindset had changed somewhat. The reason he dealt with the beanie guy so decisively, besides the fact that the man deserved it, was that he had to consider how to save both teams with minimal sacrifice. The beanie guy was the minimal sacrifice. Moreover, Bai-Chin didn't know the beanie guy at all, so it was naturally easier to act without hesitation. Perhaps He-Sichin could come up with a plan to deal with the dorm supervisor so readily because he had only recently transferred to the school and wasn't familiar with the supervisor. The shameless man, seeing Bai-Chin silent for a long time, didn't know that Bai-Chin had been lost in thought. He thought his words had left Bai-Chin speechless and was very pleased. I heard you're all heading to Nanshan Villa to Brother Xiaohe's place, oh right. I advise you not to be too arrogant. Show Brother Xiaohe some respect and don't act like you're their leader. Otherwise maybe Brother Xiaohe won't tolerate you, and then where will you have to go? In the future, I might be able to do Brother Xiaohe some favors at school, and maybe he and I can become good buddies. He'll have to listen to me. The shameless man had heard that Bai-Chin wasn't a local and assumed he had no place to stay in the city except the school dormitory. Now wanting to buddy up with He-Sichin, he used this to threaten Bai-Chin, thinking that if he became brothers with He-Sichin, it would be wonderful, and no matter how impressive Bai-Chin was, what could he do? Little did he know that Bai-Chin and the others were actually heading to Zhou Feng's house. No matter how big He-Sichin's villa was, it couldn't compare to the stockpile in Zhou Feng's basement. An apocalypse survival care package. Just thinking about it made one's blood boil. Friend, do you know why I called you alone into the kitchen to talk? Bai-Chin suddenly fixed his gaze on him, revealing an expression that sent a shiver down the man's spine. The shameless man's heart jolted. He felt that this youth, not yet 20, seemed to see through his heart and had him completely under control. Your strength when you killed that zombie in the pharmacy. I'm fully aware of it. What are you hiding? Bai-Chin leaned in closely, and the shameless man was so frightened, he sat down on the floor. I don't know how I came to have this power either. I couldn't risk saving them. Why should I risk saving them? If we were going to die, we'd die together. How was I supposed to know I'd survive? The man, terrified, blurted everything out. Please don't tell my wife about this. She'll leave me if she finds out. She's the only family I have left. On the day the zombies appeared, he and his wife were trapped at his mother-in-law's house. One day zombies broke into the house. By then he already knew about the change in his strength, but he didn't lift a hand to save his mother-in-law and her family. He only escaped with his wife. His wife had never known that he actually had the ability and the chance to save people. Bai-Chin had originally intended to intimidate the man, but unexpectedly the man revealed everything. His selfishness was rarely seen in the world. He would rather perish together with others than allow anyone to gain the slightest advantage. Moreover, a man who possessed such formidable power was actually as timid as a mouse. A mere bluff made him tremble, as if Bai-Chin was about to take his wretched life instantly. Such a person was rather ridiculous. Had Bai-Chin known earlier that his cowardice and selfishness had reached such an extent, he would not have deigned to waste words with him. He had originally intended to use the man's concealment as leverage to prevent him from making any rash moves against their team, but now it seemed he had overthought. To put it bluntly, that shameless man was trash. Bai-Chin let out a sneer and walked away, leaving the man alone in the kitchen, lost in his own thoughts. Zhou Feng and He-Sichin were deep in conversation. When they saw Bai-Chin emerge, Zhou Feng immediately waved him over. Brother Chin, come help us analyze something. Analyze what? Is there anything you Zhou Feng can't figure out? Bai-Chin teased. Zhou Feng chuckled. Brother Chin, you're mocking me. We just want to analyze whether the zombies have evolved. What do you mean? Have you noticed something? In truth, Bai-Chin had also sensed that the zombies seemed to have evolved somewhat, but he had kept it to himself, afraid of causing panic. He hadn't expected Zhou Feng to have observed it as well. So it means everyone has noticed it. I remember you once said, Brother Chan, that you had observed the zombies, and they didn't like the sun, so they rarely moved under sunlight. But these past few days I've noticed zombies starting to move under the sun, just like at other times. Not at all like before when we were in the dormitory. They were all like vampires. As Zhou Feng spoke, he watched Bai-Chin's expression, and seeing that he seemed to encourage him to continue, he went on. Back, when we were in the boys' dormitory, there was an incident where zombies climbed the stairs. Do you remember? Originally we observed that zombies couldn't climb stairs. Not even a small step could trip them up and make them fall flat on their faces. Yet they were attracted by old He's phone ringtone and ran up from downstairs, which sent that damn dorm supervisor to the heavens. The bearded man, who had been listening nearby, found Zhou Feng's story interesting and came closer. With an audience, Zhou Feng gesticulated even more enthusiastically. I originally thought zombies were all idiots, afraid of the sun, clumsy and walking, so we had nothing to fear. Yesterday when we hid in the pharmacy, the zombies were just circling outside, never thinking to crawl through the gap at the bottom like humans. But this morning I saw a zombie crawl in from under the door gap, just like a person. As Zhou Feng mimicked a crawling motion on the ground, he said, could these things be learning from us? They can't possibly have intelligence, right? Zhou Feng's words startled Bai-Chin. In the pharmacy, Bai-Chin had been focused on everyone's safety and hadn't seen any zombie crawl in. He had assumed the zombies broke the rolling shutter door to get in. The bearded man chimed in, saying he had also seen a zombie crawl in from under the door gap. The sight of it moving on all fours was terrifying, as if that zombie possessed some kind of thought. Bai Chen was silent for a moment before speaking. Whether these zombies are slowly evolving or learning to imitate humans remains unknown. From now on we must be more cautious and not act based on our previous understanding of zombies. We should try to avoid conflict with them as much as possible. Yes. Otherwise we might not even know how we died. Maybe those zombies are learning our actions. If one day they pick up a steel pipe and hit us, we're done for. Our current situation is completely different from what's in the movies. The zombies in movies are all dumb as bricks. He Psyching's wild imagination made everyone break out in a cold sweat. That's a load of bullshit that makes sense. Zhou Feng nodded. Our situation is more like in novels where zombies mutate and evolve. It's a pity that we haven't developed various abilities like in those novels, or we wouldn't be stuck like this always being chased. After finishing, Zhou Feng subconsciously glanced at Bai Chen only to find him shaking his head slightly. Brother Chen, why are you shaking your head? Don't you agree with me? You were just praising me. By the way, why did you send that shameless man to the kitchen? Did you give him a good scolding? He still hasn't come out. You didn't kill him, did you? The woman who had been resting on a chair immediately stood up and looked at Bai Chen upon hearing Zhou Feng's words. Just then the man emerged from the kitchen and the woman breathed a sigh of relief before sitting back down. I had a talk with him just now and told him that he is no longer welcome in our team. However, I invite you and Yao Xiaoyu to join our team and come with us. Are you willing? Bai Chen said this to the bearded man and Yao Xiaoyu right in front of the man, showing no regard for the couple's face. Both the bearded man and Yao Xiaoyu knew that with just their own abilities they could not survive in such an environment. Moreover, they had witnessed Bai Chen's strength and leadership and had seen his willingness to sacrifice himself in times of danger, which deeply moved them. They accepted Bai Chen's invitation almost without a second thought. Yao Xiaoyu had felt the warmth of this team ever since Yuqing shared her food with her and had long wanted to join, but had been too shy to bring it up. As for the bearded man, he admired Bai Chen immensely and was overjoyed at the invitation to join the team. Since you are now part of the team, there are some things I want hide from you. Bai Chen glanced at the couple and then at Yao Xiaoyu. Is it convenient to talk in your bedroom? It's convenient. Yi Ming's younger brother is also inside. Yao Xiaoyu implied that the girls resting in the bedroom didn't mind the presence of a boy. Zhou Feng immediately pretended to be displeased. So that's why that little rascal disappeared. He ran into the bedroom. If I were 2 years younger like him, I'd be surrounded by a bunch of gorgeous sisters all day. He's still a child. He Xiqing said. Yao Xiaoyu led Bai Chen and the other three into the bedroom. As they entered, a faint fragrance of the girls filled the air, stirring a restless itch in the men's hearts like a cat's paw scratching. The bedroom, about 10 square meters, was decorated very cozily. Though it contained only a modest bed, a small dressing table, and a tiny wardrobe, every detail revealed the girls' care. The bed was neatly made, and on the dressing table, besides a few bottles of inexpensive skincare products, there were also several medical books. Yi Ming and the other two had already changed into clean clothes and were resting on the bed, while Yi Xian dozed at the dressing table. When they saw Bai Chen enter, they all stood up involuntarily, as if welcoming a leader for an inspection, which made Bai Chen quite embarrassed. Yi Xiqing walked over and directly scooped Yi Xian up. Kid, I haven't slept yet. Let me rest for a while. Without further ado, he sat down and slumped over the table, falling asleep instantly. In less than a second, the room was filled with Yi Xiqing's snores, more terrifying than a pig's. Everyone exchanged glances. Don't disturb him, he stayed up on guard duty last night, Bai Chen said with a wave of his hand. They then remembered that Yi Xiqing indeed hadn't slept last night and had fought alongside everyone since early morning. Besides Bai Chen, Yi Xiqing had the highest combat strength and had killed the most zombies. For a moment, everyone was moved, even tears welling up in their eyes. Yi Xiqing had been on night watch for 2 consecutive nights in the latter half. His care for everyone was never spoken, but always shown through his actions. Although he usually seemed unreliable, he had never been anything but good to them. When it came to protecting everyone, he never hesitated. Everyone instinctively moved, gently afraid of making even the slightest noise that might disturb Yi Xiqing, as if his hearing were keener than a zombie's. Bai Chen cleared his throat and said, I want to talk to everyone. From today, this Yao Xiaoyu. Well, you're probably older than us, so we'll call you Sister Xiaoyu. From today, Sister Xiaoyu, and the mustache man quickly said, my name is Yu Yang. From today, Sister Xiaoyu, and brother, you are part of our team, Bai Chen said. From now on, we're all family, no need for distinctions. Everyone quickly nodded, warmly welcoming the two. After all, they had just gone through a life and death escape together in the pharmacy this morning, and everyone could see that Yao Xiaoyu and Yu Yang were nothing like those two flashy and frivolous people outside. In the critical moment, Yao Xiaoyu and Yu Yang had fought the zombies recklessly, and later Yu Yang even insisted that everyone go first while he covered the rear, ready to sacrifice himself. Having such people in the team filled everyone with gratitude and trust. So, Brother Chen, did you call us and just to announce this? Zhou Feng clapped symbolically. Welcome to our model steel pipe escape team. I'm your deputy captain. You can applaud a bit more enthusiastically now. No, I have something important to tell you. Bai Chen said, pausing before speaking. Recently something has changed about me. Brother Chen, you haven't turned into this, have you? Zhou Feng said, making a delicate gesture. Bai Chen slapped Zhou Feng on the head. Do you want me to make you into that right now, eh? Yi Xian quickly pulled Zhou Feng back, letting Bai Chen continue. You've all seen my abilities, and I believe you've sensed that my strength isn't what a normal person should have. Maybe you used to hear about my deeds at school and thought I was impressive, but I want to tell you my past abilities are nothing compared to now. Back then, I was just slightly better than an average person, probably about the same as he's Xiqing. Or maybe a bit better, but not by much. Xiqing's snores suddenly stopped, as if he were eavesdropping on Bai Chen's words. Since the zombies appeared, my strength has been changing day by day. Now my power is about 5 or 6 times that of a normal person. Hearing this, everyone gasped. Xiqing even sat up straight suddenly, though his eyes were still closed. No wonder you could lift me up with one hand and throw me out the window today. Yu Yang exclaimed. Sorry brother, it was an urgent situation, Bai Chen said with a forced laugh, continuing. After my strength increased, my stamina also changed significantly. Compared to ordinary people, I almost never get tired. It was my stamina that kept me going when I held the door at the pharmacy today. Damn brother Chen, you're unstoppable. This isn't just a little change, it's a qualitative leap. Zhou Feng said with undisguised envy, looking at Bai Chen. I always thought you were hiding your strength at school, and now you can't hide it anymore, so you've come clean. If I had been that strong back then, would I still be human? I haven't finished yet. Besides the increase in strength and stamina, I've undergone another change not long ago. When we were escaping from the pharmacy, I discovered that my agility had also increased. Not by much, but I have a feeling it will continue to grow just like my strength. At these words, everyone was astonished. Xiqing suddenly opened his eyes wide. Brother Chen, you've got to look out for me from now on. With that, he closed his eyes and went back to sleep, immediately snoring like thunder. Bai Chen glanced at Xiqing, then at everyone, then back at Xiqing, and then at everyone again. Doesn't anyone have anything to say? You're making me feel awkward. Brother Chen is awesome. Zhou Feng ventured. Brother Chen, you've got to look out for me from now on. Yi Xian said. Do you think I want you to flatter me, eh? Bai Chen was exasperated by their lack of thought. I'm asking, why is this happening to me? Could this happen to you? Have any of you noticed changes in your bodies recently? That's impossible. There can only be one protagonist, Zhou Feng said. That's how it is in novels, only the protagonist gets a golden finger. But we're not characters in a novel, okay? Do I have to swear at you? Bai Chen pointed outside and lowered his voice. That man out there is already like me, with formidable strength now. It's a pity he's selfish, cowardly, and short-sighted, otherwise I could form an alliance with him. Everyone was more shocked by this than by Bai Chen's own abilities. That man had always acted weak and helpless. In Yi Meng's words, a single slap could send him spinning 360 degrees. Saying he had great strength was less believable than saying Yi Xian was utterly audacious. Since the pharmacy incident, no one had seen that man fight. He was always hiding, hesitating, and nagging like a cowardly schemer. Everyone shook their heads, thinking that Brother Chen had misjudged him. Bai Chen quickly recounted the incident in the kitchen to everyone, also detailing his earlier covert contest with that man in the pharmacy. The group was skeptical, but willing to believe. Zhou Feng looked Bai Chen up and down with bewilderment. Brother Chen, since when did you become so gossipy? So after all that, you think I'm gossiping? I'm trying to tell you. Use your brains. Zombies appeared randomly without anyone expecting them. Could it be that humans also have the possibility of random evolution? Maybe besides me and that man, there are others who have undergone similar changes. Perhaps you all can become stronger too. Brother Chen, if you just said that from the start. Zhou Feng exclaimed with delight. Do I have to chew food and feed it to you? Can't you use your own brain to analyze things? Brother Chen, if I could analyze all that myself, I wouldn't just be the deputy captain of the Apocalypse Steel Pipe Escape Team. I'd be a cunning advisor, making even you the captain wary of me. Zhou Feng spoke with such plausible reasoning that Bai Chen found it hard to argue further. But if that's the case, Brother Chen, could we all become as powerful as you? Yi Xian asked excitedly. Bai Chen nodded, then added, of course this is just a reasonable hypothesis. Even if it's a hypothesis, it's a reasonable one. Everyone was overjoyed. Who wouldn't want to become a renowned hero with immense power? Only Yuqing, in the midst of their joy, added coldly, as humans grow stronger, zombies will also evolve more fiercely. After saying this, Yuqing fell silent again, ignoring their stunned expressions. Bai Chen hadn't expected the usually quiet Yuqing to hit the nail on the head. Whether zombies will evolve is unknown, but we should keep an eye out. Human evolution, however, cannot be ignored. Bai Chen mused, in the future we might encounter other survivors. Unless we know their background thoroughly, it's best to avoid contact. If we're uncertain whether they've undergone ability enhancement like me, it's safer to stay away. If they are stronger than us, we could easily end up in a passive position. We need to find a long-term base as soon as possible, or we'll be unable to move forward. The threat comes not only from increasingly powerful zombies, but also from stronger humans. Bai Chen glanced at the sky outside, a trace of worry on his face. When he left the pharmacy that morning, he had sensed the dark shadow on the horizon again, larger and clearer than the day before. The shadow emanated a faint danger, unsettling Bai Yi-chin deeply. But clearly no one else in the team sensed it. Bai Yi-chin guessed that only those with enhanced abilities could perceive the shadow. He walked to the window and looked toward the horizon again. Now only clusters of lead-gray clouds drifted there, and the shadow had vanished. Could that shadow be a living creature that has already moved away? Night slowly descended upon the old, dilapidated courtyard. Bai Yi-chin urged everyone to rest early. This courtyard was the safest place they had stayed in since the zombie outbreak, far safer than the school dormitory or cafeteria. Not only was the building quiet and free of zombies, but even the yard below had none. Tonight they might finally get a good night's sleep. As dusk fell, everyone soon drifted into slumber. Bai Yi-chin stood on the balcony, gazing into the distance. In the darkness, the entire city seemed dead. Or rather, the city belonged to the living dead. Stretching his gaze, he saw no trace of light, heard no sound of human voices. The once bustling city with its traffic and neon lights had now turned into the howls of zombies and the sharp whistling of wind. Just as Bai Yi-chin was about to turn back inside, he suddenly noticed a faint light source on the ground floor of the second building in the courtyard. In the cold wind, it shone like a beacon guiding life. Focusing, he saw it was the flickering light of a candle, fragile yet stubbornly persistent. It had been nearly a month since the zombies appeared. Anyone still alive now must either be extraordinarily lucky or possess exceptional abilities. Thinking of this, the joy of discovering other survivors was immediately diluted. Bai Yi-chin decided not to provoke the lucky ones with the candle. Who knew if they were good or evil, strong or merely fortunate to have survived until today? All of that was none of his concern. His task was to lead this team to survive. Apart from that, nothing unusual happened that night. The next day, everyone slept until the sun was high in the sky. Bai Yi-chin had woken up early but didn't rush to wake the others. Only with ample rest could they have the strength to continue and the energy to face dangers ahead. To reach Nanshan Villa safely required not speed, but steadiness. In fact, the distance to Nanshan Villa was not far. Bai Yi-chin would be satisfied if they could advance a small stretch safely each day. Once everyone was packed, Bai Yi-chin took out an offline map and pointed as he said, "Our task today is to return to the Fuqing River, walk along it to the bridge upstream, cross to the other side, and that's it for today. Then can we find a place to rest?" Zhou Feng asked, still half asleep. "If we go a bit further, we'll be ahead." He Xiqing said. Yi Ming poured cold water on them. "What if the road is full of obstacles? We might not even make it across the river. We could encounter danger before we even reach the Fuqing River. Don't oversimplify things." "Jinx," Jia Qian said. Yu Qing took out the last of the food and distributed it to the shameless couple, telling them that from today they would part ways and they should take care of themselves. Yao Xiaoyu reluctantly looked around the house, then handed the keys to the couple. "Please take good care of it. I might never come back." Bai Yi-chin shouldered the hiking backpack Yao Xiaoyu had given him and called for everyone to follow him as they evacuated. Earlier, he had thrown his backpack filled with medicine and food to the zombies. Now, carrying an empty backpack, he felt light and strode briskly. It was a pity to lose the contents, but fortunately he had had the foresight to distribute some of the medicine to everyone earlier, so not everything was lost. Exiting the building, Bai Yi-chin reminded everyone to be cautious to avoid unnecessary trouble. He did not mention the candlelight he had seen in the second building earlier. After just a few steps, he heard Zhou Feng arguing with someone behind him. "You're utterly shameless. Brother Chen made it clear that our end-of-day steel pipe escape team doesn't welcome you, so why are you still following?" "Looking for trouble," Zhou Feng said. "Who's following you?" "We're following Brother He Xiqing," came the voice of the shameless man. "Exactly. Besides, this road isn't yours. Can't we walk on it? Just because we're on the same path doesn't mean we're following you." "If anything, you're following us," said the thick-faced woman. "Forget it, don't argue with them," He Xiqing interjected, noticing Bai Yi-chin's displeased expression. "Keep quiet, we're almost at the main road. We don't know the situation outside yet." The shameless man, thinking his camaraderie with He Xiqing had succeeded, shot a smug glance at Zhou Feng. He did not realize that He Xiqing was merely trying to prevent Bai Yi-chin from getting angry over their inability to handle such trivial matters. He Xiqing had left half a sentence unsaid. If danger arises, no one should bother with that couple. But he dared to say that even without uttering it, no one in the group would spare them a thought in a crisis. After all, everyone had witnessed the couple's behavior, especially Bai Yi-chin's account of how the man treated his mother-in-law's family. Such selfish, petty individuals were not worth wasting energy on. Bai Yi-chin reached the compound gate first. He made a halt gesture before cautiously stepping out through the archway. The moment he emerged, he saw a group of schoolchildren in uniforms standing with their backs to him. Startled, Bai Yi-chin quickly stepped back. The children sensed his presence and turned around in unison, revealing grayish, bloodless faces with murky eyes devoid of pupils, a sight both horrifying and grotesque. Even someone as bold as Bai Yi-chin was shaken by the scene. A roar erupted, signaling an imminent attack. Bai Yi-chin spun around and shouted, "Something's wrong. Fall back." Seeing Bai Yichen's expression, everyone knew trouble was brewing. They fled back the way they came, cursing Yi Meng for her jinx-like words about not being able to leave. It was as if her crow's mouth had summoned the very calamity. Wasn't it forbidden for animals to become spirits after the founding of the nation? The zombies were less than 10 meters away, and retreating upstairs would be perilous. The stairs would slow them down, and being trapped on an upper floor would be even worse. But the compound had only one exit, leaving no escape. Bai Yichen quickly scanned the surroundings for a safe haven. Suddenly a door on the first floor of the second building swung open, and an elderly man about 60 or 70 poked his head out and waved. "Children, come here." As he spoke, he kept an eye on the environment. This was the same household where candlelight had been seen the night before, now revealed to be inhabited by an old man. How had he survived all these days alone? Could this be a trap? Bai Yichen hesitated for a second, then saw a little girl of 5 or 6 emerge beside the old man. "Big brother, hurry over." Her expression and tone were unmistakably genuine. Bai Yichen quickly signaled everyone to dash toward the second building. Yi Xiqing had already started running the moment the old man appeared, and was now nearly at the door. His simple mind didn't dwell on doubts like Bai Yichen's. The group saw a glimmer of hope, a way out of despair. They sprinted with all their might. Zhou Feng and Yi Xin, seasoned in such escapes, remained relatively calm. Yi Meng and Yu Qing stayed composed, pushing forward. Yu Yang, Yao Xiaoyu, and the thick-faced woman lagged behind, while the shameless man ran ahead, abandoning his wife. Bai Yichen recalled the man's tearful claim that his wife was his only family. It seemed hollow now. Despite everyone's speed, the 3 stragglers were overtaken by zombies and the chaos. Bai Yichen had to stop to clear the pursuing zombies, shouting hoarsely for everyone to hurry. By the time Yu Yang reached the door, the zombies had closed in. "Quick, get inside." Bai Yichen waved his hand, and Yu Yang and Yao Xiaoyu rushed in. Just as the thick-faced woman was about to enter, the shameless man, already inside, blocked her. She's been bitten. She can't come in," he snarled, as if she were a stranger or an enemy. "Husband, it's me. Have you lost your mind? Let me in," the woman cried in despair. "You've been bitten. You can't come in." The man suddenly shoved her with force, throwing her out. Only then did everyone realize Bai Yichen's earlier words were true. This man possessed immense strength. A normal person couldn't transform from a sickly figure into a strong man capable of hurling an adult weighing over 100 Jin several meters away. Even throwing a watermelon wouldn't go that far. The approaching zombies, delighted by the unexpected feast, stopped to besiege the wailing woman. Bai Yichen seized the chance to slip inside, locking the door, knowing she was beyond saving. The woman's screams hammered against everyone's hearts like heavy blows. Splattered blood and scattered entrails stained the courtyard floor. After the zombies quickly devoured her body, they threw themselves at the door, pounding repeatedly. Everyone moved away from the windows and entrance. No one had actually seen whether the woman was injured or bitten. Perhaps the man had fabricated it to rid himself of a burden. But it was too late. The zombies battered the door for a while before dispersing, leaving only a few lingering outside. "Big brother, come this way," the little girl who had called out earlier said, pointing to a room. Bai Yichen glanced at the shameless man, then lowered his head and followed the girl. Yi Xiqing and Zhou Feng caught up and said, "Chunge, how about we throw that bastard out to feed the zombies?" Yeah. Chunge, you said earlier that he wouldn't be traveling with us anymore, but he shamelessly tagged along again. Yi Xian also caught up. "He's not human, but are you any less?" Bai Yichen retorted. "We're not in our own home right now. What right do we have to kick him out? We should listen to the homeowner." Everyone followed the little girl into the living room. She gestured for them to sit and said, "Wait here. Grandpa will come out to talk to you soon," acting like a little adult. Since the homeowner hadn't appeared, no one dared to wander around, so they each found a place to sit. That shameless man had no sense of the atmosphere. After throwing his wife out earlier, which had already provoked intense disgust from everyone, he still had the nerve to say other things. "Look how big this house is. Just this living room is bigger than your entire place." The man said to Yao Xiaoyu, "Your place must be some ordinary small apartment for retired low-level staff. This one is for leaders. That old man might be some big shot." Yao Xiaoyu quickly moved to a seat far away from him, while Yi Meng and Jia Qian kept comforting her, telling her to ignore that shameless man. Zhou Feng smirked at the man and said, "Let me ask you something. How do you maintain your skin? I'm really envious. Your face is so thick." Just as the shameless man was about to retort, the old man who had saved them earlier suddenly emerged from his room. Though the old man appeared advanced in years, he was hale and hearty, with piercing eyes that swept over the group. "You're all just kids. Call me Grandpa Li," he said, pausing as his gaze lingered on the shameless man and Yu Yang. "You two should call me Uncle." Everyone then called out Grandpa and Uncle Li for a while. The old man waved his hand. "Do you have any food?" The shameless man's ears perked up. So he saved their lives just to get some food from them. He quickly pointed at Bai Yichen's group. "They have food. Ask them for it." Bai Yichen quickly stood up as well. "Grandpa Li, I lost my backpack earlier and a lot of food was in it. We don't have much left now, but we can share some with you and this little sister." Bai Yichen was telling the truth. Earlier, to lighten everyone's load, he had indeed carried a lot of heavy food. because he had insisted that everyone must have a comprehensive supply pack to ensure they could cope. Even if separated, they still had some food left each. "I'm not a little sister. My name is Schwer," the little girl beside him replied in a childish voice. Bai Yi-chin patted Schwer's head and asked Yimeng to quickly gather some food for the old man. Unexpectedly, the old man first gave the shameless man a stern look, then waved at Bai Yi-chin. "It's nothing. I meant if you didn't have any food, I have plenty here. Keep yours for now." Bai Yi-chin hadn't expected to misunderstand the old man's intention and kept apologizing. Afraid the old man might think they had ill intentions, he recounted their identities and some of their experiences. The old man nodded repeatedly. "You kids have been through a lot, but here I won't let you go hungry." With that, the old man prepared to show Bai Yi-chin and the others his supplies, not forgetting to instruct Schwer, "You stay with Grandma. He'll take the older brothers and sisters for a look around." "What's wrong with Grandma?" asked the observant Yao Xiaoyu. Everyone had initially assumed it was just the old man and the little girl in the house. They hadn't expected a grandmother, and from the old man's words it seemed she was ill. As expected, the old man waved his hand. "It's nothing serious, just a common cold and fever. But she's old, and even a cold is hard on her. We have no medicine. It's been days, and she's still not better." Yao Xiaoyu usually worked at a pharmacy and had some medical knowledge. She could treat minor ailments like headaches and fevers, so she quickly offered to check on the grandmother. Yimeng added that they had taken a lot of medicine from the pharmacy earlier, which might be useful. Seeing hope for his wife, the old man gratefully led them to see her. Yao Xiaoyu gently felt the grandmother's forehead, asked about her symptoms, then told Bai Yi-chin and the others to bring out the medicine they had collected. She picked out some useful ones, instructed them on how to take it, and then left. After that, the old man began to show everyone his supplies. He first led them through the living room into a bedroom next door, then straight through the bedroom to open the door to the balcony. As the door opened, everyone's jaws dropped in astonishment. Outside the door was not a balcony, but a vegetable garden. Although it was winter, Anqing was located in a temperate basin, so the temperature was much warmer than in other cities. In recent years, the temperature had been rising year by year, and it hadn't snowed for over a decade. Thus, the vegetable garden was full of winter vegetables like cabbages, spinach, and carrots, all lush and thriving. Bai Yi-chin even spotted a chicken coop next to the garden with several lively hens inside. In addition, a tall water tower stood in the garden like the ones used in school cafeterias. The old man explained that he had no particular hobbies other than growing vegetables. After retirement, he felt it was a waste to leave the land barren, so he started planting here. One year during a drought, he decided to dig a well. Finding it troublesome to carry water, he built a water tower using a pump to store water in it and releasing it when needed. Sometimes when the water was cut off, neighbors would come to fetch water from his place. Later, the neighbors either moved away with their children or passed away, and the old man's vegetable garden gradually expanded, eventually taking over the neighbors' backyards. Since the compound had no property management, no one was in charge, so the old man used the land as he pleased. Now they had clean water and fresh vegetables. It was like a paradise. "I never expected this." Zhou Feng couldn't help but give the old man a thumbs up. Bai Yi-chin, however, stared at the iron gate at the end of the garden and asked Grandpa Li, "Does this gate lead outside the compound?" The old man nodded. "Yes. This gate leads to a small alley outside the compound. I'm old now, and walking through the main entrance was too far, so I opened this door last year. But we can't go out now. There's a group of those things outside. They've been hanging around for days, probably knowing people live here. Just stay here for now. When it's safe outside, you can leave from here. Don't worry, there's plenty of food for you." With that, the old man led everyone to visit his storage room. If the vegetable garden had already astonished everyone, then the old man's storage room nearly made them faint from excitement. The room was piled high with bags of rice flour, oil, and various seasonings and dried goods. To put it bluntly, the stockpile here was several times larger than what you'd find in a school cafeteria's kitchen, enough to run a small supermarket. "These were all brought by the young lads I used to mentor," the old man explained. He had once been a mid-level leader at his workplace, having guided many people in their careers. Everyone knew he had no bad habits. He didn't smoke or drink, and he had no children. So when they visited, they never brought frivolous gifts, only practical items like food and daily necessities, sparing the elderly couple the trouble of carrying heavy loads from the store. Over time, they had amassed a whole room full of supplies. Every year during the new year, I'd hire a truck and haul everything to a nursing home. I'm fortunate, still able to take care of myself at this age, so I don't need to go to such places. But this year is miserable. Look outside. I can't send these things over. As he spoke, he fixed his gaze on Zhou Feng's face. "Young man, I know what you're thinking. You're wondering how I, with no children, have such a big granddaughter. Schwer is the child from upstairs. She often comes to keep us old folks company. When the incident happened, she was having breakfast here. Her parents were both working overtime and never returned. I had to lie to her, saying they were away on a business trip and would be gone for a long time." Everyone nodded in agreement, feeling a pang of pity for Schwer. They had assumed she was with her grandparents, but she was merely a neighbor unrelated by blood. "So after seeing all my stock, you can rest assured about eating here, right? My house is spacious enough for all 10 of you. My wife Schwer and I will take the master bedroom. You can split the other 2 bedrooms and the study with some sleeping in the living room or on floor mats. I guarantee you'll be comfortable. We 3 really need you young folks around to boost our spirits. Don't be shy." After hearing the old man's words, Bai Chen felt a flush of embarrassment. Earlier when he had seen the candlelight, he had let his imagination run wild, but he never expected the old man to be such a kind soul. Grandpa Lee, may I ask, we have all this rice, vegetables, and cured meat, but how do we cook them?" He Sicheng finally voiced the question that had been nagging him. After all, these weren't like self-heating hot pot packets that could be prepared with just water. "In my kitchen I have gas, electric, wood burning, and coal burning stoves. What do you think?" The old man proudly led them to his kitchen. It was a curious fusion of retro and modern, a chaotic blend of East and West. The kitchen not only had a gas stove and an induction cooktop, but also a large wood-fired earthen oven and a honeycomb briquette stove. Everyone was amazed. For folks like He Sicheng and Zhou Feng, they might as well have thought food was magically conjured by their servants. "For now we can only use wood or honeycomb briquettes. There's not much wood left, but plenty of briquettes. There's a huge pile under the wall over there." The old man was about to show them the briquettes, but everyone was already exhausted. At this point, even if the old man let out a lie, so no one would be surprised. Who would have thought that in a developed city like Anqing there could be such an eccentric neighborhood, such an unbelievable old man, and such an unorthodox kitchen? At noon, the old man used his supplies to cook a hearty meal. Steaming rice and fresh vegetables brought tears to everyone's eyes. Though the zombies still occasionally pounded at the front door, everyone felt as though they had reached paradise. He Sicheng even remarked that with food and drink here and apparent safety, there was no urgent need to go to Zhou Feng's place. Zhou Feng nodded in agreement, pointing out the window at the vegetable garden. "My place doesn't have sustainable resources like Grandpa's." Bai Chen also felt the situation was good for now, no need to rush. A few days of rest would help everyone recover their strength. However, in the long run, he still believed Zhou Feng's home offered better safety and long-term livability. Not because this house was old and dilapidated, but because it was still in a bustling part of the city, making direct contact with zombies more likely. Moreover, there was no guarantee that future survivors wouldn't take risks and discover this treasure trove while scavenging for supplies. Such threats would be hard to manage, as not everyone was as helpful as Grandpa Lee. Zhou Feng's house, besides having supplies comparable to the old man's, had the key advantage of being in a sparsely populated area, reducing the chance of encountering large zombie hordes. Survivors searching for supplies would first target big stores and supermarkets in the city, not private homes. Bai Chen estimated it would be at least half a year before anyone started raiding personal residences. For now, they could settle here, observe the situation, and recuperate before deciding how to leave. Everyone settled in comfortably. The girls helped with cooking and caring for the sick grandmother, giving the old man some leisure time. The boys, led by Bai Chen, continued their daily physical training just as they had in the dormitory. Having witnessed Bai Chen's rapidly growing strength, they trained diligently, without complaint, all hoping to become as capable as he was. When the girls had free time, they joined the training. Bai Chen had devised a simpler, gentler routine for them, adapted from what he had learned in battle. These days were so peaceful and serene that one could almost forget the world outside. Everyone was cold to the shameless man, even the homeowners seemed indifferent, only providing him with daily meals. Feeling out of place, he found books in the study and pretended to read. Sometimes he stood by the window, gazing at the zombies wandering in the yard, perhaps thinking of the woman he had killed. The victim's bloodstains still marked the courtyard floor, a stark and chilling testament to his crime. One day, as everyone was taking a nap after lunch, Shuer mysteriously approached Bai Chen, pretending to be an adult, and said with an air of profundity that she wanted to have a private talk with him. Bai Chen found it amusing, but followed her, and they ended up standing in the backyard vegetable garden. "Big brother, can you see it too?" Shuer asked, seeing no one nearby. "See what?" Bai Chen was bewildered by her question. "I notice you look over there every day," Shuer said, pointing toward the distant horizon, though the high walls obscured the skyline. Bai Chen understood 3 parts of what she meant by the direction she pointed, but pretended not to know. "Ah, yes, I do enjoy gazing at the scenery every day," he said with a chuckle. Shuer shook her little head vigorously and said in a childish voice, "No, that's not what I mean. I'm talking about that monster." "You mean the zombies outside? Everyone can see them. Oh, what's so special about that?" "No, I mean the big monster with many long arms. It's enormous, this big." Shuer suddenly spread her arms as if to embrace someone, and said, "It's this big, pitch black, and really terrifying." Bai Chen was startled. He had been paying attention to the southeastern horizon, because he had sensed something strange in that direction more than once, as if a colossal monster was coiled among the clouds. He had asked Zhou Feng and the others several times, but they all said they saw nothing, so he stopped asking. Now that Shuer mentioned it, could it be that she could see clearer details? Zhou Feng and the others couldn't see it, but he could, probably due to his inexplicably enhanced abilities. Could Shuer be like him, a physical enhancer? Bai Chen believed Shuer was not lying, and her expression and gestures couldn't fake such truth. So his instincts were correct. There was indeed something strange on that horizon. If it was as Shuer described, where did the monster come from? Did it have companions? Would it harm people? And why had it appeared in the city? Schwer described the monster to me in more detail. It's really big, pitch black with some strange long legs like a giant octopus, Schwer said, gesturing with her hands. Is that thing standing on the ground or hiding in the clouds, eh? Bai Chen pressed further. It's standing on the ground very tall. It's like it's lying in the clouds. Schwer gestured again and asked, Big brother, can you see it? You always look in that direction. Oh, I've noticed for a long time. You can't fool me. Bai Chen nodded. I can see it but not the details, just a blurry black mass over there. I was like that at first too, only seeing a blurry black mass. Bai Chen was startled again. Could it be that he would eventually see it as clearly as Schwer? Big brother, this is our little secret. Only we can see it, Schwer said with a grin. Grandpa can't see it, Grandma can't see it, and the people following you can't see it either. Really? How do you know no one else can see it? Bai Chen thought of that shameless man who was also a physical enhancer. Surely he could see it. But Schwer replied that she had observed everyone for many days, and apart from Bai Chen, no one paid attention to that direction. If someone could see it, they would definitely can't help but look, because that monster was bigger than any animal in the zoo. Bai Chen thought about it and agreed with Schwer. If a person could see such a colossal monster, they would inevitably steal more glances. Humans are always curious about the unknown and worship the colossal. By the way, Schwer, when did you start seeing it? Besides this, do you feel anything else like becoming a super strong person? Schwer shook her head. No, I haven't become super strong. I need to eat more to grow strong. I've been able to see it for a very long time. I saw it the second day I came to Grandpa's house. But when I told Grandpa and Grandma, they said they couldn't see it and told me not to imagine things. They thought I was scared, so I stopped talking about it, afraid of frightening them. I only told you because I trust you, big brother. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Let's pinky swear. Schwer and Bai Chen locked pinkies and made a pact. They'll tell you another secret, big brother. I know when those bad guys outside will come and when they'll leave. Holy crap. This was a treasure. Bai Chen's heart trembled. If he could always know the movements of the zombies outside, wouldn't he be able to roam freely in this zombie city? Bai Chen continued listening as Schwer said, when that big monster appears, many bad guys gather. When the monster disappears, the bad guys scatter and go about their own business. And the distance and direction of the big monster also tell you the distance and location of the bad guys. You can't tell anyone this either. By bad guys, Schwer meant the zombies. Bai Chen hadn't expected that the massive shadow he saw was connected to the zombies. So large groups of zombies appearing together were caused by that colossal monster. No wonder Bai Chen had seen that pitch-black shadow when he escaped from the pharmacy that day. Even when he was surrounded by a horde of zombies on the street that day, he had sensed the shadow's presence. Every time a large number of zombies appeared, that shadow was always there. At least that rule held true. After telling Bai Chen all this, Schwer skipped off to play with Yimeng and the others, leaving Bai Chen alone outside, lost in thought. Schwer showed no signs of enhanced abilities, so why could she see the true form of the shadow? In the following days, Bai Chen kept a daily watch for the shadow's appearance, and also observed whether that shameless man truly couldn't see the monster. After several days of observation, the shadow appeared twice, but the shameless man didn't notice. Only Schwer and Bai Chen exchanged knowing glances. Both times the shadow appeared, they could hear the roars of gathered zombies and the rustling of dense footsteps on the streets outside. Bai Chen finally believed what Schwer had said, that the big monster and the bad guys were indeed connected. On this morning, Bai Chen rose early for his customary exercise, only to find the world outside blanketed in white, a night-long snowfall. Grandpa Li remarked that it had been nearly a decade since he last saw snow in Anqing, saying that a timely snow promises a bountiful year, yet he wondered what the new year would truly bring. Could humanity still hope for a prosperous year? Bai Chen pulled out his nearly dead phone and saw that the Lunar New Year was just 2 days away. It felt like only yesterday that the zombie outbreak had erupted a month ago. He vividly remembered waking up that morning to the sight of zombies devouring a classmate's body beneath the dormitory. He also recalled how he escaped the male dormitory, fled the school, and promised to lead everyone to survive. All the events of the past month were still fresh in his mind. At first, he never thought he could last this long. He believed he would survive at most 10 days in such an environment. Yet a month had passed. He had led so many people to live, and his heart was filled with emotion. He was even more grateful to Grandpa Li for taking them in and providing food for so many. In such circumstances, every bit of food was precious. If not for everyone sharing the meals, Grandpa Li and his 2 companions could have made their supplies last much longer. Bai Chen decided that if the day came when resources ran out, he would take Grandpa Li and the others away, just as he had led Zhou Feng and the rest, ensuring their safe arrival at the villa district. Unaware of Bai Chen's thoughts, Grandpa Li said, "My wife and I don't have long to live. To spend our final days with so many young people feeling youth once more is a great fortune for us. I hope that if my wife and I are no longer here one day, you can take care of Schwer." Grandpa Li, don't say that. You and Grandma are still in good health. You will live for many more years. If you worry about Schwer, you should take care of her yourself. Yimeng, overhearing their conversation, couldn't help but say, "If anything happens, we will protect you." Grandpa Li smiled, but did not reply, his gaze fixed on the distance, as if he already knew what the future held. Seeing this, Yimeng said nothing more. She had originally gone to the vegetable garden to pick greens. Stepping out onto the balcony, she saw the courtyard covered in white, and nearly squealed with joy. As a southerner, she couldn't help but lose her composure at the sight of snow. Yet Yimeng did not forget her task. Today was her turn to cook for everyone. After picking the vegetables, she went to wash them, but found no water coming from the tap. Suspecting the water tower's outlet was blocked again, she asked Zhou Feng to check it. A few days earlier, the outlet had been clogged by fallen leaves, and Bai Yichen had to climb up to remove them before the water flowed again. Zhou Feng, following Yimeng's orders, quickly climbed the ladder outside the water tower. He saw that the stored water had frozen and shouted the news to Yimeng below. "It looks like we'll have to open the manhole cover and draw water with buckets," Yimeng said, glancing at the well below. She looked up at Zhou Feng and added, "Come down and help me open the well. Go get Hilaogo, that cover is too heavy for me to lift alone. Besides, since I'm up here, I want to enjoy the view." With that, Zhou Feng made a sweeping gesture of looking into the distance. Yimeng had no choice but to go inside for help. As she entered the house, she heard Zhou Feng shouting disaster and calling for Chen Gu to come see. Yimeng wasted no time and went to fetch Bai Yichen. Already hearing Zhou Feng's shouts, Bai Yichen rushed out. Though Zhou Feng seemed unreliable, he knew how to prioritize in serious matters. If he said disaster, it was truly grave. "Chen Gu, come up and see," Zhou Feng called from atop the water tower. Bai Yichen quickly climbed the ladder and stood beside Zhou Feng. The surrounding buildings were taller than the water tower, obscuring the distant view. The only gap in the low structures faced the direction of No. 1 high school. Gazing into the distance, he could see the school's football field, cafeteria, and teaching buildings. The fire at No. 1 high school had long been extinguished. Now everything was buried under last night's snow, even the scorched earth invisible. Only countless tiny black dots moved slowly across the snow. "Those are..." Bai Yichen froze, a chill running through him. "Zombies. I thought it was an army of ants." Zhou Feng scratched his head. "It's fine then. At least they're not ants." Bai Yichen was exasperated by Zhou Feng's imagination, but had no time to argue. Bai Yichen continued observing the zombie horde at No. 1 high school, finding no end, or beginning unsure of their numbers. "Damn, this is a real zombie tide." His gaze swept further, discovering that the streets outside the school were also covered with dense moving black specks. Following the streets with his eyes, his view was soon blocked by buildings, and he could no longer see where the zombies were headed. Shifting his gaze, Bai Yichen suddenly noticed the dark shadow, not far away, closer, and larger than ever before, more distinct than previously. Indeed, as Schwer had said, this massive shadow had tentacles like an octopus arms. Though Bai Yichen couldn't see clearly, he could vaguely discern 3 or 4 of them. "Quick, we might need to evacuate again," Bai Yichen said, leaping directly to the ground without using the ladder. He might not have felt much, but Zhou Feng was so shocked his mouth could hold an entire apple. To verify his suspicion, Bai Yichen went inside to wake Schwer, who was still sleeping in, and gave her a meaningful glance. Schwer immediately understood and scrambled out of bed, running outside in her pajamas. At the window, before Bai Yichen could speak, Schwer's gaze fixed directly on the shadow. Then she turned and nodded at him. "I've never seen it so close. Is something bad about to happen?" Schwer rubbed her sleepy eyes and stared at Bai Yichen. "Perhaps," Bai Yichen said, uncertain. "But the zombie tide must be related to this creature." Zhou Feng finally descended from the water tower, lagging behind Bai Yichen by what felt like an eternity. Yimeng grabbed him and told him to move the manhole cover to fetch water. "Forget the water. Disaster is upon us." "What disaster? Even the greatest calamity requires food and water," Yimeng retorted. "I don't know what's the greatest calamity. But Chen Gu said we might need to evacuate immediately." The moment Zhou Feng finished speaking, Yimeng dropped the basket of vegetables in her hands and dashed straight into the bedroom. Wasn't evacuation a matter of utmost importance? Among the group, she was the only one who excelled at packing, having organized everything neatly and space efficiently. Thus, she had tacitly assumed the responsibility of packing. Upon hearing the need to evacuate, she immediately set to work without a second word. This vigilance was a result of Bai Yichen's training during this period. Seeing Yimeng pack, Yuching and the others instantly grasped that they were preparing for evacuation and busied themselves with finding and stowing items. They had grown quite comfortable in this place, and leaving now brought a tinge of reluctance. Yet if they stayed, they might risk their lives. Right? Bai Yichen's judgment had never been wrong, even though everyone was still unclear about what was happening. Only the shameless man sneered at Bai Yichen, saying, "Putting on another show here. We were fine staying put, but you have to show off your abilities." Bai Yichen, having no time for the shameless man, completely ignored him. Even Schwer, after spending these days together, had figured out the man's character and spat at him, calling him shameless. The man couldn't argue with a child, so he picked up a book and pretended to read, ignoring Schwer's rudeness. Schwer was about to hurl another insult when Bai Yichen stopped her. "Shh, listen." Bai Yichen pointed toward the window. Schwer, obedient to Bai Yichen, immediately pressed her ear against the window to listen. "Big brother, I don't hear anything. Really nothing. Bai Yichen asked, puzzled as he clearly heard a dense, strange noise. Really? Did you hear something, big brother? Schwer looked up at him. Tell me secretly, okay? Bai Yichen shook his head. I'm not sure what I heard. Maybe I misheard. How could you mishear, big brother, with your sharp senses? Let me try again. Schwer pressed her ear to the glass once more. Big brother, I only hear their footsteps. She pointed at the zombies in the yard. A thought flickered through Bai Yichen's mind, but he couldn't grasp it. It slipped away. It seemed to be related to the zombies in the yard. He stared intently at them, noticing they seemed oddly restless, pacing back and forth, as if searching for something. From the distant gate, more zombies slowly entered the yard, equally agitated, their steps swift and chaotic. More are coming, Schwer said. That big monster's claws are reaching this way. Bai Yichen squinted, seeing a vague, colossal tentacle-like appendage resembling an octopus legs swaying above the city and drawing closer to him. When the big monster appears, the bad guys gather, right? Bai Yichen posed this seemingly random question. Schwer nodded approvingly, and Bai Yichen's heart skipped a beat as he suddenly recalled what had flashed through his mind. Those dense, strange noises were the footsteps of zombies. The approaching massive shadow, the agitated zombies in the yard, the dense, strange sounds. Could the vanguard of a zombie horde have already reached the vicinity? Bai Yichen immediately called He Xiqing to listen, but he said he heard nothing. He Xiqing then called Zhou Feng, who also claimed to hear no strange sounds. The shameless man sneered. What's the use of all this superstitious nonsense? You eat and drink from others, but don't do anything useful. Big brother isn't being superstitious. Who's as shameless as you? Schwer rolled her eyes. So you heard a strange sound too? The shameless man asked. I didn't hear any strange sounds, but I heard a dog fart. Schwer, don't talk nonsense. Grandpa Li emerged from the bedroom and walked straight to Bai Yichen. Is something wrong? I hear the footsteps of a zombie horde, very dense, heading our way, Bai Yichen confessed. I plan to have everyone evacuate with me. Grandpa Li, please pack some things and come with Grandma and us. I'm old and frail, where would I go? I'm not leaving, and I doubt the old lady wants to either. Old man, you know me well, Grandma said, emerging from the bedroom, looking at Bai Yichen with kindness. Take Schwer with you. I'm not going. Schwer threw a tantrum, clinging to Grandpa Li's leg. Wherever Grandma and Grandpa are, that's where he'll be. The shameless man seized the chance to stir trouble. Uncle Li, don't listen to these kids' nonsense. What zombie horde or footsteps? They've watched too many movies and novels. The government should regulate such things. Before the shameless man could finish, a massive swarm of zombies surged through the yard's gate. Instantly, the yard filled with the roars and footsteps of zombies. They seemed to move with purpose, heading straight for them. The sounds of pounding on doors and scratching on windows were incessant, and everyone instinctively stepped back from the windows. Schwer cowered behind Grandma, too frightened to move, while the shameless man grabbed Grandpa Li by the collar and yelled, "This house is sturdy, right? We're safe in here, right?" Bai Yichen kicked the man down. "Keep your hands to yourself." Grandpa Li, unperturbed by the man's rudeness, instructed Bai Yichen, "Take whatever you can use. Don't bother asking me. Just take what you need." His implication was clear: the house might not withstand a massive zombie assault. By then, everyone could hear the dense, strange noises Bai Yichen had heard earlier. It was a cacophony of footsteps, all heading their way. "Grandpa Li, pack up and come with us," Bai Yichen urged. Grandpa Li shook his head. "I entrust Schwer to you. I ask only that you keep her fed and alive. I've lived in this house for decades. I can't leave it." Bai Yichen had no patience to argue with the old man's stubbornness, resolving to drag him out by force if necessary. With that in mind, Bai Yichen went to select items suitable for taking. First, he grabbed the crowbar head spotted earlier. It was far more useful than the steel pipe from the bunk bed or the boning knife smuggled from the cafeteria. In terms of weight, length, and sturdiness, it was impeccable for Bai Yichen. Though the steel pipe had served him well before it was hollow, and given Bai Yichen's considerable strength, had already become bent and warped from use. It was nowhere near as sturdy and durable as a crowbar. Moreover, Bai Yichen always felt the current weight of the pipe was unsatisfying. A heavier crowbar felt more like a true weapon in his hands. This feeling was likely due to his increased strength. Having taken the crowbar, Bai Yichen also found a sturdy piece of hemp rope. It would be useful for binding things far better than wasting He Xiqing's expensive climbing rope. With these two items, he went to find Yi Ming, instructing her to retrieve as much lightweight, high-calorie food from the storeroom as possible. Since Grandpa Li had told them to take whatever they needed, and their backpacks were due for a resupply. The house was clearly on the verge of being lost, so the more they could salvage the better. Everyone was bustling about finding their own tasks. Even the shameless man had found a small backpack and started filling it, though his backpack was rather peculiar, adorned with a picture of pleasant goat. As the shameless man stuffed his bag, he was chased around the room by Schwer. "You shameless jerk. Give me back my pleasant goat backpack. You ruined my picture books." Amidst the frantic packing, a loud crash was heard. The window glass by the door was shattered by a zombie's claw. Zhou Feng checked the situation. "Everyone else hurry up and prepare." Bai Yichen ordered, his hands busy selecting essential items to toss to Yi Ming for packing. He regretted growing too comfortable these past days, forgetting to prepare for danger in times of peace. These things should have been ready at all times, prepared to leave immediately upon command. Zhou Feng received his orders, grabbed the steel pipe, and went to the window. A zombie was already halfway through, but Zhou Feng swiftly knocked it down and pushed it back out. As soon as one was thrown out, another zombie poked its head in, only to be taken down by Zhou Feng again. He found the steel pipe quite handy and was just marveling at his ability to hold the pass alone when another crash sounded from the adjacent window. A grayish-blue hand reached in and grabbed Zhou Feng's shoulder. Zhou Feng turned his head, saw the hand painted with bright red nail polish, and exclaimed, "Damn, even zombies are this vain." He spun around and knocked down the vain zombie, then shouted for backup. "Brother Chen, I can't hold out," requesting reinforcements. Zombies were climbing in through both broken windows, their grayish-blue fingers clawing wildly. Zhou Feng dodged frantically, remembering Bai Yichen's warning, "Never let a zombie scratch you." Seeing Zhou Feng truly overwhelmed, He Xiqing and Yu Yang immediately rushed to help. Yu Yang had become quite adept now. In recent days, Bai Yichen had given him and Yao Xiaoyu private lessons, teaching them many techniques for fighting zombies. What he lacked now was just a bit of practical experience. While everyone was busy, Bai Yichen went to the water tower in the backyard, climbed to the top, and surveyed the surroundings. The street in front of the compound was now densely packed with zombies. The heavy sound of their footsteps and roars was terrifying just to hear. Bai Yichen shifted his gaze and began to observe the escape route. The alley behind had only about 10 zombies scattered and posing no real threat. According to the plan, the evacuation route was to exit through the alley, find a way back to the Fuqing River, locate the upstream Fuha Bridge, and cross to the other side. Looking towards the Fuqing River, everything was obscured by tall buildings. Fortunately, that direction was not blocked by the massive shadow, indicating there was no large congregation of zombies there. Bai Yichen slid down from the water tower and was stopped by Grandma before he could enter the house. "Young man, I don't know your name, but you seem more reliable than the others. I'm entrusting Schwer to you. Grandpa Li has already told me." "Grandma, you should come with us too," Bai Yichen said. "No, these old bones would only slow you down," Grandma replied, handing a small bag to Bai Yichen. "Inside is a bottle of orange soda, Schwetter's favorite. If she's disobedient, giving her this will calm her down. There's also a bag of cereal which she loves in the morning. Oh, and this leather jacket is genuine. Someone bought it for the old man, but he didn't like it and never wore it. I think it will fit you perfectly. It's warm and durable," Grandma said, handing a very expensive-looking leather jacket to Bai Yichen. The jacket was indeed excellent, appearing tough and wear-resistant. Bai Yichen thanked her and promised to do his utmost to take care of Schwer. He was about to offer some words of comfort when a loud crash came from inside the house, followed by Zhou Feng's wailing mixed with Schwetter's cries and Grandpa Li's shouts. Bai Yichen rushed inside to find the house door had collapsed with a large number of zombies crowding the entrance. He Xiqing and the others were frantically trying to block the door, while Yi Meng and the others were running to the backyard with their backpacks. Grandpa Li stood by the window, blocking a zombie that had climbed in and lunged at Schwer. The zombie bit Grandpa Li's neck. He only managed to shout, "Run," before his eyes closed forever. No one had anticipated this. The zombie attack was too sudden and swift. The spurting blood dyed the ceiling red. The biology teacher had once said that when the carotid artery is suddenly severed, blood can spray up to 3 meters due to pressure. But Yi Meng and the others never expected to witness it under such circumstances. Schwer wailed loudly, whether from fear or grief for her grandfather. Bai Yichen charged over, killed the zombie that had bitten Grandpa Li, then went to help block the door. He Xiqing lead everyone out through the iron gate in the vegetable garden. He'll hold the rear. Be careful. There are about 10 zombies outside the iron gate. Zhou Feng, brother, you take Grandma and Schwer away. As Bai Yichen spoke, Grandma came from behind. Just as she realized what had happened, Zhou Feng rushed over and grabbed her arm. Old man, what happened to you? You were healthier than me." Grandma wailed, breaking free from Zhou Feng's grip and lunging towards Grandpa Li's body. She clung tightly to his still warm corpse, her cloudy old tears streaming down. No matter how hard Yu Yang and Zhou Feng tried, they could not pull Grandma up. As the courtyard teemed with more and more zombies and the sound of their approaching footsteps grew ever closer, the entrance could no longer be held. Bai Yichen had no choice but to urge Zhou Feng and Yu Yang to take Schwer and flee first. Schwer wailed and refused to leave, but she was only 5 years old, and Zhou Feng scooped her up and dashed out in one swift motion. Though the group was anxious, they retreated in an orderly fashion under Bai Yichen's command, without chaos or panic. As he slaughtered the zombies surging at the door, Bai Yichen said, "Grandma, if you won't leave on your own, you'll have to resort to force." With that, he swiftly cleared the wave of zombies before him and yanked Grandma toward the balcony. Bai Yichen's strength was leagues beyond Zhou Feng's, and Yu Yang's, and Grandma could not break free. But to his surprise, she suddenly reached out and grabbed the balcony railing. No matter how strong he was, he dared not use force now. The elderly have fragile bones, and Bai Yichen feared hurting her, so he had to reason with her seriously. "Grandma, if you won't go, I'll have no choice but to stay here with you." Bai Yi-chin folded his arms and stood beside her, a look of determination on his face. Young man, I know you're a good person. You should go. It'll only slow you down, and besides, my old man is here. Her eyes were filled with a deathly resolve. There's no point in living alone. But Grandma, have you thought about Schwer? What will happen to her? Since you refuse to leave and won't let me care for you, then don't bother about whether I go or stay. Grandma cast a grateful glance at Bai Yi-chin and urged, young man, go now. Go. Don't lose your life for an old woman like me. You promised to take care of Schwer for us. Schwer will be fine with my classmates looking after her. Bai Yi-chin was just as stubborn. He refused to leave even as the sound of zombies closing and echoed from the living room. Young man, go now. Grandma grew anxious seeing him unmoving. Just as she was about to give in and follow him, a chilling click-clack sound came from the doorway, and a familiar figure stepped into the room. It was Grandpa Lee, the very man who had been torn apart by zombies moments ago, or rather the zombie he had become. The gaping bite wound on his neck was starkly visible, his body drenched in his own blood, his eyes hollow and murky, and his skin beginning to turn a sickly blue. Old man, Grandma cried out, suddenly releasing her grip on the railing and rushing toward him. Even though he was no longer the person he once was, she threw herself at him without hesitation. Bai Yi-chin lunged to stop her, but he was too late. The zombie that was once Grandpa Lee sank its teeth into Grandma's face, then her neck and shoulder. Though she cried out in agony, her face bore a look of contentment and bliss. Bai Yi-chin bowed deeply, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and strode forward without looking back. Perhaps the old couple's final moments were filled with happiness. Grandpa had saved Schwer and Grandma was reunited with him forever. As for Bai Yi-chin, who was he to judge whether their sacrifice was worth it? When he emerged from the backyard, Bai Yi-chin saw everyone waiting outside the iron gate, not having moved forward. He couldn't help but say, in situations like this, don't wait for me. Just go. Do you think I can't catch up? I fought so hard to buy you time. Yi Ming shook her head and gestured for him to look ahead. Only then did Bai Yi-chin notice that Schwer was in the hands of that shameless man, her face etched with terror. He insisted we abandon Schwer, saying she would slow us down. He Siqing couldn't stop him. He's stronger than all of us, so he snatched Schwer away, Yi Ming explained. Rage flared in Bai Yi-chin's heart. He had just witnessed the deaths of 2 elders, and he had promised them he would take care of Schwer. How could he tolerate this man's provocation now? I'm telling you, this kid is useless. Carrying her will only bring tears and whining, exposing us to danger and eating our food. Why keep her? The shameless man looked at the group with arrogance, emboldened by the realization that his newfound strength made him unafraid of them. But he had forgotten about Bai Yi-chin. Let her go, and we can still talk, Bai Yi-chin said, struggling to contain his fury. I told you you're not welcome in our group. Don't think that just because we've lived together for a few days we're friends. The man chuckled. I saw through you long ago. All talk, threats with words, but you never do anything. Is that so? Bai Yi-chin's eyes reddened, but he kept telling himself, don't act rashly, don't act rashly. He's a living person, and I swore I wouldn't harm humans. He'll kill this brat now, save us the trouble, and we can move on. As he spoke, his hand reached for the girl's neck. With his strength, one squeeze would snap her neck instantly. I said let her go. The instant the man's hand touched Schwer's neck, Bai Yi-chin moved with blinding speed, appearing before him, snatching Schwer away and handing her to Yi Ming. Good girl, close your eyes, Bai Yi-chin whispered. Schwer nodded obediently and shut her eyes. Bai Yi-chin turned around and raised his crowbar. The only reason I've tolerated you all this time is that I'm still human. But if you refuse to act like one, don't blame me for treating you like less. Bai Yi-chin roared. The shameless man even managed to smirk. You're going to lecture me again. Before he could finish, Bai Yi-chin brought the crowbar down on his head. Blood splattered everywhere. The man crumpled to the ground, his limbs twitching. Since you won't be human, I won't show mercy. Leaving you alive would only harm others. Bai Yi-chin struck again with the crowbar, crushing the man's skull. If I let you go like this, you turn into a zombie and harm others. Die for good. Bai Yi-chin delivered several more blows, smashing the man's head into a pulp, the ground awash with a mess of red and white. Indeed, if he left the body there, who knew if it would be bitten again and become an infected? Jia Qian and Yao Xiaoyu screamed in terror at the sight, while Yi Ming tightly covered Schwer's ears and pressed the girl's head against her chest. Yuqing remained calm, showing no visible reaction, but her body was trembling slightly. Several boys, some like Zhou Feng, staring foolishly as if eager to applaud, others like Yi Xan lost in thought. Each had different expressions and gestures. Bai Yi-chin looked at the mangled corpse on the ground. For the first time, he felt no regret or guilt. He sensed a sudden drastic shift in his nature. I once told you that others are not human, but we are. I think I was wrong, Bai Yi-chin said slowly. In this world now, if we continue to act as I said before, I'm afraid we won't survive. I want to tell you, if the other party is human, then we are more kind-hearted humans. But if they act like beasts, then we are the evil spirits. Those who deserve to be killed must be killed, Bai Yi-chin said fiercely. Yes, those who deserve death, if left for even a minute, might harm others. He had been too soft-hearted before, but from now on he would not allow it. After all, the rules of this world had completely changed the moment the zombies appeared. He had been too lenient with that shameless man, nearly costing Schwer her life. If he continued to be soft-hearted, he might truly lose a teammate. Having said his piece, Bai Yiqian did not explain further. He walked over and took Schwerer from Yi Meng's arms, then strode forward. That shameless man died without anyone even knowing his name. As they passed his bloody remains, they even spat. "Follow me. Let's fight this world with all we've got," Bai Yiqian said as he walked. "Zhou Feng long live Chen Gu. He teaching Chen Gu is awesome. Yi Xian, Chen Gu is domineering. Yu Yang, Chen Gu, can you teach me martial arts?" Although everyone called Yu Yang brother Yu, and even Bai Yiqian did, he still called Bai Yiqian Chen Gu. They had their own way of addressing each other. He knew that they called him brother Yu only because he was the oldest. He had no real ability to command respect, it was merely an age advantage. The scene of Bai Yiqian killing that shameless man shocked Yu Yang to the core. Though the social rules had changed, killing a living person like that required immense courage. Yu Yang dared to say that among their group, except Bai Yiqian, no one could do it. Not to mention killing that man, even fighting him would be impossible. Before Bai Yiqian stepped in, the shameless man had gone for Schwerer, and He Xiqing fought him. Yu Yang thought He Xiqing was the second strongest after Bai Yiqian, but he was knocked down instantly, without any chance to resist. The man whom several of them together couldn't subdue was taken down by Bai Yiqian in an instant. What kind of power was that? Yu Yang genuinely wanted to learn a few moves from Bai Yiqian. He wasn't joking. He wanted to be able to answer with pride when they called him brother Yu. "Have you been reading too many novels?" Zhou Feng looked at Yu Yang as if he were an idiot when he heard about learning martial arts. Chen Gu has clearly said that his power came out of nowhere. How could that be learned? If it could be learned, wouldn't we all have it? I'm not talking about that kind of power. That's obviously impossible to learn. What I want to learn is Chen Gu's techniques. When he attacks, he knows where to strike to catch the opponent off guard, leaving them no chance to resist. Bai Yiqian laughed at Yu Yang's words. "Those attacking reactions aren't something I learned either. Once a person has this ability, those reactions come naturally. It's also a kind of sheer strength advantage." Bai Yiqian was telling the truth, but everyone felt he was showing off. "Zhou Feng, Chen Gu, you're like a tattoo artist working blind, showing off your skills. He Xiqing, no, Chen Gu is like a little cow riding a wire. Awesome with lightning." Schwerer, lying on Bai Yiqian's shoulder, shouted to the others, "My big brother is invincible." Seeing her so happy, everyone felt that killing that shameless man was worth it. But the elderly couple was gone. They wondered if Schwerer would be sad later, or if she would eventually forget the kindness of those two unrelated old people. Everyone followed Bai Yiqian out of the alley and turned onto a street leading toward the Fuqing River. As soon as they stepped onto the wide avenue, they heard dense footsteps. The vanguard of the zombie horde was already close. Seeing the dense crowd of zombies surging at the intersection, everyone got goosebumps. The sight was beyond words. In Zhou Feng's words, it was more numerous than the fish caught in a fishing net, like a mass of frog eggs. So dense it triggered trypophobia. Even the Spring Festival travel rush can't compare. Zhou Feng concluded. The zombies were of all shapes and sizes, men and women, old and young. Missing limbs was nothing. Some had faces rotted away or heads barely attached, hanging limply as they walked and howled, clawing with their hands. Overwhelming stench of decay and howling made everyone instinctively sprint. He Xiqing took the lead, running ahead. Bai Yiqian held Schwerer and ran second, with the rest chasing behind. There was no longer a concept of leading or covering the rear. Facing such a massive horde, even Ultraman would think twice before covering the rear, let alone a group of ordinary humans. "Don't take the wrong path. Remember, head toward the Fuqing River," Bai Yiqian shouted. Bai Yiqian's loud reminder. As they ran, dodging and weaving, He Xiqing's stamina gradually proved inferior to Bai Yiqian's. Bai Yiqian, carrying Schwerer, eventually overtook He Xiqing, who cursed him as a monster. Seeing the others far behind, Bai Yiqian didn't dare go too far ahead, lest they be unable to support each other. While others were still panting, Bai Yiqian ducked into a small shop, grabbed several lollipops for Schwerer, and also took a few packs of instant noodles. He Xiqing, damn monster. Though cursing, He Xiqing secretly hoped that one day he would wake up to find his physical strength dramatically increased, becoming a monster too. Unfortunately, each day brought disappointment. Bai Yiqian and Schwerer stood by the roadside eating candy as they watched the others rush up in a hurry. Everyone was utterly exhausted, yet no one dared to stop and rest. Though their eyes could no longer see where the zombie horde was, their ears still caught the dense rustle of footsteps and roars not far behind, threatening to catch up at any moment. The zombie horde moved at no slow pace, and they never tired. But everyone else was already weary. Encountering such a horde left little room for alternative paths. Staying far away was the only optimal choice. Imagine seeking refuge in some building only to be besieged by the horde that refused to disperse. A day or two might be bearable, but what about 10 days, half a month, or longer? Would there be any outcome other than starving to death, or having the hiding place breached by the horde? Bai Yiqian waited for everyone to catch up, then continued calmly, holding Schwerer in his arms as he strode forward. Along the way, he meticulously cleared out any zombies they encountered, leaving no future troubles for the group. When faced with areas swarming with too many zombies, he usually chose to bypass them directly. There was no need to court unnecessary trouble. Oh, everyone was already running on empty with no strength left to stop and deal with a large number of zombies. Moreover, once the horde caught up, not even the heavens could save them. They ran in bursts with brief rests, and soon they neared the Fuching River. From a distance, Bai Yichen could even spot the century-old banyan trees planted along its banks. Crossing the river should bring some relief as the far side bordered the sparsely populated suburbs. So many zombies couldn't possibly chase them across the bridge all at once. With the dawn of victory in sight, Bai Yichen quickened his pace even more. Big brother, you're amazing. Schwer praised Bai Yichen while sucking on a lollipop. Big brother is a great hero. I'm hardly a hero. You're too young to understand what a hero truly is. I'm not that young. I know what bad guys are. Daddy catches bad guys. He's a hero who punishes them. Big brother fights bad guys, so you're a hero too. Mommy is a hero as well. She's an incredible hero who saves lives and heals the injured. Schwer's words brimmed with pride, but Bai Yichen couldn't help feeling a pang of sorrow. From what she said, it wasn't hard to guess her parents' professions. The day the zombies appeared was the start of a new year, a holiday for everyone, yet her parents had to go to work to protect the people's property and lives, leaving such a young child at home alone. Perhaps Schwer still held hope that her parents would return, since Grandpa Li always told her they were away on a business trip. Bai Yichen suspected that the couple had met with misfortune rather than being trapped at work. Otherwise, with her father's abilities, he should have come back long ago. For someone with a bit of wit and decent combat skills, navigating through a zombie-infested city wasn't overly difficult, especially with a 5-year-old daughter at home tugging at his heart. He would have found a way to return home no matter what. But the initial outbreak wasn't from bites or scratches, it was random transformation. Bai Yichen guessed that the couple had unfortunately been among the first to turn, never to see Schwer again. Thinking of the little girl in his arms who had lost her parents and her doting grandparents filled him with a deep ache. He wondered how many more families and children like this existed in this shattered world. Back in school, Bai Yichen had never pondered such things. He had always seen himself as just a slightly more mature student than his peers. Now, however, he had taken on the role of a patriarch, bearing so much that his very mindset and thoughts had transformed. In the past, he would slack off at the slightest excuse, but now he was filled with an unyielding determination to survive, to lead everyone through, and to live well. Schwer, don't worry. Big brother will protect you. Bai Yichen patted her little head. He'll strive to be a true hero. Schwer nodded vigorously. Mommy and Daddy are gone. Grandma and Grandpa are gone too. Big brother, you have to live well. You must ensure your own survival first, then you can protect me. Who says children don't understand anything? Schwer saw everything clearly in her heart. She just hadn't voiced it. Schwer is such a good girl. Bai Yichen never expected that she, fully aware of everything, showed no fear and was even calmer than the adults. Big brother, I pretend they're all the bad guys Daddy catches. We're playing a game of hide and seek with the bad guys. We can't let them find us because there are too many. But if they do find us, we have to eliminate them. We also need to save the good people, right? Bai Yichen felt a twinge of shame. His own awareness seemed inferior to that of a 5-year-old. As he chatted with Schwer, he realized the Fuching River was right before him. He was about to turn and call out to everyone, encouraging them that half the day's mission was complete, when he saw a massive horde of zombies surge from a narrow side street. An astonishingly large number. Without even gauging their approximate count, Bai Yichen dashed straight toward the Fuching River. The horde charged, fiercely immense in size. Clearly, retreating was not an option. They had to press forward with gritted teeth, avoiding direct confrontation with the zombies. Everyone rush. There are zombies coming from over there. Bai Yichen roared, using one hand to indicate the zombies' location. Unfortunately, to avoid organized zombie groups, they had been forced to take many detours. But the zombie horde didn't take detours. Organized groups or clusters of people meant nothing to it. In reality, only a portion of the horde had been chasing Bai Yichen, and the others, the main force, was now emerging from this narrow street. He Sicheng heard Bai Yichen shout, and naturally related to everyone else. Instantly, all of them quickened their pace. He Sicheng, who had been in second place, soon dashed past the narrow street, followed by Zhou Feng, Yi Meng, and Yao Xiaoyu. By the time Yu Yang reached the narrow street, the zombie army had already poured out. Upon emerging, they immediately split into two groups, pursuing the people at both ends of the street. Yu Yang, Yi Xian, and the Lu Yu sisters were forcibly separated from Bai Yichen and the others. He Sicheng turned back to slash at the zombies, trying to clear a path for Yu Yang and the rest, but it was futile. Any further delay, and he himself might be lost. He Sicheng, come back. Bai Yichen rushed over and grabbed him. He Sicheng's eyes were bloodshot as he shouted, Shenge, help them, or they're doomed. Not necessarily. Bai Yichen watched as Yu Yang ran back, saying something to Yi Xian and the Lu sisters, and the four of them quickly retreated into an office building. Ahead, a horde of zombies surged from the narrow street, while behind them more undead gave chase. If not for this office building, Yu Yang and his group would have been doomed. Meet at the Fuha Bridge. Bai Yichen shouted at the top of his lungs. He'll be there no matter what. Yu Yang replied from a distance, Don't worry, Chingu, I'll bring them there safely. With that, the four of them disappeared into the building. Time for us to move. Bai Yichen urged the others, quickly distancing themselves from the zombie horde, and heading along the Shunho Road by the city moat toward the Fuha Bridge. Yi Xian followed Yu Yang into the office building, and seeing that it was empty, devoid of both people and zombies, he immediately turned back. Only when he saw that both Lu's sisters had followed did he breathe a sigh of relief. Good, everyone's here. Yi Xian exclaimed with relief. Fortunately, only a few zombies had chased them into the building, and they were dispatched with ease. After taking down the zombies, the four were utterly exhausted, collapsing onto the lobby floor. I think the day the zombies appeared, the office workers here must have had the day off, so it's empty now, Yu Yang analyzed. We were lucky, or else would have been surrounded and devoured by those monsters. Everyone nodded, recalling the harrowing scene. If not for Yu Yang leading them inside, they would have all become a zombie's meal. Thinking about how they had managed to leave the main group and flawlessly cooperate to kill the zombies that followed, they were all exhilarated. It felt like the joy and pride of a child leaving their parents and finally accomplishing something significant on their own. The combat techniques Bai Chen had imparted over the past few days and the emphasis on mutual cooperation and trust among teammates truly proved essential. But thinking of Bai Chen, Yi Xian worried they might never reunite with the main group. The thought of parting from his sister filled him with sorrow. Looking at the Lu sisters, though separated from the main force, at least they had each other's family by their side. Yi Xian regretted not telling his sister how much he loved her enough to die for her. He truly feared she might meet with misfortune. Little did he know Yi Meng was equally anxious, worried about her timid brother and whether she would ever see him again. If not for the presence of others, she might have burst into tears. Unable to contain himself, Yi Xian directly asked Yu Yang, "Brother, will we never see Chen Ge and the others again?" "No, we will. Didn't we agree to meet at the Fuha Bridge? Don't worry, I know this area well. I used to go to the Fuha Bridge to find inspiration and enjoy the breeze. They'll get you all there safely." But Yu Yang's words felt hollow, lacking any real conviction. The four of them were weak in combat, nothing like the main group, with the formidable Bai Chen, the exceptionally strong He Xiqing, and even Zhou Feng. None of them could match Zhou Feng, let alone compare to He Xiqing or Bai Chen. Yi Xian looked at himself, then at Yu Yang, and then at the Lu sisters, and his heart sank. He lacked strength and was timid, though he tried hard to overcome it. But when facing zombies, he couldn't help wanting to retreat. Yu Yang was brave enough, but he had only recently joined the group with little practical experience, a novice. Yi Xian didn't hold high hopes for him either. The Lu sisters were just ordinary people with nothing remarkable in their zombie fighting abilities. However, the sisters seemed exceptionally bold, never showing particular fear of the zombies. But what use was courage without combat prowess? The more he thought about it, the more he felt he might die here, and Yi Xian let out a heavy sigh. The earlier surge of joy and pride had vanished, completely replaced by helplessness and confusion about the present. Just as Yu Yang was about to comfort Yi Xian, he saw several more zombies surge into the lobby. The lobby had no door, and with so many zombies passing by outside, some curious ones were bound to wander in. If they kept killing, it would likely be endless. Yu Yang recalled Bai Chen's advice: when facing zombies, defeating them isn't always the best option. Conserving energy and retreating to a favorable position is far better than fighting blindly. So though he had raised the steel pipe in his hand, he slowly lowered it. "Look over there." Yu Yang pointed at the few zombies, and seeing the others tighten their grip on their weapons, he quickly waved his hand. "Let's conserve our strength, we're already tired enough. Besides, those doors can't be secured. If we kill these, more will come. We can't finish them all. For now, let's find a place to hide and rest. Once this wave of zombie horde passes, we'll figure out how to reunite with Chen Ge and the others." As Yu Yang spoke, two zombies noticed them and approached. Everyone quickly got up and followed Yu Yang closely. "Let's check the second floor. The first floor is too dangerous," Yu Yang whispered. "Stay close and keep quiet. We don't know what's on the second floor yet. Yi Xian, you're the man. Cover the rear." Yi Xian didn't hesitate and immediately moved to the back. Even if the Lu sisters were braver than him, he couldn't let them take the rear. The four gripped their weapons tightly and slowly ascended the fire stairs to the second floor. The fire door on the second floor was open. Passing through, they found another spacious lobby similar in layout to the first floor, with various glass doors on both sides, each adorned with different logos. It seemed the second floor housed independent studios. The studio doors were locked with heavy padlocks, indicating that the employees were fortunate. They were likely at home with their families when the zombies appeared, or had evacuated in an orderly manner. Otherwise, the doors would have been wide open or revealed a more gruesome scene. Or if anyone had stayed inside, the padlocks would have been on the inside. It seems the second floor offers no refuge. All the doors are locked. We're out of luck. But the third floor isn't suitable either. The higher we go, the harder it is to escape. Yu Yang said with some regret. "Brother, you take a look at these studios. Which one do you think suits us best?" Yi Xian suddenly spoke with great confidence. "Pick one and leave the rest to me." Little did Yu Yang know of Yi Xin's extraordinary lockpicking skills. He sighed inwardly, but couldn't help saying, "Even if we picked one, what's the use? Such a shame, this place is perfect. Look at that glass. It's bulletproof, and inside there are plush sofas and a water dispenser." Clearly this was the studio's reception area. "Alright, I understand." Yi Xian nodded. Yu Yang watched as Xin pulled a piece of wire from his backpack, twisted it into a peculiar shape, and then inserted it into the lock. Even a fool could see what Xin was doing. Yu Yang never expected Xin to have such a skill. His eyes widened as he exclaimed, "Xiao Yi Yu, you're a locksmith. How can you be so young and do this? You, hey, at just 16 you're not even of age." Huh? Xin looked up utterly bewildered. "Brother Yu, what are you talking about? Does this require an age limit?" Yu Yang stammered, his mustache twitching in agitation. "Hurry up, I hear zombies coming up the stairs. Stop bickering," Jia Qian urged, feeling uneasy without Bai Chen by her side. But no sooner had she spoken than a crisp click sound echoed. Done. Xin removed the lock from the door and waved everyone inside, as if it were his own home. Cleverly mimicking Bai Chen, he tapped the floor with his steel pipe to listen for any zombie sounds within. Of course there were none, only an empty space. Credit to Yu Yang's luck, the office building had chosen was quite secure. To prevent any accidental break-ins, Xin thoughtfully locked the door from the inside with the same lock. Then he clapped his hands and said, "When we leave, I'll show off my skills again." As if the lock were nothing to him. Just then a zombie emerged from the fire escape staircase. Spotting Xin through the glass, it shrieked and charged. The creature had no concept of glass. Seeing its target, it lunged directly at the pane, startling Xin into a big step back and making Yu Yang cry out. Yet the glass held firm. The zombie's fierce impact left no mark. Only a trail of viscous, unknown fluid, likely from its own body. Frustrated, the zombie attacked again. Bang! Bang! After several collisions, the glass door remained unmoved while the zombie's head began to dent slightly. Clearly, despite its ability to climb stairs, it wasn't the brightest of creatures. After crying out, Yu Yang noticed the two girls hadn't screamed, feeling a bit embarrassed. Seeing the zombie still battering the door, he quickly redirected everyone's attention, suggesting they explore the inner rooms to avoid the zombie's unsettling gaze and prevent attracting more. Agreeing, they pushed open the nearest door. As predicted, the zombie ceased its assault once they moved away. "Brother Yu, you're brilliant." Xin gave him a thumbs up. They surveyed the room, a typical office. It held a dozen computers with ergonomic chairs, a printer, a capsule coffee machine, a water dispenser, and a small love seat. "Let's rest here until the horde passes." "It looks safe," Yang said. Everyone nodded, shedding their backpacks and relaxing, each claiming a computer chair. Jia Qian curled up on the tiny love seat. "Hey, that sofa outside looks so comfortable, big and plush. Too bad we can't rest there," Xin remarked, watching the nearly 1.7-meter-tall Jia Qian crammed into a seat less than a meter wide. "A place to rest is good enough. I need a proper sleep," Jia Qian said, closing her eyes. Xin, still brimming with youthful energy, roamed the room, searching for anything useful to take. He had learned this from Bai Chen, who always surveyed every environment, checking doors' safety and scavenging for resources. Mimicking Bai Chen, Xin poked around and discovered several foldable lounge chairs in a corner. Delighted, he called Yu Yang over to help move them. Seeing this, Jia Qian abandoned the love seat for a lounge chair where she could stretch her legs. As they all settled into their chairs, Yu Yang mused, "If it weren't for the chaos outside, I'd think I was on vacation. It's clean, tidy, and so quiet. This company must be very humane to provide so many lounge chairs for its employees." "Not at all. This kind of company exploits its workers," Jia Qian snorted. "Brother Yu, you've never worked a corporate job. You don't know the hardships of being a wage slave. All these lounge chairs mean employees work long hours, lack sleep, and have such short lunch breaks they can't go home. They have to nap here." Yu Yang's face reddened at her words. He had indeed never worked in an office, spending his days making pottery in the freedom of his home. "So that's how it is," he said, nodding as if enlightened, forgetting that Jia Qian was just a high school student of 17 or 18, and all this was merely her speculation. But the topic of work reminded Yu Yang of Yi Xin's lockpicking earlier. Yu Yang believed that since everyone called him Brother Yu, he should shoulder the responsibilities of a big brother. Thus, he turned the conversation toward Xin. "When did you two meet?" Yu Yang pointed at Xin and asked Jia Qian. "We only got to know each other not long ago." "Then do you really understand him?" Jia Qian shook her head. "I only know that his sister and my sister were classmates, and they had a pretty good relationship." "And did you know he could do this?" Yu Yang mimicked a lockpicking gesture. This time Jia Qian nodded. "Yes, I knew. He's demonstrated it many times before. It's quite impressive. This skill is really useful in our current environment. From what I've seen in zombie movies, someone like him would be sought after by many teams." Yu Yang couldn't help but sigh upon hearing Jia Qian's response. Could someone like this actually be admired by a girl? What kind of world was this? But then he reconsidered. Now that the entire social structure had collapsed, was it even meaningful to dwell on morality or immorality? Yet he immediately thought of Bai Chen, a man with a strong moral compass. Even though society's rules had changed, he always held fast to his principles. Could it be that Bai Chen didn't know what Xin was up to? In an instant, Yu Yang's mind churned through several thoughts. "Does Brother Chen know about this skill of his?" Yu Yang asked again. "Yes, he does. Brother Chen said this skill is very useful, Jia Qian replied. Yu Yang let out another heavy sigh, leaving Jia Qian somewhat bewildered. Do you think this profession of his is honorable? Yu Yang sat up from his recliner. Is this profession something to be praised? And he's so young. Who said he's a professional locksmith? It's just a hobby, Jia Qian said, thinking Yu Yang had misunderstood that Yi Xian had dropped out of school to work as a locksmith. A hobby for this sort of thing. Yu Yang felt as if he was seeing something extraordinary for the first time. Yi Xian, who had been eavesdropping on the conversation, couldn't help but respond. Of course it's a hobby. I'm exhausted from school every day, and when I can't figure out my homework, I like to pick the locks at home with a wire. After I de-picked all the locks at home, I bought all kinds of locks online and saved them specifically for playtime during homework. I found that whenever I played with this, I could solve my homework. So why can't this be a hobby? Well, I suppose it can. Your skill is indeed quite useful and unique. Hee. I didn't mean anything else. I'm just impressed, so I was asking around, Yu Yang explained, awkwardly trying to cover up. If the lighting in the office building weren't so dim, everyone would have seen his embarrassed expression. Fortunately, none of them realized that Yu Yang had actually mistaken Yi Xian for a thief, otherwise Jia Qian would have given him a thorough scolding. Hearing Yu Yang's praise, Yi Xian felt overjoyed and drifted off to sleep comfortably. Yu Yang felt his face burning and got up, claiming he needed to open a window for ventilation, complaining that the room had been sealed too long and felt stuffy. He walked to the window and pried it open just a crack. The street below echoed with dense, heavy footsteps, and a gust of wind carried a nauseating stench. He slammed the window shut with a bang. Looking down, the street was packed with zombies of all shapes and sizes, and Yu Yang couldn't help but shiver. Gazing into the distance, the zombie horde stretched endlessly with no end in sight. He wondered when the tide of corpses would pass, and when they could finally leave this office building. Suddenly, Yu Yang felt a sensation of being watched, a heat on his face, as if the gaze was coming from downstairs. Though it seemed incredible, he scanned the zombie crowd below. But how could there be a human figure in that dense sea of undead? Yu Yang suspected it was his imagination, but the feeling of being watched grew stronger. What was going on? His eyes continued searching the street below, and then Yu Yang's gaze met a pair of murky eyes. It was a very different zombie. While the others trudged forward mindlessly, this one stopped in the middle of the road, lifted its head, and slowly scanned the surrounding buildings, as if searching for survivors. When its eyes swept over Yu Yang's area, it paused its twisting head and fixed its gaze on him, as if those cloudy eyes could still see something. Can't see me, can't see me. This is one-way glass for the office building. There's no way it can see me, Yu Yang chanted in his mind. But the zombie's eyes remained locked on Yu Yang, its stare seeming to pierce through the glass, telling him, I know you're up there. Yu Yang dared not move, frozen in a half-standing, half-leaning position by the window, his eyes fixed on the zombie. A random piece of advice someone had once told him echoed in his mind. If you encounter a bear in the wild, don't make any sudden moves, don't panic, and stare the bear straight in the eyes. At least you'll die with some dignity. Fortunately, due to the massive flow of zombies passing below, the one that had looked up was soon jostled out of sight. Yu Yang let out a long breath and plopped down onto the small sofa. He couldn't believe had been so frightened by a single glance from a zombie. He almost felt contempt for himself. Thinking of Bai Chen, who was over a decade younger, yet could charge forward so bravely and lead everyone onward. Truly, people couldn't be compared. Yu Yang sighed and returned to his recliner to sleep. He slept straight until dusk. The room was dim, carrying an apocalyptic atmosphere. Then Yu Yang mocked himself, isn't this the apocalypse right now? Yi Xian had already woken up, sitting on the small sofa and staring out the window in a daze. Lu Yusher and her sister were still fast asleep, and Yu Yang decided to let them rest a bit longer. Brother Yu, there are still so many zombies outside, Yi Xian said gloomily. We probably can't continue our journey today. Yu Yang walked over to look. The scene outside was no different from what had seen at noon. An overwhelming tide of corpses with no beginning or end in sight, leaving them wondering when they'd see a glimmer of hope. But at that moment he felt he was the core of this small team, so he dared not show any disappointment. He merely said calmly, it's getting late now. Even without the zombies, it wouldn't be wise to keep moving. Let's rest well tonight and make plans tomorrow. Yi Xian nodded, though his expression remained troubled. Yu Yang quickly comforted her. Your sister is with Brother Chen. What do you have to worry about? You know Brother Chen's skills. As they spoke, Lu Yuqing and her sister also woke up. Everyone opened their backpacks, took out some food and drinks, and sat together to share. As they ate and drank, thoughts inevitably turned to the main group. Brother Chen was truly prescient, making sure each of us carried food and water to avoid emergencies. If he hadn't insisted, the four of us would probably be going hungry today, Jia Qian said with admiration in her eyes. Yeah, maybe they've already reached Fuhe Bridge and are waiting for us. I wonder if they'll find a comfortable place to rest tonight. We're so lucky to have found such a good spot. Yi Xian looked around and said, I wonder if my sister. Why are you so indecisive? Last time we were stranded on the road, where was that manly spirit you showed when you stood outside with Brother Chun and the others holding that steel pipe to protect us? Where did it all go? I praised you back then, but now that you're away from your sister, you've turned into such a coward. Jiaqian's face showed utter disappointment. She had always treated Exin like a younger brother without demanding much. But after this period of trial, Jiaqian realized that if Exin remained weak, it would only harm himself. This world shows no mercy just because you're weak or young. Yi Xin's cheeks burned at Jiaqian's words, but he couldn't help saying, I'm just worried about them. What's there to worry about? With Brother Chen around, even the King of Hell can't touch them. Jiaqian had immense trust in Bai Chen. After the four finished eating, the sky had grown completely dark. The moonless night was pitch black. They chatted for a while longer before settling down to sleep on the lounge chairs. The office was quite safe, so they simply locked the door and slept without posting a guard. Before falling asleep, Yi Yang specifically told Yi Exin not to worry, saying, Brother Chen is there, isn't he? As if Bai Chen had unwittingly become the faith of everyone. Meanwhile, with the main group, Bai Chen led everyone running along Xuanhao Road, sprinting beside Fuqing River, while a massive horde of corpses chased behind them. Fuqing River wound and twisted. After sprinting about a kilometer, they gradually widened the gap from the zombies. Yi Ming and Yao Xiaoyu were clearly exhausted, and Zhou Feng was panting, insisting they needed to rest. Bai Chen understood that running like this wasn't a solution. Not everyone had his or his psychic stamina. Since leaving school, every journey had been a hasty escape, as if they had never seized the initiative. If this continued, they might just give up. If they developed a psychological fear of going out, who knew when they'd ever leave the city and reach Nanshan Villa? Check around for a place to rest, but don't wander too far. Stay within my sight. Bai Chen said. Yi Ming almost jumped for joy, as she had long wanted to collapse on the ground. If only there were a shop with its door open for us to hide in. It'd be even better if it had lots of tasty snacks. Yi Ming fantasized with half-closed eyes. Hey, study monitor, don't act so silly, Bai Chen couldn't help teasing. You were so serious in school. What happened? School is school, life is life. I keep them very separate. Don't bring school stuff into life. It ruins the mood too much, Yi Ming replied matter-of-factly. Bai Chen was stunned by her logic, but recalling how she had once survived alone in a dilapidated phone booth for a week, he found her impressive. Her unconventional thinking was understandable, and she had even dared to charge into a small shop crammed with zombies to grab water. What ordinary person had that kind of courage? While Bai Chen was reminiscing about Yi Ming's heroic deeds, Yi Ming suddenly shouted, Quick! Quick! Everyone! I found a safe place. She stood outside a row of closed rolling shutters, waving at Bai Chen and the others beside a dark open door. Over here! Over here! Yi Ming gestured toward the door, about to step inside. At that moment, Bai Chen sensed something was off. Holding Schwerer with one hand and a crowbar with the other, he rushed over swiftly. Wow, classmate, by no need to be so excited. Before Yi Ming could finish, she felt a chill wind at her back, followed by a foul stench that nearly knocked her out. Turning around, she saw a zombie lunging at her face with its terrifying mouth wide open. Yi Ming thought, this is it, but then saw Bai Chen hurl his crowbar like a descending god. Before he even arrived, the crowbar had pierced the zombie's head. Yi Ming and the zombie fell to the ground together. The zombie was dead. Yi Ming was paralyzed with fear. Brother Chen. Her face pale, she couldn't speak further. Bai Chen stepped forward, picked up the crowbar without a word, set down Schwerer, and walked into the dark doorway, listening quietly. Then his voice echoed from inside. Come in. It's completely safe now. Yi Ming burst into tears. Yao Xiaoyu quickly helped her up, and everyone entered the open shop. Study monitor, you were spot on. There really is an open shop, Zhou Feng teased Yi Ming. I wonder if there are really lots of tasty snacks inside. Bai Chen, seeing everyone inside, quickly shut the door. He took out a candle from Grandpa Li's house, carefully lit it with a lighter, and held it up to inspect the shop's interior. Their power banks and phones had long run out of battery. Fortunately, Grandpa Li's house had plenty of candles, and Bai Chen had grabbed a large bundle. Yi Ming suddenly said in a spooky tone, lighting a candle invites ghosts. Are you okay? Don't scare Schwerer, Bai Chen said as he leaned toward a shelf. Study monitor, you were right again. This is a stationery store, but it also sells some nostalgic snacks. With that, he tossed a bag of spicy sticks to Yi Ming and a bag of chips to Schwerer. Yi Ming caught the spicy sticks and tore open the bag to eat. Under the dim candlelight, her mouth was greasy. Watching her eat so heartily, everyone else also picked out some snacks they liked. I only knew you were good at studying and always willing to help others, but today I discovered your mouth is practically blessed. Bai Chen found a small plastic stool and sat down, leaning against the wall. Study monitor, I really don't know you well enough. What Bai Chen didn't mention was that he had once secretly harbored a crush on Yi Ming for a while. After all, who could resist someone who excelled in academics and was also exceptionally well endowed? Later, he gradually realized that his infatuation was merely a youthful impulse, and so it quietly faded away. In truth, Bai Chen's understanding of Yi Ming had always been superficial. Yet when the zombies first appeared, she was the only person on campus he truly worried about. After all, he had loved her once. Schwerer, who had been watching him with a sly expression, suddenly leaned in and whispered, Big brother, did you have a crush on Sister Yi Ming? No, that's not true. Don't talk nonsense. Bai Chen shook his head vehemently. Shuer chuckled. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. They rested in the stationery store for over half an hour, all eating until their stomachs were full. Bai Chen urged everyone to eat less. These were after all junk food. Eating them occasionally was fine, but in their current situation, if they got sick from overindulgence, it could easily cost them their lives. Hearing this, everyone agreed it made sense, and then proceeded to devour even more, abandoning any thought of taking leftovers. If I get the runs when we fight zombies, will they think I'm one of them because of the smell, eh? Zhou Feng suddenly asked. I wonder if the stench would make them mistake me for a fellow zombie. Everyone was thoroughly disgusted by his remark. When they set off again, after resting, no one wanted to walk near Zhou Feng, as if he had actually soiled himself. Returning to the banks of Xuanhe Road felt much easier, as the group of zombies that had been following them had vanished. Bai Chen and Shuer instinctively looked up to see if the massive creature still loomed in the sky. The shadow remained perched over the city, but the twisted tentacles had gathered together instead of stretching out in all directions. This meant the octopus monster was no longer directing the zombies. But once a zombie tide formed, it wouldn't simply disappear, it would merely change its course. Now no zombies will chase us, Shuer said, hopping down from Bai Chen's arms. Big brother, I'll walk on my own. You can carry me again when I get tired. They walked a short distance along Xuanhe Road until the Fuhe Bridge came into view, its graceful arch spanning over the Emerald River. Thank goodness the bridge wasn't blown up this time, Bai Chen couldn't help but exclaim. If Jiaqian were here, she'd be cursing up a storm. Zhou Feng said. I wonder when they'll be able to join us. I miss them, He Xiqing said, glancing around in hopes of spotting the four who had gotten separated. Instead, she saw a crowd of zombies clustered on the bridge, as if holding a meeting. Chinga, what do we do? I really don't want to run anymore. And I don't want to fight those zombies. There are too many, and it's exhausting. Even He Xiqing admitted she didn't want to flee, and the others felt the same. But the zombies weren't chasing them, so there was no need to run. They just had to avoid them. However, waiting here for Yi Xian and the others while avoiding the zombies was tricky. The best plan was to find a hiding spot with a view of the bridgehead where they could watch for anyone crossing. That way they wouldn't miss Yi Xin's group and could avoid direct confrontation with the zombies. Besides, it was getting late, and moving around wasn't ideal. It would be perfect if the zombies on the bridge dispersed while they waited for Yi Xian. Bai Chen was scanning for a suitable place when Yi Ming asked, Chinga, what are you looking for? Are you trying to find a shop with a second floor? Preferably one with a balcony or window facing Fuhe Bridge. Bai Chen glanced at Yi Ming, puzzled. How about that shop up ahead? The second floor window overlooks the bridge, Yi Ming said, pointing to a residential storefront. It was an ideal spot, but the door was locked. If your brother were here, he'd have that door open in no time, Zhou Feng sighed. I really miss that kid's skill. Have you considered that if Yi Xian were here, it would mean we hadn't split up? Then why would we need to hide and wait? Yi Ming walked straight toward the shop. I don't need my brother here. I can handle it. She approached the door, and with a few deft moves actually unlocked it, leaving everyone stunned. Holy crap. Study monitor, you're amazing. You've got skills too. Zhou Feng clapped. Is your family a lineage of locksmiths? Look at that cultural heritage. Not like some families that only pass it down to sons. Bai Chen slapped Zhou Feng and quickly followed to the entrance, worried something might happen like at the stationery store. If he hadn't reacted in time back, then Yi Ming's face might have been bitten off by that zombie. Fortunately, he had been holding a crowbar instead of a hollow steel pipe, otherwise he couldn't have thrown it with enough force to pierce a zombie's skull. Relax, no need to be tense, Yi Ming said, holding up a key. This is my uncle's newly purchased shop. No one's inside. He gave me the key earlier and asked me to clean it when I had time. I never thought it would become a place for us to rest. Everyone finally entered with ease. The shop had painted walls and tiled floors, but it was empty and a bit dusty. Yi Ming led everyone upstairs and pulled open the curtains. From the window, they could see the bridgehead, though the bridge itself was obscured by a large banyan tree. This is perfect. He'll keep watch here. You guys do what you want. Bai Chen volunteered for lookout duty, not out of kindness, but because he didn't trust the others to stay focused. Zhou Feng, He Xiqing, and Yi Ming were easily distracted and had odd thought processes. As for Yao Xiaoyu and Shuer, he felt awkward ordering them around. After some thought, he decided it was best to keep watch himself. If he missed Yi Xian and the others, he would regret it forever. Unexpectedly, both Zhou Feng and He Xiqing were quite eager to stay here and watch over things, insisting that Bai Chen go rest. It took Bai Chen a long time of questioning before he managed to pry it out of them. They were afraid that if he took the first shift now, they would have to get up and keep watch in the middle of the night. Keeping watch at night during this season was extremely uncomfortable, and the shop was practically empty, making conditions very poor. These two were utterly exhausted from the past few days. Have you considered that you won't be able to see anything at night? Bai Chen asked. Exactly, it's because we can't see at night that you should be the one to keep watch, Brother Chen. Your senses are much sharper than ours, Zhou Feng said. He Xiqing nodded vigorously beside him. Since you can't see, do you think Yi Xian and the others can see? Would they come out looking for the way in the dead of night? They'll stay here until dark. If they don't show up, we'll have to wait until tomorrow morning. There's no need to keep watch at night. but we have to be up at daybreak. He's seeching, and Zhou Feng suddenly understood. Winter's darkness descended quickly, and soon nothing could be seen outside. The group shared their food, spread blankets on the floor, and huddled together in their clothes to sleep. The room was empty and desolate, and with the recent drop in temperature, only by crowding together could they feel a trace of warmth. Study monitor, aren't you worried about your brother? Zhou Feng brought up an unwanted topic. What if they didn't find a place to hide? Fortunately, Yi Ming was an optimist and held extremely high expectations for Yi Xian. With my brother's skills aside from not being able to crack a bank vault, what door can he not open? You all saw them safely run into that building. He can just open any door and hide. Enough talk, time to sleep. Soon the sound of Yi Ming's deep breathing echoed through the empty room. Zhou Feng wanted to say, aren't you afraid he'll open a door and find a room full of zombies inside? But Bai Yiqian, anticipating his usual nonsense, reached out and firmly clamped his hand over Zhou Feng's mouth before he could speak. In the office, the four of them were fast asleep, their steady, elongated breaths signaling deep slumber, as if they felt completely at ease in this environment. Click! Suddenly a strange noise sounded in the darkness. Though faint, it startled Yu Yang, whose sleep was not very deep. The thought that he was now the oldest among the four inexplicably made him feel a weight on his shoulders, so he didn't sleep soundly. In truth, ever since he discovered zombies existed in this world, he hadn't had a good night's sleep. At that moment, the click in the darkness seemed to echo right by his ears, startling him so much that cold sweat drenched his body in an instant, and his hair stood on end. Though he should have opened his eyes to see what was happening, Yu Yang squeezed them shut tightly, as if that would make any intruding zombie unable to see him. Humans are sometimes very good at deceiving themselves. But the click sounded only once, and then everything fell silent, leaving only the faint sounds of a zombie army passing by outside the building. There were so many of them that they still hadn't finished passing through. Yu Yang pricked up his ears and listened for a while, even beginning to wonder if he had imagined it. There was indeed no unusual movement in the darkness. He slowly opened his eyes, seeing only an impenetrable blackness, as if the world had absorbed everything and left nothing behind. The darkness was a powerful sedative. Yu Yang's eyelids grew heavy, and soon he drifted back into a hazy sleep. But before he could fully fall asleep, another crisp click came from the darkness. This time Yu Yang heard it clearly. It was definitely not an illusion. His hair stood on end again, and his back was cold and damp. A buzzing sound filled his mind, and he felt completely dazed, blank, drained of strength and the ability to think. After about a minute or two, he gradually began to recover, and he gently moved his stiff body. Just then a sigh sounded in his ear. He was so frightened, he almost screamed, but then he felt a warm little hand press against him. Immediately after, someone leaned close to his ear and whispered, "Did you hear it too?" The warm and fragrant breath of a girl washed over him. Yu Yang steadied himself and asked, "Are you Jia Qian?" "No, I'm Yuqing." Yuqing replied, now crouching beside his lounge chair. "Something is trying to open our door." As she finished speaking, another click came from the direction of the door. With Yuqing by his side, Yu Yang didn't find it as terrifying this time, but his heart still pounded wildly. Fortunately, when they came in that afternoon, Yu Yang had been cautious enough to lock the door, or it would have opened with a simple twist. "Brother, you will go wake up Yuqing and Yi Xian," Yuqing whispered again. "We need to be ready to fight." Reminded by Yuqing, Yu Yang realized they should indeed take some countermeasures. But looking around the room, aside from himself, there wasn't a single adult. It was time for him to live up to the title Brother Yu. Yu Yang quietly sat up from the lounge chair, fumbled for the steel pipe Bai Yiqian had given him, and slowly groped his way toward the door in the darkness. Fortunately, the office was small and simply laid out, making the interior easy to remember, so Yu Yang managed to find the door using his memory from the daytime. Through the door, he could hear something breathing heavily on the other side. Yu Yang's heart leaped into his throat. He was certain it wasn't a zombie. Zombies couldn't open the glass door outside to get in, and they certainly didn't breathe. Perhaps, as Brother Chen said, zombies could evolve even to the point of opening doors, but zombies absolutely do not breathe. Whatever was outside the door was something else entirely. Since January 1st of this year, this world had turned upside down, filled with too many unbelievable things. But Yu Yang simply couldn't imagine what could be outside making such a noise. After calming down for a moment, he mustered his courage and pressed his eye to the peephole. Deep down, he knew it was pitch black everywhere, and he wouldn't see anything through the peephole. Sure enough, the peephole showed only an inky blackness, thick and impenetrable. Just as Yu Yang was about to pull his head back, he suddenly sensed something flicker in front of the peephole, and then a faint, dim halo of light emerged. A blood-red eye was slowly moving away from the peephole, retreating. At that very moment, the doorknob suddenly began to turn, emitting a click. It was at this moment that Yu Yang finally understood the reason he had seen nothing but darkness when he looked out earlier was because that eye outside was also pressed against the peephole, staring in. Yu Yang's heart began to race again. What exactly was outside? Did this thing know there were people inside? If it could look through a peephole, did it possess intelligence? An unintelligent creature could be dealt with by brute force, but a sentient being was far more troublesome. Especially for the four of them. Even brute force might not solve anything given they had little strength to speak of. If they were facing something both powerful and intelligent, they might not make it out of here today. Yu Qing and the other two had already crept to the door. Yu Yang pressed a hand on each of them, signaling them to stay quiet. With 3 people beside him, Yu Yang felt a bit more at ease. He summoned his courage and looked through the peephole again, only to see a blurry, hazy light slowly fading into the entrance of the office next to theirs. He couldn't tell if it had entered that room or was simply lingering at the door, peering inside. After a long while, with no further sound, Yu Yang signaled everyone to move away from the door and talk near the window. This served 2 purposes. First, they could stay away from potential danger, and second, the noise of the zombies outside would help mask their conversation. Once by the window, Yu Yang lowered his voice and recounted what he had seen. Everyone was startled to learn that the blood-red eye had been staring in through the peephole. This is like some kind of perverted voyeur. Yi Zhen's heart also began to pound. Could there be zombies with a taste for peeping? If Brother Chen were here, we wouldn't be afraid of any monsters or demons. Jia Qian couldn't help but sigh. Yeah, I thought this office building was especially safe, but now it seems there's a reason for its quietness. Yi Xian said. A chill ran down everyone's spine. Perhaps the silence of this building was entirely due to that blood-red eye. Now that they thought about it calmly, it was clearly unnatural that such a large building had been completely devoid of zombies before they entered. Unless there was something even more terrifying than zombies inside, they dared not dwell on it. The 4 of them sat by the window, unable to sleep any longer, only hoping for dawn to break so they could leave. The darkness around them remained thick, and the vanished I could be wandering next door were already back at their doorstep. Their minds raced with wild imaginings, even fantasizing that Bai Yiqian would appear like a heavenly savior to rescue them. The wait for dawn felt like an eternity. Jia Qian nearly dozed off several times only to jolt awake. The silence was so terrifying that she had to reach out and touch Yu Qing beside her to confirm she was still there. Fortunately, each time, she found Yu Qing's warm hand, which would gently squeeze hers and return silently, telling her not to be afraid. She was there. Yu Yang and Yi Xian, though, had it worse. As 2 grown men, despite their fear and anxiety, they couldn't reach out to touch the other to confirm their presence. Instead, they had to hold their breath and listen for each other's breathing. As long as they could hear 3 people breathing, they felt at ease. Having heard that strange breathing at the door, Yu Yang was especially terrified of suddenly hearing an extra breath or one missing. His nerves were stretched taut, and after enduring for so long, he was utterly exhausted. Fortunately, the sky outside gradually brightened, shifting from deep black to ink blue, then to a pale blue. The room also grew lighter, allowing them to see each other's silhouettes, though not yet clearly enough to discern expressions. Even so, they were immensely grateful. This was far better than groping in the dark. No matter how the world changed or how many monsters roamed the night, nothing could stop the sun from rising and setting. But seeing that the zombies downstairs were still as numerous as ever, they felt a wave of discouragement. This meant they couldn't leave anytime soon and would have to endure this torment. When they left Grandpa Li's house yesterday morning, the ground was still covered in clean white snow, marked only by their footprints. Now it was filthy with muddy water and debris. Anqing was too warm for the snow to last. The melting snow seemed like the earth itself was weeping. Maybe we should find another place. I keep feeling something strange about this office. It makes me uneasy, Jia Qian whispered. Could there be something unclean here? Indeed, when they entered, they had seen Yi Xian lock the door from the inside, yet something had tried to open it last night. This was inexplicable. Anything that can't be explained can be chalked up to supernatural events, so Jia Qian's suspicion of something unclean was understandable. If it wasn't supernatural, then why did the door rattle for a while only to have a single red eye appear, and then nothing else? It was all too eerie. Jia Qian said mysteriously, what if we've disturbed some vengeful spirit in this building? Yi Xian, being a skeptic, naturally disagreed with Jia Qian, but he couldn't offer a better explanation. I just don't think that thing was a vengeful spirit or any intangible supernatural entity. Having seen the blood-red eye with his own eyes, Yu Yang also disagreed with the idea of something unclean. He imagined it was some kind of monster they had never encountered before. After all, in a world where zombies existed, a one-eyed monster wasn't so strange. The 3 held different opinions, so they naturally turned to Yu Qing. Though usually quiet, Yu Qing had a knack for hitting the nail on the head in critical moments, and they valued her insight. If you want my opinion, I think this discussion is pointless, Yu Qing said slowly. We can't leave here. We're trapped in this office building. What difference does it make which office we're in? Why move to another unfamiliar place? Yi Xian even locked the door, and something still came to try and open it last night. So what's the point of switching offices? And what's the point of debating what tried to open our door? We don't dare to go out and confront it face to face. Everyone found Yu Qing's words very reasonable. But didn't that mean they were just waiting for death? For a moment it felt like they were trapped in a dead end, and they all fell silent, each pondering what Yu Qing had said. Finally, Yi Xian said something that sent a chill down their spines. What if there are other people in the other rooms? All 3 of them stared fixedly at Yi Xian, who felt a chill run down his spine, but continued nonetheless. We came straight into this office when we entered, but we haven't checked the other rooms. Yi Zin's voice trailed off into a whisper, yet the terror etched on their faces only grew more pronounced. Indeed, who was to say that behind locked doors there were no people? Could they not have been locked inside by someone else? Or perhaps this studio had another exit that none of them knew about. If there really were people, why would they remain silent upon hearing the group's arrival lurking in the shadows only to try their door in the dead of night? Sinister conjectures began to take shape in their minds. One who acted thus could hardly be a benevolent soul. For now your hypothesis seems the most plausible, said Yuqing. It's possible someone is truly trapped here. But when we came in yesterday, I distinctly saw the water dispenser in the outer reception room still had plenty of water. That doesn't add up, unless the person trapped here has an inexhaustible supply of provisions. Yuqing pondered for a moment before adding, there's another possibility, this is a trap. They are few in number and wary of us. No one's attention lingered on the word trap Yuqing had uttered, instead they clearly heard her say few in number, and for a moment their hearts eased. If it really is just people, that's much simpler. Yu Yang's courage had grown considerably since the eerie noises in the night. After all, if it were humans, how terrifying could they be? What truly frightened them was the prospect of unknown monsters which would prove far more troublesome to deal with. Why don't we just go out and take a look? If they mean no harm, we might even lend each other a hand. If they're not good people, that's fine too. We negotiate. We have to face them eventually. Yu Yang stood up, brandishing the steel pipe in his hand. If it comes to it, we fight. Jia Qian and Yi Xian also rose ready to step out, but Yuqing hesitated. I still think it's safer to stay in this room with the door locked. Once the zombie horde below disperses, we can just evacuate. There's no need to court more trouble. But no sooner had Yuqing spoken than a sudden crash came from the adjacent office. Though it was just a single sound, everyone heard it clearly. Looks like there really is someone in the other room. Yu Yang weighed the steel pipe in his hand. Come on, we have to see for ourselves. Waiting here in suspense is torture enough. The abrupt noise left Yuqing with no grounds to refuse the proposal to investigate. The four of them grabbed their respective weapons, with Yu Yang taking the lead as they slowly moved to the door. Yu Yang peered through the peephole, first finding the reception room outside undisturbed before gently turning the doorknob. They filed out and headed straight for the office where the noise had originated. Standing at the door, Yu Yang reached for the handle, but was stopped by Yuqing. She knocked gently, her voice soft and utterly non-threatening. Hello, is anyone in there? If it were humans inside, Yuqing did not wish to make a poor first impression. A misunderstanding could lead to grave trouble. Just as they feared the other party, perhaps the other party feared them as well. There was no response from within. Yuqing knocked again. We mean no harm. If it's inconvenient for you to open the door, we'll let ourselves in. Still no answer. The four began to doubt whether they had collectively hallucinated. They had clearly heard movement from this room, yet now not a single sound could be heard. Could it be rats? Yi Xian whispered. A rat with an eye big enough to peer through a peephole. Jia Qian replied in a hushed tone. We're coming in. The moment Yuqing finished speaking, Yi Xian turned the handle and flung the door open, while Yu Yang gripped his steel pipe and charged into the office first, ready to shield whoever opened the door from any danger. The layout of this office was nearly identical to the one they had occupied earlier. Rows of computer cubicles, the same water dispenser and coffee machine, and the same reclining chairs. The only difference was that here 2 reclining chairs were unfolded. So there are only 2 of them, Yu Yang murmured. But where could they hide? There's no one here. A shiver ran down Yi Zin's spine. Search carefully, Jia Qian said, already circling the office, not even sparing a glance under the computer desks. After all, if the other party were slender, they could indeed conceal themselves beneath a desk. Something feels off. I think we should go back to the previous room, Yuqing suggested. What's there to fear? There are only 2 of them. It should be them who are afraid of us. The emptiness of the office made Yuqing drop her guard, a hint of arrogance creeping in. I still can't figure it out. When we arrived, the lock was on the outside, we came in, and the lock was on the inside. How exactly did those 2 get in? A look of bewilderment mingled with terror crossed Yuqing's face. If those 2 were locked in here before, who locked them in? And where have they gone now? There are far too many inconsistencies. The 4 of us might not easily unravel this mystery. Didn't Brother Chen say before that we should avoid trouble whenever possible and not go looking for it? Yuqing was about to continue when a sudden noise came from the reception room outside. Their eyes met, and they nodded in unison, quickly hurrying toward the reception area. Yet nothing had changed outside except the lock. Look at the lock. Sharp-eyed, Yi Xian suddenly cried out uncontrollably, his eyes wide with shock. Following his gaze, the others turned to look at the lock on the door, and they too froze in place. Is that lock on the outside? Jia Qian's voice trembled. It seems so, Yuqing replied quietly. Yu Yang rubbed his eyes, glanced at the others, and rushed forward to touch the glass door. Indeed, the lock that Yi Xian had brought inside and secured from within was now fastened on the outside. Yu Yang shook the glass door in disbelief. The lock was indeed locked from the outside, meaning they were now trapped inside the studio, and by an unknown hand. Now, no matter how skilled Yi Xian was at picking locks, he could not open one secured on the other side. To make matters worse, they had chosen this studio precisely because of its sturdy glass, and now breaking through it to escape was equally impossible. Damn it! Yu Yang kicked the door in fury. He had always been a gentle and refined figure, but now he was driven to madness. We don't even know who our opponent is, what they look like, and we've been toyed with like this. I really don't know why they've been messing with us. As he spoke, he kicked the glass door several more times. Despite his full force kicks, the glass door didn't budge, only leaving a few size 43 footprints on it. This is damn well trapping ourselves. Yu Yang gave up, slumping to the floor. Oh no! Yu Qing's face changed drastically. Without any explanation, she turned and ran toward the office where they had spent the night. Although the other three didn't know why they followed her and watching as Yu Qing searched frantically like a madwoman. After a few minutes, Yu Qing gave up searching and sat on the sofa, her face pale. What's wrong? Jia Qian asked. Our backpacks have been stolen. At Yu Qing's words, everyone realized that the 4 backpacks they had placed in this room were gone without a trace. These 4 backpacks contained their rations, medicine, warm clothes, lightweight blankets, daily drinking water, and various other necessities. Now that the bags were lost and they were locked in here, it was as if their countdown to death had begun. Originally locked, and they could have relied on the 4 bags to survive for a few days and then slowly figure a way out. But now death was suddenly looming, and they panicked. Yi Xian and Jia Qian couldn't accept that the backpacks were gone. They started searching the entire room, even looking under the chairs. Stop searching, Yu Yang said weakly. 4 big backpacks, we placed them right by the entrance. You could see them at a glance. At that moment, they realized that everything was a decoy tactic by the enemy. Last night, they had tried to open the door, intending to steal the bags while they were asleep. But they hadn't expected the group to be cautious. They locked the outer glass door and also locked the office door from inside. So the theft failed, and they had to resort to this decoy today. The backpacks must have been stolen while they were in the next room. I should have listened to Yu Qing. Yu Yang slapped his thigh. I've doomed you all. If I hadn't insisted on checking, we would have been fine. Don't blame yourself. If any one of us had strongly objected, none of this would have happened. It's something we all tacitly agreed on. Who can we blame? If anything, we're all to blame for not being alert enough, Jia Qian said. Yeah, no one is to blame. We're just stupid. If Brother Chen were here, he would never have let this happen. Yi Xian brought up Brother Chen again, and everyone sighed. Brother Chen once said, keep your bags on you at all times. That way, even in trouble, you won't be too flustered. A backpack is half our life, Jia Qian said. We can only blame our bad luck. Although we have no food, we still have water. Enough to last a few days, Yu Qing said. There's no need to blame ourselves now. Let's calm down and think of a way out. Where is the water? Yu Yang asked. Without looking up, Yu Qing pointed at the water dispenser. There's about 1 liter left here and half a bucket in the water dispenser in the reception hall. If we drink sparingly, we can last 2 or 3 days. What will we do if we haven't found a way out after 3 days? Yi Xian asked. 3 days later, Yu Qing suddenly laughed. After 3 days without food, we'll be faint from hunger. Even if we had endless water, it would be useless. The implication was clear. If they didn't find a solution in 3 days, they would just wait for death. Another round of sighs. Suddenly, Yu Yang stood up, grabbed a chair, and lifted it as he walked out. I'm going to break the door. Yu Qing initially wanted to stop him, but after a moment's thought, she gave up. That door wouldn't be broken by a chair, but letting Yu Yang vent his anger might be okay. Better than keeping it bottled up and causing conflict among them. Yu Yang smashed for about 10 minutes. The sound attracted several zombies, which slowly climbed up from downstairs, passed through the fire door, and came before Yu Yang. Aren't you going to eat me? Come on. Yu Yang roared, his voice even more unpleasant than the zombies. The zombies then slammed against the glass door again and again. Soon the glass door was covered in slime, and what was once transparent became opaque. Jia Qian saw that Yu Yang had gone too far and quickly went to pull him back. Brother Yu, if you keep this up, you'll only attract more zombies. If the zombies break through this door, we'll be jumping out of the frying pan into the fire. Let's think of a solution together. Otherwise, even if we manage to get out later, dealing with all these zombies outside will be a huge problem. Yu Yang found her reasoning sound, and besides, with such a lively and adorable girl like Jia Qian persuading him, he would have agreed, even if a knife were at his throat. Yu Yang obediently followed Jia Qian back into the office. Calm down, Yu Qing asked. If you're calm, sit down and think of a plan. Don't do things that waste energy, or you'll get hungry. The 4 of us should stay together, and not separate, or who knows what else might happen. Now everyone took Yu Qing's words seriously and nodded repeatedly. This place is a bit eerie. Brother, you don't act alone, Yi Xian chimed in. Yu Yang smiled sheepishly. I'm the oldest here, yet I've made a fool of myself. Brother Yu, we understand what you mean. Because you're the oldest, you feel you bear the responsibility to protect us. Yi Xian said, just like me. I'm a guy and I want to protect the girls, but I don't have the ability and am too timid. For a moment, the 4 who had been worried about life and death suddenly began to open up to each other, sharing their inner thoughts and experiences since the zombies appeared. But only Yu Qing remained silent, as if she hadn't heard the conversation. Jia Qian and Yi Xian were fine with it. They had gotten used to Yu Qing being quiet since the zombies appeared. But Yuyang felt that Yuqing was hiding something, so he couldn't help but ask. Little sister Yuqing, why are you so gloomy all day at such a young age? Sure, the whole world has changed, but look at your sister and brother Yi. They're still cheerful young people. When things happen, you should take it easy, not make your path narrower. For example, I was angry just now, but I calmed down after a while. But these days I've never seen you happy. You've been stuck in your own emotions. Yuqing paused, replying in a very low voice, I just can't be happy for no particular reason. That's just how I am. How could anyone be born incapable of happiness? People laugh when they hear something joyful, unless something weighs on your heart. Yuyang continued to persuade the worst that can happen is death. What obstacle can't be overcome? Yixin also chimed in, yeah, I think that way sometimes too. At worst it's just death, so what's there not to accept? Many mornings when I woke up and heard the zombies outside, I wondered if my life still had meaning. But then I thought the hardest part is just dying, so I might as well try living again. Besides, I still have my sister and this whole group around me. And my life was saved by Chun Gu risking his own. Jiaqian, though usually carefree, strongly agreed with Yexin, I've thought about dying too. But if you're not even afraid of death, why not fight these damn zombies? At least it's a worthy way to go. Sis, why can't you see it? Fighting zombies is thrilling, way more interesting than worrying. Yuqing didn't answer, but tears streamed down her face. After a long while she finally said slowly, I can't forget the dorm matron's face or the feeling of my steel pipe piercing her head. Even though I've killed many zombies since. That memory is seared into me. She turned into that for everyone's sake. I also can't forget how the madman died before my eyes, or that he was provoked by my words. Sometimes I still hear his agonized moans in my dreams. Yuqing couldn't continue, choked by tears and grief. When facing the madman, she had begged Bai Yichen to kill him. We've all killed many zombies. The dorm matron was someone I knew too, and we experienced the madman's ordeal together. Sis, why blame yourself? Jiaqian had never truly understood her sister, who had always cared for and spoiled her since childhood, even though they were only minutes apart in birth. Jiaqian knew her sister had always been sentimental, the complete opposite of her own nature, but she never realized Yuqing still carried these burdens. The world had been overrun by zombies, yet her sister remained lost in her own sorrow. Sis, you've always taken care of me, but today you should listen to your little sister. These aren't such big deals anymore. We should strive to live on together. But whenever I think of the matron's face and the madman's moans, I feel so guilty. Whenever I imagine that one day it might be your face or the faces of our family or friends. How can I accept that? Just living like this now takes all my strength. Yuqing slowly buried her head in her knees and fell silent. Let her calm down on her own. Maybe we shouldn't force her to accept it, Yuyang said. Everyone tacitly stopped talking, just sitting in a daze. After a while, Yuqing lifted her head, her tears wiped away, her eyes regaining their usual look. They knew she had locked herself away again. Let's check out that office across the way. We never searched it before. Maybe we'll find something there. Yuqing stood up as if nothing had happened. We can't split up. All four of us go together. Yuyang volunteered to take the lead, and no one objected. The space was small enough that the four of them stayed close, so whoever was in front made little difference. Passing through the reception area, they reached the office door. All four couldn't help but take a deep breath and grip their steel pipes tightly. Yexin even prepared to attack, directly signaling Yuyang from the doorway to open the door so he could strike. Yuyang yanked open the office door, and Yexin slipped in with his pipe, making a chopping motion. In the daylight, the office was empty with no sign of life. It was a private office, likely belonging to a boss or some leader. Inside, there was only a filing cabinet, a large desk, a chair, two small single sofas, and a small coffee table. Nothing more. Everything was simple and clean, remarkably tidy, even though it might not have been cleaned in a month. Let's look for what we need, Yuqing said briskly, already starting to search. The desk drawers, the storage space under the coffee table, and the filing cabinet were all opened and thoroughly searched. Yexin went even further, checking under the sofas, though he only found a clump of women's hair. What if someone dropped something down there? Yexin even lifted the carpet to check. After searching, all Yuyang found was a chocolate bar that had expired over 10 days ago. It's been expired for over 10 days, but it still looks edible. You two girls share it, Yuyang said, handing the chocolate to Jiaqian. Jiaqian passed it to Yuqing. Without a second thought, Yuqing gave it to Yexin. Here, you take it. You're still growing and need food more. Yexin thought for a moment and said, we all need food. With that, he broke the chocolate into 4 pieces and handed one to each of them. They exchanged smiles, didn't refuse, and popped the precious expired chocolate into their mouths. They had never felt chocolate so smooth and sweet, not a hint of staleness. The 4 of them sat down, closed their eyes, and slowly savored the melting sweetness on their tongues. I used to eat chocolate in big bites. Jiaqian suddenly laughed. Everyone laughed, as if they had forgotten they were trapped here, doomed to die if they couldn't escape in 3 days. After sitting for a while, Yuqing got up and started rummaging through the filing cabinet again. Sis, no need to search. There's nothing but some useless papers. Why bother? Jiaqian lounged on the small sofa with her legs crossed. I think we should just wait here. Maybe Chen Gu will come back for us if he can't find us. Jiaqian had a point. Given Bai Yichen's nature, if he didn't reunite with them for a long time, he would surely come looking. Even if Chin-gu comes for us, who knows how many days it'll be. He'd wait for us for 2 days, then it'd take half a day or a day to get here, right? He can't just find us right away, can he? Yashin counted on his fingers. By then we'd probably be starved to death or passed out. Hearing this, Jiaqian got up and started searching too. It would be great if we could find an expired candy or something, Jiaqian said as she opened the desk drawer that had been checked over and over again by several people. This time, she wasn't as hurried as before. Instead, she searched meticulously, even opening some folders to look inside, as if someone might actually have hidden a piece of candy in there. When she pulled open the second drawer, a card with a printed pattern caught her attention. The drawer was filled entirely with the company's documents, all of a uniform standard with logos printed on them, but this card stood out distinctly, lying on top and drawing the eye. It was like spotting a black dog among a flock of white cats. Unable to suppress her nosy curiosity, Jiaqian snatched the card and opened it. What if it was a love letter from the boss girlfriend or lover? Wouldn't that be exciting? Bored and reading some gossip here would be quite amusing. The card bore the words "Happy Holidays," likely a gift from a festival. When she opened it, the handwriting was delicate and neat, filling the entire page, clearly written by a woman. Just as Jiaqian was about to praise herself for being clever, she noticed something off about the first line. Survivor, hello. The recipient is called a survivor. Jiaqian's mind raced. Was this card written after the zombies appeared? Did the people here evacuate only after the zombies emerged? Jiaqian hurriedly continued reading. Survivor, hello. I imagine that by the time you read this special letter, you've already lost your supplies, or perhaps even a teammate has fallen. If not, remember this: always stay with your teammates, always stay with your supplies, and always keep an eye on the door you came in through. Don't let it lock you in. Reading this, a chill ran down Jiaqian's spine. Wasn't this exactly describing their situation? Did the person who wrote this card know everything that was happening here? Jiaqian couldn't help but shout, telling Yashin and the others to stop what they were doing and listen to her read the card's contents. After she read a few lines, everyone thought she was joking, but when they saw the actual words on the card, they were all stunned. The card detailed many things, suggesting the writer had ample time. It turned out that this place was a game studio, and due to frequent overtime, people often worked through the night here. On the day the zombies appeared, 7 or 8 people were working overtime, mostly women. Unable to leave, they survived on the snacks from the company's welfare cabinet. Coincidentally, the games this company developed were zombie-themed, so they had a good idea of what might happen next. They quickly prioritized collecting water and storing electricity. They even found the keys left by the floor manager and ransacked every office on the entire floor, gathering all the food together. To prevent future water shortages, they placed buckets on the balcony to collect rainwater. They could live there for a long time without any worries. But one day someone proposed using reality to test a game mechanic: how to obtain supplies more easily from other survivors. The game they developed had a high degree of freedom. Players weren't limited to banding together to fight zombies and flee. They could also form factions, compete for supplies with others, or even kill them. These game-obsessed individuals were immersed in their virtual world, setting their sights on attacking other survivors to steal their resources. After all, the rules of this world had changed. Killing a few people shouldn't be a problem. They opened the fire door at the stairwell and chose this studio as a trap. They left the studio door open, placed half a bucket of drinking water in the dispenser, and set out a small amount of food in a prominent spot on the coffee table. This way, if someone fleeing arrived and found the food, they would surely enter the studio and choose to rest there. Then while the victims let their guard down, they would snatch their supply packs. If there were few people, it would be easy. If there were more people, they could resort to a diversionary tactic. They succeeded many times, indirectly causing many deaths. One girl who wrote the card couldn't bear it any longer and sabotaged one of their plans. They locked her alone in this office to fend for herself. Unexpectedly, this office had a hidden door leading to the adjacent studio, because both studios shared the same landlord. The girl left the card, guiding others to escape from this studio, and then left. So when we arrived, the door was locked. Maybe they had recently stopped their operations, or they had just succeeded and locked up to clean the scene, and we walked right into their trap, Yashin said. Young nodded and added, that's why they could come in even when we locked the door from inside. They later discovered the hidden door the girl used to escape. They weren't sure they could take all 4 of us at once, so they used a diversion to steal our backpacks. That explains it. But we had terrible luck. Yashin said, why did we have to open this door? Realizing that this studio was Yu Yang's choice, Yashin looked at him apologetically. Yu Yang waved his hand. It's my fault, everyone. Let's not talk about that yet. Yu Qing suddenly interjected, and everyone pricked up their ears. If what the card says is true, then it's highly likely that girl has already been killed, Yu Qing said, glancing around as if checking for eavesdroppers. What if this card is a trick? We can find out if it's a lie by testing it, Jiaqian said, standing up and walking toward the filing cabinet. The card says the hidden door is behind this cabinet. Let's move it and see. If there really is a hidden door, I think we'd better make a run for it. Yashin wanted to add that he shouldn't say run for it, as if tempting fate, but considering she was a girl, he dropped it. He and Yu Yang moved the filing cabinet aside. Behind it, a white door was revealed, resembling the one leading to a pharmacy storeroom. So subtle you wouldn't notice it if you weren't looking closely. But the lighting here was much better than in the pharmacy, making the door crack easy to spot. It seems everything on the cards is true. Jiaqian's face lit up with joy. Then let's get out of here quickly, Xin said, stepping forward to push the door. Wait. Yu Qing reached out to stop him. There's still a zombie horde outside, and we've lost our backpacks. If we leave this office building, where should we go? I'm familiar with the roads around here, Yang said. If we can just find a way out of the building, I can lead everyone on a detour back to Fuha Bridge. Yu Qing remained silent after hearing his words. Everyone's eyes turned to her, waiting for her decision. Unconsciously, the group's focus seemed to shift toward her, making her the core of the team. Finally, Yu Qing nodded slowly. Be cautious in everything. We need to keep our wits sharp. After all, we're not alone in this building. With Yu Qing's approval, Xin immediately exchanged a glance with Yu Yang, signaling that they should push the door together to see if it could be opened directly. After all, the door looked tightly fitted and seemed rather difficult to open. They pressed their bodies against the door, ready to push. Yu Yang counted 1, 2, but before the third number left his lips, a faint rustling sound reached Yi Xin's ears, like the scratching of fingernails on a wall. Because he expected to use a lot of force, Xin had his entire body, including his head, pressed against the door with his ear right against it. So that rustling sound must have come from the other side of the door, right? Xin was about to shout stop when Yu Yang's 3 rang out, and he pushed with all his strength. With a creak, the door swung open. Roar! A familiar zombie's cry mixed with a stench of decay burst forth, making everyone cough. In the blink of an eye, a zombie with long flying hair lunged through the open door, tackling Yu Yang to the ground. Xin felt the zombie's sharp claws whisk past his face, barely missing his skin, and his heart seemed to skip a beat. If he were scratched, his fate would be grim. Even a tiny scrape from a zombie would lead to the same end as a bite. Turning around, Xin saw Yu Yang pinned on the ground, grabbed his steel pipe, and charged forward. But the zombie had appeared too suddenly. When Yu Yang was tackled, his steel pipe dropped to the side, forcing him to wrestle barehanded. Xin couldn't bring his pipe down without risking injuring Yu Yang. That would be a loss far greater than gain. Seeing this, Jiaqian also gripped her steel pipe and moved forward, hoping to help Yu Yang, but she couldn't find an opening. Jiaqian, come here. Yu Qing grabbed her arm. We need to guard this doorway. Who knows if more zombies will come through. Indeed, as soon as that door opened, a zombie burst in. Who knew what lay beyond? The two sisters stood at the entrance, peering inside. It was pitch black with only a faint glimmer of light near the window. This room wasn't on the sunny side, and the curtains were drawn. Stepping from a bright room into the dimness, it was easy to see nothing clearly. Only the foul stench and filthy air. Let's hold the line here and let them deal with that zombie, Yu Qing said. Everyone must stick to their roles, or chaos could lead to more trouble. Jiaqian nodded firmly, watching Yu Yang rolling on the ground with the zombie, and Xin standing helplessly nearby. Xin gripped the steel pipe, tightly hesitating to strike, sweat beading on his forehead. Brother, can you move aside? I'm afraid he'll hit you. Brother, you don't worry, just give it a good whack on the head. I can't hold on much longer. Yu Yang lay on the ground, drenched in sweat, as if being teased by this female zombie. If Zhou Feng were here, he would definitely film this and mock Yu Yang about it later. Brother, I'm scared he'll miss its head and hit yours. If you don't strike soon, he'll be bitten to death anyway. Dying by your hand is better than by a zombie's. As Yu Yang spoke, his strength seemed to wane, and the zombie on top of him opened its jaws wide, lunging for his neck. Brother, Xin yelled, suddenly turning his steel pipe sideways, hooking the zombie into his arms and yanking it off the ground. With its back to Xin, the zombie was trapped by the pipe, unable to harm him or continue biting Yu Yang. Yu Yang seized the opportunity, grabbing the fallen steel pipe and thrusting it straight through the zombie's eye socket. The tip of the pipe stopped less than 5 centimeters from Yi Xin's face, sending a chill down his spine. That scared me. Xin withdrew the pipe, letting the zombie's corpse fall to the ground. Let's move quickly and see what's on the other side. After his fight with the zombie, Yu Yang immediately stood up, urging them to go. Yu Qing and Jiaqian, standing at the doorway, turned and waved their hands simultaneously. Sure, there's something inside. Jiaqian whispered, pointing toward the room. Yu Yang and Xin peered in, seeing only darkness and the vague outline of a window. But listening carefully, they could hear a faint rustling sound, its source unknown. Yu Qing and Jiaqian had been standing at the door for a long time, gripping their steel pipes. The rustling persisted, seemingly unbothered by their presence, even drawing slowly closer. They were now like startled birds, afraid to venture in and investigate, but without any lighting they were trapped in a passive state. What's their playing tricks? Yu Yang suddenly shouted into the dark room. Before anyone could react, he dashed inside. By the time Xin called out, Brother Yu Yang had already reached the window and yanked the curtain open. Light flooded the room, revealing its full layout. It was a rather empty space with only a few discarded office chairs, all in tatters. But when everyone saw the floor, they all let out a dry heave. Scattered across the floor were rotting corpses, all mangled and incomplete. Some missing limbs, others without heads. Without exception, every corpse that still had a head bore a wound from a sharp weapon piercing through. These are all zombie corpses, Yu Yang said, walking back and clapping his hands as if to shake off some filth. Whoever killed them really knows how to deal with zombies. Before encountering Bai Yichin, Yu Yang had no idea how to slay a zombie with a single fatal blow. Yet every corpse here had its head pierced by a sharp weapon, indicating that the killer was not only well-trained, but also deeply knowledgeable about zombies and possessed exceptional mental fortitude. After all, not everyone knew the method to dispatch a zombie in one strike. For now, the room posed no danger, just harmless remains. Let's go. There's a door over there. Let's see if it leads out. This should be another company's territory. Yu Yang was eager to leave. Wait, I need to figure out that rustling sound, Jia Qian said, pinching her nose as she searched the room. She found a legless zombie, trapped among a pile of broken chairs, stirred by their voices struggling to escape and causing the noise. Jia Qian delivered a fatal blow to the zombie, ending its life. With so many corpses here, who did this? Could it be the game designers hiding in this place? She wondered, curiosity piqued by the filthy floor. Let's go. The four approached the door, opening it only after thorough preparation. It revealed a tiny, shabbily decorated office which suited them perfectly. This meant the studio was strapped for cash and couldn't afford sturdy glass doors. Yu Yang, who had dismissed the door with disdain yesterday, now stared at it with gleaming eyes, as if it were his own kin. Though a lock hung on his kin. Everyone step back, I'll smash this, Yu Yang shouted, charging with a chair. Bang! A clear crack appeared on the glass. It's working, Yu Yang roared, smashing the chair again. Seems that card wasn't lying at all, Jia Qian said. But I wonder if the long-haired zombie we killed was the one who left it. Maybe she escaped, Xian suggested. Yu Qing shook her head. How could she survive out there alone with chaos everywhere? Even if she got out, she'd likely perish. She didn't mention the scratch marks on the wall etched with the girl's tears. After escaping, she was caught and locked back in that room where she witnessed her companions trap and kill many, even tossing their bodies in to torment her. Thankfully, only she saw those carved words. Yu Qing thought to herself. Maybe she was rescued by good people like Brother Chen saved us, Xian fantasized. Yu Qing remained silent, her eyes fixed on Yu Yang as he smashed the door. Something seemed off about him. Bang! Bang! Yu Yang's rhythm quickened until the glass door shattered into pieces. He stepped back excitedly. Hurry! The door's open. Let's find Brother Chen. He then rushed out himself in a great hurry. Yu Qing glanced at Yu Yang with confusion, but followed. Leaving the studio, the group felt relieved knowing they wouldn't die trapped in that room. Seeing the fire door wide open at the stairwell, their steps lightened. But before reaching the stairs, they heard dense footsteps and zombie roars from below. Damn, these zombies show up now of all times. Yu Yang cursed. I just broke the door. Brother, let's go this way. Xian pointed to the other end of the corridor. There's another exit. Indeed, such office buildings always have at least 2 fire escapes, sometimes 3 or 4. Right that way. Yu Yang nodded and dashed toward the other end of the corridor with remarkable speed. Yu Qing was stunned again. Yu Yang really seemed off, but she couldn't pinpoint how exactly. He acted differently than usual, as if desperate to flee this place. The 3 chased after Yu Yang, all sensing his urgency. Brother, yes, too anxious. Maybe that I scared him, and he can't wait to see Brother Chen. Xian asked. Yeah, I think so. He's too timid, Jia Qian replied. Yu Qing stayed silent, not sharing their view. It couldn't be that simple. What had Yu Yang encountered, or what was he fleeing from? The corridor wasn't long. Just as they neared another fire exit, Jia Qian stopped, pale-faced. Do you hear that? She trembled. What sound? Xian paused. Sounds like zombies catching up. No, Jia Qian shook her head. It's coming from that room. They followed her finger to a large wooden door out of place among the glass studio doors. Forget the sound, let's go, Yu Yang urged impatiently, adding, time's running out. But when Yu Qing asked what time, he said nothing. What did you hear? Xian asked Jia Qian. Jia Qian shuddered. I heard someone calling for help. Their faces darkened. Yu Yang asked repeatedly if she was sure. Jia Qian nodded firmly. I really did. Didn't you hear it? Is it a trick from those who trapped us? Yu Yang mused. Better ignore it. Less trouble. But I heard a child's cry for help, Jia Qian said. Yu Qing was startled and pressed her ear to the door. After a few seconds, she turned pale. I hear it too. Could it be that the bad guys have imprisoned a child here? Xian said. Just like they locked us in. Maybe this child asking for help arrived even earlier than us and has been trapped for a long time. The 4 of them exchanged uneasy glances. Should they really go in and check? After all, someone was calling for help, and it was a child. At that moment, the commotion from the zombies and the fire escape grew louder, suggesting they would soon catch up. From the faces of Yu Qing, Jia Qian, and Xian, Yu Yang could clearly see their eagerness to enter the room and find out who was crying for help. Yet because he hadn't spoken, they hesitated to make the decision for him. After all, this was a matter for all 4 of them, a collective endeavor. Yu Yang glanced back at the fire escape, steeled his resolve, and fixed his gaze on Xian. Open the door, let's go in and take a look. Xian nodded hastily, pulling a piece of wire from his pocket and beginning to pick the lock. Fortunately, after his previous attempt, the wire had remained in his pocket rather than his backpack. The wooden door proved quicker and easier to open. Almost as soon as he inserted the wire, Yi Xian declared done. Yu Yang quickly grasped the handle and turned it gently downward while Yu Qing and Jia Qian moved in at the perfect moment, raising their steel pipes. The wooden door swung open, revealing a space that seemed vast, but was shrouded in dim light, making it hard to discern. Let's get inside first, Yu Yang said, stepping into the room. Stay close, don't get separated. We'll make this quick. The four entered one by one. This time Yi Xian didn't close the door behind them, but he decided to take the rear, keeping a vigilant ear on any sounds from behind. The room was indeed spacious, empty, and seemingly devoid of anything. Yu Yang led them straight ahead for about 10 meters without hitting a wall. Something's off, Yu Yang whispered. Can you still hear that cry for help? The four halted simultaneously, straining to listen for any voice calling out. But aside from their own breathing, there was no other sound. The cry seemed to have stopped, Yi Xian said. This place is too eerie. We should get out, forget about whoever's calling for help. We can't even save ourselves. As Yu Yang turned to head back, Jia Qian suddenly let out a scream, pointing into the empty air beside her. Fear. Something over there. The other three froze, following her finger to see four figures standing perfectly still, staring at them with an unnerving stillness. Instantly, cold sweat broke out on their skin. Those across from them certainly weren't zombies, otherwise they would have been roaring and charging to bite them by now. Yet those four didn't seem quite human either. Faces deathly pale, bodies motionless, eyes fixed and hollow. They simply gazed at Yu Yang and his companions. The group was too terrified to move, speak, or even breathe. What in the world were these things? Why were they standing there without moving? Since the opponents remained still, Yu Yang and the others also stayed frozen. If the enemy doesn't move, we don't move. It was a test of patience. But Yi Xian felt he was on the verge of collapse. He even wished he could just lie down and die if not for the two girls in the group and his need to save face. Yi Xin's fragile nerves were trembling when Jia Qian let out another shriek beside him. Fear. Over there. There are people too. Her voice was choked with tears, clearly terrified out of her wits. Yi Xian felt like crying himself. He squinted slowly, turning his neck to look in the direction Jia Qian pointed, as if that would hide his gaze from whatever was there. In the direction Jia Qian indicated, there were indeed four figures standing equally motionless and utterly silent. Yi Xian could barely hold on, his legs began to tremble uncontrollably. At this rate, he might even wet his pants. Ah, Jia Qian screamed again. What the hell? They're everywhere. She cried in despair. We're surrounded. 4 times 4 is 16. 4 times 4 is 16. Yi Xian mustered the courage to look around, and sure enough, 4 distinct figures stood in each direction, staring at them without moving. No wonder Jia Qian had said 4 times 4 is 16. He had thought she was just scared out of her mind. But even more terrifying, behind these shadows, faintly smaller figures stood farther back. There were clearly more than 16. What the hell is this? Yi Xian inwardly lamented his doom, but then heard Yu Qing say slowly, how are their movements exactly the same as ours? Isn't this a mirror? Upon hearing this, Yu Yang immediately walked toward the 4 figures opposite him. Sure enough, the figure corresponding to him also moved forward to meet him. He hesitated for a moment, then strode quickly forward until he stood face to face with the shadow. Yu Yang raised his hand, and the other raised theirs as well. He touched a cold mirror, and the tension in his heart suddenly dissipated. Yu Qing, you're right. It's a mirror. This room is lined with mirrors on all sides, that's why it's like this. This might be a dance studio, Yu Yang said with a wry smile. The light is too dim in here, we all got spooked for a moment. We scared ourselves. At Yu Yang's words, Yi Xin's legs stopped trembling, and Jia Qian's shrieks ceased. But before their tense hearts could relax, a faint cry for help came from a corner. Help me. Though soft, the voice resonated in the empty room, stretching the echo endlessly like a ghost wailing for justice. The 4 who had just begun to relax tensed up again. They had all heard the plea clearly, it couldn't be an illusion. Yet the corner from which the sound came was utterly empty, with nothing there. Yu Yang, now standing by the wall, decided to press on toward the corner, speaking to bolster his courage. They'll be damned if I don't find out what's messing with us today. Before he reached it, another haunting, help me, echoed the tone, drawn out long, a pitiful plea that sent chills down their spines. Yu Yang quickened his pace. At the corner there was no living creature, but a doorway. Peering inside, he saw another room, filled with mirrors with no sign of anyone. Yet the cry for help faintly drifted out from within. Please. Save me. Who's in there? Yu Yang called into the doorway, but no one answered. Yi Xian and the others also approached, each peering into the opening. Don't you feel this cry for help sounds like that madman from before? Yi Xian said, could there really be ghosts in this world? Yu Qing's face turned deathly pale at these words. Luckily the dim light concealed her change, and no one noticed. That madman was her deep-seated knot. It could be said to be equivalent to an inner demon. At Yi Xin's remark, Yu Qing stepped forward to go in. I'll check it out. Jia Qian grabbed her arm. That voice clearly sounds like a child's. If it's a child, we must go in. Isn't that why we came here? To find that child crying for help. Yuqing said. Everyone suddenly remembered. Yes, they had come to find the child. How had they forgotten their purpose, startled by those mirrors? Yu Yang immediately stood up, insisting he would lead the way, and the others followed him inside. Upon entering the room full of mirrors, they were still startled by the reflections of figures, though they quickly regained composure. After all, in such a dim place, seeing silhouettes moving all around at once would startle anyone, no matter how prepared they were. This room was equally empty, with nothing but mirrors on the walls. Yet in another corner, another doorway led to the next room. They walked over together, only to find the next room also bare and lined with mirrors. In the corner of this room, the same cry for help echoed, guiding them through. They continued like this. Each room had a doorway in the corner, and each time the sound of pleading drew them onward. Everyone couldn't help but keep moving forward at the sound. After what felt like an eternity as they were immersed in seeking the cries, Yuqing suddenly said, "Aren't there too many dance studios here? This office building isn't that big. We've walked so long, we should have reached the end by now." The group snapped awake and immediately halted. "This is bad, something's off. Let's stop," Yixian said, turning to head back. Just then a faint, tearful "save me" echoed from the corner, reverberating through the dim, chilly room. It was as if the voice knew they were about to leave and was desperately trying to hold them back. "We can't keep searching," Yu Yang said, his expression shifting with impatience. "We need to get out of this building quickly. Time is running out." Yu Yang mentioned time running out again, but everyone assumed he meant the zombies might catch up, so their escape time was limited. Faced with this eerie situation, they unanimously decided to retreat, not daring to trace the "save me." Even if it was truly a child calling, they could only wish it well. Yixian led the way back, but after passing through just 2 rooms he stopped. "I think we're lost," he said, pointing ahead. "When we came in, we didn't notice that this room has 2 doorways, each leading to different rooms. Which one is the way we came?" They looked and saw 2 doorways in opposite corners leading to different rooms. On their way and guided by the cries, they hadn't paid attention to how many doorways there were, or where they led, simply moving toward the sound room after room. Now retracing their steps, they found it wasn't so simple. After some discussion, they chose the left doorway. But when they passed through, the wall before them now had 3 doorways. A choice of 3. Yixian stared at the doors, lost in thought. How had they failed to notice these obvious doorways on the way in? Back then they naively thought each room had just 1 doorway leading inward, and returning would be as easy as walking straight through. If they had known it would be this complicated, would they still have risked searching for this possibly non-existent victim? What now? Jia Qian turned to ask Yuqing. Yuqing shook her head. "I can't think of a way. Maybe we can only try one by one, but who knows how long that will take. We have no food, and only a little water from that water dispenser earlier." When they left the studio, they had filled an empty water bottle, but worried it might be contaminated and hadn't drunk any. They would only try that water as a last resort when all else failed. "How about we split up to try?" Yu Yang suggested. "It'll be much faster." "No, we absolutely cannot split up," Yixian and Jia Qian declared simultaneously. Having already suffered from separating from Bai Yichen and the others, and after losing their backpacks, no one in the group except Yu Yang wanted to split up again. The card that had guided them earlier also warned them never to separate. But time. Yu Yang grew anxious. "Brother, you don't panic. This building isn't that big. Trying these rooms one by one won't take long." "That card said we must not go our separate ways," Yixian said. Yuqing cast a strange glance at Yu Yang, then walked to the wall and touched the mirror. "Have you ever thought that maybe the card was also part of the plan?" "What plan?" Several voices asked in unison. "We did find the door and got out of that studio, but now we're inexplicably trapped here. Everything here feels somewhat surreal to me." Yuqing pointed at the mirrors on the wall, then at the doorways. "Why does all this exist inside an office building? So many identical interconnected rooms, so many strange doorways." "Well, if you say these are dance studios, Jia Qian, you studied dance as a child. Have you ever seen a dance studio like this, one room after another with nothing but mirrors?" Jia Qian shook her head. Yuqing continued. "I haven't played many games, but Yixian, you must have. In most games, aren't there NPCs or something to guide you along like a tutorial?" "Indeed, every game has a novice guide." Yixian scratched his head. "I've never played a game without one. But what does that have to do with our current situation? That card is the NPC guiding us through this game, telling us every step to take, or rather, misleading us." Yuqing shifted her tone. "Jia Qian, don't you think this place feels familiar? We went there several times last year. A haunted house." As Jia Qian uttered those words, her back was soaked with sweat. "Or somewhat like a maze," Yu Yang pondered. "Could it be that the game studio also built this as a real-life escape room?" Yuqing's unprecedented analysis calmed Yu Yang, who began to think rationally. "Judging by the route we've taken, we should have exceeded the building's limits, yet we're still inside. It's utterly illogical. Moreover, the rooms feel enormous, but we know this building has a central corridor, so the rooms can't be that large. Are we all hallucinating?" Yu Yang concluded. Incredibly, Yuqing nodded. "I think so too. Perhaps we're not fully conscious, or even trapped in an illusion. The question is, are we all in the same illusion, or are you all just my hallucinations?" That card claimed they've done this to many before, making us assume the cries for help are from victims. But what if they're not? What if it's the orchestrators themselves crying out? Sometimes the true hunter appears as prey. Sis, don't scare me. Jiaqian darted to Yuqing like a frightened bunny clutching her. I'm terrified truly. See, I have a warm body and fear. Am not your hallucination. Yi Xian, equally spooked, edged closer to Yuqing, though not as dramatically as Jiaqian. Only Yuyang stood in deep thought, suddenly examining his hand. After a moment he declared firmly, I assure you all we're not hallucinating. None of us are. Let's stop overanalyzing and just push forward. If we go wrong, we'll start over. With that he strode through a random doorway. The three exchanged glances and followed. After traversing several rooms at random, the entrance door remained elusive. These rooms had no windows, no furniture, offering no sense of direction. Even distinguishing one room from another was a challenge. Only faint glimmers of light allowed them to see each other and the path beneath their feet, enabling them to continue. This is too absurd, Yi Xian muttered, scratching his head as he followed, abruptly bumping into Jiaqian. Jiaqian turned, gesturing for silence with a finger to her lips, then pointed ahead. Yi Zhen's mind raced. Was she about to shriek again? But Yuyang and Yuqing had also halted, staring fixedly at the room ahead in silence. It was as if eeriness had birthed a child of eeriness, the epitome of the uncanny. Following their gaze, they saw a grotesque figure standing in the center of the room, contorted in ways no normal human could manage. Strangely, it seemed to be admiring itself in a mirror. Who would have the nerve to indulge in self-appreciation in such a sinister place? Yi Xian barely stifled a yelp when Jiaqian whispered, It seems like a zombie. I can smell that distinct odor. Thank goodness it's a zombie, not a human. Yi Xian patted his chest, calming himself. Let's avoid it. Better safe than sorry, Yuqing said. This wasn't here when we entered. Yi Xian suddenly realized, I didn't close the door when we came in. Could a zombie from outside have wandered in? Maybe we can trace its path back to the entrance. Everyone's eyes lit up at the suggestion. Just then the zombie, which had been admiring its own beauty, seemed to notice them and charged forward. With a roar, Yi Xian brandished his steel pipe and charged Heaton. A squelch, and the zombie fell. Yi Xian wiped the slime off his pipe and waved, Let's check this way. Before he could take 2 steps, a dense patter of footsteps echoed from ahead, mingled with gurgles and growls. A sizable horde, it seemed. Soon the sounds drew near. Amid a thick stench of decay, a group of ragged zombies shuffled through the doorway. Leading them was the very zombie they had seen staring out from the street. Perhaps it had taken the entire night to figure out how to climb up. Yuyang cursed under his breath upon seeing it, quickly explaining his earlier encounter. This thing's practically become a demon. Yi Xian tucked his pipe into his belt and shouted, Run, as he bolted far ahead. His reaction was so swift that even Hezeking would have been impressed. The four fled through countless doorways and mirror-filled rooms, the zombies' relentless pursuit always echoing behind them. Unseen, yet ever-present. I can't run anymore, Jiaqian gasped, pounding her aching legs. Go on without me. No, we leave together. Yuyang grabbed her hand, pulling her along. I promised Brother Chen I'd get you all to the Fuha Bridge meeting point. No need to run. Yuqing shook her head. No matter where we go, we can't find an exit. We'll either be caught by zombies or die trapped here. Running is futile. So we just wait to die? Yi Xian asked. If I die, my sister would be heartbroken. We won't die. Yuqing surveyed the room. I think the problem lies with these mirrors. They're deeply unsettling. As Yuqing spoke, a faint cry of help me echoed from a corner. A sound that had been absent for a while, startling everyone anew. Only Yuqing heard the sound, and a faint curve gradually formed at the corner of her mouth. I found a way to break it. Without explaining to the others, she picked up the steel pipe and walked toward a mirror. Help me. Please help me. The cries for help suddenly became shrill, nearly piercing the eardrums, as if trying to stop Yuqing's next move. Help my foot. Yi Xian cursed angrily. It's just a trick, Yuqing said, raising the steel pipe and smashing it against the mirror. With a crack, a long fissure appeared on the mirror's surface, and the cries for help abruptly transformed into a woman's sinister laughter. Ha 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 ha. Trying to scare us with this, Yuqing said, striking the mirror again. Crash. The mirror on the wall shattered into pieces, scattering across the floor. With a series of shattering sounds, the glass on the other 3 walls also broke. The room instantly brightened as a row of windows emerged on the wall, revealing the city and sky outside. Sis, how did you know that would work? Jiaqian asked, unable to hide her astonishment. The trap that had ensnared everyone was effortlessly dismantled after Yuqing smashed the mirrors. It's simple. When I saw that zombie staring at its reflection, I suddenly noticed it had no shadow, but we did. So I figured the zombie might be an illusion, something that doesn't truly exist. Then, based on the direction of our shadows, I deduced the source of the light. Even though we couldn't pinpoint any light source in this space, and the light seemed to come from all directions evenly, shadows never lie. They always point opposite to the light source. Everyone looked around and saw the wooden door they had entered through not far ahead, with no zombie chasing them at all. Now only the door was crowded with zombies about to cross the threshold into the room. Close the door. Yuqing shouted, and Yu Yang immediately rushed over and slammed the wooden door shut. That zombie, the one staring at me, is right outside the door, Yu Yang said, pressing his back against the door in terror. What is going on? You're all doomed. A woman's voice drifted faintly from the corner. Yuqing walked over and picked up a radio from there. This is what made us think someone was calling for help. All along we've been circling between these two rooms. There are only 2 rooms here. Ha 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 ha. The sinister laughter came from the radio again, but this time no one felt afraid. Having figured out where the sound came from, everyone's focus shifted to why they had been trapped. I suspect what happened here is related to Chen's physical enhancement, Yuqing said slowly. Chen mentioned earlier that everyone has a chance to be enhanced, so I wondered, must the enhancement always be physical? Could these random changes in people involve something else? For instance, superpowers. You think all this is caused by superpowers? Yu Yang asked. Isn't that something only in TV shows? Can superpowers really exist in the real world? Yes, Yuqing nodded firmly. Right now that's the only explanation that makes sense. In a world where zombies exist, anything is possible. We'd better leave quickly, or we might get trapped by this person again. Yuqing pointed at the radio, and everyone understood immediately. Now the only exit was blocked by zombies who were banging against the wooden door, likely to break it open soon. Yuqing and her group had no way to fight their way through the front door. They had to figure something out from the window. Xian went to the window and saw that the street below was still densely packed with zombies. Though it wasn't like yesterday's horde moving in one direction, and the zombies were mostly stationary, milling about without direction, their numbers were still overwhelming, making escape far from easy. Jumping down from the window was clearly not an option. Xian turned to the left and noticed a low wall beyond which lay a snack street, likely serving the office building and closely adjacent to it. A few scattered zombies on that street posed no real threat. A spark of inspiration hit Xian. He could climb out the window edge along the building's outer ledge, slowly move to the low wall, then jump down to the snack street to escape this cursed place. He shared his plan with the others, and they all agreed, so he volunteered to go first and wait for them on the other side. Do you know the way from here to Fuha Bridge? Yu Yang suddenly called out to Xian, who was about to climb out the window. No, don't you know? Never mind whether I know or not. Listen, after you enter that snack street, go straight until you reach the first intersection, turn left, keep going straight, and you'll see a small crossroad with an old banyan tree in the middle. Turn right there, and you'll see Fuching River. Once you're by the river, you'll know the way. That's way too complicated, no one can remember all that. Anyway, you'll scout ahead, and you'll still have to lead us later. Don't make it sound like you're not coming with us. I'm going first. Without waiting for Yu Yang to say more, Xian grabbed the window frame and eased his body outside. There was a decorative ledge on the outer wall about 4 or 5 centimeters wide, just enough for his toes, allowing him to move along the wall. Xian held tightly to the windowsill and slowly edged toward the low wall. It was only a few meters, but it took him several minutes to reach the other side. When he finally stepped onto the low wall, his legs were trembling from the strain, so he plopped down to rest. Since the zombies couldn't reach him here, it was a good spot to catch his breath. Just thinking about balancing on that narrow ledge made Xian shiver. If he had slipped, he would have fallen straight into the zombie horde below, with no chance of survival. Seeing that Xian had safely reached the low wall, Yuqing urged Jiaqian to go next. Jiaqian followed, Yizin's example, tucking the steel pipe into her belt, gripping the windowsill with both hands, and slowly moving outside. After about 10 minutes, Jiaqian also made it to the low wall. Xian had already jumped down to the snack street, taking out the few zombies beneath the wall. Now he was looking around, checking if any more zombies were approaching. Seeing Jiaqian had also arrived safely, Yuqing immediately said, "Brother, that door can't hold much longer. Let's go together." "All right, you go first. He'll follow behind you," Yu Yang replied, though his expression was somewhat troubled. Yuqing had long noticed something strange about Yu Yang, but hadn't felt comfortable asking. For now the priority was to escape this place. She imitated how Xian and the others had moved earlier, gripping the window frame with her hands and slowly shifting her body to the outer side. Then she used her toes to find the protruding edge on the wall. After securing one foot, she carefully moved the other to stand on it as well, then shifted both hands to grasp the windowsill ahead. Just as her left hand gripped the window frame tightly, a piercing pain shot through her palm. It was from when she had shattered the mirror. A shard had embedded itself into her flesh. At first she hadn't felt it, but when she pressed her hand against the window, the shard was driven deeper into her palm. Before Yuqing could even cry out, her hand slipped from the window frame, and she plummeted downward. Fortunately, they were only on the second floor, and a small flower bed full of plants broke her fall, so she wasn't injured. But the zombies that had been roaming nearby were startled by the sound of Yuqing's fall and turned their heads in unison toward her. When they saw a living person lying in the flower bed, they roared and charged at her. It all happened in an instant. Yu Yang saw Yuqing fall and shouted her name. Seeing the zombies closing in, he leaped down from the second floor without a second thought, landing right beside her. Jiaqian meanwhile crouched on the low wall, frantic and helpless. "Little sister, are you all right?" Yu Yang asked as he helped Yuqing to her feet, without even checking his own injuries. By then the zombies were already upon them. Get up, little sister. Yu Yang strained to lift Yuqing, trying to send her back up, but he couldn't raise her high enough, only barely above his head. Brother Yu. Looking at the zombies surrounding them, Yuqing was at a loss for words. In such a situation, she could never have imagined that Yu Yang would jump down to save her. Anyone could see that jumping down was a death sentence. The number of zombies below was enough to rival a nest. An ordinary person would tremble with fear just seeing such a horde, yet Yu Yang had leaped down without hesitation. Little sister, I'll carry you to the low wall, and have your sister pull you up, Yu Yang said, holding Yuqing as he pushed through the zombies. Zombies bit into his back and shoulders, leaving wound after wound. Blood dripped from his body to the ground drop by drop, like blooming flowers. Some zombies even crawled to the ground to lick the spilled blood. Little sister, why are you crying? I was actually scratched by a zombie a while ago. See the back of my hand. In that studio that zombie got me. But I promised Brother Chen I'd get you both to him safely. Looks like I'm going to break my promise. Little sister, don't cry. I'm saving you willingly, so don't feel burdened. Even if I hadn't saved you, I'd probably turn into one of those things soon anyway. So I'd rather my worthless life serve some purpose in the end. Yu Yang spoke as he pressed forward his shoulder, now bitten down to the bone. A large chunk of flesh was missing, likely devoured by the zombies. His arms were trembling, sweat beading on his forehead, but he endured the pain, straining to lift Yuqing as if she were a medal he had earned in his lifetime. Little sister, you have to live well happily, or else all these bites I've taken will be for nothing, don't you think? No matter what you've been through before, whatever you can't forget, let it all go from today onward. Don't be disheartened anymore. You have to live a life you've never lived, do things you never thought you'd do, and even become someone you never imagined you could be. Brother, you can only take you this far. As he spoke, Yu Yang had managed to reach the low wall. Jiaqian immediately grabbed Yuqing's hand and pulled her up. Little sister, from now on walk your path with joy. Remember every word I've said. Yu Yang's voice grew fainter. Yuqing turned back and reached down as far as she could. Brother, you grab my hand. He'll pull you up. But the surging zombies had already engulfed his figure. Brother, you. Yuqing and Jiaqian cried out together, tears blurring their eyes. To Yu Yang, their cries of Brother Yu felt genuine. Not because of his age, but because he had finally truly earned the title of Big Brother. The world dimmed, the sounds around him faded away, and Yu Yang closed his eyes, as if falling into a peaceful sleep. Finally, there would be no more pain. Yuqing and Jiaqian leaned over the low wall, watching as Yu Yang was swallowed by the zombies, leaving no trace, not even a corner of his clothing visible. Yixian, still at the snack street, heard their cries, and rushed over asking what had happened. Yuqing pointed to the other side of the wall. Brother, you saved me, but the zombies. The zombies. I understand. The light in Yi Xin's eyes dimmed, and tears welled up at the corners, but he held them back. Let's go. We'll definitely meet up with Brother Chen and the others safely. Yuqing pulled the mirror shard from her palm and threw it to the ground. Wiping away her tears, she vaulted over the wall and landed. But after a few steps, tears streamed down her cheeks again, wetting her face. How could wiping away tears ever erase such pain? Brother Yu was scratched by that long-haired zombie back in the studio, but he never said a word. Because he wanted to get us out to deliver us safely to Brother Chen. That's why he was in such a hurry to leave. Yuqing explained to Jiaqian and Yixian. She couldn't bear to let anyone misunderstand that Yu Yang's urgency was out of fear for his own life. He probably didn't know how much longer he could hold on, so he kept urging us. Yixian sighed, lifting his head to look ahead. He even pointed me in the right direction at the end. I will definitely lead you both to Fuha Bridge. Thinking back, Yu Yang's earlier troubled expressions must have been him enduring immense pain, trying not to show it. The image of the madman writhing in agony after being bitten flashed before Yuqing's eyes once more. No, she must not dwell on it. Brother Yu had told her to forget everything and start anew. Everything she had now was bought with his life. He said he wanted to do things he had never done, to become someone he never imagined he would be. Along the way, Yuqing repeatedly pondered Yu Yang's words. But as she left the low wall, she glanced back and saw at the window they had climbed out of several faces watching them leave with ambiguous smiles. Perhaps it was just a trick of the light, or maybe zombies. Yuqing did not dwell on it further. Yixian took the lead, clearing the path ahead. Fortunately, this snack street had almost no zombies, making it easy to navigate. The three figures disappeared into the street. In a room on the second floor of an office building, a radio in the corner suddenly turned on by itself. They got away. Still too weak, thinking they could dominate this world just because they have abilities. This ability is rather useless. Following Yu Yang's earlier directions, these streets were all sparsely populated paths with plenty of hiding spots and alleys. The journey was safe with few zombies in sight. If not for their familiarity with the area, no one would have known such paths led to the Fuqing River. As the sky darkened, all three involuntarily quickened their pace. Not far ahead was Xuanhe Road, and a shimmering glimpse of the Fuqing River appeared. Xiqing lay by the window staring at the distant Fuha Bridge. After a long while he turned and sighed. No luck today. It's getting too dark to see if they want come now. With that, he found a seat, rummaged through his bag for some food, and said, Eat up and sleep early. We'll wait again tomorrow morning. Yimeng silently walked to the window gazing at the darkening sky. Though she claimed not to worry, she had been staring out the window since morning, lost in thought. Even though someone was always watching the bridge, she couldn't help but check herself. Although she had only been separated from Yi Xian for a day, under these circumstances it felt like an eternity. Don't worry, they'll come. Give them time, Yao Xiaoyu said, approaching Yimeng to comfort her. Just then Xuer, who had been listening to Zhou Feng's story, suddenly looked up. Big brother, I sense a group of bad people coming. The bad people Xuer referred to were of course zombies. You can sense them? Bai Yichen asked. Xuer nodded vigorously. Just now I suddenly felt a group of bad people over there chasing someone. They're almost at the bridge now. It seemed Xuer's perception had grown stronger. Bai Yichen clenched his fists. His own physical strength had also increased significantly over the past 2 days. As Xuer finished speaking, Yimeng suddenly shouted, Chinga, 3 people are on the bridge. A horde of zombies is chasing them. Due to the dim light, Yimeng could only make out 3 silhouettes, not recognizing them as Yi Xian and the Yu sisters. Perhaps she never imagined that a group of 4 had already become 3. Bai Yichen looked down from the window and muttered a curse. Turning back, he said, Grab your gear and head downstairs. It's Yi Xian and the others. Bring everything, we'll cross the river tonight. With that, he grabbed his backpack, shoved Xuer into Yi Saiking's arms, and rushed out, flashlight in hand. Take care of Xuer. He'll help them first. Without waiting for a reply, Bai Yichen thundered down the stairs. Yi Xian and the others had been walking through the alleys, finding it easy going. But once they turned onto Xuanhe Road, they were relentlessly pursued by zombies. The number of zombies in the alleys was nothing compared to the wide roads where zombies roamed everywhere. Spotting Yi Xian and the others as fresh prey, the zombies gleefully chased after them. The chase drove the trio straight onto the Fuhe Bridge. Seeing no one waiting for them on the bridge, Yi Xin's heart sank. Did Chinga and the others leave us behind, he wondered. Just as he voiced the question, Bai Yichen appeared like a divine warrior, sweeping aside zombies with a crowbar as he rushed toward them with concern. Where's brother Yu? I don't see him, Bai Yichen asked, immediately noticing Yu Yang's absence. Yi Xian slowly shook his head. Bai Yichen understood without further words, swinging his crowbar to take down zombie after zombie. Behind Bai Yichen, the main group quickly caught up. Little brother. Sis. The Yi siblings finally reunited. After taking down a wave of zombies, Bai Yichen handed his flashlight to Yi Xian. Lead everyone across. They'll hold the rear. Yi Xian nodded and dashed toward the other end of the bridge. He Xiqing, carrying Xuer on his back, shot past him, moving even faster. Under the flashlight's beam, He Xiqing was already 2/3 of the way across, almost at the other side. Then the flashlight illuminated a white obstruction blocking their path. He Xiqing moved closer and saw several neatly parked buses completely blocking the bridge. These white buses not only blocked He Xiqing's way, but also trapped a large horde of zombies on the bridge. The flashlight revealed rows of dull gray faces reminiscent of an angry school dean. To put it bluntly, they looked utterly inhuman. He Xiqing cursed under his breath and turned back. Damn it all. Why is it always me who suffers? Is today a test of my luck? He Xiqing's face turned pale. Yi Xian, seeing the situation, also launched into a string of curses. Holy crap. Chinga, the road ahead is blocked. Zombies everywhere. More than we can handle. Zhou Feng, holding a steel pipe, found himself caught between a rock and a hard place. Old dog, here you curse to attract zombies. Everywhere you go they block your path. Bai Yichen looked at the zombies ahead, then at the growing horde behind, and cursed as well. What the hell are they holding a meeting on the bridge? Earlier when they approached from Xuanhe Road, the banyan tree had blocked their view. They had only seen a few zombies wandering on the bridge, completely unaware of the buses and the massive zombie horde beyond. Later, upon reaching the second floor of the shop, the angle only allowed a view of the bridgehead on this side, not even the few zombies wandering on the middle of the bridge. Thus, everyone assumed there were only that many zombies on the bridge. Moreover, Bai Yichen had never anticipated that Yi Xian and the others would rush onto the bridge upon arrival. In his plan, they were supposed to meet the main group at the bridgehead, then collectively survey the surroundings before crossing the Fuhe Bridge. Who would have expected such a damn situation? With an ambush ahead and pursuers behind, they were trapped in a deathly predicament. And this was on a bridge, unlike last time when they were besieged on the street and could still take refuge in a nearby pharmacy. If they jumped off this bridge, it would be akin to declaring him done living. The Fuqing River was deep with a swift current. No matter how skilled a swimmer one might be, going down meant crying for help. It was winter, the cold alone could freeze a person to death. Bai Yichen couldn't think of any escape route for the moment, so he could only tell everyone that to survive they must give their utmost and fight side by side. Fortunately, this was not the first time they had faced such a siege. Everyone quickly found their positions, forming a circle back-to-back, protecting Xuer in the center while they fought on the periphery. Yi Xian and the sisters Yuqing had not eaten for a day and had been chased by zombies for quite a while, leaving them somewhat exhausted. Bai Yichen instructed the 3 of them to take turns going to the center of the circle to eat some food and regain their strength before joining the fight again. After holding out for about 30 minutes, everyone began to tire. Realizing they were trapped in the middle of the bridge with no easy way out unless they killed all the zombies on both sides, their spirits started to sink. Just then a smell of smoke drifted up from beneath the bridge, the scent of cooking smoke from a village, which struck everyone as strange. Hold on for a while. They'll go check the edge of the bridge, maybe there's a way out, Bai Chen said as he moved toward the railing. Hearing this, the others felt a glimmer of hope and immediately fought the zombies with renewed vigor. Bai Chen walked to the edge of the bridge and looked down. Below on the exposed part of the bridge pier's base a small flame was dancing, and beside it sat a person roasting something. Shining a flashlight down, he could see a makeshift shelter built on the pier's base along with a pile of tattered items that looked like old quilts and daily necessities. A wooden boat was tied to the pier, swaying with the river's current. Seeing the flashlight beam, the person by the fire looked up and mumbled something, but the sound was drowned out by the river. Bai Chen didn't catch it and assumed it was an invitation for them to come down and take shelter. Bai Chen immediately went back and pulled He Xiqing aside. Go get the ropes. We're descending to the bridge pier below to take cover. Hearing that their lives might be saved, He Xiqing scurried off to prepare. Soon everyone began grumbling as they started their descent. Although there was a pier base below to take refuge on with the raging river right beside it, one misstep during the descent could send them into the water. No one was in a good mood. Each person who reached the pier base felt no relief from being saved. Instead, they loudly cursed the bridge, the bus, the river, or the ropes that swayed during the descent. Because Xuer was too young, no one trusted her to descend alone, so He Xiqing carried her down tied to his back. After Yuqing descended, she raised her hand in disbelief. The wound from the mirror shard had somehow healed without her noticing. After all, it had only been a few hours, and that shard had truly pierced her flesh. No wonder she hadn't felt any pain in her palm while gripping the rope to slide down. The uncle who had been roasting something was completely bewildered by the sudden arrival of this crowd. He stood silently watching their performance. The last to descend was Bai Chen. As soon as he landed, he observed the strange man living on the pier. The man's expression was dull, showing no particular reaction. He Xiqing, seeing everyone safely down, prepared to retrieve the rope. Before his hand could touch the rope, there was a plop as a zombie fell directly from above, nearly hitting He Xiqing on the head, startling him. Before he could curse, another plop sounded as another zombie crashed down. This zombie had broken limbs, but still writhed, opening its wide mouth to bite. Plop, plop. Zombies fell one after another. Clearly they knew the group had come under the bridge and followed them down. Soon the pier was piled with several zombie corpses. The later falling zombies, cushioned by the bodies below, could stand up and attack. If a living person had jumped from that height, they would have surely broken their spine and ribs. But zombies felt no pain. If their legs were intact, they could stand and chase people to bite. Shocked by this turn of events, no one knew whether to praise the zombies' cleverness or bravery. It was He Xiqing who first leaped onto the nearby wooden boat and yelled, "Get on the boat," prompting everyone to scramble aboard. The dazed uncle was thrown onto the boat by Bai Chen. Finally, Bai Chen hesitated, then reluctantly jumped onto the boat, and he collapsed gloriously once again. Zombies kept thudding down, and one even jumped directly into the boat, causing it to rock, before He Xiqing kicked it into the river. Set sail, Bai Chen stammered. Get away from under the bridge. The rope, there's a rope. Zhou Feng felt the line tied to the bow thicker than 2 fingers. I have a dagger in my pocket, Bai Chen said weakly. The dagger named Cold Moon had been placed in Bai Chen's pocket. Because of this, it hadn't been lost when his backpack was discarded at the pharmacy, and now it proved extremely useful. Zhou Feng pulled Cold Moon from Bai Chen's pocket, and with a single cut the rope was severed. Under the river's current, the wooden boat swayed away from the pier, heading downstream. This dagger is really handy, Zhou Feng praised, holding it up. It's saved us twice now. Last time it was also used to cut a rope. I know what you're going to say. Keep the dagger. Bai Chen turned over, making himself comfortable on the boat. Only then did everyone begin to speak freely. Jia Qian and Yi Xian recounted to everyone what had transpired during the day, and more since they had been separated from the main group. When the topic of Yu Yang's death came up, tears were inevitably shed once more. After a round of heavy sighs, they noticed the dazed man on the boat, and promptly inquired why he had been living on the bridge pier. The man's gaze swept over the group before he began to speak haltingly. It was clear he hadn't conversed with anyone for a long time, his speech stumbling and awkward. It turned out that all of this man's family had perished. He had come to the city seeking work, but being unskilled, he was constantly deceived. Eventually, he acquired a fishing boat and took to fishing in the Fuqing River. Deeming the city's rent too steep, he took to sleeping on the bridge pier's foundation. By day, he would catch fish, eating some himself and selling a bit to others, barely scraping by. After the zombies appeared, the man found himself trapped on the pier, only venturing ashore in his boat to gather branches and such when his firewood ran out. At other times, his fishing was unaffected, so he had sustained himself entirely on fish during this period. Everyone was engrossed in listening to the man's extraordinary tale of life beneath the bridge, save for Yuqing, who sat staring blankly at her palm by the light of a flashlight. Although Bai Chen noticed Yuqing's peculiar behavior, he was too afflicted by seasickness to ask. Before long, Zhou Feng, who had been idly playing with the cold moon blades, suddenly turned to look at Yu Qing. Class rep, what interesting trinket have you got there? Let me have a look. Yu Qing turned her head to glance at Zhou Feng and let out a string of curses. Zhou Feng scratched his head in confusion. So you're Jia Qian. He then looked over at Jia Qian, who was animatedly speaking with the others, her language coarse and lively, and froze. This. Who is Jia Qian? Where's my class rep? No, that's not right. The class rep has long hair, Jia Qian has short hair. Zhou Feng turned back to Yu Qing, who was still cursing. Class rep, what's wrong with you? Why are you being as vulgar as Jia Qian? Nonsense. Yu Qing replied without lifting her head. Even Bai Yichen was startled by Yu Qing's profanity, for in all their years as classmates, he had never heard her utter a harsh word, let alone curse. After a moment, Yu Qing raised her head and showed her palm to Bai Yichen. Here there was a deep scar at noon today, but now it's gone. If this had come from Yi Ming, Bai Yichen might have pondered its veracity, but coming from Yu Qing, it was certainly no jest. Bai Yichen instantly grasped her meaning. As expected, what Yu Qing said next mirrored his own thoughts exactly. Yu Qing spoke of the supernatural abilities, not the simple tale of being trapped and escaping as Xin and Jia Qian had described. She recounted how they had wandered in circles within that room, full of mirrors, unable to find a way out. She spoke of the strange radio that could lull one into a hypnotic trance. She also mentioned the studio where they had been trapped and the peculiar card. Finally, Yu Qing shared her conjecture that perhaps everything had been an illusion. From the moment they entered that office building and ascended to the second floor, all that followed was a hallucination. Her reasoning was based on the wound on her hand. Yu Qing concluded that the wound on her hand might also have been an illusion. Alternatively, she might have now acquired a supernatural ability, the power to heal wounds rapidly. There was no other explanation for how a gash deep enough to reach the muscle and visible just that morning could have healed completely within a few hours, leaving not even a scar behind. Without waiting for Bai Yichen to voice his opinion, Yu Qing unhesitatingly snatched the cold moon from Zhou Feng's hand, unsheathed it, and slashed her own palm. Before Zhou Feng could even react, Yu Qing had finished cutting herself and thrust the blade back into his hand. Fortunately, Yu Qing was merely conducting an experiment and hadn't lost her senses. The cut she made was not too deep, for it bled only a little before stopping. We'll know the results soon, Yu Qing said, turning to stare blankly at the river, falling silent. Zhou Feng exchanged a startled glance with Bai Yichen, then edged closer and whispered, Qing'a, could Brother Yes' sacrifice have traumatized the class rep? She seems completely out of sorts. Zhou Feng had no deep bond with Yu Yang, so his death had little impact on him. He Xiqing also sidled over, looking as if he knew the inside story, and murmured, I heard from Jia Qian that Brother Yu was mauled beyond recognition by zombies. Despite the pain, he managed to hoist Yu Qing onto a low wall and said many deeply moving things along the way. I think Yu Qing has taken quite a shock. She really does seem a bit off. Bai Yichen slowly waved his hand. I think she's perfectly lucid. By the way, what were those moving words Brother Yu said? He told her to live a life she'd never lived, do things she'd never done, and even become someone she'd never imagined being. That explains it, Bai Yichen said, understanding dawning on him. No wonder she, usually so cautious and never impulsive, would do something like cutting her hand with a blade. No wonder the ever-gentle and refined language class representative would spew curses like a street punk. But class rep, oh class rep, when he told you to become someone you'd never imagined being, did you interpret that as cursing? Could it be a misunderstanding? As if sensing that Xiqing was talking about her, Yu Qing suddenly turned around. No longer gazing at the river, she extended her palm once more to Bai Yichen. What's this? Asking Qing'a for something. If you've got something good, Qing'a, share some with me too. Xiqing said, cheekily looking at Bai Yichen. Bai Yichen ignored him, his eyes fixed intently on the palm Yu Qing had extended. The hand was fair and smooth, the lines on her palm clean and neat, her skin so delicate it seemed it might break at a touch. There was no scar upon it. It was a perfect girl's hand, one that could even rival those of professional hand models. Yet just moments ago, Bai Yichen had seen her slice a considerable gash across it with the dagger. Now the wound had vanished as if it had never happened. Yu Qing had truly awakened a supernatural ability. She could rapidly heal her own wounds. I wonder if Brother Yu being injured by that zombie in the studio was also an illusion. Could it be that being bitten by a zombie was all a hallucination? Yu Qing's voice grew softer, perhaps aware of her own lapse in composure. She let out a soft laugh and shook her head as if trying to shake something off. Are you planning to tell everyone? Bai Yichen gestured toward Yu Qing's palm. Yu Qing nodded. Letting everyone know might give them a glimmer of hope. Then you should be the one to tell them. Bai Yichen offered an encouraging look. Yu Qing cleared her throat and recounted what had just happened to everyone, instantly stirring them into a frenzy. They all understood deep down that this meant anyone might suddenly awaken an ability just like Yu Qing. Their initial envy of Bai Yichen's enhanced physical strength now shifted entirely to admiration for Yu Qing's healing power. After all, this ability sounded far more formidable than mere physical enhancement. To put it plainly, Bai Yichen's was akin to a physical upgrade, while Yu Qing's was nothing short of a magical awakening. Then Bai Yiqian shared his own hypothesis. He mentioned that when Schwerer suddenly sensed the presence of danger, it seemed she could intuitively perceive zombies moving swiftly or hunting prey. This might also be a form of ability awakening. The group listened with growing intrigue. Schwetter's power was equally impressive, allowing her to evade countless perils. Only the uncles sitting on the gunwale dismissed their words entirely, casting a look of utter disbelief as if they were gravely mistaken. After each person fantasized about what ability they might awaken, silence fell, leaving no topic that could surpass the excitement of ability awakening. The only sounds were the gentle flow of water and the rocking of the boat, as if they were adrift on an endless ocean, with monsters lurking to capsize their fragile vessel at any moment. Uncle, you drift on this river every day? The appearance of those zombies doesn't really affect your life much, does it? Zhou Feng suddenly struck up a conversation with the uncle. No effect on me. It affects everyone on the planet. The uncle, who had been stammering earlier, now spoke with surprising eloquence. Right now we're like beached whales stranded in this world. Living we live in disgrace. Dying we don't even get a clean end. Everyone is either searching for their loved ones or figuring out how to survive, wondering if this has an end, if it will ever stop. Those zombies. Can you be certain they have no souls, no consciousness? Can you claim they lack intelligence or memory? Aren't they also beached whales? When a whale dies, its body washes ashore, decays, and enters the cycle of reincarnation. But when they die, their bodies still wander the world. Who knows if their souls have reached the other shore? No one expected such profound insight from the ordinary uncle. You ask if those zombies affect me. I'm just a beached fish too, the uncle concluded. Indeed, who among the living wasn't stranded in this world? His words plunged everyone back into silence. Yi Siqing raised her wrist to check her watch and suddenly announced, "It's past midnight. New Year's Day. Happy New Year, everyone." Only then did they realize that in their days they had spent the annual New Year's Eve. Recalling that at this time they used to be with their families, a wave of loss and melancholy washed over them. Zhou Feng suggested they quickly dock and find a food store to grab something for a modest celebration, at least to liven things up a bit. Yi Xian also chimed in, saying they had already left Fuhe Bridge far behind and should row straight to the opposite shore to find a place to rest. With that, everyone turned their gaze to the uncle. After all, none of them knew how to row on the river, and the boat belonged to him. Only he could steer it. The uncle looked at them helplessly, his voice tinged with grievance. "You threw me onto the boat without a word and cut the rope. I didn't even have time to grab the oar. It's still on the bridge pier. There's no way now." Everyone was left speechless. Bai Yiqian had been the one to toss the uncle onto the boat, so the uncle fixed his eyes on him. "You just lay down as soon as you got on. Now think of a solution. It's New Year's. You can't expect us to drift all the way to the Yangtze River, can you? Do you have anything that could serve as an oar?" Bai Yiqian was deathly seasick, feeling as if his brains were being churned into a paste. When the uncle, without any explanation, demanded something to use as an oar, he could only recall what his grandmother had given him yesterday morning: a bottle of orange soda, a bag of cereal, a leather jacket, and a long coil of hemp rope. Without thinking, he replied, "I have oranges, cereal, leather, and rope. Can they serve as oars?" As the wooden boat drifted aimlessly on the Fuqing River, unable to reach the shore, panic set in. Everyone pulled out steel pipes, kitchen knives, and various odds and ends to paddle, but the river's swift current rendered their efforts futile. Not even an inch closer to the bank. Only a proper oar could steer the boat to shore. Beads of sweat formed on their brows. Having just escaped the zombie siege, they never imagined being trapped and helpless on a wooden boat. Unable to budge the vessel, they could only drift with the current. But soon the uncle brightened up. "I remember now, there's a shoal downstream. Winter is the dry season, so our boat will definitely run aground there. We can go ashore at the shoal." "That's fantastic." Zhou Feng slapped the gunwale in delight. "So how far is it to that shoal?" "It's pitch black and I can't see the shore. No landmarks to go by," the uncle pondered. "But we shouldn't have passed the first bridge yet. From there to the shoal, it's probably another dozen li or so." Zhou Feng cursed, "Damn it, I can't believe this." But there was no choice. None of them could stop the boat. They had to follow the uncle's plan and drift until they reached the shoal. Bai Yiqian lay on the boat in so much agony, he wanted to jump overboard. A dozen li of drifting. It would be torture. All his heroic repute would be ruined here. As they fretted, a dark shadow appeared on the distant waters, spanning across the surface, its menacing form terrifying to behold. Bai Yiqian, lying down, didn't notice it, but Zhou Feng spotted the shadow first. "Damn it, brothers, grab your weapons. There's a monster in the water ahead." With that, he raised his steel pipe high. Everyone looked ahead, a chill running down their spines as they quickly gripped their weapons. "Shen guessed down, so I, as the vice captain, will lead us to fight the monster." Zhou Feng stood proudly at the bow, striking a pose he thought was cool, but was in fact rather ridiculous. Thud! A sudden sound echoed from the gunwale, and the boat began to rock as if its bottom had struck something. Shaken by the jolt, Zhou Feng nearly tumbled into the river, but Yi Siqing managed to grab hold of him in time. "Oh no, the monster is attacking." Zhou Feng struggled to steady himself. "Nonsense." Yu Qing shot him a scornful glance. "That's the collapsed bridge blocking the river. Our boat just crashed into the wreckage." He Xiqing quickly shone a flashlight ahead, and indeed it was the bridge that had been blown up earlier. Its broken span lay across the river, forming an obstacle that trapped their wooden boat midstream. Because the fracture was irregular, everyone had mistaken it for a monster. Heaven helps us. Uncle laughed. Now we can get to shore. Yimeng pointed urgently to the opposite bank. Uncle, we need to go that way. Don't take us back to the other side. Got it. Just watch your uncle. Uncle cheerfully took a steel pipe from Zhou Feng and slowly used it to brace against the collapsed bridge, guiding the boat across the Fuqing River bit by bit. After about 20 minutes, the boat finally reached the shore. Bai Yiqian sprang up from the boat, like a leaping carp, vaulting directly onto the bank, leaving Uncle staring wide-eyed. This kid's on steroids. He was nearly dying just now. The others smiled, knowingly grabbed their belongings, and lined up to disembark. Everyone invited Uncle to come ashore, but he waved them off, indicating he preferred to stay on the boat. He'll catch some sleep here. When dawn breaks, he'll find something to use as an oar and head back to my bridge pier. Safe travels. They thanked Uncle and set off with flashlights, searching for a path. Looking back at the Fuqing River flowing in the darkness and the shattered bridge, they couldn't help but sigh. Half a month ago they had reached the other side of the bridge, but only today had they truly crossed it. Before the zombie outbreak, no one would have believed it. Crossing the bridge back then took only a few minutes. Let's find a grocery store for some food, then a place to sleep. That'd be the perfect New Year's Eve. Yi Ming's eyes sparkled with imagination. With Yi Xian and Yu Qing's sisters having lost their backpacks, everyone's food supply was running low, making the search urgent. But it was only a little past 1 in the morning, still early before dawn. They preferred to find a place to rest and sleep first, leaving food to be scouted along the road tomorrow. This area was already close to the suburbs, and as they had guessed, the number of zombies here was very sparse. Strolling through the streets in such a large group, they only spotted 2 zombies in total. On the other side of the river, they would have taken down enough zombies in that time to fill several mahjong tables. No wonder the people here had blown up and barricaded the bridge. They were desperate to keep the zombies from the other side from crossing over. Walking from the riverbank to a street, Yimeng's flashlight illuminated a convenience store with a shattered glass door. Though the shelves inside were chaotically overturned, as if ransacked, bags of food were still visible. It seemed the shelves had been knocked over in the initial chaos, and no one had yet scavenged the food. Everyone surged forward, rushing into the store to pick through the goods. Items like bagged beef jerky, chocolate instant noodles, canned lunch meat, sausages, and self-heating hot pots were top choices, while other snacks depended on personal taste and backpack space. Yi Xian and the other 2, having lost their backpacks, could only grab a few shopping bags from the store and stuff them full. Now we have food for the celebration. All that's left is a place to stay, Yimeng said, waving her flashlight. We're about to find a spot where we can party and sleep well. He Xiqing gave Yimeng an odd look and whispered to Bai Yiqian, Chungu, is she blessed by fate? Bai Yiqian chuckled. Maybe fools have fortune. Exiting the convenience store, they had only walked a few steps when they spotted a star-rated hotel on the corner with its doors wide open. Though dark inside, there were no zombies. This is perfect, Yimeng said, pointing at the hotel. She suggested they go in and check it out. Apart from Zhou Feng and He Xiqing, none of the group had ever stayed in such a high-end hotel, so they all loved Yimeng's idea. After checking the front desk, they found family suites on the 2nd floor and headed straight there with flashlights. With Yi Xin's deft and flashy technique, the door lock, which could be opened with either a card or a key, yielded to a wire. Bai Yiqian turned to He Xiqing. I think you're right. Her mouth is blessed. Star-rated hotels were indeed different, fully equipped with smart amenities, though unfortunately without power. Bai Yiqian pulled out a few candles and lit them, providing barely enough light. The family suite had 3 bedrooms, each with exceptionally soft and comfortable large beds, presumably designed for a 3-generation family traveling together. The living room was spacious, with floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the Fuqing River, a true river view room. In normal times the night view would have been stunning, but now there was only pitch-black darkness. After touring the suite and deciding on sleeping arrangements, they gathered in the living room to celebrate the new year. Shuer was already too sleepy to keep her eyes open, and Yimeng coaxed her to sleep. In the living room they ate and drank, listening to Zhou Feng tell dirty jokes and corny puns, finding genuine joy while shutting out the cold and cruelty of the outside world. They stayed up until 3 or 4 in the morning, arranged a rotating watch, and reluctantly climbed into bed. The next day, everyone slept until the sun was high in the sky. Bai Yiqian simply announced they would stay another night at the hotel. It had been a long time since they had slept so comfortably and peacefully. The star-rated hotel's beds were exceptional, leaving them feeling refreshed and revitalized, their fatigue completely dissolved. Bai Yiqian's plan for the day was for He Xiqing to take the others back to the convenience store they had visited the night before to scavenge more supplies, while he and Zhou Feng would venture further to find backpacks for Yi Xian and the others, as carrying things without them was highly inconvenient. Bai Yiqian considered backpacks essential. They couldn't simply do without them. Zhou Feng suggested finding a good clothing store to get everyone some clean clothes to change into. With their tasks assigned, Bai Yiqian and Zhou Feng set off. This area was eerily quiet, with barely any zombies on the streets. Zhou Feng couldn't help but say, Shengu, the lack of zombies actually scares me. It's too quiet. Want me to send you back across the river? Bai Chen asked. Zhou Feng quickly shook his head. Actually, this side is fine. It's quiet. Perfect for contemplating life. As they spoke, they had already walked several hundred meters, and an outdoor gear shop by the roadside caught their attention. Outdoor equipment was always a treasure trove. Lightweight, durable, high quality, and multifunctional. Pushing open the glass door, they entered to find rows of windbreakers, quick-dry, clothing, hiking backpacks, and various other outdoor supplies neatly arranged, dazzling their eyes. With no shop assistance and no need to pay, the temptation was overwhelming. The two gleefully prepared to get to work. Bai Chen found 3 backpacks suitable for Yi Xi and Yuqing, and her sister then began stuffing items inside. A sturdy climbing rope, grab one. He Siking's rope was still tied to the Fuha bridge, so this one was just right for him. Lightweight raincoats, take a dozen. One for each person, perfect for rainy days, and they could double as extra warmth when worn over clothes. Comfortable hiking shoes, a few pairs. Yi Zin's shoes looked worn out, so these would suit him perfectly. The two darted between the shelves searching for items they needed, or didn't need. Their only rule was simple: pack as much as possible. At the star-rated hotel, He Siqing led the group leisurely toward the convenience store. He understood why Bai Chen had left him here. His combat skills were stronger, allowing him to buy time for the others in case of an emergency, until Bai Chen and Zhou Feng returned. The day was bright with sunlight warming the streets, almost like a touch of spring. The empty roads showed no sign of zombies, and everyone relished the slow stroll under the sun. At the convenience store, they each picked out what they needed, discarding items they deemed unworthy. Schwitter sat on the floor tearing open snacks, and eating, swapping for a new bag if the taste didn't please her. Yi Ming, meanwhile, first found her favorite brand of spicy strips, eating with greasy lips while rummaging through the snack section. Jiaqian and Yi Xian stood by the fridge competing to see who could finish a bottle of soda first. Yuqing and Yao Xiaoyu diligently searched for practical portable items. He Siqing dutifully kept watch, occasionally taking down a passing zombie. But his vigilance didn't last long. The sight of Jiaqian and Yi Xian drinking soda made his mouth water, so he soon abandoned his post and joined their antics. After downing a can of cola and a Sprite, He Siqing belched and glanced outside the convenience store. What he saw nearly scared the soul out of him. A figure had appeared at the store's entrance, standing stiff and motionless with its back to them. Backlit by the sun, it was just a dark silhouette. Inside, everyone was still eating and drinking, oblivious to the eerie presence at the door. When this creepy thing had arrived, no one knew. Playing tricks in broad daylight, He Siqing felt a chill run down his spine, unsure of its nature. If it were a zombie, why wouldn't it attack and just stand there? But if it were human, that was even more bizarre. Who stood so stiffly without a single sway, unless dead? A corpse that had been dead for hours, its body rigid. He Siking's mind went blank. He dropped the soda bottle, gripped his steel pipe, and charged forward. Man or ghost standing there scaring people was wrong. He'd knock it down first. In a flash, he reached the entrance, steeled himself, and swung the pipe downward. Just as the pipe was about to strike, the figure suddenly moved, turning around and catching the blow. The sun was blinding, making the figure seem to glow. Squinting, He Siqing saw it was a bald man, hence the shiny head. Realizing it was a living person, He Siqing slowly withdrew the pipe, but kept his guard up, holding it horizontally in a defensive stance. Bob benefactor, see clearly. I am human. Do not be afraid. The bald man clasped his hands together and bowed to He Siqing. A monk. This was the last thing He Siqing expected. Observing closely, the monk appeared no older than 20, wearing a dirty down jacket, carrying a cloth bundle, and hanging a bag of tea around his neck with a rope, looking quite out of place. Master, are you alone? He Siqing returned the bow, his eyes darting around. If the monk had companions come to seize the store, trouble would ensue. Weren't movies full of fights over supplies? Usually it led to a clash with injuries or deaths. The monk looked handsome but had strong hands, possibly trained, making things tricky. After scanning the area, He Siqing confirmed the monk was alone and slowly relaxed. The monk saw through He Siqing's thoughts and replied, benefactor, aside from you and me, there is no one else nearby. Then leave. Our group has enough people, we don't need more. With Bai Chen absent, He Siqing dared not invite trouble. The monk simply smiled, not moving. You search inside, I'll stand guard outside. We don't need your watch, we can handle it ourselves. He Siqing dared not admit had been distracted from his duty. Is that so? The monk suddenly pointed to a zombie on the ground. He Siqing saw it was the one head killed earlier and sneered. Hey monk, don't try to take credit. I killed that zombie, indeed. But look at the one beside it. What beside? He Siqing's words trailed off as he spotted another dead zombie next to the one head killed. This one was bizarre. Flattened into a thin pancake-like layer on the ground, barely visible unless one looked closely. Monk, did you do this? He Siqing couldn't believe it. Only a steamroller could produce such an effect. The monk smiled silently, standing there with an air of superiority, as if He Siqing was making a fuss over nothing. He Siqing couldn't fathom how the monk had turned a zombie into a pancake. Had a steamroller really passed by? No, if it had, the noise would have been unmistakable. Master, how did you do that? It looks damn cool. Can you teach me? He Psyching's demeanor shifted instantly. A moment ago he had called him a monk, but now he had transformed into a master. The monk shook his head. You wouldn't be able to learn. Why not? I'm clever. You don't believe in Buddha, the monk said. Just then a zombie staggered around the street corner. He Siching quickly gestured with a master please motion toward it. The monk smiled, since the benefactor wishes to see then watch closely. With that he suddenly struck a pose with his thumb and middle finger pressed together, murmuring incantations under his breath. The Bodhisattva appears. With a whoosh, a gilded bronze statue of Guanyin descended from the heavens, crushing the zombie into a meat patty before vanishing instantly. He Siching rubbed his eyes, and even slapped himself across the face. Am I seeing things? Or have I finally gone mad in this world? No way. Was that really the Bodhisattva appearing? I must have finally lost my mind. He Siching shook his head repeatedly. The monk smiled and patted him on the shoulder. Benefactor, your eyes aren't playing tricks on you, and you haven't gone mad. What you just witnessed was real. Master, this is really over the top. He Siching was left speechless. After all, that scene was a bit too surreal. He couldn't accept it all at once. He desperately wanted to ask, who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Fortunately, Bai Yichen and Zhou Feng walked over slowly from the other end of the street carrying backpacks, saving He Siching from his predicament. Upon seeing them, He Siching rushed forward as if meeting his own father, embracing Zhou Feng tightly and weeping profusely. Old Zhou, I've really seen it all today. He Siching recounted the incident with embellishments. Zhou Feng's reaction was much the same as his, while Bai Yichen merely furrowed his brow before quickly returning to normal. May I ask the master's Dharma name? Bai Yichen stepped forward, pressing his palms together respectfully and without arrogance. My Dharma name is Zhenru. So it's Master Zhenru. Bai Yichen pressed his palms together again and whispered, May I ask how long you've awakened this ability? Zhenru's expression shifted. Benefactor, do you know about abilities? Could it be that you? Not at all, Bai Yichen waved his hand. We're just ordinary people. Zhenru chuckled. This ability of mine only appeared on the day the zombies came. A worshipper turned into a zombie right before my eyes and lunged to bite me. In desperation, I shouted, the Bodhisattva appears, and the Bodhisattva truly did. I see. Where's the master heading now? Just following fate with no particular destination. If I see someone in trouble, lending a hand is merit enough. Bai Yichen pondered for a moment. How about joining my team? As you can see, my team is weak and vulnerable. The master can showcase your skills and guide them along. Very well, very well. Zhenru agreed with a beaming smile. Bai Yichen had invited him only after discerning that Zhenru was indeed a kind-hearted person with considerable ability. Seeing the monk accept, Bai Yichen quickly called everyone over to get acquainted. The group rummaging through the convenience store only then noticed the monk outside, showing just how absorbed they were in their search. After introductions, Zhou Feng couldn't hold back and asked, Monk, why are you wearing a pack of tea around your neck? Zhenru was taken aback. I'm a Buddhist. What's wrong with wearing a pack of Guanyin tea around my neck? Zhou Feng. He Siching, awesome. Yexin makes sense. Yu Qing, idiot. The group packed up their spoils from the day and returned to the hotel together. Zhenru followed them to the hotel, and Yexin arranged a separate room for him right across from their suite. That evening, Bai Yichen gathered everyone together, planned the next day's route, assigned night watch duties, and they all turned in early. Early the next morning, as soon as dawn broke, Bai Yichen urged everyone to get up. After a light meal, they each shouldered their backpacks and set off on the journey again. The sky was still dim, and there was a slight chill at the start. But as they walked, the day grew brighter and warmer. This area was exceptionally quiet and safe. Even after traveling a long distance, they encountered only a few wandering zombies, and there were far fewer abandoned cars and debris blocking the road. Compared to the city across the river, it felt like two different worlds. Across the river, the streets were teeming with zombies, broken down cars, trash, and billboards that had fallen to the ground from neglect. In contrast, this place felt almost eerie. Bai Yichen observed his surroundings as he walked, and eventually reached a conclusion. There must be far more survivors here than over there. Although the blocked or destroyed bridges had kept many zombies from crossing over, the number of zombies here shouldn't be this low. It was unnaturally sparse. With no large piles of zombie corpses anywhere, it could only mean that this area truly had this few zombies. The number of zombies is inversely proportional to the number of living people. Fewer zombies meant more survivors. But where had all these people gone? Along the way, they passed shop after shop with wide open doors, yet saw little sign of human activity. For instance, the convenience store Bai Yichen's group had looted earlier was stocked with plenty of food, but it had just been left there untouched. Could it be that all the survivors in this area had already left the city? Where had they evacuated to? Bai Yichen walked along, pondering various possibilities, while He Siching and Zhou Feng crowded around Zhenru, peppering him with questions. For example, Zhou Feng, Monk, do you use shampoo or face wash to wash your head? He Siching, Master, can you really not teach me that descending from heaven's technique? Zhou Feng, Monk, have you ever been in love? He Siching, Master, if I follow you in Buddhism, still can't you teach me? The two of them played off each other, leaving Jinru speechless, or perhaps he simply didn't want to engage. Bai Chen felt it was going too far, and couldn't bear to watch their teasing any longer. Master Jinru isn't as boring as you two. Shut up and let him have some peace. But unexpectedly Jinru turned to Bai Chen and said, I've heard them say you're quite impressive. Huh. Bai Chen looked at Zinra's bald head glistening in the morning sun, feeling a bit dazed. I really want to see which is stronger, my bodhisattva appears, or you. Jinru looked at Bai Chen with eager anticipation. After all, Jinru was just a young man in his 20s, actually a lively and cheerful goofball. The aloof and profound demeanor he had shown when they first met yesterday was merely because he was a bit slow to warm up. After half a day of getting along, Jinru had now completely let loose. If you ignored his bald head, you would think he was just an ordinary young man. Bai Chen was stunned for a moment, about to reply to Zenra's words, when he saw Jinru suddenly make a gesture, as if plucking a flower, and shout, the Bodhisattva descends. Instantly, the gilded bronze Bodhisattva statue descended from the sky, once more crashing down toward Bai Chen's head. Bai Chen's agility was now far beyond that of an ordinary person. He merely shifted his body and dodged the statue. With a loud bang, the statue struck the empty ground where Bai Chen had stood, sending dust flying and leaving a crater several centimeters deep in the earth. Bai Chen remained impassive, lifting a leg to kick the statue fiercely. The meter-tall Buddha statue was sent flying out of sight. The onlookers were dumbfounded, unsure whether to applaud Jinru or Bai Chen. Yi Xin and the others witnessed Zenra's ability for the first time. The sight of the Bodhisattva statue descending from the sky filled them with indescribable awe, and they were even more astonished when they saw the precise strike that cratered the ground. Yet they never expected that such a ferocious attack could be neutralized by Bai Chen's quick dodge and a single kick. Was this monk impressive? Absolutely. He could summon reinforcements out of thin air. Yet even so, he was still being dominated by Bai Chen. Bai Chen pressed his palms together in a Buddhist greeting toward Jinru, and chuckled, I didn't go all out, that statue should be fine. Zenra's mouth twitched, but he said nothing. He Sicheng jumped in front of Bai Chen. Brother Chun, I've decided to learn from you. In the face of true power, magic attacks are just tickles. None of you need to learn from anyone. Abilities awaken on their own. Until they do, just keep fit and stay alive. Bai Chen said as he continued walking down the street, leaving them with a meaningful silhouette. They walked for over 10 minutes, encountering 3 zombies in total. Bai Chen took down 2, leading the way, while one charged out from a nearby shop and ran into Yi Xin. The journey was so smooth that everyone began to feel a bit bored. Having been chased by zombies every day recently, this sudden leisure felt strange. Aren't we taking a long detour to get to Nanshan Villa from here? Yi Xin suddenly asked. What, you think my brother Chen's route is bad? Zhou Feng glared at Yi Xin. Then go from here, cross Fuha Bridge back there. It's closer, and the road is fun with endless zombies to keep you company. No, that's not what I meant. Yi Xin waved his hands repeatedly. My sister has been frail since childhood. She gets tired easily from walking. I worry about her. Zhou Feng's mind conjured an image of Yi Meng fiercely stabbing a zombie with a steel pipe and running faster than a rabbit. He wondered if Yi Xin was talking about that sister. Just then Yi Meng let out a timely sigh. Alas, the road is so wide. If only we had a car. I'm so tired. Zhou Feng, what can you drive if there's a car? What do you have, a car? Yi Meng retorted. There are several in my garage. So what? Zhou Feng replied arrogantly. Even if you had 100, it's useless. Yi Meng rolled her eyes. I want to ride in a car now. It's too far to walk to your place from here. With the road so clear, it would only take half an hour by car. Aren't you blessed with a golden tongue? Then make a wish that a car will show up soon, Zhou Feng said slyly, looking at Yi Meng. And preferably one with a driver who works tirelessly. They'll make that wish right now. Yi Meng clasped her hands together. Heaven bless us, may we soon find a teammate who brings a car. Benefactor, Yi, having faith is good, but don't be superstitious. The monk interjected softly. Everyone cursed the monk inwardly. I really believed in your heresy. You can summon a bodhisattva out of thin air, yet you forbid others from being superstitious. If you weren't superstitious, why become a monk? Just as they were silently cursing him, Zhou Feng suddenly let out an ah. Brother Chen, this place looks familiar. Zhou Feng looked around the small street they had just entered. It was incomparable to the area across the river, filled with dilapidated self-built houses and even shacks, places where migrant workers or the poor would live. I think Wu Hao's home is around here, Zhou Feng said. Wu Hao was the most diligent and hard-working member of Dorm 214, and also the poorest. But he had a great relationship with Zhou Feng and Bai Chen. In short, he always let them copy his homework. He never forgot to pack a meal for the two, who often forgot to eat. Their bond was as close as brothers. When the zombie outbreak first began, since Wu Hao wasn't in the dorm, Zhou Feng and Bai Chen hadn't thought much about him. But now that they were near his home, they naturally wanted to check on him. Zhou Feng, do you remember exactly where his house is? Bai Chen had been to Wu Hao's home once before with Zhou Feng, but he couldn't recall the precise location. Zhou Feng thought for a moment and replied, I think I have a vague memory. It should be about 2/3 of the way down this small street, where there's a narrow alley. Go in, and it's the house with an orange tree in front. Alright, let's go check it out. Hope the kid is still alive, Bai Chen said. But he didn't hold out much hope as this area was eerily quiet. Few zombies, but no living people except for the monk. Perhaps Wu Hao wasn't here. Despite thinking this, Bai Chen strode resolutely toward the narrow alley Zhou Feng mentioned. Sure enough, about 2/3 of the way down the small street, there was a very narrow alley so tight that two people would barely squeeze past each other. Bai Chen peered inside, then looked at Schwer. Schwer immediately shook her head. Big brother, I can't sense any hostile bad guys. Bai Chen hummed in acknowledgement, then fell into thought. He had no way of knowing what lay inside that narrow alley. If something happened inside, retreating would be extremely difficult. Bai Chen stopped pondering and turned to the group. Zhou Feng and I will go in and take a look. After all, Wu Hao is our good brother. We don't know what's inside yet. You all wait out here. To everyone's surprise, the timid Yi Xin was the first to object. Brother Chen, you saved my life from the very beginning, and I've said it before. If you ever need my life, you can take it anytime. Since Wu Hao is your brother, he's mine too. I'm coming with you. A wave of heroic boldness washed over Yi Xin's face, and a spirit of youthful chivalry consumed him entirely. Yi Xiqing seized the opportunity. Brother Chen, I've said from the start that my mind isn't as sharp as yours, but I will absolutely follow your lead. I'm coming with you too. If things go south, they'll just run. When it comes to escape, I dare say, everyone here is trash. Everyone had full confidence in Yi Xiqing's ability to flee, so they all nodded in unison. Brother Chen, I'm coming too. Yi Ming among the girls was the first to declare. Then the rest also voiced their intent, all ready to follow Bai Chen. At worst, we'll die together and become zombies together. Right? Our steel pipe escape team will never be separated even in death. Exactly. If we stick together, we can look out for each other if anything happens. One after another, their words deeply moved Bai Chen. Their trust in him had reached an unconditional level. Bai Chen pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. Since that's the case, let's all go together. Keep the usual formation. But, Yi Xiqing, carry Schwer on your back. If things go wrong, you can escape with her first. Yi Xiqing didn't refuse. He scooped up Schwer and placed her on his backpack. Schwer's small hands quickly wrapped around Yi Xiqing's neck. Let's go, let's take a look inside. Bai Chen was the first to step into the narrow alley. The alley was not only narrow but also winding, as if leading to a secluded spot. The outside could not see what was inside at all. Although Bai Chen had been here once before, it was a long time ago, and he no longer remembered the layout. Seeing the scene inside the alley again, he was still taken aback. After walking about a dozen steps inward, one side of the alley was a high wall, and the other side was lined with extremely dilapidated shacks. Some had large holes through which one could see old beds and a few pots and pans. Beneath Anqing's glamorous and splendid exterior, such a place was hidden. No wonder the alley was so winding. It was probably to conceal the sight inside. Indeed, from the street outside, not a hint of what lay within could be seen. On one side of the alley was a sewage ditch filled with black mud and greenish water. Floating on the surface were some cabbage leaves and roots already rotten beyond recognition. After all large-scale human activity had ceased for a month, how could anything fresh appear in the ditch? The rot and fermentation in the ditch came entirely from the garbage of the normal human world a month ago. Everyone instinctively raised their hands to cover their noses and mouths. The smell here was even more unbearable than a gathering of zombies. Wu Hao had grown up in such an environment. No one knew how he had survived. As they walked along the winding alley, their worldview was constantly being reshaped. Especially Yi Xiqing, who had grown up in a pampered environment. He had never seen such a scene. He even wondered if this place was some kind of relic. Could people really be living in such conditions in this society? After walking a bit further, a lush orange tree suddenly appeared before them. Though it was still the cold of winter, the orange tree was not only full of leaves, but also bore many bright red oranges, lovely to look at like little lanterns. This is quite festive. Today is the second day of the Lunar New Year. There's still a bit of New Year atmosphere, Zhou Feng muttered. Brother Chen, this should be the place. Take the path beside the orange tree. Beside the orange tree there was indeed a muddy trail, also winding, leading to a single-story self-built house. Among the houses in this alley, Wu Hao's home was relatively decent. Most people lived in shacks or dilapidated self-built houses. Wu Hao's house was at least a newly built one, recently renovated. However, as soon as Bai Chen reached the orange tree, a bad feeling crept into his heart. The stench here seemed much stronger than elsewhere. He looked around, but found that the sewage ditch did not pass by here. Then what was producing such a foul odor? Could it be zombies? Bai Chen sniffed hard. It was indeed the smell of zombies. Such a strong odor. There must be a large number of zombies nearby, right? Bai Chen raised his hand, making a stop gesture, and signaled everyone to keep quiet. Then he bent low and jumped over a bamboo fence under the orange tree. On the other side of the fence was a small vegetable garden belonging to Wu Hao's family. The garden was now lush and thriving. Some vegetables had even grown too old and had not been picked. This is our Chinese spirit of planting vegetables. Bai Chen couldn't help but exclaim. But seeing the garden full of lush, unharvested vegetables, Bai Chen's uneasy feeling grew stronger. Under such circumstances there should be no one at Wu Hao's home, otherwise these vegetables would have shown signs of picking. Now that they were here they might as well go inside the house to see. Bai Chen thought as he slowly walked toward the single-story self-built house. The door and windows are tightly shut. It looks like someone is inside, he pondered as he walked. Then why wouldn't they come out to pick some vegetables? Fresh leafy greens. Bai Chen had last eaten them at Grandpa Li's place. No matter whether Wu Hao is here or not, I've got to take some vegetables when we leave, he resolved silently. When he reached the main door of the self-built house, Bai Chen noticed something was off. There were many footprints on the ground. And the closer he got to the house, the stronger the stench of zombies became. Could there be a zombie corpse inside? Bai Chen slowly brought his face close to the door, squinting to peer through the crack. After just one glance, he couldn't help but curse. Damn, is that bastard Wu Hao playing some kind of breeding game? Through the crack, as far as the eye could see, the room was packed with zombies. Cyan gray skin, stiff and motionless bodies, an overwhelming stench of decay. These zombies were all standing. They were not corpses. They were all alive. Bai Chen involuntarily stepped back a full pace. The next second, zombies suddenly burst through the door, surging toward him like a flood. Damn it. Bai Chen couldn't help but curse again. At this moment, atop the self-built house, inside a simple shack, a young man was listlessly leaning against a chair. Hearing the strange noise from downstairs, he couldn't help but shake his head. These zombies are going crazy again. Did I just hear someone talking? No way, there shouldn't be any humans left in this world, right? I must be the last one, or else, why hasn't anyone come to rescue me all this time? Sigh, I guess my time is running out. I'm starting to hallucinate. This is as far as I can hold on. In the yard downstairs, Bai Chen raised his crowbar, knocked down a few zombies, and prepared to run out, muttering complaints. That bastard Wu Hao, is he dead, or where did he go? Locking so many zombies in the house, what a weird hobby. The young man on the rooftop, upon hearing the name Wu Hao, was startled. He forced himself to stand up from the chair and walk to the edge of the roof to look down. Amidst the massive horde of zombies was a youth in a black windbreaker wielding a crowbar with such ferocity that any zombie approaching was knocked to the ground lifeless. Chen Gu. The young man paused and slapped his own cheeks. Hallucination. It must be a hallucination. Just then Bai Chen seemed to hear someone muttering above him and immediately looked up. He saw a fool standing on the rooftop slapping himself. And that fool was none other than Wu Hao, the very person Zhou Feng and Bai Chen were searching for. Wu Hao, what the hell are you doing? Bai Chen wondered if Wu Hao had been scared silly by the zombies. Oh well, he was a good guy once. Let him borrow homework, helped him with meals. How did he become an idiot? Never mind, even if he's an idiot, he couldn't just leave him here to fend for himself. With that thought, Bai Chen, who had planned to retreat, suddenly bent his knees, pushed off the ground, and with a burst of power from his calves leaped up, instantly landing on the rooftop of the self-built house. For Bai Chen, now a height of 3 or 4 meters, was nothing special. Well, not exactly nothing. Calling it trivial would be too arrogant. Let's say it was a moderate feat. Wu Hao was stunned to see Bai Chen jump up from the yard below. Slap, slap. Wu Hao slapped himself twice more. That hurts, so it's not a hallucination. Only then did Wu Hao confirm that Bai Chen standing before him was a real person, not a figment of his imagination. Seeing Wu Hao's actions, Bai Chen felt a headache coming on. He's really sick. With the chaos downstairs, it won't be easy to get him out. Zhou Feng and the others are waiting outside. Should I find a way to let them know what's happening here? Zombies kept pouring out of the doors, circling the house, trying to bite the two on the rooftop. Just then the idiot Wu Hao spoke up. Chen Gu, how did you get here? Did you come specifically to rescue me? Boo-hoo, Chen Gu, you're so kind. Trapped on the rooftop for over 20 days, seeing a familiar face, Wu Hao couldn't hold it in anymore, his face smeared with tears and snot. Chen Gu, I've been so miserable. When I woke up, my parents had turned into zombies, and so had all the neighbors. They were all surrounding me. I could only escape to this rooftop to hide, eating plain porridge every meal. I'm starving to death. Bai Chen looked back, saw the rickety shack, the gas canister beside it, and a pot of white porridge, and understood the situation. He quickly pulled a can of luncheon meat and a piece of bread from his backpack and handed them to Wu Hao. Wu Hao's eyes lit up at the sight of food. He took the bread, tore open the wrapper, and finished it in 2 bites. Then he opened the canned meat and devoured it. Chen Gu, I've really been through hell. There are vegetables in the front garden, but I can't get to them. Those damn zombies wander the yard every day, and at night, they even know to go inside to rest. Couldn't they find someone else to bite outside? Why do they have to guard me here? It's been 23 whole days today. I'm used to hardship, but over 20 days of just drinking porridge, not even any pickled vegetables. Wu Hao sobbed while wolfing down the canned meat. Bai Chen couldn't help but say, besides us, there really aren't any others for them to bite. There's something strange about your area. We haven't seen a single other survivor along the way. Us? Wu Hao stared at Bai Chen in shock. Are there others besides Chen Gu? Zhou Feng, Yimeng, and Lu Yuqing are all waiting outside. Bai Chen deliberately mentioned a few classmates to reassure Wu Hao, then added, and there are more besides them. Our group is pretty big. Then call them in. Get them up on the rooftop. It's definitely not safe outside with so many zombies. No need for that. I still have to figure out how to get you down. Bai Chen looked at the yard packed with zombies. Do you have any strength left? Let me finish this bite first. Wu Hao continued eating heartily. In the alley outside, He Xiqing and the others had been waiting for Bai Chen for a while with no sign of danger, so they began to relax. Shuer slipped down from He Xiqing's shoulder and walked toward the orange tree. She loved everything orange-flavored. That's why Grandma insisted Bai Chen bring a bottle of orange soda when they left. Now seeing the tree full of oranges, Shuer's mouth watered. Uncle He, Shuer called out. He Xiqing's face darkened. She calls Bai Chen big brother, but for me it's uncle. Uncle He, stay right here, don't move. Shuer pointed at the orange tree ahead. He'll pick some oranges for you. He Xiqing's mouth twitched. He had to find a way to give her a good scolding. But Shuer only took 2 steps forward before stopping abruptly, her face turning pale. Then she sprinted back and jumped onto He Xiqing. Uncle He, bad guys. Inside. Lots of bad guys. Go save big brother. He Xiqing's expression changed, and Zhou Feng had already rushed out gripping a steel pipe. Over the past 2 days they had figured out what Shuer meant by bad guys, and knew she could sense the presence of aggressive zombies. Chen Guim coming to save you. Zhou Feng leaped over the bamboo fence and landed in the yard. The yard was packed with zombies just itching for someone to bite, and Zhou Feng had practically delivered himself to them. The zombies seethed with frenzy, abandoning their fixation on the 2 figures atop the roof and shifting their gaze toward Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng was no easy target either, spotting that the yard was teeming with zombies, yet Bai Chen was nowhere in sight. He immediately turned back and vaulted over the fence. Chen Guim off. Bai Chen saw Zhou Feng enter and was about to urge him to leave, first planning to find a way to get Wu Hao out later to regroup with them. Little did he know Zhou Feng hadn't even noticed anyone on the rooftop and had simply bolted. Cowardice is also a survival skill, Bai Chen couldn't help but remark. Zhou Feng leaped out and collided with He Xiqing, who was heading in. He quickly pushed He Xiqing back. Listen to me, you can't handle this. It's full of zombies in there. What about Chen Gu? Didn't see him, Zhou Feng replied honestly. It's too chaotic inside, I didn't get a chance to look. But Chen Gu went in there. We can't just abandon him. I have to go in and check, He Xiqing said, ignoring Zhou Feng and preparing to charge inside. He Laogo, don't be reckless. Zhou Feng grabbed him. Our concern for Chen Gu is the same, but the situation inside is tricky. We'd better discuss this together. As they spoke, they failed to notice the monk quietly stepping past them from the side. The monk wasn't as impulsive as Zhou Feng. He merely stood by the fence, peeked inside, then withdrew and approached the 2. Benefactor, Zhou, isn't it inappropriate to be embracing like this in broad daylight? Perhaps you should find a private moment. The zombies you've lured will be here soon. Let's just go in. His calm words left He Xiqing and Zhou Feng stunned. You mean the 3 of us go in together? He Xiqing asked. With the 3 of us and Benefactor, by taking down these zombies should be no problem. Have them take the children farther away, the monk said, pointing to the group standing in the alley. All of you stay back. He Xiqing waved casually at Yi Xian and the others. We're going in to find Chen Gu. Everyone retreated immediately, careful not to cause trouble for He Xiqing and his team. Zhou Feng quickly asked, where's Chen Gu? I didn't see him. There are really too many zombies in there, several dozen at least. Without Chen Gu we'll have a tough time. He Xiqing began to hesitate as well. Zhou Feng, listen to me, don't charge in. Let's defend. The monk said, understood, listen to you. Don't be a coward, go all out. With that the monk leaped directly over the fence, his movements even somewhat graceful, his gleaming bald head radiating the light of camaraderie. Damn, what accent is that monk using? He Xiqing and Zhou Feng wasted no time gripping their weapons tightly as they followed him over the fence. The entire yard of zombies went wild, practically dancing on the spot. This was 3 servings of delivered lunch. They all howled as they surged forward. The monk made a gesture like picking a flower, and the gilded bronze Guanyin statue descended from the sky, crushing a zombie into a meat patty. He Xiqing and Zhou Feng were not to be outdone, raising their steel pipes to deliver fatal blows to every zombie that lunged at them. Seeing the 3 burst into the yard from outside, Bai Chen understood their intent. They had come to back him up. He wasted no more time and turned to Wu Hao. Rest here for a bit and regain your strength. He'll go down and help them clear the yard. Without waiting for Wu Hao's reply, Bai Chen grabbed a crowbar and leaped into the zombie horde below, beginning a one-sided massacre. Wu Hao was dumbfounded. What did he mean by clear the yard? Those were zombies, not trash. Had it only been a month since he last saw Bai Chen? How had everything become so insane? Was jumping onto a roof several meters high something a normal person could do? Would a normal person leap into a zombie horde with just a crowbar? What was up with that monk? Why did a Buddha statue fall from the sky when he made that delicate gesture? Holy crap, was that Zhou Feng from the dorm, the cowardly timid one, actually killing zombies? Wu Hao's mind was flooded with questions and shock to a degree no less than an ancient person suddenly transported to the modern world. He couldn't make sense of anything anymore, standing frozen on the roof, then slapping himself. Slap, pain. Slap, slap, slap. Real pain. The pain meant it was real. The real world was utterly insane and he was terrified. Wu Hao helplessly hugged himself on the rooftop. By each end, Xiqing and the others worked together and quickly cleared the dozens of zombies in the yard. Later, Zhou Feng even felt it was a bit unsatisfying. He hadn't seen so many zombies since crossing the river, but had only killed a few before Bai Yichen finished them all off. Looking at the corpses scattered across the ground, the monk even chanted a rebirth mantra to give them a send-off. You should have left me a few more to have some fun, Zhou Feng said. Xiqing nodded. Got it, next time you go first. I said leave me a few. Yeah, you're willing to sacrifice yourself leading the charge. Hilago, that's like 9 steamrollers with 1 broken. 8 pressure. Save the bickering for the construction site. Let's get out of here first, Bai Yichen said, turning to look at the roof. Wu Hao, come down. Wu Hao glanced at the zombie corpses littering the ground and shook his head. I can't. I have a fear of heights. Someone who had hidden on a rooftop for over 20 days was claiming to be afraid of heights. Not even a dog would believe that. Old Wu, you're actually still alive. Zhou Feng finally spotted Wu Hao on the roof and stepped forward, planting his feet. I am Zhou Feng, deputy captain of the Doomsday Steel Pipe Escape Team. If you trust me, jump down from there, and I'll catch you with the heavenly reversal. Don't come near me. Wu Hao stepped back in fear. I really am afraid of heights. Chenggu, we can't keep dragging this out. Look, there are more zombies coming out of that house. Xiqing glanced at the building, then at Wu Hao on the roof. Let's get him down first. Bai Yichen nodded. You have a point. With a whoosh, he leaped back onto the roof. Wu Hao, Chenggu, have you come to keep me company? Hoo-hoo. Bai Yichen, get down there. With a single kick, he sent Wu Hao plummeting. The ground was muddy and covered in zombie corpses, so Wu Hao landed without even a scratch. After more than 20 days, I finally feel the ground beneath my feet. He raised his hands to the sky, looking like he was letting himself go. Bai Yichen jumped down from the roof and gave him another kick. Move it. So much blabbering. Saving you is worse than saving a piece of char siu. The 5 of them hurriedly left the small yard, and Bai Yichen even grabbed a large white radish from the vegetable patch on the way. Xin and the others had retreated to the street outside to wait. When they saw Bai Yichen emerge holding a large radish in one hand and a crowbar in the other, they knew that no matter what had happened inside, everything was now under control. Seeing Zhou Feng following behind Bai Yichen chatting warmly with a disheveled young man, they realized this must be Wu Hao, whom Chun Gu and his team had rescued. Yi Ming and Yu Qing were both classmates of Wu Hao. Seeing each other, they naturally exchanged warm greetings. Although their usual relationship wasn't particularly close in this environment, encountering a classmate was akin to seeing family. Even closer than family. Especially when Wu Hao realized that Yi Ming's backpack was packed with food, he was nearly on the verge of calling her mom. Trapped on his own rooftop for over 20 days, Wu Hao had endured nothing but cold and hunger. Each day felt like a year, and he remained utterly ignorant of the outside world. Wu Hao was perplexed as to why the gentle and soft-spoken class representative now prefaced every sentence with curses. The others also wondered why Wu Hao's face was so red and why it looked as though he had been struck across the cheek. Perhaps it was the work of a zombie. Everyone kindly explained the current situation to Wu Hao and told him their ultimate destination. Wu Hao suddenly slapped his forehead and said, my dad has a car parked in the lot nearby. If we drive straight to Nanshan Villa, we'll be there by evening. With that, he rummaged through his pockets and pulled out a car key. Awesome. We'll be eating hot pot and singing songs in the villa tonight. Zhou Feng cheered. Luckily, I've driven this car a few times before and know its quirks. Otherwise, most people wouldn't be able to handle it. Let's go, let's get the car. Wu Hao gestured grandly and strode forward. Zhou Feng cast a strange glance at Yi Ming. This study monitor had something special about her. Earlier on the road, she had wished for a teammate who would bring a car, and now it had actually come true. If he weren't so thin-skinned, he would have asked her to make other wishes for him. Wu Hao led the group toward the parking lot. Xiqing finally couldn't help but ask what kind of car can fit all 11 of us. Wu Hao gave Xiqing a knowing look and replied, don't worry, this car can hold a lot. The parking lot wasn't far from the street. Calling it a parking lot was generous. It was merely an empty space with piles of garbage on one side and a collection of battered vehicles on the other. There was a scrapped bus, a rusted public transit van, a truck without wheels, a crumpled sedan, and a few 3-wheeled motorbikes. This car can still run. Xiqing pointed at a taxi that didn't even have doors, looking bewildered. Don't worry, my dad's car is much better than these, Wu Hao assured them. But scanning the area, there wasn't a single decent vehicle in sight, and everyone shared Xiqing's confusion. Since they were already there, they had no choice but to follow Wu Hao deeper into the sea of scrap. Passing the scrapped bus, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it wasn't that one. Continuing on, Wu Hao finally stopped in front of a Wuling minivan that looked like it had survived a war. See, this car is better than all the others, Wu Hao said proudly. It was indeed better than the other cars in the lot, but only compared to them. This can still drive. Zhou Feng kicked the door, leaving a large dent. This thing is practically rusted through. Xiqing frowned. Maybe we should just walk. It's fine, my dad drove this every day. Just watch. Wu Hao quickly climbed into the driver's seat, inserted the key, and soon the engine roared to life. See, I told you it works. Everyone get in. The group exchanged glances. Seeing that Bai Chen had no objection to Wu Hao's plan, they reluctantly climbed aboard. That day a minivan with a capacity of 7 carrying 11 people slowly rolled out of a junkyard. The vehicle had no intact part, everything rattled except the horn. Even on a smooth road it bounced and swayed uncontrollably. Yiming muttered dejectedly, "I only wished for a teammate with a car, but I never imagined it would be like this." As the minivan drove down a street, everyone's faces turned pale. He Xiqing even dry-heaved several times, complaining of severe motion sickness. Wu Hao had no choice but to stop and let him get some fresh air, even though the car was full of holes anyway. After getting out they noticed that Wu Hao's face was also flushed. Although the slap mark had faded, his face was still red and his forehead was slightly sweaty. "What's going on? You're driving and you get carsick." Zhou Feng went over to support Wu Hao. But Wu Hao suddenly vomited twice and collapsed on his Zhou Feng. Everyone quickly stepped back. "Keep your distance and wear a mask when talking to people. 1 meter matters." Hey, everyone saw it. I didn't do anything to him. He did this himself. He's faking it. Zhou Feng carefully held Wu Hao up. Yao Xiaoyu quickly stepped forward to feel Wu Hao's forehead and examined the vomit on the ground. She showed no disgust toward what everyone else avoided. He's been surviving on porridge these past days. Suddenly eating so much hard-cottaged food today might have caused indigestion. It's not a serious problem. Yao Xiaoyu, experience from working in a pharmacy, continued, but he has a fever now, so it's not suitable to keep traveling. In the past a fever was no big deal. But now that the medical system has collapsed, a severe fever could be dangerous and even fatal. She looked at Bai Chen. "Chengge, we need to find a place to rest. Do we have any fever reducers from the medicine we packed earlier? We need to give him some." Bai Chen nodded and immediately had everyone search their backpacks. Unfortunately, Bai Chen, Yi Xian, and the Yuqing sisters had all lost their bags earlier and had no medicine left. Among the remaining people, the medicine they had packed didn't include any fever reducers. They had to help Wu Hao to the roadside and give him some water. "Stay here and don't move. They'll go find some. They'll check nearby for a pharmacy," Bai Chen instructed. "It's getting dark, Chengge. Let me go with you." Yi Xian stepped forward to stand beside Bai Chen. Just then Wu Hao spoke weakly. "There's a hospital not far ahead on the road we have to take anyway. Hurry up, everyone, get in the car. We're going to the hospital for medicine." Zhou Feng said, though his words were laced with disdain for Wu Hao. He urgently helped him into the vehicle. Zhou Feng and Bai Chen both had no family nearby, and they were as close as brothers with Wu Hao, so they valued him deeply. Seeing the urgency, the others quickly returned to the car. This time Zhou Feng drove the minivan. Worried about Wu Hao's condition, no one complained about the vehicle's battle-worn state anymore. Following the route Wu Hao had indicated, they drove for 4 or 5 minutes until a hospital appeared by the roadside. The car had barely stopped when Bai Chen jumped out first, followed closely by He Xiqing and Yi Xian. "You all wait in the car. We'll check what's inside," Bai Chen said, leading He Xiqing and Yi Xian straight toward the hospital entrance. In the security booth at the gate, there was a zombie, still wearing a security uniform, but it was already dead, killed by someone using an unknown method. Bai Chen only glanced at it before hurrying onward. Their task now wasn't to analyze the zombie's cause of death. There were more important matters at hand. In front of the outpatient building was a large parking lot, empty except for a few ambulances. After a brief observation, the three entered the building. The lighting inside was poor and everything appeared blurry. Fortunately, Bai Chen had come prepared and immediately turned on his flashlight. Looking around, the outpatient hall was empty. No zombies, no humans. They had never seen a hospital so quiet. Normally, regardless of size, hospitals were always bustling with people. Even without patients, there would be doctors and nurses on duty. But today the hospital resembled something out of a horror movie, eerily silent. The building was shaped, and the three now stood at the intersection of 3 corridors, a triage hall. This spot should have had a department map, but it was gone, either taken or never there. Bai Chen tapped the stainless steel railing. The crisp sound echoed through the corridor without any unusual response. "It seems this outpatient building is empty. Let's split up and find the pharmacy, then grab the medicine," Bai Chen instructed. "If anything happens, just call out. But try not to make too much noise." He pointed in a direction. "That's the inpatient building. There were probably patients there. They've likely all turned into zombies now. Let's be cautious. Who knows if those zombies are still inside. Meet back here in 10 minutes. He Xiqing and Yi Xian nodded, pulled out flashlights from their backpacks, and the three parted ways, each taking a corridor. Bai Chen walked down the longest corridor, glancing at the department signs. After passing 3 departments, the words Western Pharmacy caught his eye. Overjoyed, he rushed to open the door, only to find it securely locked. He considered kicking it, but abandoned the idea, mindful of the noise. This door would have to be left to Yi Xian. Only he could open a lock silently. Bai Chen looked back, but couldn't see Yi Xian or He Xiqing. Assuming they were still searching, he decided to explore the corridor further. The hospital was so quiet and clean that it seemed like an ideal place to rest, as long as they didn't make too much noise. With evening approaching, and Wu Hao unfit for travel, Bai Chen decided to find a suitable room for the night. Not far ahead, there were several examination rooms with beds. Hospital linens were sterilized, and though some white sheets had yellowed, they were still cleaner than those in private homes. Bai Chen recalled a former roommate who washed his sheets once a year and left socks on the floor until they could stand upright. Compared to that, the hospital beds seemed spotless. Bai Chen nodded in approval. Realizing it was time to meet Xin and he hurried back along the corridor. They arrived punctually at the triage desk. Bai Chen shared what he had seen and his plan to stay overnight. Xiqing agreed, especially intrigued by the pharmacy, asking repeatedly if there might be drugs to make one stronger. You know? The kind. Xiqing said. But Xin frowned. Someone might have been here. What did you find? Bai Chen asked. There's a clinic room full of zombies, about 7 or 8. All dead. Stabbed through the head, 1 hit each, Xin replied. Bai Chen thought for a moment, then turned to Xiqing. What do you say? I don't know anything. If I had a brain, would I let you be the leader? I'm just not wired for thinking, Xiqing admitted honestly. Anyway, I'll follow you. You won't lead me astray. Bai Chen nodded and asked Xin, what were those zombies wearing? Clothes. Looked like white coats or something. So they were probably doctors or nurses from this hospital. When the outbreak hit, it was New Year's Day, but hospitals always have staff on duty regardless of holidays. Those were likely the ones on shift. As for why they died, Bai Chen mused, maybe someone else wanted to stay here and cleared the zombies. They're probably gone now. Xiqing, go call everyone inside. Xin and I will open the pharmacy door. We'll keep watch tonight and leave early tomorrow morning. Xiqing said, okay, and dashed out. Meanwhile, Xin and Bai Chen returned to the Western Pharmacy to unlock it. Such a simple lock was nothing to Xin. Within a minute he had it open. TSK. Bai Chen remarked, looking at the unlocked door. If not for the apocalypse, with those grades you wouldn't need school. You could make a fortune as a locksmith. Xin was unlike his sister Yimeng, who was adorably naive but excelled academically. Xin always ranked at the bottom of his class no matter how hard he tried. Xin gave an embarrassed smile. My sister says the same about me. The two opened the door and naturally entered to search first. The hospital pharmacy was nothing like an ordinary pharmacy outside. The medicines here were many times more numerous. As soon as they stepped inside, they were immediately dazzled. Shining the flashlight, the seemingly endless pharmacy revealed rows upon rows of shelves densely packed with all kinds of medicines. Many of them bore names they had never seen before, strange, unfamiliar names. For instance, something like type 5 phosphodiesterase inhibitor, a name that didn't even roll off the tongue. There were also names containing characters like furan, thiophene, pyrrole, pyridine, pyrimidine, indole, quinoline, and purine. The two felt as if they had never been to school. Fortunately, they heard the others approaching. Bai Chen and Xin, as if pardoned, quickly left the pharmacy to seek professional help. Sister Xiaoyu. Both Xin and Bai Chen greeted her warmly. Xiaoyu was taken aback for a moment before asking, what's wrong? Well, the pharmacy is over here. Could you find some medicine for Wu Hao? Bai Chen asked, a little embarrassed. Xiaoyu agreed immediately and, flashlight in hand, returned to the pharmacy with Bai Chen. All they could hear was Xiaoyu muttering terms like antipyretic, OTC, and non-prescription counter as she moved between the shelves. Before long she announced, found it. Bai Chen nodded to himself, thinking how fortunate it was that he had invited Xiaoyu to join the team. Otherwise, with so many medicines, he would have been utterly lost. Leave professional matters to professionals. Let's get him some glucose to drink too. Xiaoyu said, not waiting for Bai Chen to respond, and continued searching. Soon all the necessary medicines were gathered, and they hurried back to Wu Hao. Wu Hao had been laid on a hospital bed, his face flushed crimson as if he had drunk cheap liquor. After Xiaoyu fed him the antipyretic, less than half an hour passed before his complexion visibly improved and his forehead no longer felt hot. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. By the way, Brother Chen, I'd like to look for more medicines we might need in the future. Xiaoyu volunteered. We lost most of our previous supplies. Many things need replenishment, including vitamins and nutritional supplements. If food runs short, these could sustain us. All right, Zhou Feng, and I will go with you. Bai Chen and Zhou Feng each carried a large plastic bag, following Xiaoyu. Whatever she handed them, they quickly stuffed into the bags. Before long, both bags were filled to the brim. This should be enough. Any more, and our backpacks won't hold it, Bai Chen said. Only then did Xiaoyu nod, ceasing her search. Back in the examination room, everyone sat together for dinner. The monk took some dark-looking compressed biscuits from his cloth bag and ate them with relish. Zhou Feng offered him beef jerky and canned luncheon meat, but the monk flatly refused. Zhou Feng muttered to himself that the monk didn't know a good thing when he saw it. Can't you leave the master alone? He's a monk. You think he can eat whatever he wants like you? Why would he become a monk if he ate everything? Xiqing, still hoping to learn that descending from this key technique, was very protective of the monk. Xiqing peeled the radish Bai Chen had pulled with great care, cut it into small pieces, and handed them to the monk. Master, conditions are tough. Treat it as fruit. Schwenner's eyes lit up. She quickly pulled 2 round objects from her pleasant goat backpack. Master, here, have some oranges. The monk glanced at Schwer, thinking to himself, "Don't tell me you want to be my father." He declined Schwer's oranges and accepted the radish pieces from Heseeching, eating them. Everyone finished their meal amid laughter and banter, then broke into their own small groups to chat. Heseeching kept hovering around the monk, flattering him, while Zhou Feng interjected with jokes. Yi Ming and Yao Xiaoyu were whispering to each other, and the Yuqing sisters were also chatting cheerfully. Yi Xian was amusing Schwer by telling her stories. Bai Yiqian glanced at Wu Hao, who was fast asleep in bed, then quietly walked out to the corridor. All along this journey, he had gradually grown from a student into the leader of a small team. Initially, his principle was never to kill anyone, but he later realized that the world was not as simple as he had imagined. Sometimes there were people he had no choice but to kill. As for the group around him, fortunately, they were all kind and innocent, never causing him trouble. Everyone was united, facing difficulties together and unconditionally trusting one another. Thus, he had to work even harder to lead them further. However, the monk was currently an unstable factor in the team. He was extremely capable of unknown origin and had only just joined, so little was known about him. As Bai Yiqian pondered, he saw the monk slowly walk out from the room. "You are a truly great man. These people are of varying levels, some strong, some weak. Of course, none are as strong as you, yet you are willing to keep them with you and treat everyone equally." The monk said thoughtfully, "Is that what you call greatness?" "They are my companions. Of course I treat them equally," Bai Yiqian replied. "But with your abilities, you could easily abandon them and travel alone with far more ease, couldn't you? Alone you wouldn't have to fear the zombies, and you could move much faster." Bai Yiqian didn't answer directly. Instead he countered, "Master Jinru, you are no weakling yourself. Why did you choose to travel with us? If you were alone you could go wherever you pleased. It can't be that my invitation alone made you stay, can it? My master said saving others is also saving oneself. Since I became a monk, I must put all living beings first. No matter who invites me, I will stay. Of course, if the inviter has ill intentions, I might stay to eliminate a scourge. I am not a rigid monk." Bai Yiqian nodded. "Indeed, saving others is saving oneself. In a way, they are also saving me. If I were alone in this cruel world, I probably wouldn't struggle as hard to survive as I do now. I might just go with the flow, or even give up. They treat me like a brother. I believe if I ever faced trouble, they would risk their lives to help me. So I am not great. I have my own desires. Or perhaps all of us are great. After all, in this zombie-infested world, we all seek a haven where we can momentarily forget the cruelty. Otherwise, walking alone is too desolate, but one cannot endure it. I am not a rigid leader either. I can tell who can still be saved, and who is beyond redemption." "You have great insight. By the way, from now on, just call me Jinru," the monk said, then fell silent. Bai Yiqian said nothing more, merely nodded, and flashlight in hand, made his way toward the examination room Yi Xian had mentioned. He wanted to see the slain zombies, for an unease lingered in his heart. The examination room was easy to find. It was exactly as Yi Xian had described. 7 or 8 zombies lay on the floor, each killed with a single fatal blow. It seemed these creatures had been lured here to be slain, for why else would so many gather in one spot, while none were elsewhere? From the traces on the floor, the zombies had been dead less than a day. The viscous fluid oozing from their bodies had yet to dry completely. Could this group have come here during the day? Or had they spent the night here? If so, Bai Yiqian and his team might encounter them soon, for this area bore signs of only this one group of survivors. The clean, efficient way they dispatched the zombies suggested formidable combat prowess. He wondered what their mindset was, whether a meeting would lead to conflict. To learn more about them, Bai Yiqian had no choice but to crouch down and examine the zombies' wounds closely. Soon he discovered they had all been killed by the same person. Every head bore a piercing wound from the same object at the same angle. Bai Yiqian reconstructed the scene in his mind. The killer must have stood on the doctor's desk, lured the zombies in, and slew them one by one. He soon found footprints on the floor, those of a single individual, not a group. Knowing it was just one person, Bai Yiqian's tension eased. One person was easier to deal with than a group. Still, this individual was formidable, surviving alone in a world overrun by zombies, and taking on so many at once, perhaps unawakened. Lost in thought, Bai Yiqian returned to the examination room. Outside, darkness had fully set in, and everyone was drowsy. Considering the inpatient building across the way might harbor zombies, and that the latter half of the night was when sleep was deepest, he didn't trust anyone else to keep watch. So he decided to take the second shift, and went to sleep early. The watch was always rotated, divided into 2 shifts, the first until midnight, and the second from midnight until the first person woke in the morning. At midnight, Bai Yiqian woke on time to relieve Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng yawned, and went to sleep. Bai Yiqian sat up, forcing his eyes open in the dark. Sleepiness weighed on him. Waking halfway through the night was truly agonizing. He dragged a stool to the corridor outside, and sat down. The darkness was profound. He lit a candle on the floor. Its flickering shadows only heightened the eerie atmosphere. No wonder Zhou Feng preferred to sit in pitch-black silence rather than light a candle. This was like a horror movie, creating psychological pressure for oneself. Bai Yiqian blew out the candle, but begrudged using the flashlight, so he sat in the dark, lost in thought. The power banks and phone batteries were dead, and the flashlight wouldn't last much longer. He'd need to scavenge for supplies if they passed the store tomorrow. As these thoughts swirled, his eyelids grew heavy. Still, he straightened up, forcing himself to stay alert. The darkness and silence blurred the line between reality and dream. Bai Chen pricked up his ears, trying to catch any sound in the still night. Zhou Feng snoring. He Xiqing murmuring in her sleep. Shuer calling for her parents, even in slumber. The monk chanted Buddhist mantras in his dreams. Amid the sounds of his sleeping companions, there was another strange noise, distant but drawing closer. Bai Chen focused on it. A scraping sound. Scraping. Like metal dragging across the ground. Bai Chen's heart raced. Why the hell was there a metallic scraping sound in the dead of night? And from the direction, it seemed to come from the inpatient building just a dozen meters away. The sound grew louder. Was it moving closer? He stood up, gripping the flashlight in one hand and a crowbar in the other. He wanted to investigate, but a group of people lay sleeping here. If something unexpected happened, they wouldn't react in time. Yet if he ignored the sound, what if it posed a threat to everyone? No, this threat had to be nipped in the bud. Just then a rustling came from inside the room, as if someone had gotten up. Bai Chen heard the monk whisper, "I heard that sound too." "I heard it too," came He Xiking's voice. "Me too," said Yi Xin. "Same here," Zhou Feng chimed in. So Zhou Feng hadn't been asleep at all. His snoring was a pretense, probably to mask his fear of that sound. Weighing the situation, Bai Chen spoke. "Zhenru, come with me to check it out. The rest of you stay awake, weapons in hand, eyes sharp. But don't wake the girls." "Already damn awake," Jiao Qian said. "Same here," Yi Ming added. "Keep your voices down, Schwader's still asleep." "Everyone shut up," Yu Qing roared. Bai Chen was momentarily taken aback by her outburst, his expression shifting slightly, though no one could see it in the dark. "All right, stay here, Zhenru, and I will go take a look." With that, Bai Chen switched on the flashlight, and the monk followed closely. They crept along the corridor toward the inpatient building. At the end of the corridor was a small door leading to a few gardens and a path between the inpatient and outpatient buildings. The metallic scraping now seemed to come from the garden. Bai Chen took a few steps, then tucked the flashlight into his coat pocket. The light illuminated the path ahead without being so bright as to expose their position. They paused at the small door, and Bai Chen stepped out first. The scraping sound was almost at his ear. Scrape. Bai Chen flinched and immediately turned off the flashlight. The monk followed, also startled, and dared not move forward. Outside was brighter than indoors. Though there was no moon, the sky was filled with stars shining like diamonds about to fall. In the haze, the two saw a tall figure pacing back and forth in front of the inpatient building, and the metallic scraping sound echoed rhythmically with the figure's movements. Screech, screech. What the hell is that thing? Bai Chen stared at the figure, completely bewildered. This thing was definitely not human. Who in their right mind would wander back and forth in a deserted hospital in the middle of the night in a world overrun by zombies? The monk rubbed his bald head, equally confused. How about I chant a spell and see? If it can withstand my spell, then it shouldn't be a restless spirit. Without waiting for Bai Chen's reply, the monk began to mutter softly. Namo Ratna Triya. Namo Arya. Valakite. Bodhisattvaya. As the monk chanted, the packet of Tiguanyin tea on his chest began to emit a faint golden glow. Yet it was utterly useless. The figure continued its pacing, drawing closer to them. Stop your divine act. Bai Chen pulled the monk close, fearing that the glowing tea packet would expose their position. The two crouched behind the flower bed, watching the eerie figure move back and forth. Screech, screech. The figure drew several meters nearer. Now they could see what was making that grating noise. A thick, heavy iron chain was dragging from the tall figure's leg. With each step, the chain scraped against the ground, producing a bone-chilling metallic sound. Not good. This thing might be dangerous. Bai Chen stared at the chain. It's the biting dogs that are chained up. But the monk ignored him, staring straight at Bai Chen until he felt a shiver run down his spine. Zhenru, you're a monk, don't go scaring people. Don't look at me like that. You? There's someone behind you, the monk stammered. Startled, Bai Chen wanted to leap up and counterattack. He knew his hearing was sharp enough that few could sneak up on him. Suddenly, a cold hand pressed down on Bai Chen's shoulder, followed by a low voice. Don't move unless you want to die. Bai Chen slowly turned his head and saw a young man in a hoodie crouching behind him with a rod-like object on his back, probably his weapon. For some reason, Bai Chen immediately thought of the 7 or 8 zombie corpses in the consultation room. Perhaps this young man had killed them. In the darkness, the young man's face was unclear, but the aura he exuded was chilling. What exactly is that thing? The monk, ever sociable, started chatting with the young man. Aren't you cold wearing so little? Want me to lend you my down jacket? The young man glanced at the monk, then pressed his palms together and said, That's a zombie. A zombie? You've been following it for a week. Both were stunned. The monk had thought it was some restless spirit wandering at night, but it wasn't afraid of his sacred chant. Bai Chen, on the other hand, thought it was definitely not a normal person, likely a psychiatric patient. Otherwise, who would be out pulling such a stunt in the middle of the night? Neither had considered it might be a zombie. The main reason was that the figure's movements weren't as stiff as typical zombies, it walked more like a normal human. And they never imagined a human would stalk a zombie for a week. Wasn't that backwards? Shouldn't it be zombies stalking humans? They both turned to look at the young man as if to say, "Are you bragging?" The young man seemed to understand and explained, "This one's different from other zombies. I'm curious." Was curiosity a reason to stalk a zombie? That's a zombie, not a stray kitten, okay? Should I stalk Kana Hanazawa because I'm curious about what she does? Bai Chin grumbled inwardly. The young man added, "This thing is highly combat effective. It seems to have intelligence." Intelligence? Yes. This zombie seems more like a leader. Bai Chin's mind flashed to the zombie Yuqing described standing on the street and looking around, and the group Wu Hao mentioned that surrounded his house and even rested inside. Among them one seemed to be commanding. Bai Chin's heart skipped a beat. If zombie hordes were developing intelligence and had highly combat-effective leaders, it would be a devastating blow to survivors. Life would become even harder. "So you're following it just to observe?" Bai Chin asked in a low voice. "I'm just curious. It seems to be searching for something," the young man replied. "And from its behavior today, it looks like it's found something, but isn't sure, so it keeps pacing here. Normally it moves very fast, unstoppable." As they spoke, the zombie with the iron chain on its leg had reached the flower bed. "Let's go." The young man tugged at Bai Chin. "Get out of here. Being too close is dangerous." "Is that so?" Bai Chin glanced back at the outpatient building where a large group of people were. How could he leave? "Suit yourselves." Seeing that neither Bai Chin nor the monk intended to leave, the young man didn't say more and slipped into the night. "Jinru, go back and tell everyone to prepare for evacuation. They'll try to lure this thing away." Knowing the young man wasn't lying, Bai Chin stood up, turned on his flashlight, and ran in the opposite direction of the outpatient building. Sure enough, the zombie spotted Bai Chin's figure and gave chase. The iron chain sparked against the ground. Screech, screech, courting death, the young man muttered, his form vanishing completely into the night. After running a few steps, Bai Chin realized the zombie was keeping up closely and even gaining on him. He knew he had overestimated himself. With his current abilities, he should have been able to outrun most things. Zombies especially weren't fast and shouldn't catch him. But this one was different. Feeling a gust of wind behind him, Bai Chin quickly sidestepped and a massive figure brushed past his face. Clatter. The sound of the chain rang out as the zombie closed in. Without hesitation, Bai Chin raised his crowbar and thrust it forward. This zombie was already tall and imposing to begin with, and its movements were exaggeratedly wide. Although Bai Chin had aimed for its eye socket, he never expected that his strike would land on the zombie's left shoulder and fail to penetrate. In other words, this zombie was not only more agile than the others, but its hide was also thicker. What a thick-skinned zombie. Bai Chin's crowbar had never encountered a zombie that required a second strike. Every previous blow had been a one-hit kill. He smoothly pulled the crowbar out, but a palm was already sweeping toward his face. He quickly ducked to evade. The crowbar was ineffective against it, and no immediate solution came to mind, so Bai Chin could only turn and flee. Just then a thunderous crash echoed behind him as a gilded copper guanyin statue plummeted from above. "Jinru." Bai Chin looked up and saw the monk panting as he ran over. "Didn't I tell you to get everyone to evacuate? I saw this zombie was too fast. Evacuation would be pointless unless you can take it down. But if you do take it down, why would we need to run? So I came straight to help. You're too fast. I could barely catch up." Finding the monk's reasoning sound, Bai Chin offered no objection. As the monk spoke, his finger rose and fell in a gesture like plucking a flower, and the guanyin statue slammed down once more. Yet the weight of the statue dealt no real damage to the zombie, only slightly slowed its pace. "This thing is thick-skinned and quick, but it's hard to kill," Bai Chin directed. "Better attack from a distance. Don't let it get close, or you won't be able to dodge. Go over there." Indeed, although the monk possessed a long-range attack, his own defense was virtually non-existent, and he was even slower than Zhou Feng when running. The monk immediately dashed to the spot Bai Chin indicated, muttering incantations, while his hands busily manipulated the guanyin statue, rising and falling to batter the zombie repeatedly. If one ignored the statue and only watched the monk, he might well be mistaken for a madman, mumbling to himself and gesticulating wildly. Under such relentless assault, the zombie's speed did slow considerably, and Bai Chin immediately closed in, striking its skull with all his might. But the zombie was far too cunning, and the blow was dodged. Even if it hadn't been, Bai Chin doubted the crowbar could pierce the creature's skull in one hit. "This weapon is too weak." He sighed, bent his knees, and leaped straight up. Using the momentum of his jump, Bai Chin attempted to stab toward the zombie's eye socket again. This time the zombie did not dodge. He struck true. But the damn thing blinked. How to put it? He had never encountered such thick skin and eyelids. Bai Chin's crowbar did not penetrate. The sensation was like stabbing into a thick rubber tire. Strangely elastic, yet utterly impenetrable. If only Wu Hao's tires were this tough. Bai Chin couldn't help remarking. The zombie's blink was definitely deliberate. He confirmed that the creature possessed intelligence, and not a low one either. This was going to be tricky. "Bai Shizhu, should we go fetch Zhou Shizhu and he Shizhu?" the monk asked while manipulating the statue. The two of them are quite capable in combat. Bai Yi-chin replied between dodging the zombies' counterattacks, calling them here would only get them killed. No matter how strong they are in battle, they can't get through this thing's hide. And they're not agile enough. They'd be crushed within 2 seconds. The monk had no choice but to continue restraining the zombie, while Bai Yi-chin rapidly brainstormed solutions in his mind. The zombie clung to his heels, forcing him to circle in place to prevent it from escaping the monk's attack range and gaining speed. The iron chain clattered along the ground, trailing sparks and flashes of lightning behind the zombie, almost blinding, illuminating the monk's bald head. If Zhou Feng were here, he would surely have spewed some profane verse to describe the scene. It was utterly absurd. Jinru, pin it down. We'll try to jump onto it. Bai Yi-chin shouted. Got it. With the monk's reply, the Guanyin statue descended once more, pressing the zombie firmly to the ground. This time the statue didn't retract after a single strike, but clung to the zombie like glue no matter how violently it thrashed. The zombie was forced to stoop, moving with agonizing slowness. The monk, one hand making a pinching gesture and pressing downward with all his might, the other hand gripping his wrist, seemed to be exerting tremendous effort. On his gleaming bald head, beads of sweat the size of beans sparkled crystal clear under the flashlight, as if he wore a dazzling crown. Hurry! I can't hold it, the monk cried out, and the Guanyin statue abruptly retracted. In the instant before the zombie could react, Bai Yi-chin seized the opportunity to leap, landing directly on its shoulder, then straddling its neck with legs apart. Die! Bai Yi-chin roared, gripping the crowbar with both hands and driving it with all his strength into the zombie's eye socket. This time he left no chance for the zombie to blink. The crowbar sank half an inch into the socket with a wet sound. But only half an inch. It could not penetrate any deeper. The zombie's eye was injured, but its brain remained untouched. Thus the wound was as trivial as a splash of water, causing no sensation at all. Enraged by Bai Yi-chin's attack, the zombie clawed wildly with both hands and shook its head violently, trying to throw him off. Fearing being scratched, Bai Yi-chin performed a backflip to dismount and sprinted away. The zombie gave chase, panting harshly, its demeanor strikingly similar to a human pushed to the edge. The iron chain dragged along the ground, its static electricity crackling with faint blue sparks like ghost fire in the darkness. The monk, utterly exhausted, collapsed to the ground, gasping for air, unable to help. After all that exertion, he had lost all strength and could no longer control the Guanyin statue. No matter how powerful an ability, it still consumed mental energy. Meanwhile, the crowbar remained lodged in the zombie's eye socket. Disarmed, Bai Yi-chin dared not engage in close combat and could only lead the zombie on a marathon. Seems this crowbar isn't sharp enough. Can't handle this kind of foe. He was pondering where to find another weapon when he spotted several blurred figures sprinting toward him in the distance. The voice arrived before the person. Chenggu, are there zombies to kill? Schwerer says she senses a bad guy. During the day, Zhou Feng complained in Wu Hao's small courtyard that he hadn't killed enough zombies. The sound of their earlier fight was loud enough to draw out those who had stayed behind. Moreover, Schwerer, who had been sleeping, suddenly opened her eyes and said she sensed evil, confirming the matter without a doubt. Zhou Feng was ecstatic, grabbing his weapon and charging ahead, followed by Yi Xian and Yi Ming. He Xiqing, however, did not come. Old dog, he said, head stay to protect everyone and sent me to help you. Zhou Feng shouted as he ran. It's time to show my true skills. Without regard for the scene before him, Zhou Feng rushed toward Bai Yi-chin. Go. Don't come over. Bai Yi-chin had no time to explain. Zhou Feng remained clueless. Where's the zombie? I don't see. What's that blue flame? Who's that? Dragging a dog chain and running so fast. I told you to go. Bai Yi-chin roared. That thing is the zombie. What? Yi Ming and Yi Xian were stunned. Could a zombie be so agile? A towering, mighty figure moving like the wind. Was this really a zombie? No way. What zombie drags a huge iron chain behind it? But since Brother Chun said it was a zombie, they'd take his word for it. Zhou Feng refused to believe it and charged forward with his steel pipe. Before he could even touch the zombie, a single slap sent him flying several meters into a flower bed. It was only thanks to landing in the flower bed that he survived. Zhou Feng felt a searing pain in his chest, saw stars, and his head buzzed. Now Yi Ming and Yi Xian understood why Bai Yi-chin had been shouting for everyone to run. This creature was no match for an ordinary person. They quickly rushed to the flower bed and helped Zhou Feng up. The clothes on his chest had been completely shredded into strips. Damn, check if he's been scratched. Yi Ming said, stripping off Zhou Feng's shirt. Fortunately, though the clothes were torn, his skin was unharmed save for a red and purple handprint on his chest. Nice tattoo. You're fine. Yi Ming patted his shoulder reassuringly. Cough. Zhou Feng sat up, coughing, and rasped, study committee, I might not have long to live. Can I touch? Before he could finish, Yi Xian punched him in the chest. You dare flirt with my sister? Damn. Zhou Feng cursed, clutching his chest, his face twisted in pain. Study committee, take Zhou Feng and get out of here. Oh, check if Lung Yu is on him. I need a weapon. Bai Yi-chin suddenly remembered the terrifying sharpness of Lung Yu and wondered if it could work against this zombie. If not, he couldn't think of anything that could harm it. Yi Xian felt around Zhou Feng's pocket and found a long, hard object. Pulling it out, it was indeed the dagger called Lung Yu. He raised it and shouted, "Brother Chen, Lung Yu is here. Throw it over. You go now," Bai Yichen said, moving closer to Yi Xin. But the zombie inexplicably fixed its attention on Yi Xin and the others, abandoning its chase of Bai Yichen. "Sis, that thing's coming." Yi Xin's hands trembled like a sieve. "Quick, carry Zhou Feng, let's retreat." Yi Ming was calmer than Yi Xin, helping Zhou Feng onto Yi Xin's back. In an instant, the zombie caught up. Seeing the situation turn dire, Bai Yichen shouted again, "Zhenru, the old trick." The monk, who had been lying on the ground gasping for air, heard Bai Yichen's call and forced himself to sit up, making a gesture like plucking a flower. Bodhisattva appears. The statue of Guanyin appeared again, pressing down on the zombie, slowing its steps as Bai Yichen caught up. "Withdraw." At the command, the statue vanished, and Bai Yichen leaped up, straddling the zombie's shoulders once more. "The dagger!" Bai Yichen yelled. Yi Xin and Yi Ming, retreating with Zhou Feng, turned and tossed Lung Yu toward Bai Yichen. Bai Yichen caught the dagger, unsheathed it, and plunged it deep into the zombie's eye socket. The blade was so sharp it cut through flesh like tofu, and Bai Yichen barely exerted any force before the dagger sank entirely into the socket. The zombie, though struck, did not fall. But the blow seemed to have hurt it. The zombie stopped and shook its body painfully. "Damn, what a hard skull. Does this thing even have a brain?" Bai Yichen couldn't help complaining. With any ordinary zombie, such a strike would have killed it instantly, but this one seemed brainless and impossible to kill. The dagger was too short to reach its brain. Bai Yichen was about to be thrown off the zombie. If he fell this time, he had no idea how to subdue the creature. Moreover, the crowbar and Lung Yu would be stuck in the zombie's eye socket, lost, and the zombie might track them. Just as Bai Yichen was at his wits' end, a cold, low voice sounded nearby. "Catch the sword." It was the young man in the hoodie. Bai Yichen turned to see a sword flying toward him through the air. If not for the monk's flashlight, Bai Yichen would have missed the descending sword. He reached out, caught it, and without a thought quickly drew the blade, discarded the scabbard, gripped the hilt with both hands, and aimed at the top of the zombie's head, thrusting straight down. This time he could not fail. Otherwise there would be no turning back. "Die!" As Bai Yichen shouted, the blade pierced through the zombie's head, emerging from under its chin. The exposed tip gleamed coldly in the flashlight's beam. The zombie staggered and fell to the ground. Bai Yichen quickly leaped off its shoulders. Thud! The massive body hit the earth, raising a cloud of dust. The Iron Chain zombie was finally dead beyond all doubt. The young man in the hoodie emerged from the shadows, pulled the sword from the zombie's head, wiped it on the corpse, picked up the scabbard from the ground, and sheathed the blade. Then he glanced at Bai Yichen, slung the sword over his back, and silently walked away. He did not say a word. Bai Yichen thanked the departing figure. The monk finally jogged over, looking at the huge corpse on the ground. That was terrifying. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and glanced toward the inpatient building. "Benefactor, by there are zombies in the hospital. They're drawn by the noise." "Retreat," Bai Yichen said slowly. Bai Yichen pulled the crowbar and dagger from the zombies' eye sockets, wiped them on the corpse like the sword-bearing youth had done, and stowed them away. From the inpatient building, zombies indeed came roaring out, and Bai Yichen and the monk quickened their pace. In the corridor of the outpatient building, everyone had already packed their belongings, awaiting Bai Yichen's return. Yi Xian was carrying Zhou Feng on his back. He Xiqing Bo Wu Hao Yi Meng held the still unconscious Schwerer in her arms, and the rest each carried 2 or 3 backpacks. It seemed they had anticipated Bai Yichen's decision to evacuate. This was likely the tacit understanding they had developed over this period. Bai Yichen wasted no words and said directly, "There are zombies coming out of the inpatient building. We need to relocate. It's too dark for a fight, and we don't know how many there are." With that, he took 2 backpacks from Yuqing and strapped them on himself. The monk quickly stepped forward to help the girls share the load. They left the outpatient building in an orderly fashion, shining their flashlights, and headed out of the hospital. They boarded Wu Hao's family's inherited minivan driven by He Xiqing. The night was impenetrably thick, and the van's headlights in such darkness were like 2 candles flickering in the wind. The streets were eerily silent, broken only by the clattering of the van, which seemed profoundly unsettling. If there are still survivors out there, would they think a train is rolling down the street? Zhou Feng managed to joke despite everything. "If you're not in pain, get up and drive," He Xiqing retorted while turning the wheel. "I've already hit several blocked intersections. Damn it, could this be a ghostly maze?" "Ow. Mention that, and my chest suddenly aches." Zhou Feng clutched his chest, his face twisted in pain, yet he quipped, "If it's a ghostly maze, just get out and take a piss. Guaranteed to ward off all evils. After all, it's the urine of a pure one." He Xiqing spat out the window and said nothing. Yuqing suddenly snapped, "Watch your damn mouths. There's a kid in the car." For a moment, everyone fell silent. Since Yu Yang's death, Yuqing had rapidly transformed into a woman even more formidable than Jia Qian. After driving a bit further, everyone sensed something was off. How long had they been driving? Why wasn't any of the scenery familiar? By now they should have been near Nanshan Villa. Damn it, where the hell are we? He Xiqing stopped the van. If no one else recognized this area, Wu Hao should, since it was near his home. But Wu Hao looked outside by the headlights and shook his head. "This is far from my neighborhood. I don't recognize it at all." "That's strange," He Xiqing scratched his head. I'm practically a living map of Anqing, yet I have no memory of this place either. You said you're half a map. So this might just be the half you don't know, Zhou Feng said, rubbing his chest, and called to Bai Yiqian. Xingu, can we find a place to rest? The bumps are making me uncomfortable. Bai Yiqian found the situation suspicious, but not yet life-threatening, and Zhou Feng and Wu Hao were both in need of rest as patients. Especially Zhou Feng. He might have internal injuries, and such jostling could cost him his life. Let's find a place nearby to rest, and continue at dawn, Bai Yiqian said. Alright, we'll see better in the daylight. He Xiqing stopped the van right in the middle of the road and turned off the engine. There was no need to worry about blocking traffic or getting ticketed now. If a traffic cop actually showed up to write a ticket, that would be truly bizarre. Everyone got out flashlights in hand and found a shop by the roadside to rest in. With minimal tidying, they lay down or sat to sleep. By then it was nearly 4 in the morning. Everyone was exhausted and sleepy. Bai Yiqian settled Zhou Feng and carefully examined his injuries. He pressed along his body and found no fractures or internal damage, just some bruising, and was relieved. Bai Yiqian kept watch until dawn. When they set off again the next day, everyone realized they were indeed in an unfamiliar district, as if Anqing had never had these streets. Their phones were dead, so they couldn't check the map. They only knew the general direction of Nanshan Villa. They had hoped that once they got closer, He Xiqing and Zhou Feng would recognize the way and not get lost. But reality had turned out differently. Pursued by zombies, they hadn't followed the planned route. Although Bai Yiqian had hand-drawn a route to Nanshan Villa in case the phones died, when he pulled it out it didn't match the current terrain. Forget it, let's drive a bit further, Bai Yiqian said with some resignation. Anqing isn't that big. We might hit a familiar spot after a while. He Xiqing continued driving the van. Bai Yiqian gradually fell asleep as the vehicle swayed. He was utterly exhausted. After last night's fight with that zombie, and then standing guard, he could no longer hold on and drifted into slumber. After an unknown time, Bai Yiqian woke to find the van stopped, and He Xiqing getting out to check something. What's going on? Where are we now? He asked, sensing something was off as he saw the glaring sun outside the window. It seemed they had been driving for a long time, yet the scenery outside remained unfamiliar. It was understandable that he, an outsider, didn't know the area, but why did everyone else look uneasy too, as if they didn't recognize this place? He Xiqing got back and his face dark. Damn it, there's a huge mirror right in the middle of the road ahead. Like a demon-revealing mirror, the glare nearly blinded me. Let's take another route. He started the van, turned the wheel, and veered into another street. But they hadn't gone far before everyone saw a glaring reflection in the middle of the street. It was another large mirror. Mirror. Yuqing, Jiaqian, and Yi Xin's faces turned visibly pale, even fearful, as if recalling something terrible. Is it like what you encountered before? Bai Yiqian asked. More or less, Yuqing replied. We were in a confined space then. But this is on the road. Xingu, could it be the one who harmed us? Yi Xian asked. That zombie last night was stronger than any we've faced before. Even stronger than all of you. Bai Yiqian answered obliquely. The zombies are growing stronger. Xingu, you mean as zombies strengthen, so do the abilities. Yuqing immediately grasped his implication. What if we rammed that mirror? The last time the mirror shattered we got free. Yuqing wanted to repeat the trick, but after He Xiqing drove into it the mirror crashed into pieces, only for another mirror to appear ahead. She rammed again, and another one stood behind. He Xiqing refused to give up, smashing through several mirrors in rapid succession, yet each one only revealed another mirror behind it. Layer upon layer, an endless expanse. And the shattered fragments vanished without a trace, leaving no debris on the ground. Even the battered van, after multiple collisions, bore not a single mark. Had they been real mirrors, the van, already in a battle-worn state, would have been totaled by now. At the very least, the tires would have burst and the windshield would be scratched or cracked. But the van showed no signs of having hit anything at all. So it was clear these mirrors were not real, merely illusions. Monk, chant a spell? This has to be a ghostly maze. Zhou Feng said. The monk quickly straightened his posture and began muttering incantations. Though no one understood what he said, they all felt it sounded impressively profound. Anything incomprehensible was deemed remarkable. After the monk chanted for a while, the scene before them remained unchanged. A mirror still stood at the end of the street, and behind it, who knew how many more layers of mirrors lay? What do we do? Everyone turned their gaze to Bai Yiqian. He too was at a loss. After all, their understanding of such supernatural phenomena was still too limited. He thought of using Yuqing's shadow method to determine the light source, but it was noon, with the sun directly overhead casting their shadows beneath their feet. Truly, when misfortune strikes, even a Taoist robe invites ghosts. We can either wait here, or wander aimlessly, Bai Yiqian said, equally clueless. Yet in his heart, he favored moving around. Staying in one place would only breed unease. But the decision rested with the group, so Bai Yiqian suggested a vote. In the end, only the monk wanted to stay and wait, while the rest preferred to move about, finding it more reassuring than sitting still. The vote carried overwhelmingly, and they decided to set off. The battered van clattered back to life and resumed its journey. This time, whenever they encountered a mirror on the road, Bai Yiqian instructed them to avoid it directly to see where it would ultimately lead. Schwer stayed focused, straining to sense any danger in the places they passed. Of course, she could only detect zombies preparing to attack at close range. The van wound through streets and alleys, turning countless corners, yet the scenery remained unfamiliar, as if they were in a strange city. As the van's fuel gauge neared empty, Schwer suddenly opened her eyes and said, "Bad guys." At those two words, Seeching jolted and slammed the brakes. With a screech, the van shuddered to a halt. "Where are the bad guys?" Zhou Feng asked quickly. "I'm injured now, can't fight zombies." Schwer raised her hand and pointed to the end of the road. The straight road seemed endless, but a few dozen meters ahead, it was blocked by an advertisement banner bearing the words, "Road construction, turn around here." The road ahead was likely under repair. Pity the repairs were never completed before the zombies descended upon the world, leaving only this mess. Could it be wrong? "There's nothing ahead and the road is blocked," Seeching said, eyeing Schwer skeptically. "It's not wrong. So many bad guys. So many," Schwer said, turning to Bai Chen. "But it's strange. There's no big octopus today, so why so many bad guys?" When Schwer mentioned the big octopus, everyone was puzzled, thinking it was a child's joke. But Bai Chen felt a chill run down his spine. The big octopus, of course, referred to the mysterious creature that had appeared and vanished in the clouds. When it emerged, zombies would gather and follow its guidance, like the last zombie horde. Schwer said the big octopus hadn't appeared, yet there were so many bad guys. Could it mean the number of zombies ahead rivaled that previous horde? "Turn around. We can't go forward," Bai Chen directed Seeching. Though Seeching didn't understand the reason since Chinga said, so there must be logic behind it. He immediately turned the van around. No sooner had the van turned than a tearing sound came from behind. The advertisement banner blocking the road was suddenly ripped apart, and a flood of zombies surged through the breach. Shit. This is another zombie nest." Seeching stammered in agitation. Every time. Step on the gas. Floor it. Run." Zhou Feng yelled, clutching his chest. The van started sluggishly and lumbered down the street. The sudden swarm of zombies, seeing movement and hearing the engine roar, immediately gave chase along the road. "Damn it, they let us right into the zombie nest." Xian cursed. Wu Hao, seeing this for the first time, was utterly petrified. All these days had hidden on his rooftop, watching the zombies in his yard, thinking he'd seen the world. But compared to this horde, his experience was nothing. The thrill of being chased by zombies made Wu Hao's head spin. "Chinga, have you all been living like this these past days?" "No," Bai Chen shook his head. "Before we didn't have a van, or we ran on foot." No sooner had Bai Chen spoken than the van screeched to a halt. "What's going on?" "The old dog, don't play games. Go," Zhou Feng said. "Brothers, grab your stuff and run. The van's out of gas." Seeching shouted as he opened the door and jumped out immediately, hoisting the injured Zhou Feng onto his back. Everyone quickly grabbed their backpacks and abandoned the van. Wu Hao had rested overnight and recovered enough to no longer need carrying. Instead, he helped with Seeching's backpack. He ran like a rabbit, mostly out of sheer terror, never having faced such a scene before. Bai Chen carried Schwer on his back with a backpack slung over one hand. The group sprinted along the road, frantically searching for a place to hide. Behind them, a dense, dark mass of zombies pursued relentlessly, like vengeful spirits. None of the shops they passed seemed capable of withstanding this wave of zombies. "Chinga, what do we do?" "Yeah, Chinga, what now? We don't know this area. Nowhere to hide." "Chinga, think of something." Everyone looked to Bai Chen. After all, in such a desperate escape, few could remain calm enough to devise a plan.